In this world, everyone can awaken their own martial spirit after reaching adulthood. Some people awaken the ice phoenix with innate soul power of level 10. As soon as they enter the school, they are treated as treasures by the teachers, and their families will invest countless resources to cultivate them. If they grow up smoothly, they will be able to enter the secret realm to hunt exotic beasts and become powerful soul masters. But most ordinary people only awaken low-level martial spirits, such as kitchen knives, brooms, and iron pots. Because their soul power is too low, they can't even participate in the martial arts college entrance examination. They can only enter the factory assembly line or work as waiters or dishwashers and be trampled underfoot by those geniuses for the rest of their lives. Lin Mo was one of the most unfortunate people. He awakened the lowest level F-grade medicine cauldron martial soul, and his soul power was stuck at level 3 for a full 6 months. His teachers advised him to give up the martial arts exam. His classmates treated him like a good-for-nothing, and even his job at the pharmaceutical factory was in danger of being fired because he skipped work every day to study martial spirits. Everyone thought that this poor boy, who spouted nonsense, would starve to death on the streets sooner or later. What they didn't know was that Lin Mo's real cheat wasn't that useless medicine cauldron at all, but rather the quantum intelligence, AI, hidden in his mind. As long as a person's martial soul, soul power, physique, and attribute data are input, the AI can perform thousands of simulations, deduce the best mutation route for the martial soul, accurately calculate the absorption order of soul crystals, and even lock in the high-level soul skills that could be awakened in advance. Lin Mo arrived at the entrance of Linjiang City Library and bought a 5-hour reading card for 50 yuan. The librarian recognized him at a glance and joked with a smile, "You really love reading, kid. You spend all your free time in the library. Are you preparing to become the top liberal arts student?" For the past few years, Lin Mo has frequently come here to read and research, seemingly tireless. After the administrator got to know him, he would occasionally give him a free reading card. Lin Mo chuckled and casually boasted, "I just love studying. If all goes well, you'll see my name on the list of top humanities students in 2 months." Upon entering the library, he went straight to his target, picking out several books on martial spirit mutation that he hadn't read before. He sat down by the window and began supplementing the knowledge base for AI Xiaobao. 3 hours later, Lin Mo closed the last book and immediately called out in his mind, "Xiaobao, generate the optimal activation plan based on the data I've compiled." He input Neo Dachun's data, and a mechanical voice quickly sounded in his mind. Xiaobao has received instructions and is beginning to simulate the optimal activation scheme. This requires combining databases from multiple fields, such as novels and films. It is estimated to take 10 minutes. Please wait patiently. Lin Mo snapped out of his focus state, stretched, and accidentally bumped his elbow into the person next to him. He quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't notice someone was next to me." Only then did he realize that a woman had been sitting next to him. She was wearing a black mask and a fitted combat suit, with a cold and aloof demeanor, clearly not someone to be trifled with. She merely glanced at him indifferently before returning to her book. Lin Mo smiled awkwardly, intending to leave, but then noticed her flipping through a book about powerful soul skills. The next second, he sat back down. "Beautiful lady, are you preparing to awaken a new soul skill?" The mature woman raised her head and looked at him coldly. If it were anyone else, Pei Luohan might have already slapped them. However, she had noticed that this kid had been seriously reading books about martial spirits, so he didn't seem to be completely fooling around. Therefore, she didn't get angry and simply replied, "What are your thoughts?" Lin Mo was overjoyed and immediately perked up. "Beautiful sister, you've come to the right person. I dare not say anything else, but when it comes to soul skills, no one knows more than me." Pei Luohan couldn't help but chuckle. "Little brother, anyone who didn't know better would think you were a level 90 expert." Lin Mo disagreed. "Sister, don't you believe me? Those level 90 experts are just higher level than me. They may not know more about soul skills than me." He casually gave an example. Soul masters below level 10, apart from their innate soul skills, even with an SSS level martial soul, cannot obtain soul skills of a Xian rank or above 100% of the time. Pei Luohan nodded. "That's true. Below level 10, even an SSS level martial soul can only withstand attribute soul crystals of level 2 or below. Xian level soul skills require at least level 3 soul crystals to have a chance of appearing, and it also depends on luck. Lin Mo smiled mysteriously. But I can guarantee an 80% chance of obtaining a soul skill of Xian rank or higher. Pei Luohan rolled her eyes. If you're so powerful, why is your soul power only level 3? Lin Mo was taken aback, but he stubbornly said, that's because I don't have any money. Otherwise, I'd awaken a Xian rank soul skill in a heartbeat and show you. After saying that, he pretended to be pitiful. I even borrowed money from a friend to come to the library, and I don't even know where I'm having dinner tonight. He had indeed struggled financially these past few years. Before he turned 18, he could still go back to the orphanage for meals, but after turning 18, he felt too embarrassed to go anymore. But Pei Luohan wasn't buying it. She simply waved her hand and said, all right, stop pretending. Tell me where your confidence comes from. You only have level 3 soul power. Your martial soul shouldn't be that high either, right? Lin Mo readily complimented. Sister has a good eye. My martial soul is a support-type weapon martial soul, the medicine cauldron. Pei Luohan immediately lost interest, so it's just a support martial soul. She began to doubt whether she had misjudged him. This kid might not be a hard-working young man at all, just a glib-tongued hooligan. Lin Mo persisted. Sister, as long as you give me the soul crystals and materials I need, I can not only mutate my martial soul, but also awaken a Xian rank soul skill. Pei Luohan put away the books on the table and stood up coldly. I have other things to do. You can mutate slowly. Lin Mo wasn't about to let the opportunity slip by. After all, there were never more than 3 people willing to listen to him for more than 5 sentences. One was Niu Dachuan, but unfortunately, he didn't have the money to experiment. Another was his adorable but naive classmate, who not only listened but also experimented with her own martial spirit. As a result, her father was now hunting him down all over the city, which was one of the reasons Lin Mo didn't want to go to work at the factory. The stunningly beautiful woman in front of him was the third, though her patience was also nearly exhausted. Lin Mo followed behind her, pushing his offer as they went. Beautiful lady, give me a chance. Even if you're level 30 and want to awaken an Earth-rank soul skill, I can help you achieve it. Only 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan is a steal, a sure thing. 100,000 yuan can fulfill your dream of an Earth-rank soul skill. Don't you think it's worth it? Pei Luohan's head was throbbing from his nagging. She felt like this kid was a piece of chewing gum. Once he got on her, she couldn't get rid of him. She even regretted coming out to read today. She had so many rare books at home, and yet she had to deal with this guy. If she didn't think he meant no harm, she would have slapped him away. After leaving the library, Lin Mo followed along eagerly. Sis, as long as you tell me your martial soul, soul power level, attributes, physique stats, and 3 dimensions. Oops, I don't need the 3 dimensions. I can research a plan for you to awaken an Earth-rank soul skill. Since you're my second customer, if you have any extra soul skill slots, I'll give you a high-level profound rank soul skill. Pei Luohan suddenly stopped and turned around abruptly. Lin Mo stopped just in time, almost bumping into her. He was about to continue his sales pitch when he met her cold eyes and immediately knew the deal was likely off. Since you're not interested, then forget it. I have things to do, bye-bye. Lin Mo turned to leave when a teasing voice suddenly rang out. Oh, isn't this Lin Mo, our class's martial spirit theory master? What's going on? Got another target to fool. Lin Mo looked in the direction of the sound, and his heart sank. Good heavens, he'd run into his classmates. There were 2 boys, around 17 or 18 years old, walking towards Lin Mo with mocking expressions, their steps deliberately swaggering. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately forced a smile. What a coincidence, you two. I have to go now. He tried to slip away as soon as he finished speaking. It wasn't that he was afraid of them, but rather that he was afraid they would tell Lu Mengming's father his location. But Lu Dagan and Song Wenwan gave him no chance. Lu Dagan grabbed his shoulder, and Song Wenwan hugged his arm, the 2 of them supporting him like an iron tower. Both of them had strength-type beast martial souls, and Lin Mo struggled a few times but couldn't break free, so they simply lifted him up in front of Pei Luohan. Lu Dagan secretly glanced at Pei Luohan, but as soon as he met her cold gaze, he immediately looked away and grinned, asking, Beautiful lady, was this kid trying to sell you some kind of soul skill awakening program again? Pei Luohan looked at Lin Mo, who was caught in the middle and looked helpless, and gave a soft Lu Dagan immediately perked up and mocked. Lin Mo, don't try to fool people with that twisted logic. Haven't you hurt Lu Mengming badly enough? I heard she gets beaten up by her dad several times a day now. Song Wenwan chimed in with a sarcastic remark. Lu Mingming originally possessed a family-inherited support martial soul, but now you've ruined her, so she can only release poison. What you if not a scoundrel? Pei Luohan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. A martial soul's category is essentially determined from the moment it awakens. Even if it mutates after level 70, it's difficult to completely alter its fundamental attributes. But what these two meant was that Lin Mo had actually turned a support-type martial soul into an attack-type one. Intrigued, she asked Lu Dagan, "Tell me, how did he manage to change that female classmate's martial soul from support to attack?" Seeing that the beautiful woman had taken the initiative to talk to him, Lu Dagan immediately became excited. "Beautiful lady, have you heard of the four-colored lucky clover martial soul?" Pei Luohan's heart skipped a beat. The auxiliary plant-type martial soul of the East Sea Deer clan? That's right, it's the Lu family. Lu Dahan nodded repeatedly. Lu Mingming originally awakened the four-colored lucky clover and was a rare genius with 4 innate soul skills. But after listening to Lin Mo's mutation plan, all 4 soul skills were gone, and her martial soul form and attributes also changed. Song Wenwan added, "That's why he's a liar." Now Lu Mingming's dad wants nothing more than to tear him apart. Lin Mo immediately retorted, "Get lost. You're the liar." Lu Mingming herself didn't want to be a support character. She insisted on being the little fairy who kills monsters. She begged me for help every day, but I couldn't care less. He became increasingly aggrieved as he spoke. I sold her a mutated martial soul plan for 300 yuan plus a bag of spicy strips. I lost a fortune on this deal. Now I'm being chased by her father. Who can I complain to? Lu Dagan sneered. You really think you're something special? Lu Mingming's mutation is due to her special constitution. It has nothing to do with your garbage theory. Song Wenwan reminded him, "Stop talking nonsense. Catching him and handing him over to Uncle Lu for money is the important thing." Lu Dagan immediately nodded. "Yes, Uncle Lu said he'd give you 500,000 if he caught you, otherwise I would have sent you to the police station long ago." Upon hearing 500,000, Lin Mo instantly became excited. "What? 500,000? Why didn't you say so sooner? You've made me worry for so many days." Lu Dagan and Song Wenwan were stunned on the spot. Lin Mo was even more excited than them and said confidently, 500,000? I've never had more than 500 in my pocket. Here's what we'll do. I'll go with you myself, and you can give me 300,000. In Lin Mo's view, being taken back would at most result in a beating. As long as he didn't die, 300,000 yuan could change his fate. As long as he could change the characteristics of his martial soul, he would have a chance to turn his life around. Lu Dagan laughed angrily. "Why should we give you 300,000 yuan when we arrest you?" Lin Mo rolled his eyes. "If I didn't want to, do you really think you could catch me?" His soul power was low, and his martial soul had no offensive power, but his medicine cauldron martial soul was no mere decoration. Besides healing soul skills, he could also concoct medicines. He couldn't refine highly poisonous or precious medicines, but he certainly didn't lack ordinary sleeping pills or laxatives. Lu Dagan refused to believe it and released him, starting to roll up his sleeves. "I want to see how you're going to get away from us." Just as the two were about to make a move, Pei Luohan finally spoke up. "Wait." All three looked at her simultaneously. Pei Luohan coldly glanced at Lu Dagan and Song Wenwan. "You too, you can get lost." Lu Dagan was about to put on a brave front when Pei Luohan uttered only one word. "Get lost." The next second, a terrifying pressure erupted, and the two screamed as they were thrown a great distance. Lin Mo's scalp tingled, and he secretly rejoiced that she hadn't attacked him despite how much he had annoyed her earlier. He immediately forced a smile. "Thank you for coming to my rescue, big sister. I have something to attend to at home, so I'll be going now. See you again sometime." After saying that, Lin Mo turned to leave. He didn't want to provoke this thorny rose any further. But Pei Luohan had no intention of letting him go. She grabbed his collar and dragged him towards the parking lot. "Come with me." Lin Mo was roughly shoved into the SUV, pleading with a mournful face. "Sister, let's talk this out. Even if the business doesn't work out, we can still be friends. Can you just let me go like a fart?" While pleading, his hand secretly slipped into his pocket, pondering whether to use "I love a piece of firewood" or smiling half-step stumble later. Pei Luohan said coldly, "Stop pretending. I want to talk business with you." Lin Mo was taken aback, but his expression changed immediately, and he grinned slyly. "Sister, You have a good eye? You still recognize my talent. As long as the price is right, I can get you soul skills and mutated martial souls. Pei Luohan's tone was filled with murderous intent. I hope you really have the ability, otherwise. Lin Mo was not afraid at all. Don't worry, sister. I never joke with my own life. More than 10 minutes later, the car drove into a villa area and stopped in front of a luxurious villa. Lin Mo followed Pei Luohan inside and was instantly stunned by the interior decoration. He touched and looked at everything, like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Pei Luohan sat on the sofa, her feelings complicated. She was afraid that Lin Mo was a fraud, but she was also afraid that he really had the ability. After all, the ability to cause a martial soul to mutate and awaken a low-level soul skill was bound to cause a bloodbath if it got out. She suppressed her emotions and got straight to the point. Sit down. Let's talk about our deal. How do you plan to awaken my Earth rank soul skill? And what do you need? After Lin Mo sat down, his expression also became serious. All right, I'll start by explaining the essence of soul skills. He believes that soul skills are essentially similar to a chemical reaction. Martial souls are like basic materials. When different soul crystals and materials are added in proportion, different changes will occur, thus forming soul skills with different attributes and levels. Pei Luohan had initially been scrutinizing him, but as she listened, her expression gradually changed. Lin Mo spoke for a full half hour, from the 10 competitive advantages of martial souls to the forming of soul skills, and cited many well-known examples of soul skills. The more she listened, the more alarmed she became, and finally, a sense of urgency even appeared in her eyes. Pei Luohan had just advanced to level 50, and her martial soul was the S-rank attack type weapon martial soul, Ice Soul Sword. However, she had always been unlucky. Although her soul power had reached level 50, she had never awakened a soul skill of advanced Xian rank or above, which caused her status in the family to decline continuously. If she couldn't awaken a powerful soul skill soon, she might be used by her family for a marriage alliance. This was a fate she absolutely refused to accept. So after hearing Lin Mo's theory, she grasped at it like a last straw and couldn't help but ask, "You mean as long as I use the right soul crystals, my Ice Soul Sword can awaken an Earth-rank soul skill, or even a Heaven-rank soul skill?" Lin Mo nodded. Sort of. As long as the correct ratio is achieved and the soul crystals are absorbed in the correct order, allowing them to react with the martial soul step by step, the soul skill level and attributes can be deduced. He casually picked up a crystal ornament on the table as an example, saying that the Ice Soul Sword is essentially a low-temperature energy aggregate. If it is infused with the ice attribute soul crystal of the Arctic ice crystal bear and combined with other materials for catalysis, it has a chance to awaken an Earth-rank soul skill. Lin Mo spoke with great detail, explaining even the origins of the materials and the fusion ratios, as if he were truly concocting a complex potion. Finally, he concluded, after absorbing the catalytic effect of the thunder pattern grass, there's about a 70% chance of awakening the mid-level Earth-rank soul skill Ice Shadow Thunder Spike, which can freeze enemies over a large area and detonate lightning. It's incredibly cool. Pei Luohan's throat tightened, and her voice trembled slightly. Mid-level Earth rank? You're not kidding, are you? If you're saying this method is released, wouldn't all Ice Soul Sword martial souls be able to awaken? Lin Mo rolled his eyes at her. You're overthinking it. If others follow this formula, at least 80% of them will explode and die. Pei Luohan was taken aback. Then there's a 20% chance of success? No, the remaining 20% won't even leave a corpse. Pei Luohan was immediately furious. Then why did you say you could awaken a mid-level Earth-rank soul skill? Lin Mo said speechlessly, didn't I just say that it can only be absorbed after thousands of experiments based on each soul master's age, soul power, and physical data to confirm the optimal ratio? Otherwise, after so many years of human soul awakening, everyone would have Earth rank and Heaven rank soul skills by now. Pei Luohan frowned. Thousands upon thousands of times? One failure, and you're dead. How can we even try? Lin Mo was too lazy to explain. Anyway, I have my own way. If you trust me, we can continue talking. If you don't waste your time. Pei Luohan stared at him, remaining silent for a long time. She had met many soul martial masters, the most famous of whom was Master Yu, who wrote the theory of the 10 most competitive soul martial souls. Back then, her father had also spent a lot of money to invite him to take her as his disciple, but he refused because he thought she only had an S-level soul martial soul and didn't have twin soul martial souls, fearing it would damage her reputation. She had always felt something was off, but hadn't thought about it deeply. But now, considering the possibility of being used as a tool in a political marriage, she was willing to take the gamble. After a moment, Pei Luohan said in a deep voice, "Okay, I trust you." Lin Mo immediately perked up. "All right, tell me all your information, and I'll give you a plan right now." Pei Luohan remained silent for a moment before recounting her entire situation. Lin Mo couldn't help but complain after listening. An S-rank martial soul, level 50 soul power, and not even a high-level Shin rank soul skill. I don't know whether to say your martial soul instructor is useless or you're just unlucky. Pei Luohan's face flushed, and she turned her head away, her ears turning red. Lin Mo then said, "But it's not a big problem. After you reach level 50, you'll have 3 soul skill slots, enough to handle 1 high-level Earth rank and 2 high-level Profound rank skills, so it shouldn't be a problem." Pei Luohan was taken aback. Soul skills have a limit? Of course. It's like a 500 milliliters cup. It can only hold 500 milliliters of water, not a little more. Pei Luohan fell silent, feeling as if she had heard many things from Lin Mo that she had never encountered before. Not long after, Lin Mo listed the plan generated by Xiao Bao on a piece of paper and pushed in front of her. "According to your data, among the soul skills that can be confirmed at present, there are 2 high-level Earth rank, 5 mid-level Earth rank, and 15 high-level Profound rank. I won't introduce the low-level soul skills." Pei Luohan picked up the paper with great curiosity. Her eyes widened instantly after reading the descriptions of each soul skill. "Why don't you help me decide which soul skill I should awaken?" Pei Luohan was having a hard time choosing, and finally left the decision to Lin Mo. Since Lin Mo claimed to be a master of theory, she'd listen to his suggestions. Lin Mo didn't waste any time and immediately set her configuration: 1 high-level Earth rank domain-type soul skill, and 2 high-level Profound rank soul skills, 1 for ranged attacks and the other for flight ability, a complete path to becoming a sword immortal. This is the most suitable combination for your fighting style. After saying that, Lin Mo added, "You need to provide your own soul crystals and medicinal herbs. I'll give you a discounted price of 5 million. Pei Luohan was taken aback. "Didn't you say that a level 100,000 Earth rank soul skill would come with a free Profound rank soul skill?" Lin Mo's expression remained unchanged. "That's a beginner level Earth rank soul skill with a mid-level Profound rank soul skill as a bonus. I have no objection if you want to change it to that." Pei Luohan didn't hesitate any longer and directly asked for the bank card number. She wasn't short of money, and she knew that 5 million for a single Earth rank soul skill would be a highly sought-after commodity. After confirming the payment, Lin Mo immediately drew up a list of soul crystals and medicinal herbs. Pei Luohan glanced at it. It looked like a traditional Chinese medicine prescription, and she roughly estimated the materials would cost over 10 million. Trading less than 20 million for 3 soul skills was definitely worth it, provided it was successful. She made a phone call to arrange for someone to make the purchase, and after hanging up, she looked at Lin Mo. "You are not allowed to leave the villa until my soul skill is fully awakened." Lin Mo nodded in agreement. He didn't want to leave in the first place, because the materials contained things he had prepared for himself, worth hundreds of thousands. While waiting for the materials, Pei Luohan went upstairs to prepare, while Lin Mo stayed in the living room, playing Tetris on his old phone. A short while later, his phone rang. Lu Mingming sent a message. "Boss, the mutated 4-clawed fish martial soul you helped me with is amazing. I just beat my old dang so badly he promised he wouldn't bother you anymore." Lin Mo was speechless for a moment, then replied, "That's called the 4-clawed devil vine, not the 4-clawed fish. It can release poison, control, and strangle. You can study it yourself." After replying, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he had known Lu Mingming's family was so rich, he should have taken more money from them back then. He felt like he had lost hundreds of millions. In the evening, Pei Luohan's people delivered materials and takeout. After dinner, Pei Luohan went upstairs to begin awakening her soul skill, while Lin Mo stayed in the living room to prepare for his martial soul mutation. "Xiao Bao, is my plan okay?" "Good job." Lin Montauk nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. If you successfully mutate the alchemy furnace, your master will reward you with 100 practice books." He calmed his mind and followed the steps deduced by Xiao Bao, absorbing the soul crystals and rare medicinal herbs in sequence. Most of these materials were first tier, but their attributes were very mixed, with metal and fire attributes mixed together. The slightest mistake could lead to failure. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a surge of soul power rippled through the living room. A C-grade auxiliary weapon spirit, an alchemy furnace, innate soul power level 5, metal and fire attributes. Haha, this old Taoist has succeeded. Lin Mo looked at the round, golden furnace in his palm, its body still radiating heat, and couldn't help but laugh excitedly. This mutated alchemy furnace was a choice he made after careful consideration. Although it was only grade C, it retained his alchemy talent and increased his alchemy abilities. His original healing soul skill disappeared and was replaced by 2 innate soul skills. One is psychic manipulation, which can change the shape and size of a martial spirit and control it to leave the body. The other is gravity imbuement, which can add weight to one's own martial spirit, with the upper limit depending on the level of soul power. More importantly, it also left a slot for an acquired soul skill. In other words, Lin Mo can awaken another soul skill before reaching level 10. He felt the limit of the soul skill slot and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it can only withstand the initial stage of the profound rank at most, which is within the plan. Next, Lin Mo began to awaken his offensive soul skill. Half an hour later, he gulped down the last bottle of exotic beast blood essence, his soul power surging, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Profound rank, low-level soul skill, furnace explosion done. From today onwards, I'm no longer a pure support soul master. This was currently the most suitable attack method for him. After finishing, Lin Mo stretched and collapsed onto the sofa, falling asleep immediately. The next morning, Lin Mo was awakened by Pei Luohan's excited voice. Lin Montak, get up. Her voice was trembling, completely different from her usual cool demeanor. Lin Mo rubbed her eyes and sat up, yawning. What's wrong, sis? It's so early in the morning. I did it. I really did it. Pei Luohan raised her hand and waved it, and an ice-blue longsword with small wings hovered in front of her. That was the high-level Xian rank flying soul skill, Ice Wing Sword. A flight soul skill. It really is a flight soul skill. Pei Luohan's voice trembled with excitement. Flight soul skills are extremely rare, usually only appearing after level 60, but Lin Mo had allowed her to awaken them ahead of schedule. She added, there are also 2 attack soul skills, but it's not convenient to show them here. Pei Luohan walked up to Lin Mo, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Lin Mo, you really did it. At this moment, the way she looked at Lin Mo was no longer like looking at a student, but rather like looking at a rare treasure, without the slightest doubt. Lin Mo looked at her delicate face and was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself that this woman was indeed not ugly. Then he stroked his chin and pretended to be profound. It's a small matter, just the basics of this master. Pei Luohan was very generous. Tell me, what reward do you want? I'll give you anything I have. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. I like reading. Do you have any martial spirit books that aren't available in libraries? Xiao Bao's database is still lacking knowledge related to heavenly rank soul skills, which he must complete. Otherwise, he will be unable to deduce higher rank soul skills in the future. Pei Luohan immediately nodded. Yes, I have a few rare books in my study on the 2nd floor. I'll have someone bring some more from Kyoto later. She knew very well that whether she could continue to awaken Earth rank or even heaven rank soul skills in the future depended on Lin Mo, and she had to stick close to this powerful figure. Lin Mo smiled happily. Then, thank you very much. Pei Luohan waved her hand, then took out a key and handed it to him. From now on, you will be my exclusive martial soul theory master. Take this key. I will put the rare book here. You can come and see it anytime you have time. It was noon when Lin Mo left Pei Luohan's villa. He returned to Nyo Air's food stall, rushed into the back room, and immediately asked Dechun if he wanted to become a soul master. He said that as long as Dechun said so, he would immediately help him achieve it. Dechun was used to his boastful manner and replied without looking up. Then you can make it come true for me. Lin Mo knew he didn't believe him, so without saying a word, he grabbed him and ran outside, saying he would help him fulfill his dream of becoming a soul master today. As they passed the kitchen, Wang Xiulan peeked out and scolded him, asking where he was taking Dechun off to again. Lin Mo didn't turn around, only saying, help him become a soul master. Not long after, the two arrived at a wasteland by the river. The wind swirled the withered grass past his feet. Lin Mo handed a cloth bag to Dechun, saying he had gathered all the materials needed for his martial soul to mutate. Dechun opened it and was immediately stunned. Inside were soul crystals and various other materials, especially soul crystals with attributes. Even a first-tier one cost tens of thousands. Dechun knew how poor Lin Mo was, and his hands trembled as he asked him where he got them. Lin Mo pressed his shoulder down, only instructing him to absorb them in the correct order. Dechun didn't ask any more questions, but his heart was already churning with emotion. For so many years, he had believed in Lin Mo's theory, but he had never had the money to experiment. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he was so excited that he could hardly speak. Lin Mo instructed him to first drink the gilded bear blood, and then absorb the first-tier gold attribute gilded bear soul crystal. Half an hour later, Dechun suddenly opened his eyes, a faint fluctuation of soul power emanating from his body, and said in a trembling voice that he seemed to have succeeded. His soul power rose to level 3, and his martial soul changed color, its quality improving to degrade. Lin Mo was overjoyed and immediately asked him to check if he had any talent soul skills or soul skill slots. Dechun raised his hand, and a dark golden frying pan hovered in his palm. But soon, his expression darkened again because he didn't have any innate soul skills. Lin Mo patted him on the shoulder and said it was no big deal. The dark gold frying pan had its own strength attribute, so he could just use it as a weapon and still fight. More importantly, he also has a soul skill slot. Lin Mo said he'd get him a powerful soul skill to equip. Dechun grinned foolishly upon hearing this, saying he was fine with emoji. Lin Mo smiled too. The two brothers could finally take the college entrance exam together. Even with Xiao Bao's calculations, Lin Mo couldn't guarantee that his martial soul would reach a high level. The quality of a martial soul after mutation largely depends on luck. Lu Mingming's transformation from a 4-colored lucky clover to an S-rank devil vine was due to both her aptitude and good fortune. His F-grade medicine cauldron turning into a C-grade alchemy furnace was also a random result. But Lin Mo believed in the old saying, "There are only useless soul masters, not useless martial souls." Even if he and Dechun were only C-grade and D-grade, they might not necessarily lose to those top geniuses. Lin Mo handed Dechun's data to Xiao Bao, and the results came in less than a minute. Xiao Bao calculated that a low-level Xian-rank soul skill would be very suitable for Dechun, so Lin Mo told him that he would help him awaken it once the materials were gathered. Dechun was so moved that he hugged Lin Mo's leg and burst into tears, saying that if it weren't for him, he would be stuck washing dishes in the kitchen for the rest of his life. Lin Mo kicked him away in disgust, scolding him for crying like a pig being slaughtered and for snot smearing all over his pants. Then Lin Mo put his hands behind his back, tilted his head back, and struck a pose of masterly demeanor, assuring Dechun that the brothers, would definitely have a place in the future martial spirit world. Dechun nodded solemnly and said that he would do whatever Lin Mo asked him to do from now on. Lin Mo immediately decided to return to school for training the next day. The stronger their physique, the greater their chance of awakening high-level soul skills. They had to let those who were laughing at them know that the two brothers were not to be trifled with. At Neo Air's food stall, Neo Air and his wife, having finished preparing lunch, sat at the table. Wang Xilan complained that Lin Mo had led Dechun astray again, but her eyes held worry, and she was even considering whether to take out her savings and let Lin Mo try. Neo's father wasn't too worried, saying that Lin Mo was a smart kid and wouldn't lead Dechun to do bad things. Wang Xilan was about to scold him when Dechun excitedly ran into the shop, shouting that he had reached level 3 in soul power. The next day, at Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, Lin Mo stood at the school gate, looking at the school plaque and sighing. He hadn't been here for a week, and he really missed those gossipy classmates. He took out a cigarette, and Dechun immediately lit it for him, showing his understanding. Lin Mo had just finished praising Dechun when a furious shout came from behind him. A middle-aged man in a gray Zhongshan suit, with a badge that read Dean of Students pinned to his chest, glared at him, clutching a ruler in his hand, and demanded that he state his name in class. Lin Mo's cigarette-holding motion froze instantly. He turned around, saw the situation, and immediately cowered, stubbing out the cigarette and handing it to Dechun. He forced a sweet smile and said he was Song Wenwan from Class 7 of Senior 3, and that his desk mate was Lu Dagan. Before he finished speaking, he took off running. The headmaster was furious, yelling that they dared to run away from him. He remembered Song Won and Lu Dagan from Class 7 of Senior 3. Phew, old by dang, probably doesn't remember what we look like, right? After running into the classroom, Lin Mo leaned on the desk, panting heavily, patting his chest, his face still showing signs of shock. Chun scratched his head and simply replied, "I don't know." Lin Mo rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue with him. The two had just sat down in the back row when someone in the class noticed them. A boy wearing glasses pushed up his glasses and asked in surprise, "Lin Mo, Nyo Dachuan, what are you doing at school?" The teacher had said before that those not taking the martial arts college entrance exam didn't need to come. The chatter in the classroom immediately subsided, and several pairs of eyes turned to them, filled with curiosity and a hint of amusement. Lin Mo replied matter-of-factly, "But we too are taking the college entrance exam." The moment he finished speaking, the whole class burst into laughter. The bespectacled man seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. "Just the two of you? Lin Mo's soul power level is stuck at level 3 for half a year, and Nyo Dachuan's is a complete 0. Your martial soul is a broken iron pot. Are you going to the exam hall to be someone's sparring partners?" Several mischievous boys slammed their fists on the table and burst into laughter, saying they wouldn't even earn back the registration fees. Chun clenched his fists, his face flushed red, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Lin Mo glanced at the people laughing so hard they were doubled over, then looked at Chun, who was about to burst out laughing, and suddenly spoke slowly. "Have you laughed enough?" His voice wasn't loud, but it gradually silenced the laughter. Lin Mo said coldly, "You laughed at me when my soul power was at level 3, and I couldn't be bothered to argue. Now that I'm at level 5, you're still laughing? Have you never been beaten before?" The next second, a level 5 soul power pressure was released. The bespectacled man's smile froze. He himself was only level 5, barely meeting the college entrance exam standard. After sensing Lin Mo's aura, he immediately cowered. He was both shocked and annoyed, unable to understand how Lin Mo had advanced 2 levels in just 1 week. Seeing that he had stunned everyone, Lin Mo raised his hand and nudged Chun. "Chun, show them that you're not someone to be trifled with either." Chun took a deep breath and raised his hand to summon his martial soul. A dark golden frying pan hung in his palm, then quickly enlarged, and he held it with both hands, the fluctuations of his level 3 soul power clearly spreading out. The classroom fell silent instantly. Those who had been laughing the loudest just moments before were now frozen in place. The bespectacled man, his face pale, stammered, "This is impossible. Wasn't Nyo Dachuan supposed to be at level 0 innate soul power?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, casually picked up a piece of chalk, infused it with his soul power, and flicked it out. The chalk flew across the classroom with a whoosh, accurately hitting a nail in the corner of the blackboard and snapping in two with a crack. This level of control was something that ordinary soul masters couldn't easily achieve. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the entire class. "Who else thinks I'm easy to bully?" Finally, his gaze stopped on a girl in the front row. That girl usually ganged up with Zhao Lei to bully them, and when he looked at her, she immediately lowered her head. Lin Mo snorted coldly. "I'll see who dares to raise their voice at us again. Believe me, I'll beat them to a pulp." Everyone in the class lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. Lin Mo had been putting up with these gossipy classmates for a long time. Of course, the truly powerful ones in the class weren't here today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Just then, a sweet shout came from the back door. "Hey, boss. You finally come to school." Lin Mo turned around and saw a girl who was about 1.5 meters tall, with a cute hairstyle and a baby face, looking at him with surprise and delight. Seeing Lu Mengmeng gave Lin Mo a headache. The sight of her immediately reminded him of how she tricked him out of a mutated martial soul plan with 300 yuan and a bag of spicy strips. Lu Mengmeng came running over, grabbing Lin Mo's arm and shaking it like a spoiled kitten. "Boss, you really came to school? I was thinking of asking Lao Deng to beg you." She began to complain, saying that she had been hung up and beaten by her father for several days. In order to get out, she had to cultivate desperately and finally raised her soul power to level 10 before she could escape his clutches. At this point, her eyes sparkled as she stared at Lin Mo. "But you're amazing, boss. My four-clawed fish martial spirit can now poison second-tier magical beasts, and yesterday It even tied my dad up like a pretzel. Lin Mo's head throbbed even more, and he could only correct her. That's not a four-clawed fish. That's called a devil vine. It has four main stems because it mutated from a four-colored lucky clover. Lu Mengmeng didn't care at all. Whatever, devil vine doesn't sound good at all. Four-clawed fish sounds better. Lin Mo rubbed his temples and took a deep breath. If you still consider me your boss, shut up right now. Seeing you makes me feel like I've lost hundreds of millions. Lu Mengmeng blinked. Huh? What? Lin Mo simply slumped onto the table, burying his head in his hands like an ostrich. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Lu Mengmeng noticed a chun beside her and a giant frying pan spirit he had just retracted. Her eyes lit up. Wow, the chun's spirit has mutated too? This frying pan is so cool. Can it be used for cooking? De Chun, feeling a shiver under her gaze, quickly retracted his spirit, scratched his head, and chuckled. It should be able to, right? Lu Mengmeng immediately exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing." The other students were filled with envy and jealousy when they saw the eldest daughter of the Lu family chatting so happily with the two hidden dragons and phoenixes in their class. If they had known earlier that Lu Mengmeng was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, they would not have distanced themselves from her. They would have already gone up to befriend her. Just then, Lu Dagan and Song Wenwan walked into the classroom, cursing and swearing. The two had just been called to the office by their homeroom teacher and given a scolding, only to find out that someone had been caught smoking in front of the discipline director and had even impersonated them. Lu Dagan gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, if I find out who's using my name, I'll give them a good beating. Song Wenwan also cursed. Those two bastards are really wicked, but they dare to smoke in front of Zhou Bapi, so they're definitely tough guys. Before they could finish speaking, the two suddenly saw Lin Mo in the back row, and their expressions changed instantly. Lin Mo, you bastard, how dare you come to school? Bang bang! Two figures screamed and flew backward, crashing hard into the blackboard, chalk dust falling everywhere. Four-claw entanglement. With a flick of her hands, Lu Mengmeng sent out four jet-black vines like serpents, binding Lu Dagan and Song Wenwan tightly into a rice dumpling before they even landed. Neo Dachun stood on the right, carrying a giant frying pan. Lu Mengmeng guarded the left, manipulating vines, and Lin Mo stood in the middle, holding a small stove. All three wore a mocking expression. They used to be no match for them, and had been bullied by these two countless times. Now, the tables had turned, and it was finally their turn to vent their anger. Big! Lin Mo shouted, and the alchemy furnace in his hand instantly expanded, transforming into a giant furnace over 2 meters tall. It slammed onto the ground with a thud, shaking the tables and chairs. The furnace lid popped open automatically, revealing a pitch-black interior. Lin Mo looked at Lu Mengmeng and laughed. Mengmeng, throw them in. Today, the boss will make you turtle soup. Lu Mengmeng chuckled, flicked the vines, and threw the two bound people into the stove. Lu Dagan and Song Wenwan's mouths were also entangled in vines, so they could only whimper and scream, their eyes filled with terror. Lin Mo turned to the back of the classroom. Which student has a martial soul that can hold back? I'll give you the first taste later. A girl timidly asked. We don't have water, but how about ice? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Even better. Let's make a pot of ice and fire turtle soup. The girl slowly stepped forward and released her martial spirit. The next moment, a pair of white, fluffy fox ears appeared on her head, and a bushy tail curled up behind her. Lin Mo recognized at a glance the snow fox beast martial soul. The usually timid Su Xiaoxiao actually possessed such an adorable martial soul. Su Xiaoxiao raised her hands, and countless sharp icicles shot into the alchemy furnace. The two people inside the furnace immediately widened their eyes, their faces covered in a layer of frost, shivering from the cold. When the ice was almost full, Lin Mo snapped his fingers. Snap! Flames suddenly rose from the bottom of the furnace. The ice melted quickly, and steam sizzled out, soon filling the entire classroom. Neo Dachuan even used a frying pan as a fan, diligently fanning the fire. Lin Mo, watching this, couldn't help but wonder, could this be considered a martial soul fusion technique? Just then, someone shouted, the class monitor is here. Lin Mo's expression changed. Get out of here! He turned and ran, and Neo Dachuan and Lu Mengmeng immediately withdrew their supernatural powers, laughing and joking as they slipped away. Without the support of soul power, the The alchemy furnace and the demon vine rapidly became ethereal, finally dissipating into starlight. Thump! Lu Dagon and Song Wenwan fell to the ground in a sorry state, with a puddle of water next to them. At this moment, 2 men and a woman walked into the classroom and saw the 2 of them, soaking wet, with their lips frozen purple and ice crystals still clinging to their hair, shivering as they helped each other to their feet. The air was thick with dampness and a faint smell of burning. The girl in the lead frowned, her voice cold. "What's going on?" The whole class fell silent. No one dared to utter a sound. The ice and fire stewed turtle incident had been too shocking. Nobody wanted to get involved. When Lu Dagon saw Zhao Lei, he cried out as if he had seen a savior. "Squad leader, you have to stand up for us. Lin Mo and the others bullied us. They threw us into the stove and froze and boiled us. They almost killed us." Song Wenwan nodded tremblingly, pointing to the back of the classroom. "Yes, it's Lin Mo and the others." Qin Ran frowned. "Lin Mo? He's back at school again." Lu Dagon quickly said, "Yes, he and Yodachin are here, and so is Lu Mingming." Upon hearing Lu Mingming's name, Zhao Lei, the tall boy behind Qin Ran, immediately shut his mouth. If she had only a support-type martial soul before, he wouldn't have cared, but the situation was different now. Another boy called out to the back row, "Lin Mo." Lin Mo was pretending to hide his face with his textbook when he heard someone call him. He slowly raised his head, raised an eyebrow, and looked towards the door. "Class monitor, what's up?" Qin Ran and the other 2 then noticed the back row. Lin Mo smiled. Neo Dachuan gripped a small frying pan, and Lu Mingming, with a spicy snack in her mouth, made a face at them. Although the soul power fluctuations emanating from the 3 of them were not ostentatious, they were noticeably stronger than before, especially Lin Mo and Lu Mingming, one at level 5 and the other at level 10, causing Zhao Lei and the other to slightly shrink their pupils. Lin Mo's transformation was already astonishing, but Lu Mingming's was even more outrageous. Just a few days ago, she was a level 4 4-colored lucky clover, but after her martial soul mutated, she directly reached level 10. Qin Ran took 2 steps forward. She was dressed in a neat and stylish outfit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail. Her martial soul was an SS-level beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, and her innate soul power was level 10. She was the undisputed #1 genius at Linjiang #1 High School. Even the teachers at school give her a wide berth. Qin Ran looked at Lin Mo expressionlessly. "Is what Lu Dagon said true?" Lin Mo spread his hands innocently. "No, they clearly wanted to put on a show of ice and fire for everyone. You can ask the whole class if you don't believe me." Perhaps still shaken from the earlier encounter with the 3 men, scattered voices of agreement immediately filled the classroom. That's right, they put on a show themselves. Lu Dagon jumped up and down in exasperation. "Nonsense! How can you lie through your teeth? They were the ones who wanted to boil us alive." Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. "Then tell me, how did I cook you?" Lu Dagon wanted to argue, but Song Wenwan grabbed his clothes. He immediately realized that even if the class monitor helped, Lin Mo and the other 2 would at most be punished by cleaning the toilets. They were used to cleaning toilets, so it didn't bother them at all. But if they were retaliated against after school and had to endure another ice and fire stewed turtle, a euphemism for a brutal, intense physical attack, that would be truly deadly. Thinking of the suffocating martial spirit fusion technique from earlier, Lu Dagon trembled and could only reluctantly change his tune. "Yes, we were the ones who wanted to perform the ice and fire dual heaven technique." Zhao Lei snorted coldly. "What a waste." The other boy also glared at the 2 of them disdainfully. Qin Ran said calmly, "Since that's the case, you 2 clean up the floor, and we'll call it even." Lu Dagon and Song Wenwan could only swallow their anger and say, "Okay, we'll go right away." Qin Ran glanced at Lin Mo, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes, before turning back to her seat. Ding-ling! Not long after the school bell rang, a middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and with his hair slicked back walked into the classroom. He was the homeroom teacher, Liao Dafu. As usual, he stood on the podium, scanned the whole class, and when his gaze fell on Lin Mo and his 2 classmates, his expression clearly froze. "Lin Montak, New Dahun? How strange, you 2, the hidden dragon and the phoenix chick, are finally willing to come to class today." After saying that, he looked at Lu Mingming. "And you, Lu Mingming, didn't your dad ask for leave for you?" Liao Dafu felt utterly exhausted. Other classes only had 1 or 2 problem students, which was enough of a headache, but his class had 3 at once. Especially Lin Mo, who had almost forced him to carry nitroglycerin pills with him every day. Thinking of this, he subconsciously touched his pocket to make sure the medicine was still there before he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mo was speechless. "Old Liao, didn't you notice that my soul power is already at level 5? Upon hearing this, Liao Dafu immediately pushed up his reading glasses, carefully sensed it, and his expression changed instantly. He knew Lin Mo's martial soul situation best. That medicine called her martial soul was almost ruined, and theoretically, it would be difficult for him to break through to level 3 in his lifetime. That's why he had been advising Lin Mo to take the liberal arts college entrance exam. But now, in just over a week, Lin Mo had actually reached level 5. Liao Dafu had always had a love-hate relationship with this student. Lin Mo was the top student in the entire school in humanities, and he could often talk about martial spirit theories in a very logical way. However, he was too talkative, and the theories he put forward left even the teachers dumbfounded, causing many teachers to avoid him. Liao Dafu coughed and said, "It seems you still haven't listened to me and are planning to take the martial arts exam." He then looked at Niu Dachuan, intending to scold him, but suddenly noticed that Niu Dachuan also had fluctuations of soul power. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be level 3. Liao Dafu was even more shocked. Lin Mo's martial soul was considered half-crippled, while Niu Dachuan's martial soul was completely crippled. Yet, in just 1 week, even Niu Dachuan had advanced to level 3. He even began to suspect that these two brilliant minds had been hiding their talents all along. In the end, he could only cough and say, "Keep working hard and strive to reach the level 5 passing score before the college entrance examination." As for Lu Mingming, Liao Dafu opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. This is even more outrageous. She listened to Lin Mo's nonsensical theories and haphazardly absorbed soul crystals, and not only did nothing wrong, her martial soul mutated. Now, the whole school is in an uproar because of this, and it's said that it has already attracted the attention of several martial soul academies. Liao Dafu snapped out of his reverie and patted the podium. "Before class begins, I have an announcement to make. The middle schools in Linjiang City have decided to open the beginner-level Soul Hunting Realm, Wasteland Realm, to improve students' combat skills and allow them to accumulate combat experience." These words immediately caused an uproar in the classroom. The Wasteland Secret Realm was a newly discovered secret realm in Linjiang City, and it had only recently been rated as a beginner-level realm. It had a high yield of ordinary, attribute-less soul crystals, but it was also quite dangerous. Most of the monsters were first or second tier, and there were even rumors that people had been infected and turned into monsters. However, before the college entrance examination, soul crystals represent opportunities for advancement. Many students' eyes lit up upon hearing this. Lin Mo also immediately perked up. He was worried about where to get soul crystals for cultivation. He had already spent almost all the money he had on materials for Niu Dachuan's mutated martial soul and awakened soul skills, leaving him with only a little over 2 million. Later, he not only needed to buy soul crystals, but also medicinal herbs to research alchemy. Without sufficient resources, it was simply unrealistic for them, with only 2 CD-level martial souls, to shine in the college entrance examination. Quiet. Liao Dafu tapped the podium, and the classroom quickly fell silent. The Wasteland Secret Realm is open, but that doesn't mean you can go fooling around. This event will begin before the college entrance exam and will be held every day at noon. You'll be in groups of 3, and the school will provide you with protective combat suits. A certain percentage of the soul crystals you hunt will be handed over to the school, and the rest will be yours to keep. His tone turned serious. Most importantly, the infected creatures in the secret realm are contagious. If you're scratched or bitten, you must immediately withdraw from treatment. Anyone who dares to conceal their injuries will not be spared by the school. A boy wearing glasses raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Liao, I heard there are humanoid monsters inside. How do they compare to the soul beasts of the same level outside the city?" Liao Dafu nodded. "There are indeed quite a few humanoid monsters. As for their strength, they each have their own characteristics. The most important thing for you to do after you go in is not to take off your protective suits to avoid being scratched or bitten." Lin Mo sat in his seat, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table, his mind racing. He had seen the news about the Wasteland Secret Realm before, only knowing that it had a high yield of attribute-less soul crystals, and because it had just been rated, it wasn't open to the general public yet. He hadn't expected that this time it would be open to examinees first. Lu Mingming nudged him with her elbow. Boss, what are you spacing out for? Haven't you always wanted to go into the secret realm? Here's your chance. Neo Dachuan also came over with a silly grin. Brother Mo, 3 people per group. We'll make a perfect team. Lin Mo snapped out of his daze and looked at the two of them. Okay, but you must follow my instructions once you're inside. He glanced at Lu Mingming specifically. Especially you. Don't always think about rushing to the front. Lu Mingming pouted. I know, stop nagging. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. After your martial soul mutated, you don't even listen to your boss anymore? Believe me or not, I'll make your martial soul revert back. Lu Mingming immediately cried out in alarm. Boss, no, I was wrong. Mingming will listen to you from now on. She had finally changed her fate, and she didn't want to go back to being the kind of person who could only hide behind her teammates and shout 66, a Chinese internet slang term for being awesome. Good to know, Lin Mo said calmly. Now, take out the spicy strips from your bag and share them. Dinkling. The bell rang, signaling the end of Get Out of Class. Lin Mo was thinking of taking Lu Mingming out for ice cream after Liao Dafu left. But then, after Liao Dafu finished packing up his textbooks, he suddenly looked at the back of the class. Lin Mo, you're coming to the office with me. Lin Montauk was startled. He guessed that the teacher had probably told him about his smoking. He could only helplessly agree and get up to follow Liao Dafu out. In the office, Liao Dafu sat in a wicker chair, slowly sipping his goji berry tea. The bottom of the cup hit the table with a soft thud. He looked at Lin Mo. You know why I called you here, right? Lin Mo touched his nose, feigning ignorance with a smile. Is it because I've made such great progress lately, Lao Liao? Are you planning to give me a scholarship? Liao Dafu glared at him, but wasn't really angry. Stop talking nonsense. You're really something, smoking in front of the discipline director and then trying to shift the blame onto someone else. If I hadn't checked the security footage, I wouldn't have known you were so good at this. Lin Mo was about to flatter him, but quickly changed his mind halfway through. It's all because I'm quick to understand. Liao Dafu laughed and cursed. Get lost. If it weren't for the fact that I still have some face left and that you're about to graduate, you would definitely get punished for this. Lin Mo immediately seized the opportunity. Yes, it's all thanks to you, sir. I'll remember that. Liao Dafu's smile faded, and his tone turned serious. Stop with the sweet talk. I called you here to advise you to reconsider and focus on your academic studies. He stared at Lin Mo with a serious expression. With your humanities grades, you're more than guaranteed admission to a top-tier theoretical college. There's no need to obsess over martial arts. Although Liao Dafu didn't agree with Lin Mo's outlandish theories, it was a fact that the boy consistently scored full marks in humanities. As long as he got back on the right track, he might very well become a top-notch theoretical master in the future. Lin Mo shook his head without even thinking. Don't try to persuade me, old man. If I can't get into the Martial Soul Academy, I'd rather work on an assembly line in a pharmaceutical factory. Liao Dafu slammed his fist on the table in exasperation. Why are you so stubborn? With your half-crippled martial soul, even if you reach level 5, without someone to guide you in the college entrance exam, you probably won't even be able to touch the minimum score. Lin Mo stubbornly insisted, but his eyes shone brightly. Even if I have to use my martial spirit, I have to take the martial arts exam. This is my dream. The two remained deadlocked for a long time before Liao Dafu finally sighed. All right, but you have to promise me that you will also take the liberal arts exam seriously. Just for the sake of the school nurturing you for so many years, try to get the top score in the city's liberal arts exam. Lin Mo immediately grinned. No problem. I guarantee you'll be the top liberal arts student in the entire country. Liao Dafu was both amused and exasperated. Okay, it's a deal. Don't mess things up. Having taught for 30 years, he had seen stubborn students, but he had never seen one as stubborn and cunning as Lin Mo. Looking at the young and spirited face before him, he suddenly recalled himself running on the playground at sunset when he was young. When Lin Mo returned to the classroom after leaving the office, the teacher was distributing protective combat suits to the students. Lu Mingming immediately came over, her face full of gossip. Boss, what did old man Liao want with you? Lin Mo pushed her away with disdain. What else can you do but persuade me to apply to the liberal arts college? Lu Mingming's eyes lit up. Actually, that's fine too. After we graduate, I'll ask you to be my martial spirit instructor. Neo Dachuan chuckled and chimed in. Brother Mo, I think this will work. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. You guys are dreaming. At that moment, A package was slammed onto the table. Qin Ran said coldly, 2 sets of combat suits for each of you 3, costing 5,000. Pay up as soon as possible. The 3 of them immediately nodded obediently. They dared to mess around with anyone, but they never dared to provoke this class monitor. Qin Ran came from a prestigious family and possessed an SS-level martial spirit, and had long been recommended for admission to a top-tier martial spirit academy, but she insisted on taking the college entrance examination based on her own abilities. Lin Mo transferred 10,000 yuan from himself and Neo Dachuan directly. This is Dachuan's and my money. Qin Ran's gaze paused slightly when she saw the payment notification. Lin Mo usually could delay paying a couple hundred yuan in class fees for an entire semester, but today he didn't even blink at 10,000 yuan, which was really unusual. Seeing her staring at him, Lin Mo blinked and said, "Class monitor, right? Dachun and I have a total of 10,000. Qin Ran wanted to remind him of the class fees she had paid for over the past 3 years, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't pay for her, Lu Mingming quickly reminded him, "Boss, what about mine?" Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "Go away. You're a young lady from the Lu family, and you expect an orphan like me to pay for you? Where's your face?" Lu Mingming pouted, and in the end, she could only scrape together 5,000 from her small handbag and hand it to Qin Ran. Her stingy behavior made Lin Mo and Qin Ran's teeth ache. At noon, the 3 of them walked out of the school gate together. Lu Mingming tugged at Lin Mo's clothes like a little shadow. "Big brother, do you want to go check out the entrance to the secret realm today?" Lin Mo shook her off, but couldn't shake her off. "What's there to see?" "The secret realm doesn't open until tomorrow. You go home first." He didn't want to take Lu Mingming with him. He just wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible and go to the market with Neo Dachuan. Just then, a luxury car suddenly stopped in front of the 3 of them. The window rolled down, and a handsome middle-aged man with a bitter and resentful look leaned out, his eyes scanning back and forth between Lu Mingming and Lin Mo. He was especially furious when he saw Lu Mingming clutching Lin Mo's clothes. As soon as Lu Mingming saw him, she put her hands on her hips and said, "Old Deng, what brings you here?" The middle-aged man said coldly, "Get in the car." "No." Lu Mingming shook her head. "I want to go play with the boss." The man's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, staring intently at Lin Mo. "You're Lin Mo?" Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. This aura. Could he be Lu Mingming's father? He quickly pulled his clothes back and forced a standard fake smile. "Hello, uncle. I'm Lin Mo, Mingming's classmate." Lu's father sneered. "Classmate? You're coming on board too." Lin Mo pointed to himself, momentarily stunned. Didn't Lu Mingming say she had beaten her father into submission and wouldn't cause him any more trouble? But judging from this, it seemed like she was going to drag him back and beat him up. Half an hour later, the car slowly drove into a villa. The ornate iron gate opened with the sound of the engine, revealing a lush courtyard. Lin Mo and Neo Dachuan followed the Lu family father and daughter into the living room. As soon as they stepped onto the polished marble floor, they were stunned by the grandeur before them. Crystal chandeliers shone brightly, valuable paintings hung on the walls, and a faint fragrance filled the air, truly befitting a renowned martial spirit family. Mr. Lu handed his suit to the maid, saying in a calm tone, "Sit down." Lin Mo had just sat down on the leather sofa when Lu Mingming brought over a fruit platter and pushed it directly in front of him, saying, "Boss, have some fruit." "Don't worry, my old man Deng wouldn't dare to do anything to you." Lu's father's brow twitched, and he glared at his daughter angrily. "You rebellious daughter, shut up." Lu Mingming stood with her hands on her hips, not backing down an inch. "I won't." Lu's father was so angry that he was practically spitting fire, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he could only turn his gaze to Lin Mo and Neo Dachuan. "Lin Mo, right? Tell me, what explanation do you have for instigating Mingming to recklessly absorb soul crystals?" Father Lu was actually quite conflicted. He still felt that Lu Mingming's spirit mutation was mostly an accident, but he was genuinely happy that his daughter had transformed from a family-inherited support spirit into an S-rank attack spirit. The Lu family had finally produced a spirit master with combat power, and a powerful mutated spirit at that, which was of great significance to a family like theirs with support spirits. But as happy as he was, it was also true that Lin Mo had encouraged Lu Mingming to absorb soul crystals recklessly. If he didn't warn her, it would be troublesome if she were to try out soul skills recklessly again. Lin Mo gave an awkward smile. Uncle, don't worry. I promise there won't be a next time. He spoke obediently, but he was quite confident. After multiple verifications, the AI mini-package solution was indeed feasible. In the future, many others might come to him seeking help. There was no need to create trouble for himself now. Seeing that Lin Mo was sensible, Lu's father didn't press the matter further. After all, without Lin Mo, Lu Mingming might not have had this opportunity. Lu's father snorted, "Good that you know. I've already found Mengming's theoretical mentor. Don't instill those far-fetched ideas in her anymore." Lin Mo nodded repeatedly. Yes, I know. Father Lu was satisfied and asked, "I heard that your martial soul is a support-type weapon martial soul. The medicine cauldron?" "Yes, uncle. Your martial soul is a bit weak, but it's still useful." Father Lu took a sip of tea and changed the subject. "I suppose your teacher mentioned the Wasteland's secret realm today, as well." After having lunch at the Lu family villa, Lin Mo and Niu Dachuan went directly to the East Gate Market in Linjiang City. This market mainly sold soul tools and materials for exotic beasts, catering primarily to soul masters. On the way, Lin Mo held the prescription given to him by Lu's father, his brow furrowed slightly. Can this prescription really produce an antidote for the Wasteland's secret realm virus? The reason Lu's father was willing to let Lu Mingming team up with him was largely because he valued Lin Mo's medicine cauldron martial soul. The Wasteland's secret realm itself wasn't too dangerous. As long as one wasn't bitten or infected with the virus, it was fine. This was also why the authorities dared to open it to students. It was clear that Lu's father wanted to leverage Lin Mo's medicinal healing abilities, which was why he agreed to let Lu Mingming train with them before the college entrance exam. Niu Dachuan rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Brother Mo, if this prescription works, we'll save money on antidotes, won't we? The antidote for the Wasteland's secret realm costs 1,500 yuan a vial, which is not cheap for students from ordinary families." Lin Mo pondered, perhaps. If it really works, it means the Lu family has a close relationship with the government. They were able to obtain the antidote formula, so soon after the secret realm was discovered. They are indeed not simple. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo decided to play it safe and silently said in his mind, "Xiao Bao, help me optimize this formula." Formula testing in progress. Test complete. This formula is confirmed to be suitable for preparing a potion to neutralize zombie viruses. After optimization, it can be used to refine zombie virus neutralizer pill. Lin Mo was startled. "What the hell? You mean the monsters in the Wasteland secret realm are zombies?" This world is different from the one before he transmigrated. There's no such thing as zombies here. Lin Mo didn't dwell on it any longer. He just needed to buy all the medicinal herbs and refine the pills first. He looked at Niu Dachuan. "By the way, buy the soul crystals and materials for your awakened soul skills as well." Upon hearing about soul skills, Niu Dachuan immediately became excited. "Great, bro." He currently didn't have a single soul skill and could only crudely use his martial soul. A soul master without soul skills couldn't truly be considered a true soul master. The two quickly entered a shop selling materials. Lin Mo went to the counter and knocked. "Boss, how much are first-tier attribute soul crystals?" Inside the counter, an old man wearing reading glasses was lying in a chair, his eyes not even open. "Elemental attribute is 20,000. Four-dimensional attribute is 15,000. No discount." Lin Mo frowned. "So expensive?" He remembered that last week the elemental attribute was only 15,000 and the four-dimensional attributes were only 10,000. The old man then opened his eyes and glanced at them. "You're students preparing for the college entrance examination, right?" Lin Mo nodded. "Yes, what does it matter?" The old man chuckled. "Of course it matters. Every graduation season, the price of soul crystals goes up. You'll understand later." Lin Mo was too lazy to waste words and directly stated his needs. One each of gold, lightning, and strength attributes, 10 spirit attribute soul crystals, and 20 attribute-less soul crystals. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately perked up, got up from his recliner, and took out a soul crystal from the cabinet. He asked with a smile, "Young man, are you trying to awaken a soul skill?" It's common knowledge that combining attribute soul crystals with non-attribute soul crystals can give you a chance to awaken a random soul skill. So Lin Mo didn't hide it. "Yeah, we have a trial tomorrow, and I'm planning to try awakening a soul skill to save my life." The old man scoffed. With so few soul crystals, success isn't guaranteed. Should we buy a few more? Lin Mo rolled his eyes inwardly. Others need to gamble on probability, but he could awaken a soul skill with a 100% success rate. But he only said, I don't have a mine at home, so I can only try my luck. If you're willing to buy on credit, I wouldn't mind taking a few more. The old man choked for a moment, coughed twice, and quickly picked up the few slips of paper that Lin Mo handed him. The more he looked, the more puzzled he became. Exotic beast essence blood, medicinal herbs. Are you trying to refine a soul tool? The list contained both materials for refining pills and materials for awakening soul skills. To avoid revealing anything, Lin Mo deliberately mixed everything together, leaving the old man completely bewildered. Lin Mo was getting impatient. Old man, just take the things out. What do you care what I'm going to do with them? The old man shook his head helplessly. All right. You really have no manners at all. These soul masters are really not something poor people can afford. Another few 100,000 are gone in an instant. As Lin Mo walked out of the material store, he sighed, carrying his shopping bag. Neo Dachuan scratched his head and agreed. If it weren't for Lin Mo's help, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford even ordinary soul crystals, let alone awaken a soul skill. Lin Mo patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile that since he had promised to take him flying, he wouldn't go back on his word. The two quickly returned to Lin Mo's rented room. He spread the materials on the table, had Neo Dachuan sit cross-legged, and prepared to help him awaken his soul skill. Neo Dachuan immediately sat down on the floor, his eyes full of anticipation. Lin Mo laid out the necessary materials one by one, and then briefly explained the steps and precautions. After settling him in, Lin Mo also began his own alchemy experiment. He summoned his martial spirit, and the ancient medicine cauldron floated before him. With a thought, a ghostly blue flame ignited at the bottom of the cauldron. Following the plan given by Xiao Bao, Lin Mo carefully controlled the heat and added the antidote ingredients into the cauldron one by one. The flames leaped, and the medicinal herbs gradually melted under the influence of soul power. The ice spirit grass turned into a pale green mist, and the seven-star grass was refined to extract its essence. All the medicinal power slowly condensed into pill form under the guidance of the flames and soul power. A moment later, the furnace lid popped open with a bang. 3 round, cyan pills flew up and landed steadily in Lin Mo's palm, still carrying a faint warmth. Holy crap, it actually worked? Lin Mo stared at the pill, his eyes shining with excitement. This mutated martial soul that could refine pills was something Xiao Bao had created by combining the martial soul system from his previous life's cultivation novels with that of this world. Even he himself wasn't sure about it. Since the antidote pill worked, wouldn't the body-refining pill and the mind-concentrating pill work too? Thinking this, Lin Mo immediately took out the materials for the body-refining pill and lit the furnace again. This time, as soon as he put the herbs in, the dark blue flames crackled and popped, the fire several times more violent than before, and the furnace walls glowed red. Lin Mo quickly tightened his soul power, and beads of sweat soon appeared on his forehead as he barely managed to stabilize the furnace temperature. The body-refining pill requires bone-tempering flowers as a medicinal guide. These flowers are inherently potent, and the slightest mistake could burn the entire batch of materials to ashes. Lin Mo held his breath and focused intently, daring not to be distracted in the slightest. Because his soul power level was still low, this batch of pills took more than an hour to refine. Finally, the furnace lid popped open again, and 3 pills, 2 red and 1 black, flew into his hand. Lin Mo looked at the pitch-black pill and was somewhat speechless. Is one of these ruined? The small package could only generate solutions, not test the effects. He couldn't bear to throw it away, so he simply put it in a bottle. Then he picked up a red body refining pill and smelled it. It actually had a chili pepper scent. He hesitated for a moment, then asked Xiao Bao if it would kill him. Xiao Bao only replied, theoretically, no. Lin Mo was speechless, but still gritted his teeth and popped the pill into his mouth. The pill melted instantly in his mouth, but tasted extremely spicy. Lin Mo cautiously picked up his phone and dialed the emergency number in advance, preparing to have his stomach pumped immediately if anything went wrong. But after waiting for more than a minute, there was no reaction in his stomach. Just as he was wondering about this, he suddenly felt waves of pain throughout his body. Holy crap, it's here! 10 minutes later, Lin Mo looked himself over repeatedly, as if he had seen a ghost. Although the changes weren't dramatic, he could clearly feel that his body had more muscle definition and his strength had increased significantly. If he could only withstand 100 punches before, he can now withstand at least 10 more. Increased physical strength means he can withstand higher-level soul skills, which is an absolutely fantastic thing for a soul master. It turns out that the body-refining pill is indeed effective and may even be more powerful than commercially available physique potions. Since the body-refining pill works, the spirit concentration pill will most likely succeed as well. Increasing total soul power enhances combat endurance, which is also a part of combat strength. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I, Lin Mo, am about to take off. Just then, an excited shout came from Myo Dacho inside. Ha, brother Mo, I've awakened my soul skill. The following day at noon, the students of number 1 high school changed into blue and white combat uniforms, put on protective helmets, and boarded the buses arranged by the school intern. Class teacher Liao Dafu stood on the bus and encouraged everyone, saying that from today onwards, it was the final sprint before the college entrance examination, and he hoped everyone would improve their skills and practical experience as much as possible. This practical training exercise will last for half a month. He specifically reminded that if bitten and infected, an antidote must be used immediately. If encountering a beast of level 2 or higher, do not hesitate to retreat immediately. Hearing Liao Dafu's serious tone, the carriage immediately fell silent. Lin Mo sat by the window, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the glass bottle in his pocket, which contained a dozen or so antidote pills. Since the body-refining pill has been proven effective, the antidote pill should also be genuine, perhaps even more effective than the official antidote. Half an hour later, the bus drove out of the city gate and traveled east for another half hour before entering a stronghold. The students were all shocked by the entrance to the secret realm before them. Some marveled at how such a large stronghold had already been built so soon after the discovery of this wasteland's secret realm. Others immediately explained that some soul masters' martial souls were specifically designed for construction. Building 100 miles of city walls in a single day, let alone a stronghold, wouldn't be unusual. Many students were leaving the city for the first time, and seeing the secret realm stronghold was understandably exciting. Even Lin Mo was leaving the city for the first time and was filled with curiosity about everything here. The bus stopped beside a square. The square was already packed with students, including those from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School and other middle schools, numbering no less than 1,000. At the far end of the square, a spatial rift emitting white light hung silently, 5 or 6 meters high and about 2 meters wide, guarded by 7 or 8 official soldiers in black combat uniforms, carrying rifles. Lin Mo gazed at the entrance to the secret realm from afar, feeling a sense of unreality. The dangers of this world didn't just come from the strange beasts outside the city, but also from the secret realms themselves. Yet, there were very few records about secret realms in the books, and he still didn't know the origin of these cracks. Liao Dafu stood in front of the students and instructed them, from now on, form your own teams and enter after the official opening. Starting tomorrow, if you want to continue your training, you'll have to come on your own. Those who are confident in themselves can also act alone. After speaking, he looked at Qin Ran and Zhao Lei. One had an SS level B spirit and an innate spirit power of level 8. The other had an S level weapon spirit and an innate spirit power of level 7. Now both had spirit power of level 10, and they were indeed qualified to act independently. Zhao Lei slightly raised his chin. Don't worry, Teacher Liao. As the vice class monitor, I will take good care of my classmates. Qin Ran simply nodded. Liao Dafu gave a few more instructions, glanced at Lin Mo and the other two, and then turned back to the bus. Entering the secret realm inevitably involves casualties. Having chosen the path of a soul master, life and death are left to fate. As soon as the homeroom teacher left, the students immediately gathered in 2s and 3s. Lin Mo and his 2 companions sat down by the square. Looking at the large hiking backpack on Lu Mingming's back, he couldn't help but ask, Mingming, you didn't fill entirely with spicy snacks, did you? This is a wasteland world. There's no food inside. Lu Mingming rolled her eyes and unzipped the bag. Inside were a bunch of compressed biscuits, 2 bottles of water and drinks, and several packages wrapped in tin foil. She proudly raised her chin. See, my dad prepared this. And this is just the small part. As she spoke, she revealed the exquisite metal bracelet on her wrist. The real treasure is in the storage soul tool. Neo Dachuan's eyes immediately lit up. Sister Meng Meng, you actually have a storage soul tool. Lu Meng Meng slapped his hand away, her face full of pride. This was an 18th birthday present from her mother. Lin Mo was also a little envious. Storage soul tools were high-end items, rare and expensive on the market. He was just thinking about how to persuade Lu Meng Meng to let him keep it when a commotion suddenly arose from the depths of the square. The three immediately stood up. They saw the official soldiers remove the cordon, and the white crack seemed to come alive, with its edges glowing and flickering. A dark shadow was vaguely moving at the other end of the crack. The entrance is open. Students from various schools quickly gathered and lined up. Just then, Zhao Lei walked over with Wang Hao, Lu Dagan, and Song Wenwan. His gaze swept over Lin Mo and Neo Dachuan, and his tone was as if he were bestowing a handout. Lin Mo, you'll be in a group with Wang Hao and Lu Dagan, with your medicine cauldron martial soul. As the vice class monitor, I should arrange things for you. Lin Mo didn't even lift his eyelids. No need. Thank you for your kindness, vice class monitor Zhao. He knew in his heart that Zhao Lei didn't really want to help him. He was probably looking for an opportunity to make a move in the secret realm. Zhao Lei's Fache Darkenet, Wang Hao shouted first. Lin Mo, don't push your luck. What can your broken cauldron martial spirit do? Without someone to guide you, entering the secret realm is just courting death. Lu Dagan also joined in the sarcasm, his tone full of contempt. Lu Mingming's face flushed red with anger as she stepped in front of Lin Mo, saying, Does my boss need to team up with you guys? Are you treating me like I don't exist? She used to ignore people calling her a burden. But now that her martial soul had mutated to S rank and her soul power had reached level 10, she couldn't stand these people ignoring her. Zhao Lei immediately put on a smiling face. Lu Mingming, you are the second young lady of the Lu family and have an S-level martial soul. Why bother associating with these two good-for-nothings? Lu Mingming put her hands on her hips and sneered. Who I team up with is none of your business. My boss said that there are only bad soul masters, not bad martial souls. In my heart, you are not even worth a hair on his head. Humiliated in public, Zhao Lei's eyes darkened. Lu Mingming, are you sure you want to protect these two good-for-nothings? I will protect them. What can you do about it? Lu Mingming stood her ground. Just as Zhao Lei was about to lash out, he caught a glimpse of Qin Ran looking in their direction, so he could only swallow his harsh words and coldly said, Fine, you just wait. After saying that, he led Wang Hao and the others away angrily. Neo Dachuan scratched his head. Brother Mo, why is Zhao Lei always targeting us? Lu Mingming also leaned in. Boss, what did you do to offend him? He looks at you like you're his enemy. Lin Mo shrugged and said seriously, Sai, it's all because your boss is incredibly handsome and talented, which makes him the target of jealousy. Lu Mingming blinked and almost burst out laughing. As expected of her boss, she still had a long way to go in terms of shamelessness. As time passed, the students gradually formed teams and entered the secret realm. Lin Mo and his two companions weren't in a hurry. They waited until most people had gone in before holding hands and heading towards the white entrance. The moment they passed through the white light, Lin Mo felt a dizzying sensation. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing on cracked yellow earth. They were already in a camp. I didn't expect the authorities to have already built a base in the secret realm. Lin Mo looked around and found the students standing in the center of the base. It wasn't a large place. To guard the entrance to the secret realm, a wall had been built around it. At the foot of the wall were neat barracks for soldiers, and on the wall were armed patrolmen. The atmosphere was tense. Before anyone could take a closer look, the loudspeaker on the barracks wall suddenly blared out, and a calm and authoritative voice came through. Fellow students, I am Li Jianguo, the camp commander of the Wasteland Secret Realm Outpost. Welcome to the Wasteland Secret Realm. The message over the loudspeaker was similar to what school teachers had warned. Be careful, use an antidote immediately if bitten by a monster, and seek help from the soldiers at the outpost if in danger. After listening, Lin Mo became even more certain that the real problem in the Wasteland Secret Realm was probably not the monsters, but the invisible and intangible viral infection. Finally, Li Jianguo expressed his hope that they would hone their skills, accumulate practical experience, and prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. As soon as he finished speaking, The training base buzzed with excitement as students discussed routes in small groups, their expressions a mix of tension and anticipation. Lin Mo and his companions toured the stronghold and found that although it was small, it was fully equipped. There were shops that bought and sold soul crystals, as well as stores that sold soul tools and various supplies. It was clear that it would be open to the general public in the future. After circling around, the three arrived at the entrance of the stronghold. Neo Dachuan said excitedly, "Let's go, I want to see what this secret realm is all about." Stepping out of the city gate, a dry, cold wind mixed with the smell of rust rushed towards them. Lin Mo squinted and looked into the distance. Under the gray sky, the outline of the ruins undulated, and the broken walls and rubble resembled the skeleton of a giant beast, exuding an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. Neo Dachuan asked, "Brother Mo, which way should we go?" Lin Mo glanced around and pointed to the irregular outline of buildings a few kilometers away. "Let's go take a look over there." Neo Dachuan responded and took the lead. Lu Mengmeng tugged at Lin Mo's sleeve and followed behind. Although the three hadn't practiced teamwork, they instinctively protected Lin Mo in the middle. After all, he was the support. They walked for over an hour before finally reaching the outskirts of the ruins. Looking at the rubble before him, Lin Mo was somewhat surprised, as the buildings were clearly of a modern style. He couldn't help but wonder if this so-called secret realm was actually another world. The three continued deeper into the ruins, but even at the heart of the ruins, they found nothing but occasional traces of blood. No monsters were to be found. Lu Mengmeng grew impatient. "Weren't you told there were many humanoid monsters here? How come we haven't seen a single one?" While observing his surroundings, Lin Mo replied, "If I'm not mistaken, the monsters within a 20-kilometer radius of the stronghold should have been cleared out by the official soldiers. If we continue forward, we should be able to encounter them." They continued deeper into the area, encountering more and more broken glass and steel bars along the way. Occasionally, they could see car wrecks half buried in the gravel, with scratches remaining on the rusty metal. Suddenly, Neo Dachuan, who was walking ahead, stopped. "Brother Mo, there seems to be something on the window of that building." Lin Mo looked in the direction he was pointing. It was a tilted, half-buried office building. Behind the broken window on the 7th floor, a dark shadow seemed to flash by, moving extremely fast. Lin Mo immediately signaled the two to tread lightly, then picked up a pebble and threw it at the window. With a loud crash, the pebble shattered against the window frame, but the dark figure did not reappear. Only the sound of the wind remained. Lu Mengmeng was still looking around, about to speak, when Lin Mo suddenly pulled Neo Dachuan in her back. Almost at the same time, a gray shadow swooped down from the rooftop, crashing down in front of them with a bang, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the three finally saw the monster's appearance. The thing was grayish-white all over, with a spiky tail like an alien, and looked like a hairless monkey. It was baring its sharp teeth and drooling at them. Lin Mo recognized it as the Tier 1 monster, the Corruptor, as described in the official introduction. Neo Dachuan had already activated his martial soul, holding a gilded frying pan, and taunted the monster. "Come here if you dare, and let me show you the power of Grandpa Neo." The Corruptor made a strange hoarse sound from its throat, its spiked tail kicking up dust, as if it had been provoked. With a kick of its hind legs, it transformed into a gray cannonball and pounced on Neo Dachuan, its sharp claws aimed straight for his face. "Well done." Neo Dachuan advanced instead of retreating, channeling his soul power into the frying pan, which glowed with a faint golden light. First soul skill, Great Sumeru Pot. The next moment, the frying pan suddenly enlarged and slammed into the charging corrupted walker. With a loud bang, the corrupted walker was sent flying, crashing into a broken wall like a tattered sack, collapsing a corner of the brickwork and burying half of its body. It struggled to get up, the strange noises in its throat growing more rapid, its tail thrashing wildly. Lu Mengmeng also became excited, pressing her hands to the ground, energy surging. Second soul skill, Foreclaw Thrust. The corrupted walker, having just escaped the rubble, hadn't even had a chance to pounce again when 4 black spikes suddenly shot up from the ground. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The spikes instantly pierced its body. The corrupted walker's roar abruptly ceased. It twitched a few times on the spikes, then became completely still, its grayish-white hide gradually fading. The 4 black spikes slowly retracted into the ground, leaving only 4 bloody holes from which dark green liquid seeped, corroding small pits in the ground. Neo Dachuan stared in disbelief. Sister Meng Meng, your soul skill is too powerful. It's much stronger than my great Sumeru pot. Lu Meng Meng proudly raised her chin. Hee, your frying pan is pretty good too. A mere level 3 can repel a level 1 monster. Lin Mo ignored their mutual flattery, took out his notebook, and walked towards the corpse of the corrupted walker. He needed to memorize the corrupted walker's data so he could feed it to the AI in his brain later. Lin Mo stepped forward and knelt down to examine the corpse of the corruptor. After confirming that it was completely lifeless, he used his dagger to pry open its skull and quickly removed a grayish-white soul crystal from its head. The soul crystal was of better quality than expected. Lin Mo glanced at it, handed it to Lu Meng Meng to put away, and then continued to observe the corpse and make notes. Finally, his gaze settled on the corrupted walker's slender tail. This thing is both hard and sharp, clearly one of its attack methods. Lin Mo stood up and reminded, keep going forward. This monster should just be one of the few that escaped. If you encounter another corrupted walker, watch out for the spikes on its tail. They carry an infectious virus. Try to keep your distance when you kill it. Lu Meng Meng stuffed the soul crystal into her storage soul tool, her eyes shining with excitement. Her first kill of a strange beast had her completely hooked, and she even clamored to try out her other 2 innate soul skills. Lin Mo tapped her helmet impatiently. Be serious. You can never be careless. Lu Meng Meng pouted and could only obediently agree. The 3 continued walking deeper into the ruins. They had barely left when 4 figures appeared beside the corpse of the corruptor. Zhao Lei stared at the penetrating wound on the corpse, his face grim. The fatal wound was left by Lu Meng Meng's devil vine. Wang Hao's tone was sour as he said that Lin Mo had gotten incredibly lucky, managing to latch on a Lu Meng Meng's coattails. Lu Dagan chimed in, agreeing that if it weren't for Lu Meng Meng, Lin Mo and Neo Dachuan would have been eaten by the monster long ago. Zhao Lei waved his hand impatiently. Stop talking nonsense and follow them. Even if we can't kill Lin Mo, we have to find a way to cripple him. Song Wenwan immediately gritted his teeth and agreed. He still couldn't swallow the embarrassment he had lost yesterday. Wang Hao couldn't help but ask Zhao Lei why he disliked Lin Mo so much. Logically speaking, aside from his good grades, Lin Mo was a poor, good-for-nothing who was utterly insignificant in this world where strength reigned supreme. Zhao Lei glanced at them coldly, not allowing them to ask any more questions. But the mere mention of Lin Mo ignited his anger. In class as children, Lin Mo could always easily solve problems he couldn't understand. At sports meets, when Lin Mo crossed the finish line, all the girls in the school cheered. The girl he liked had Lin Mo's picture pasted in her notebook, and Lin Mo often tricked her out of her allowance. Even Sheen Rant's gaze was always fixed on Lin Mo. Zhao Lei clenched his fists and muttered, "You little beast, what gives you the right? A piece of trash martial spirit. How dare you suppress me for so many years?" Wang Hao and the others didn't hear him clearly and assumed he was cursing Lin Mo, so they quickly flattered him, saying he would be a big shot with an S-level weapon martial spirit in the future. Zhao Lei took a deep breath and looked in the direction Lin Mo and the other 2 had left. The area ahead was already densely populated with monsters. He coldly ordered, "Find a way to lure some monsters over there so that Lin Mo is either dead or crippled." 3 kilometers away in the ruins, Neo Dachuan activated his soul skill Great Sumeru Pot, smashing down the pot and flattening the 3 emaciated humanoid monsters on the spot, without even a chance to fight back. Lu Meng Meng clapped her hands and cheered, then looked excitedly at Lin Mo, asking him how he came up with such a suitable soul skill for Dachan to awaken. Although she herself had 4 innate soul skills, she had not yet awakened any ordinary soul skills because her father forbade her to do anything reckless and planned to wait until she was admitted to the Martial Soul Academy before making any plans. Seeing that Neo Dachuan, a mere Durank martial soul, possessed such a practical soul skill, Lu Mingming's heart began to flutter with excitement again. Lin Mo simply smiled and remained silent. After being warned by Lu's father, he didn't want to interfere in Lu Mingming's awakening of her soul skill any further. He crouched down in front of a humanoid monster and quickly recognized that it indeed resembled a zombie. Lin Mo used his dagger to pick out a low-quality tier 1 soul crystal from its brain. No wonder everyone said that the Wasteland's secret realm had a high yield of ordinary soul crystals. Even level 4 or 5 zombies could be mined for soul crystals. Although the quality was poor, it was still a genuine tier 1 soul crystal. Lin Mo glanced at the time and decided to train nearby. Each person would collect 50 soul crystals in return, then come back earlier tomorrow to consider going deeper. Niu Dachuan and Lu Mingming immediately split up, heading in different directions. Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry. He casually found a seat and began reviewing the notes he had just taken. He tentatively concluded that the Wasteland's secret realm resembled a world that had experienced a zombie apocalypse, but whether it was real or an illusion remained uncertain. Not far away, under a collapsed wall, Zhao Lei and his 3 companions were secretly observing. Seeing Lin Mo still studying even in the secret realm, Zhao Lei felt even more frustrated. With that kind of dedication, it's no wonder Lin Mo's grades were always among the best. Wang Hao lowered his voice and reminded him, "Brother Lei, this is a good opportunity. Lin Mo is alone." Zhao Lei sneered, took out a test tube containing red liquid from his pocket, and handed it to Lu Dagan. Lu Dagan asked, puzzled, what it was. Zhao Lei replied, "Blood. I heard the monsters here are particularly sensitive to blood." Lu Dagan's eyes lit up, and he immediately took the test tube, turning to lure the monster. Lu Dagan, clutching the test tube, bent down and circled around to the side of the ruins, quickly spotting several zombies wandering nearby. He picked up a stone and smashed it hard against the nearest one, simultaneously unscrewing the test tube. The sweet, pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air, and the zombies, as if ignited, let out low growls and charged madly towards the source of the blood. Lu Dagan grinned, turned, and ran towards Lin Mo, not forgetting to count back. 1, 2, 3. 8 heads in total. That good-for-nothing Lin Mo is doomed. Zhao Lei, behind the wall, heard the commotion and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. "This is what happens when you offend me." Lin Mo was writing and drawing in his notebook when his ears twitched. He heard a low growl in the distance. The next second, a test tube slammed down in front of him, the glass shattered, and the smell of blood filled the air. Lin Mo frowned, then saw 7 or 8 zombies charging towards him, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, moving much faster than the ones he had encountered before. Something's wrong. Lin Mo immediately realized that these zombies had been deliberately lured here. His gaze swept across the scene, and he quickly caught a glimpse of a piece of clothing flashing behind the collapsed wall, instantly understanding the situation. Someone was plotting against him, a mere few zombies below the first rank. "You underestimate this master." Lin Mo's lips curled slightly. Zhao Lei and the others were waiting to see him torn to pieces by the zombies, but they saw Lin Mo slowly raise his hand, his palms surging with soul power. The next moment, the martial soul of the alchemy furnace condensed with a red light, which he casually tossed into the horde of zombies. The round, small alchemy furnace landed amidst the zombies and exploded with a deafening roar. A surge of red light erupted, and violent soul power spread like a giant wave, directly hurling several zombies away. Before they could even roar, they crashed into the broken wall like ragdolls, slid to the ground, and lay motionless. Zhao Lei's expression changed drastically behind the wall. He never expected that Lin Mo's seemingly useless medicine cauldron martial soul would possess such a powerful offensive soul skill. Those were 8 zombies stimulated by blood. Even a level 10 soul master would have to put in some effort, yet Lin Mo dealt with them in a single move. Wang Hao was so frightened he could barely speak. "Brother Lei, how could—" Lu Dagan and Song Wenwan stared wide-eyed. "Impossible. Isn't he a useless medicine cauldron martial soul?" Song Wenwan, who had just felt she had avenged her great enemy, was now inexplicably terrified. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain calm. What's the panic? It's just luck. But his heart was already in turmoil. After dealing with the zombies, Lin Mo conjured a small alchemy furnace in his hand. Before the smoke had even cleared, he threw it towards the location where Zhao Lei and the others were hiding. "Oh my God, run!" Zhao Lei's expression changed drastically, and he turned and dashed into the depths of the ruins. But they had only run a few steps when another loud boom echoed behind them. A blast of air exploded, violently throwing the 4 of them away. Luckily, They weren't in the center of the blast. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far worse. Even so, the four men were shaken so badly their internal organs were churning, and their arms and legs were covered in scrapes. They dared not linger any longer, not even bothering to utter any threats, and scrambled to their feet and ran, looking as pathetic as stray dogs. Is this all you've got? You think you can outmaneuver me? Lin Mo watched their retreating figures and sneered. Soon, Lu Mengmeng and Niu Dachuan rushed back after hearing the explosion, their faces full of anxiety. Boss, what happened? Brother Mo, are you all right? Lin Mo waved his hand. I'm fine. It was just those bastards Zhao, Lei who tried to pull some tricks, and I chased them away. Keep hunting zombies, don't worry about me. On the other side, Zhao Lei and his 3 companions ran 2 kilometers in one go, only stopping to catch their breath after confirming that Lin Mo wasn't chasing them. Once Wang Hao had recovered, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Lei, what were the 4 of us running for? Zhao Lei then realized what was happening. He had an S-rank flaming spear martial soul with level 10 soul power. Wang Hao had level 7, and Lu Dagan and Song Wenwan had levels 5 or 6. Why were they running away? He coughed and forced a smile as he explained, I was just worried you'd get hurt. You all saw how powerful his soul skill was. Wang Hao frowned. But Lin Mo's soul power is only level 5. Even if his soul skills are powerful, he can't use them continuously, right? Zhao Lei's face turned red when he was asked the question, and he could only argue. It's always better to be careful. Don't forget that Lu Mengmeng is nearby. She must have heard those 2 explosions. He rubbed his aching back from the shockwave and added, Besides, we're here to train, not to fight that trash to the death. It's not worth wasting our soul power. Upon hearing Lu Mengmeng's name, Lu Dagan immediately recalled the fear of being dominated by the demon vine and quickly nodded in agreement. Right, Brother Lei is right. We've already alerted them. Let's find another opportunity. So are we still following now? Zhao Lei said coldly. No, let's go hunt for soul crystals first. Otherwise, if we go back empty-handed today, where will I, as the vice class leader, put my face? As evening fell, the sun had already set when Lin Mo and his companions emerged from the secret realm. After half a day of practical combat, the 3 had become much more proficient in their own abilities. After handing over their share to the academy, each of them received about 10 soul crystals. Niu Dachuan counted his soul crystals, his face beaming with joy. Soul masters are so lucky, they can earn a lot of money in a day. Lin Mo weighed his share in his hand. Making money is fast, but spending it is also fast. Today's earnings aren't even enough for 2 days of cultivation. Lu Mengmeng nodded. My dad said he'd hire a martial soul instructor for me, which would cost over $1 million a month. Lin Mo put away the soul crystal and said calmly, That's why you need to work hard to improve your strength and try to get into the Martial Soul Academy. Otherwise, you won't have much of a future. As the 3 chatted and prepared to return to Linjiang City, they ran into Zhao Lei and his group of 4 who were there to hand in their soul crystals. Since it was only half a day, many students didn't dare to stray too far from the camp, and most only handed in 3 or 4 low-quality soul crystals. Zhao Lei and his group were no exception. Lin Mo immediately laughed upon seeing this. Oh, really? The vice class monitor only handed in 3 or 4 low-quality soul crystals. Nobody would believe it. The speaker was Lu Mengmeng. She used to be close to Lin Mo and had been bullied by Zhao Lei and his gang quite a bit. Now that she had finally gotten her revenge, she naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to mock him. Zhao Lei already felt humiliated, and her words made his face flush red instantly. If it weren't for the time wasted tracking Lin Mo and the others, and the subsequent injury from the explosion, how could he have only managed to produce such meager results? These soul crystals were even collected by Wang Hao and the other 2 for him. He snorted angrily. Lu Mengmeng, mind your own business. Then he and his group slunk away. Watching their disheveled figures, Lu Mengmeng laughed heartily. Lin Mo was also overjoyed. He had always disliked Zhao Lei for putting on airs in front of him just because his family was rich. After laughing enough, he urged the 2 to hurry up and leave, otherwise they would miss the last bus back to the city. Before getting into the car, Lin Mo asked Niu Dachuan to call home and ask Uncle Niu to prepare a meal. After all, today was their first real-world combat experience, and they should at least celebrate. Niu Dachuan immediately agreed. By the time the 3 of them took the last bus back to the city, it was completely dark. As soon as they entered Neo Air's food stall, Aunt Lon greeted them warmly, grabbed Neo Dachuan's arm, and looked him up and down. She cursed the two rascals for finally returning, but her eyes were full of worry. She hadn't had a moment's peace all day after hearing they'd gone to the secret realm. Neo Dachuan chuckled and said he was fine, pointing to Lin Mo and Lu Mengmeng, adding that everyone had returned safely and had even hunted a lot of soul crystals. Aunt Lon breathed a sigh of relief, then took Lu Mengmeng's hand and praised her for growing more and more beautiful. She quickly invited the group inside for soup. The food stall was bustling with activity, the ceiling fan turning slowly. Uncle Neo was stirring a large wok in front of the stove. When he saw them return, he just smiled ly and said the food would be ready soon. As soon as the three sat down, Aunt Lon brought over a steaming bowl of pork rib soup. The soup was milky white, with corn and carrots floating in it. Lu Mengmeng was starving, so she scooped up a big mouthful, burning her tongue, but still praised it as being more fragrant than the soup her housekeeper made. Neo Dachuan slurped down his soup from a large bowl, proudly declaring that his mother's soup was the best in the city. Lin Mo sat beside him, sipping his soup and watching the lively and heartwarming scene before him, a sudden warmth welling up inside him. In this world, he was all alone and rarely experienced such warmth and human connection. That night, Lin Mo returned to his rented room alone. After taking a shower, he swallowed a body-refining pill and began absorbing soul crystals to cultivate his soul power. However, 2 full hours passed before he finished absorbing even one low-quality soul crystal. Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. The speed was far too slow, making him realize even more clearly the importance of the quality of his martial soul. Indeed, some gaps couldn't be bridged by effort alone. He asked Xiao Bao, with a try-it-and-see attitude, if it was possible to generate an absorption technique based on the soul power system of this world. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bao actually began generating it. Soon, a notification sounded, indicating that the soul condensation and breathing technique adapted to the current soul power system had been loaded. The next second, a large amount of information flooded into Lin Mo's mind. The operating route, absorption nodes, and methods for purifying soul crystal energy were all crystal clear, as if they had always been engraved in his memory. Lin Montag was stunned. He hadn't expected Xiao Bao to actually produce a cultivation technique, and even suspected it might be made up from a novel. Xiao Bao replied that it was generated based on existing data combined with the martial spirit system of this world, and its effects could not be verified. Lin Mo was speechless. He had the cultivation technique, but he was a little hesitant to practice something temporarily generated by AI. However, the techniques generated by Xiao Bao had never gone wrong before, so after hesitating for a moment, he decided to give it a try. He circulated his soul power according to the soul condensation breathing technique, and soon felt the free energy in the air become docile, slowly flowing into his Dantian martial soul along his meridians. The whole process was not only comfortable, but also several times faster than before. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up a soul crystal to continue trying. This time, the gray energy in the soul crystal was no longer absorbed roughly, but rather, as if it had been filtered, only the pure part remained, which entered his Dantian along a fixed route. The martial spirit of the alchemy furnace trembled slightly, and the red light on its surface brightened a bit. Lin Mo could clearly feel that his soul power was steadily increasing. Although he was still some distance from level 6, this obvious progress greatly invigorated him. In just half an hour, the entire soul crystal was absorbed. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes, so excited he almost cursed aloud. A rare cultivation technique had actually been created by a Xiao Bao, just like that. He suddenly felt that, even without the system, this transmigration wouldn't have been a loss. In a sense, this AI was far more reliable than any other random system. Lin Mo then asked Xiao Bao if it could generate better cultivation techniques. Xiao Bao replied that with the current database content, it could only generate techniques of similar level. Lin Mo understood that Xiao Bao's knowledge reserves were limited. If he wanted something more advanced, he would have to feed it more information first. Ideally, one should obtain a genuine soul power cultivation method from this world. However, powerful families and forces treat these methods as family heirlooms, making them inaccessible to ordinary soul masters, and they are practically priceless in the market. Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully then suddenly thought of Pei Luohan. She looked like a member of some powerful family. Perhaps he could find a way to get her. However, cultivation techniques were so precious that buying or borrowing them was definitely unrealistic. Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt more confident. Since he couldn't buy it, he would exchange it for his own cultivation techniques. When he returned tomorrow night, he would have Xiao Bao generate several more cultivation techniques and print them into booklets. If one wasn't enough, he would make two. If two weren't enough, he would make 3 or 4. He really didn't believe he couldn't get them. Just as Lin Mo was setting his sights on Pei Luohan, in a secluded cave outside Linjiang City, 5 men and women dressed in patrol and special forces uniforms were resting around a campfire. The flickering firelight dispelled some of their fatigue. Pei Luohan suddenly sneezed, and the tall female patrol officer beside her immediately asked with concern, "Captain Pei, are you cold?" Pei Luohan pulled off her mask, revealing a beautiful yet spirited face. She rubbed her nose and said half-jokingly, "No, I guess my family is nagging me again." The 3 male patrol officers next to her were immediately drawn to her. Everyone in the team knew that Captain Pei wore a mask all year round, and the chances of seeing her true face were extremely rare. A handsome male patrol officer chuckled and joked, "Could it be that your family is pressuring you to get married again?" Another chimed in. The female patrol officer rolled her eyes at them. "Are you blind? Can't you see the captain's been in a great mood these past few days?" As they chatted and laughed, the atmosphere in the cave lightened considerably. Pei Luohan wasn't annoyed. She simply smiled slightly and added a piece of firewood to the fire, causing the flames to crackle and leap higher. Suddenly, the female patrol officer asked, "Captain, aren't you already level 50? Which master are you planning to ask for guidance on awakening your soul skill?" The other 3 also looked over immediately. In the Linjiang City Police Station, Pei Luohan was the only S-rank martial soul master, but she had always been unlucky. She hadn't awakened any high-level Xin-rank soul skills even at level 50, which was a real waste of her good martial soul, the Ice Soul Sword. Upon hearing this, Pei Luohan's lips curled into a slight smile. "I've already awakened all of my level 50 soul skills." "What? Already awakened?" The firewood in the female police officer's hand clattered to the ground, her eyes widening. "Mystic rank or earth rank?" "1 high-level earth rank, 2 high-level profound rank." Pei Luohan didn't hide anything. With a slight movement of her fingertips, a sword that was entirely ice blue and had small wings appeared before her eyes. She said calmly, "This is one of them, a high-level profound rank flying soul skill." The 4 team members were instantly dumbfounded. Flying soul skills are extremely rare. Apart from martial souls that are born with the ability to fly, it is extremely difficult to obtain one through awakening, and usually, one only has a chance after reaching level 60. Pei Luohan had only reached level 50 and had already awakened one. Had all her past bad luck accumulated and erupted this time? Pei Luohan ignored the other's shock and focused on practicing with her flying sword. This soul skill had only recently awakened, and she wasn't yet proficient. She needed to practice more every day. The next second, female patrol officer Yang Lan suddenly pounced on her legs. "Captain, please introduce me to your mentor." Pei Luohan was startled and angrily said, "Yang Lan, what are you doing? Don't you act like a patrol officer?" Yang Lan refused to get up. "You know I'm level 45 now, and I still have 1 soul skill that hasn't been awakened yet. So please help me." Pei Luohan rubbed her temples and could only reluctantly agree. "Okay, I'll ask around for you when we get back." Yang Lan immediately got up, smiling brightly. A master who could awaken 1 high-level earth rank and 2 high-level profound rank soul skills in one go could not possibly be ordinary. Seeing this, the other male patrol officers couldn't sit still any longer and surrounded her, begging for her help. Pei Luohan, unable to resist their entreaties, could only say, "I can only ask if the master is willing. I can't guarantee it." She herself wasn't sure. However, considering Lin Mo's willingness to abandon all principles for money, it didn't seem like such a difficult task. The next day, Lin Mo and his 2 companions entered the wasteland's secret realm again. At the entrance of the camp, the gray sky and earth were filled with broken walls and ruins, and the wilderness stretched as far as the eye could see in the distance. Lu Mengmeng, carrying a bulging hiking backpack, looked into the distance, and her little face fell. "If only we had a car, or could fly, we wouldn't have to walk." Neo Dachuan said enviously from the side. I heard that the class monitor has a talent soul skill that allows him to fly. Lin Mo heard this and suddenly curled the corners of his mouth. It's not that there's no way to not want to walk, but I'm afraid you guys can't stand it. Lu Mingming's eyes lit up. Boss, you have a way? As long as I don't have to walk, I can endure anything. Neo Dachuan also nodded hurriedly. Brother Mo, I can do it too. Lin Mo grinned mischievously, raised his hand to condense a martial soul alchemy furnace, and casually threw it on the ground. With a bang, the palm-sized cauldron instantly expanded into a giant furnace more than a meter tall. The furnace lid creaked open, revealing a hollow cavity inside. Lin Mo pointed inside. All right, if you don't want to walk, crawl in. Although Lu Mingming and Neo Dachuan looked puzzled, they obediently climbed in. The two sat side by side, only their heads sticking out, wondering if Lin Mo was hiding some kind of flying soul skill. Lin Mo also crouched down and squeezed in, pushing the two of them to make room for him. Lu Mingming couldn't help but ask, Boss, what's next? Lin Mo asked, Did you bring motion sickness medicine? Yes. Lin Mo nodded. Okay, put the cap back on. With a bang, the stove lid slammed shut, trapping all three inside. Many students at the camp entrance were drawn by this strange occurrence and stopped to watch. Even Sheen Ran, who usually kept to herself, moved closer. A muffled voice came from inside the furnace. Boss, can we really fly? Lin Mo laughed through the furnace wall. Ming, you're being too idealistic. With my mere level 5 soul power, how could I possibly fly? Lu Mingming was stunned. Then what are we doing? Of course we're rolling it. The next moment, the round alchemy furnace crashed to the ground and rolled into the wilderness in everyone's shocked gaze. The speed increased rapidly, rivaling that of a car traveling at 60 miles per hour. The alchemy furnace rumbled and churned over the gravel, kicking up clouds of dust that left only a trail of smoke trailing into the distance. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Holy crap, can a martial spear be used like this? More than 30 kilometers away, Lin Mo and his two companions lay sprawled on the ground, as if they had been torn apart. After a long while, Lu Mingming finally caught her breath and wailed, Wah, I'm going to die. Lin Mo rubbed his dizzy head and got up, grinning mischievously as he asked, How is it? Faster than walking, right? You ran over 30 kilometers in just over 10 minutes. Neo Dachuan looked up weakly. Fast, yes, but it's deadly. The three rested for a while, before finally catching their breath. Neo Dachuan couldn't help but ask, since Lin Mo can control his martial spirit to roll, why can't he just fly? Lin Mo helplessly shrugged. He only had level 5 soul power. Being able to make his martial spirit roll was already quite an achievement, let alone fly. He warned the two not to let their guard down, as there were quite a few corrupted walkers nearby. Lu Mingming immediately jumped up, brushed the dust off her skirt, and said it was a good opportunity to stretch her muscles. The three had only taken a few steps forward when 3 corrupted walkers wobbled and blocked their path. Lu Mingming flicked her wrist, and devil vines shot out swiftly, precisely binding their targets. Neo Dachuan also charged forward, wielding a frying pan. His soul skill, Great Sumru Pot, landed, and with a crack, the 3 corrupted walkers exploded on the spot. After yesterday's practical battle, the two's teamwork was already quite seamless. Watching this scene, Lin Mo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He stopped Neo Dachuan, who was about to dig for soul crystals, and said he had an idea. Neo Dachuan's face panicked. He instinctively felt something was wrong as soon as Lin Mo said that. Lin Mo conjured a pill furnace the size of a volleyball and handed it to him. I'll throw this furnace to you. You hit it with a frying pan like hitting a baseball. Neo Dachuan was taken aback at first. Then his eyes lit up. He quickly understood that Lin Mo wanted him to send the alchemy furnace flying like a ball. Lin Mo nodded and explained that he had an energy-based skill called Furnace Explosion, but his energy was too low, so he could only throw it himself, which was slow and had a short range. If Neo Dachuan were to throw it, both the speed and range would be greatly increased. This can be considered a unique martial soul fusion technique. More importantly, Lin Mo can add gravity the instant the alchemy furnace flies out. Power plus gravity might produce unexpected effects. Upon hearing this, Neo Dachuan immediately became excited, grabbing his frying pan and getting into position. Lin Mo took 2 steps back and pointed to a dilapidated building a few hundred meters away. There it is, give me a home run. Lu Mingming squatted down beside him, pulling out potato chips to watch the fun. Go, Dachun. Neo-Dachun took a deep breath and poured his soul power into the frying pan. Lin Mo shouted, catch, and casually tossed the alchemy furnace over. Neo-Dachun seized the opportunity and slammed down. The instant the alchemy furnace flew out, Lin Mo immediately added the maximum gravity he could currently manage, a full 500 gene. The next second, the alchemy furnace tore through the air like a cannonball, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, and slammed heavily into the dilapidated building. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the building, instantly reducing it to rubble. The power far surpassed that of Lin Mo using the explosion alone. Neo-Dachun's mouth gaped open, his astonishment so profound it could fit an egg. My goodness! Is this really something a trash martial spirit like ours could produce? Lu Mengmeng spat out the potato chip crumbs in her mouth, her face blank. Boss, this should be the martial soul fusion skill, right? Lin Mo was equally shocked. The power of this attack was almost no less than that of a high-explosive bomb, and its destructive power was even more exaggerated. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. 500 pounds of weight had this effect. If his soul power were higher in the future, and he could bestow 1,000 or 10,000 pounds of weight, what would the power be like? Neo-Dachun jumped up and down excitedly, suggesting that this move be given a domineering name. While rummaging through a bag of potato chips, Lu Mengmeng mumbled, let's call it the demolition cannon. When the demolition team came to that building, they had to offer it cigarettes. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at her, thinking it was too uncultured, and finally settled on the name Boiler Annihilation Cannon. The entire building was blown to dust. Annihilation was just right. Neo-Dachun's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly. This is good. It sounds just like me and Brother Mo. Lu Mengmeng muttered under her breath that the name was incredibly corny, but since both users were satisfied, she was too lazy to argue anymore. Lin Mo and Neo-Dachun couldn't wait to find a target to test the effect. The three of them had just passed a pile of ruins when they saw more than 20 zombies crowding in an open space, gnawing on something around a half-broken wall. A sea of black people, like a frenzy over discounted vegetables at market. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he simultaneously conjured 2 alchemy furnaces in his hands. These are it. Dachun, let's do a double whammy. Neo-Dachun rolled up his sleeves, swinging his frying pan with a whooshing sound. Watch my ambidextrous attack. Lin Mo first threw out the left alchemy furnace. Neo-Dachun slammed it out, and Lin Mo simultaneously applied gravity, sending the furnace hurtling like a cannonball against the broken wall beside the horde of zombies. Boom! The shockwave ripped away the broken wall, and rubble and flames instantly engulfed the zombies at the edge. Lin Mo didn't stop. He immediately threw out the right alchemy furnace. Neo-Dachun used all his strength in this attack, and the alchemy furnace smashed into the center of the zombie horde like a bomb. Boom! The second explosion was even more ferocious, and the terrifying shockwave instantly blasted the zombie horde into pieces, which flew everywhere. The advanced version of the soul condensation breathing technique was fun for fighting monsters, but when it came to collecting soul crystals, Lin Mo and the other two were dumbfounded. Lu Mengmeng rummaged through the debris for a long time, but she couldn't find any soul crystals or even a decent scrap. She said with a bitter face that today's harvest was probably not as good as yesterday's. Lin Mo appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was bleeding. Dozens of soul crystals had been blown away just like that. He could only force himself to say that although he hadn't gotten the soul crystals, he had at least gained valuable combat experience. Neo-Dachun quickly chimed in, saying that after this round of practice, he and Lin Mo had become more and more proficient in their fusion technique, and their accuracy had improved considerably. Lu Mengmeng, however, wasn't bothered. Her family had no shortage of resources. Instead, she eagerly approached Lin Mo, hoping he would also give her a fusion technique. Lin Mo shook his head directly. The properties of the devil vine and the alchemy furnace were completely incompatible, unlike how he and Neo-Dachun could work together. Lu Mengmeng, however, disagreed, thinking that the vine could bind and swing, and the furnace could explode and smash, so they were clearly a good match. Lin Mo helplessly used an analogy, saying that it's like fried dough sticks and soy milk go well together, but it feels awkward to pair them with ice cream. Lu Mingming also wanted to try throwing rattan into the stove, using rattan to throw the stove away. Lin and Mo had no choice but to interrupt her, saying that if the devil vine were tough enough, it might be able to research a move similar to chaotic cloak hammer. But her current martial soul strength was still far from sufficient. Upon hearing chaotic cloak hammer, Lu Mingming perked up and immediately asked Lin and Mo to help her find a way to improve the toughness of the devil vine. Lin and Mo decisively refused, reminding her that he had promised her father that he would no longer interfere in her martial soul matters. Lu Mingming gritted her teeth in anger, declaring that she would challenge her father to a life-or-death duel when she got home that night. Lin and Mo found it amusing. Although Lu's father was a support-type soul master, his soul power level was higher than hers, otherwise he might not have been able to defeat his daughter. Thinking of this, Lin and Mo suddenly realized that Lu Mingming's family was quite large and might also have soul power cultivation techniques. So he asked Lu Mingming if she had ever practiced a breathing technique to increase speed. Lu Mingming made no secret of it, saying that it was the Changchun breathing technique given to her by her mother, which could increase the speed of soul power absorption by 1.5 times, making it particularly precious. Lin and Mo was stunned after hearing this. Only 1.5 times? He thought Lu Mingming was joking, but seeing her serious and proud expression, it was clear she wasn't. He couldn't help but confirm it again, and Lu Mingming immediately became unhappy, emphasizing that the Lu family's Changchun breathing technique was among the best in the Dragon Kingdom, and many families' techniques didn't even improve by more than double. Lin and Mo was even more surprised. The soul power techniques in this world were actually this weak. Xiao Bao's casually generated soul condensation breathing technique was more than 3 times stronger, and he had previously complained about its low level. Seeing that he didn't understand the market, Lu Mingming simply explained that at last year's Morning Light auction, a cultivation technique that only doubled the cultivation speed was eventually auctioned for 10 billion. Lin Montag was stunned. If 1x speed was worth 10 billion, what was his 3x speed worth? He had originally wanted to use the cultivation technique to exchange for resources with Pei Luohan, but luckily he asked a question, otherwise he would have really become a sucker. He suppressed his shock and asked Lu Mingming if she had ever heard of a cultivation technique that tripled absorption speed. Lu Mingming thought for a moment and said that the Qin family in Kyoto, behind class monitor Qin Ran, seemed to have one, but she had only heard her mother mention it and wasn't sure if it was true. Lin and Mo then realized that cultivation techniques were far rarer than he had imagined. He tentatively asked if Lu Mingming would be willing to exchange a cultivation technique that allowed her to cultivate at 3 times the speed for an additional 10 billion yuan. Lu Mingming jumped up as if her tail had been stepped on, and without hesitation said she would trade, even if it meant going bankrupt. If the Lu family had a triple-speed cultivation technique, they would have a chance to join the top families of Xia Kingdom within 5 years. Lin and Mo was a little confused. Wasn't the Lu family a support-type martial soul family? Even if they cultivated quickly, how could they reach the top? Lu Mingming rolled her eyes at him and said that it was true that her father was a support-type martial soul, but her mother was strong. Lin and Mo instantly understood that a family's strength could be enhanced through marriage alliances. Lu Mingming also realized this at this moment, looking at him suspiciously and asking if he had a triple-speed cultivation technique to sell. Lin and Mo immediately calmed down. An ordinary soul master with no background would inevitably attract trouble if he revealed his triple-speed cultivation technique. However, he did need the breathing techniques of this world to feed Xiao Bao in order to deduce stronger cultivation techniques. After much deliberation, he decided to only trade with Lu Mingming. After all, Lu Mingming was trustworthy, but he still needed to be wary of her family. So Lin and Mo asked in a low voice, "What if I said I did?" That evening, Lin and Mo returned to his rented room and immediately took out a brand new notebook. Inside was a copy of the Changchun breathing method, handwritten by Lu Mingming. After returning to the city, Lin and Mo printed 2 copies of the soul gathering breathing technique, one for Lu Mingming and one for Niu Dachun. In exchange, Lu Mingming copied the family's breathing technique. Although this deal seemed like a huge loss, he had no choice but to do so in order to conceal his identity. Lin and Mo didn't even bother to take a bath. He sat cross-legged on the bed and fed Xiao Bao the Changchun breathing technique. Half an hour later, the advanced version of the soul condensation breathing technique was finally completed. After receiving the information about the new cultivation method, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. The 5-time speed cultivation method was a success. However, there are still too few template materials, otherwise Xiaobao could have developed an even more powerful version. Chapter 21. After returning home, Lu Mingming went straight into her room and locked the door with a click, ignoring her father calling her from outside. She unfolded a stack of A4 papers with the words Soul Condensation Breathing Technique version 1.0 written on the top. Lu Mingming stared at those words, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper, and couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Could this really have been figured out by the boss herself? As a member of the Lu family, she knew very well that any soul power cultivation method was the result of painstaking research by top theoretical masters. Even if it could only double the speed, it would be enough to make ordinary soul masters fight tooth and nail for it. Could the few pages Lin Mo casually wrote really be a cultivation method? Lu Mingming was doubtful, yet instinctively trusted Lin Mo. After memorizing the circulation route, she immediately took out a soul crystal and began to absorb it. 10 minutes later, the soul crystal was completely absorbed, turning into a transparent stone. Lu Mingming's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. Even with her S-rank martial soul's aptitude, it would take her nearly an hour to absorb a first-tier soul crystal using her family's breathing technique. But now, it only took a little over 10 minutes. Our boss is amazing. Lu Mingming was so excited that she almost jumped up from the ground and bumped into the bookshelf. Deer's father's voice immediately came from outside the door. You brat, why aren't you asleep? What are you yelling about in your room for? Lu Mingming quickly stuffed the A4 paper under her pillow, took a deep breath, and opened the door. What's up, Lao Deng? I am cultivating. Lu's father had a strange expression. You haven't awakened your soul skill, so even if you cultivate it, you won't be able to break through to level 10. What's the use? By the way, your mother just called to say that she will bring back a distinguished instructor tomorrow to specifically guide you in awakening your soul skill. Go to bed early and don't stay in bed. Lu Mingming's face immediately fell. Didn't I say I didn't want a mentor? Father Lu's expression was serious. Nonsense. You have a rare, mutated martial soul. How can you manage without a mentor? I'm warning you, don't listen to that brat Lin Mo and do anything reckless, or you'll see how I deal with you. Lu Mingming retorted defiantly. If it weren't for my boss, where would I get my mutated martial soul? Anyway, I have 3 soul skill slots, and I have to keep one for myself to awaken, otherwise I won't awaken it. Lu's father was so angry that he scolded her for being unreasonable. Lu Mingming slammed the door shut, leaned against it, and stomped her foot angrily. You old stubborn man, all you know how to do is act like an old man. She knew she couldn't convince her parents for the time being, so keeping one soul skill slot was her bottom line. Especially after learning that Nyo Dachuan's soul skill was awakened under Lin Mo's guidance. She was even more willing to believe Lin Mo. After all, even top-tier martial soul masters can only provide a general direction for awakening a martial soul. The final awakened rank and type depend entirely on luck. She'd never even heard of someone like Lin Mo who could designate specific soul skills. Thinking of this, Lu Mingming sat cross-legged on the bed again, took out another soul crystal, and once again activated the soul condensation breathing technique 1.0. Lin Mo had said that the more solid the foundation of soul power before awakening a soul skill, the better the awakened soul skill will be. The next day, Lu Mingming was still asleep when she was woken up by her father's urgent knocking on the door. You brat, get up. Your mom and your advisor will be here soon. Lu Mingming rubbed her eyes and opened the door with her hair all messy. It's so noisy. What time is it? Lu's father shoved her into the bathroom. It's already 9 o'clock. Hurry up and wash up. This instructor is no ordinary person. Your mother went to great lengths to invite him. Lu Mingming brushed her teeth in a daze, changed her clothes, and walked into the living room before suddenly waking up. She almost forgot to tell Lin Mo that she was going to awaken her soul skill today. Before Lu Ma and the master arrived, she quickly took out her phone and called Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Nyo Dachuan immediately decided to come and watch. Lu Mingming lowered her voice and urged, Boss, hurry up. My dad's keeping a close eye on things, and it won't be easy to let you in once people arrive. After hanging up the phone, I waited for another half hour before the doorbell finally rang. The maid quickly opened the door, and there stood a beautiful woman in her 30s. She was dressed in a silver combat suit, tall and slender, with a touch of heroism in her eyes. Beside her was a middle-aged man, wearing a crisp Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, his expression exuding undisguised arrogance. Lu's father hurriedly went to greet them, his face beaming with smiles. "Yakin, Master Bai, you've finally arrived." Lin Yakin nodded, then subconsciously looked towards the living room. "Is Meng Meng awake yet?" "They're up. They're waiting in the living room." Dad quickly stepped aside to invite the two of them in. As soon as Lin Yakin entered the living room, she saw Lu Meng Meng sitting on the sofa and waved with a smile. "Meng Meng, come and greet Master Bai." This Master Bai is a martial soul master who is on par with Master Yu. Master Bai glanced at Lu Meng Meng indifferently. Yakin, is this your little daughter whose martial soul has mutated?" Lu Meng Meng's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. This old man actually called her mother Yakin directly, and it sounded quite familiar. She glanced at her father discreetly and saw that his expression was somewhat unnatural, and Lin Yakin also showed a hint of embarrassment. She immediately thought to herself that there must be something going on between the two of them. However, on the surface, Lu Meng Meng still stood up and politely said, "Hello, Master Bai. I am Lu Meng Meng." Master Bai smiled with satisfaction and asked bluntly, "I heard from your mother that you originally awakened an A-grade 4-colored lucky clover, but later, because you absorbed soul crystals indiscriminately, it mutated into an S-grade 4-clawed devil vine." Lu Meng Meng's anger flared up immediately. What did she mean by haphazardly absorbing nutrients? She was clearly following her boss's method. She already disliked Master Bai's tone, and now she was even more reluctant to pay attention, so she simply turned her face away and didn't reply. Lin Yakin could tell from her daughter's expression that she was unhappy, so she quickly tried to smooth things over. "Senior, sit down and talk it over. Lao Lu, have someone bring some tea." Father Lu was also holding back his anger, but since he needed their help, he could only suppress it and instructed the servants to prepare tea. After everyone sat down, Master Bai, seemingly oblivious to Lu Meng Meng's coldness, said directly, "Meng Meng, show me your martial spirit." Lu Meng Meng bit her lip and reluctantly raised her hand. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Father Lu frowned and went to open the door himself. As soon as the door opened, he saw Lin Mo and Nyo Dachuan standing outside. Deer's father's face darkened instantly. Chapter 22. What are you two doing here? Lu's father stood blocking the doorway, his face grim. Lin Mo, however, smiled and waved the bag of fruit in his hand, saying he'd heard Lu Meng Meng had awakened her soul skill today and had come specifically to cheer her on. Nyo Dachuan nodded repeatedly beside him. Lu's father had no intention of letting them go and was about to kick them out when Lin Yakin, who was in the living room, heard the commotion and came out. She looked Lin Mo and Nyo Dachuan up and down and asked them if they were Meng Meng's classmates. As soon as Lin Mo saw Lu Ma, he immediately said sweetly, "Yes, you must be Sister Meng Meng, right?" These words struck a chord with Lin Yakin, and she immediately beamed with joy. She corrected him, saying that she was Meng Meng's mother and that since they were there, they should come in and sit down. Lu's father was anxious and wanted to stop them, but Lin Yakin gave him a reproachful glare, so he could only watch helplessly as the two entered the room. Lin Mo chuckled inwardly. Praising someone's youth was indeed effective. He led Nyo Dachuan into the living room and immediately saw Master Bai on the sofa, with Lu Meng Meng looking unwilling beside him. Master Bai glanced at the two of them and found that Lin Mo only had level 6 soul power and Nyo Dachuan only level 4. He immediately lost interest and turned to let Lu Meng Meng release her martial soul. Lu Meng Meng pouted and stretched out her right hand. A black plant appeared, with 4 claws growing from its vine. It was the mutated devil vine. Master Bai glanced at it and nodded, saying, "It is indeed a devil vine, and a mutated 4-clawed one at that." Lin Yakin hurriedly asked which direction her daughter's martial soul should develop. Master Bai said that they needed to understand her innate soul skills first before they could deduce the future path. Lu Meng Meng reluctantly revealed her 4 innate soul skills: pole vault, entanglement, thrust, and poison coating, in addition to 2 acquired soul skill slots. With movement, control, attack, and poison abilities, she was clearly an all-around martial soul. Furthermore, Lu Mingming's soul power has already reached level 10. Once she awakens 2 soul skills, she can unlock new soul skill slots. Considering her S-rank martial soul talent, her future potential is quite high. After listening, Master Bai pondered for a moment and then shook his head, saying that these 4 soul skills were too mixed up. According to the theory of the competitiveness of the 10 martial souls, it is best to choose only one direction to cultivate deeply. Lu Mingming immediately frowned. She thought things were fine as they were. She could run, fight, control, and poison. Master Bai put down his teacup, his tone authoritative. What does this little girl know? Being an all-rounder may seem flashy, but you're not proficient in anything. Which top soul master doesn't specialize in one path? If you're a control type, train to the ultimate control. If you're an attack type, achieve the ability to break through all defenses with a single strike. If you try to do everything, you'll eventually become a second-rate player. Dear Dad and Dear Mom both nodded secretly after hearing this. After all, they were a couple where one was the main support and the other the main attacker, and they had made a name for themselves in the Dragon Kingdom by specializing in their respective fields. Lin Mo shook his head. In his opinion, if Lu Mingming's devil vine only had one vine, focusing on one direction might be correct. But her martial soul is 4-clawed and comes with 4 corresponding soul skills, which in itself already explains its development path. Lu's father advised his daughter to listen to the master and choose the direction she was best at. However, Lu Mingming stubbornly refused, saying that her boss had said that there was no fixed formula for martial spirits, and the best one was the one that suited her best. Upon hearing this, Master Bai immediately scoffed. Who do you think you are? Aren't you misleading people? The theory of the 10 great martial souls' competitiveness is the cornerstone of the soul master world. Do you think he knows more than those theoretical masters? Dear Mom also showed a curious look, but Dear Dad gave Lin Mo an awkward glare. Without hesitation, Lu Mingming pointed to Lin Mo and said proudly, "He is my boss. He is the one who helped me mutate my martial soul." All eyes immediately fell on Lin Mo. Lu's mother looked surprised, because Lu's father hadn't told her about this before. Master Bai frowned and said coldly, "What does a student with only level 6 soul power know? This is utter nonsense." Lin Mo already disagreed with his theory, and now that he was being belittled to his face, he stepped forward and said, "Master Bai, I cannot agree with what you have to say." As soon as Lu's father saw Lin Mo speak, he knew things were going to go wrong. The information clearly stated that this kid was a top student and a troublemaker, full of twisted logic, and even the teachers at number 1 high school didn't want to confront him directly. Master Bai scoffed, saying what a kid who hadn't even grown a beard yet knew. Lin Mo ignored him, walked over to Lu Mingming, and pointed at the 4 claws of the devil vine. He pointed out that although Lu Mingming's martial soul is the devil vine, it is not an ordinary devil vine, but a 4-clawed mutation. The 4 claws correspond to 4 innate soul skills, which shows that the martial soul itself can support diverse development. The first claw performs a pole vault for displacement, ensuring mobility. The second claw entangles for control. The third claw thrusts for burst damage, and the fourth claw applies poison to enhance sustained damage. These 4 claws complement each other. Without any one of them, the full potential cannot be realized. Lin Mo's words were reasonable and well-founded, and Lin Yakin's eyes lit up more and more as she listened. Even Lu's father began to waver, wondering if this kid might actually have some ability. Master Bai snorted coldly, believing that Lin Mo was merely making excuses. No matter how many soul skills one has, it's futile if the soul power is scattered. Level 10 soul power is already limited, and if it's divided into 4 directions, none of them will have any power. Lin Mo laughed and countered by asking if his so-called scattered soul power was simply a matter of not finding a way to connect it. After saying that, he had Lu Mingming demonstrate on the spot. First, use the entanglement to trap the sofa, then apply poison to the 3rd claw, and finally use a pole vault to gather power for a thrust. Lu Mingming immediately did as instructed. Her 2nd claw instantly wrapped around the sofa, and her 4th claw gushed out inky venom, flowing down the vines to the tip of her 3rd claw. Then, using her 1st claw as leverage, she leaped up and stabbed the sofa armrest with her venomous 3rd claw. With a whoosh sound, the handrail was pierced on the spot, and black smoke rose from the wound as it was quickly corroded by the venom. Lin Yakin covered her mouth in surprise. She knew very well the strength of her daughter's soul power. The power of that attack just now clearly exceeded that of a single thrust or poison application. Lin Mo looked at Master Bai and said calmly, "You see, through tactical combinations, the soul power not only did not disperse, but also formed a superposition effect." He then gave an analogy. In a battle, cavalry charge, archers attack from a distance, and infantry defend. Just because there are many types of troops, does that mean the fighting power is dispersed? Chapter 23. Listening to Lin Mo's clear and logical theory, and watching Lu Mengming's smooth practical demonstration, Master Bai was both shocked and furious, his face turning ashen. He, a renowned martial arts master who had been famous for many years, was publicly refuted by a mere youth, almost losing all face. Master Bai suppressed his anger and said coldly, "It's nothing but some underhanded tricks. Once her soul power level increases, will she still be able to control the field and attack at the same time?" Lin Mo stood his ground. "Then let's wait until she's at a higher level. At least for now, this method will allow her to remain undefeated among soul masters of the same level." These words were like a slap in the face to Master Bai. He had studied theories for decades, but he almost forgot the most fundamental thing for a soul master. Winning is the only way to succeed. Master Bai, enraged and embarrassed, turned to Lin Yakin and demanded, "Yakin, do you believe me, or this brat's spouting nonsense?" Lin Yakin was immediately in a dilemma. On one side was her senior from her youth, a famous martial arts master in the Dragon Kingdom. On the other side was the young man who proved himself with his combat effectiveness. She couldn't make up her mind. Lu Mengming seized the opportunity and immediately declared, "Mom, I'll listen to the eldest." In her opinion, Lin Mo's ability to deduce a 3-time speed cultivation technique and enlighten her on the use of her martial soul with just a few words was something that ordinary theoretical masters could not match. Even the previously silent father, Lu, changed his opinion of Lin Mo. He never liked Bai Yun Tian to begin with, and only invited him because of his wife's friendship with him and the 100 million dragon soul coins for travel expenses. Not to mention that after successfully becoming an apprentice, one would have to pay an additional 10 million in guidance fees every year. Now it seems that this famous teacher may not be as good as Lin Mo. Lu's father leaned close to Lin Yakin's ear and whispered, "Wife, why don't we respect our precious daughter's opinion?" Lin Yakin hesitated for a moment, then looked at Master Bai, her tone polite but firm. "Senior, thank you for making this trip. I respect Mengming's choice." Master Bai knew that further arguing would only make things more awkward, so he abruptly stood up. "Fine, very well. Since that's the case, I won't bother you any longer. I hope you won't regret it later." After saying that, he turned and left without even saying goodbye. Lin Yakin sighed softly, knowing that she had offended this senior today. Lu's father comforted her at the right moment. "Honey, it's okay. He didn't come for nothing with 100 million dragon soul coins." He knew even better that if Bai Yun Tian really became his mentor, he would have a reason to frequently contact his wife in the future, which would be bad. As soon as things were settled, Lu Mengming excitedly rushed towards Lin Mo. "Boss, you're so handsome. Will you be my mentor from now on?" Lin Mo pushed her head away with disdain. "You're getting ahead of yourself. I won't do it if there's no benefit to it." Lu Mengming immediately understood and turned to her parents. "Mom, I want to ask my eldest son to be my mentor." Lin Yakin smiled and looked Lin Mo up and down. "Lin Mo, right? Can you introduce yourself?" Facing this beautiful aunt, Lin Mo's attitude was respectful. "Hello, Annie. You might not believe it, but Mengming's martial soul was able to mutate, which is actually thanks to me." He then briefly introduced himself and recounted how Lu Mengming had asked him for help and how she had successfully mutated her martial soul. Lin Yakin's expression changed slightly. "What? Mengming's martial soul mutation? Was that your idea?" Lin Mo nodded and deliberately glanced at Lu's father. "Yes, didn't Uncle Lu tell you?" Lin Yakin then realized there was more to the story and immediately turned to glare at Lu's father. "Old Lu, you have to give me an explanation for this." Dear Dad panicked immediately. "Honey, it's not what you think." Next, Lin Yakin proved with facts that support-type soul masters are no match for battle-type soul masters. Half an hour later, the group returned to the living room. Lin Yakin said apologetically to Lin Mo, "Xiao Mo, I apologize for the foolish thing your Uncle Lu did." Lin Mo waved his hand. "It's all right, Auntie. Given my relationship with Mengming, I won't take it to heart." He knew in his heart that Lu's father was mainly angry at him for encouraging Lu Mengmeng to absorb the soul crystal, not that he really wanted to kill him. Lin Yakin smiled and said, "Good child. Annie is not a stubborn person and will not look down on anyone because of their martial soul aptitude. Master Yu, the #1 theoretical master in the Dragon Kingdom, only has a D-level martial soul, and his soul power is only level 29. Lin Mo glanced at Lu's father, whose face was bruised and swollen, and sighed. Auntie's words are still the most pleasant to hear. He then cleared his throat and said seriously, "In my opinion, there are only useless soul masters, not useless martial souls. If Annie trusts me, I'm willing to be Lu Mengming's martial soul instructor. It's just that the instructor's fee." He rubbed his fingers together sheepishly. Only after becoming a soul master did he truly understand how expensive cultivation was. Lin Yakin smiled gently. "Of course, Annie won't treat you unfairly. It'll be 1 million a month from now on, and the cost of awakening your soul skill will be calculated separately. How about that?" Lin Mo nodded immediately. "Deal." This was already a reward for a top-tier theoretical master, so he certainly had no reason to refuse. To prove that the money wasn't wasted, Lin Mo immediately said, "I'll guide Lu Mengming to awaken her soul skill right now. Is that all right with you?" Lin Yakin and Lu's father exchanged a glance. Both wanted to see if Lin Mo truly had any skills, and nodded, saying, "Okay." Chapter 24. After Lu Mengming's martial soul mutated, she gained 2 more acquired soul skill slots. Lin Mo carefully examined them and nodded, saying, "Not bad. One has a maximum limit of advanced Xian rank, and the other has a maximum limit of beginner Xian rank." Dear Mom was stunned. As a level 73 battle soul master, this was the first time she had ever heard of an upper limit to acquired soul skills. Lin Mo explained that this was determined by martial soul aptitude and physique. For martial souls like his and Chun's, the initial stage of the profound rank was already the limit. Lu Mengming's parents frowned. It was a pity that Lu Mengming's 2 soul skill slots couldn't reach the Earth rank, even though she clearly possessed an S-rank martial soul. Lin Mo, however, remained calm, saying that although she couldn't awaken Earth-rank soul skills, he could guarantee that Lu Mengming would awaken the most suitable and desired soul skill. Upon hearing this, both Deer's parents were stunned. Awakening a soul skill has always relied on luck. Many people with S-rank martial souls can only awaken a low-level yellow-rank soul skill in the end. But Lin Mo spoke with such certainty, completely defying common sense. Lin Mo didn't explain much. He directly asked Xiao Bao to generate soul skill plans based on Lu Mengming's martial soul data. He filtered out all the yellow-rank soul skills, leaving only those above the black rank, and wrote them down on paper, pushing them in front of the 3 of them. These are all soul skills that Mengming can awaken. Pick 2. Remember, what's suitable is the best. Don't just look at the level. Dear Dad, Dear Mom, and Dear Mengming were completely dumbfounded when they saw the list of soul skill names and descriptions. When did awakening soul skills become like buying groceries, where you can choose them yourself? Lu Mengming was the first to react, excitedly pointing at the paper. The intermediate-level Xian rank Netherworld Vine Prison can trap multiple targets and continuously release poison. There's also the advanced-level Xian rank Vine Shadow Clone, which can create 3 demonic vine clones to confuse the enemy. Dear Mom leaned closer to take a look. Each soul skill had its compatibility rating, soul power consumption, and even combination effects with innate soul skills listed as clearly as a menu. Her voice trembled. Is this really possible? Lin Mo didn't explain, only asking, "Are you sure about these 2? Lu Mengming nodded repeatedly, and her parents had no objections either. Lin Mo then wrote down a list of materials and told them to go buy them immediately. Dear Mom took the list, completely bewildered. Attribute soul crystals, beast essence blood, herbs, beast bone powder. It all looked like a prescription. She couldn't help but ask, "Shaolin, is this really for awakening soul skills?" Lin Mo only replied, "By according to the list, guaranteed awakening." Lu Ma immediately called the family butler. "Old Joe, deliver these things to our home within half an hour, no matter the price." Half an hour later, a servant pushed in a cart full of materials. The materials included shadow, leopard essence blood, nether grass powder, and second-tier dark attribute soul crystals, each item of considerable value. Lin Mo had Lu Mengming sit cross-legged and absorb the materials one by one. He reminded her in a deep voice, concentrate, and guide your soul power along the route I drew. Dear Dad and Dear Mom were so nervous that sweat beaded on their foreheads as they stared intently at Dear Mingming. For them, every second felt like torture. Half an hour later, Lu Mingming's soul power suddenly erupted, rushing forward along the route marked by Lin Mo. That route avoided all turbulence and headed straight for the core of the soul skill slot. The next moment, on the illusory demon Vine Martial Soul, a soul skill slot lit up with a dazzling black light. Lu Mingming suddenly opened her eyes and excitedly shouted, "It's done. It's the Netherworld Vine Prison." Lu's parents were stunned on the spot. Lu's mother covered her mouth, tears almost falling. The dark vine prison swirled in Lu Mingming's palm, surrounded by poisonous mist, clearly carrying the pressure of a mid-level Shin rank soul skill. Dear Dad's voice trembled. "Quickly try it out." Dear Mingming activated her soul power, and the devil vine instantly grew rapidly, with countless vines intertwining to form a 3-meter square cage. The poisonous fog was so thick that it was almost impossible to dissipate, and the solid wood coffee table next to it was sizzling and emitting black smoke. She hissed, "It can shrink." The vine prison tightened abruptly, the steel-like vines whistling sharply, as if capable of shredding everything. Dear Dad slapped his thigh excitedly, his gaze towards Lin Mo completely changing. Lin Mo didn't stop. Pointing to the remaining light and shadow flower juice and moonlight grass powder, he said, "Rest for 10 minutes, then prepare for the second one. The Vine Shadow clone requires even higher control over soul power. Guide it later using the splitting technique I taught you." Lu Mingming nodded vigorously. 10 minutes later, she sat down cross-legged again and smeared the juice of the light and shadow flower on the tips of the vines. Lin Mo instructed her from the side. "Divide your soul power into 4 streams. Keep 30% in the main meridian and distribute the other 3 streams evenly among the branch meridians. The fluctuations must be consistent." This awakening was even slower, and everyone held their breath. 2 full hours later, Lu Mingming shouted, "Condense." The 3 demonic vine clones solidified simultaneously, one of which even imitated her by flicking its vine and making a face at Lu's father. Lu Mingming manipulated her clone to unleash poisonous vines, which precisely entangled the potted plant in the corner. The plant instantly withered and turned black. She exclaimed in surprise, "A clone can even carry poison." Deer's parents couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 2 consecutive successful soul skills were enough to prove Lin Mo's abilities. Deer's mother quickly walked up to him and bowed deeply. "Little Lin, Auntie really doesn't know how to thank you." Lin Mo smiled and said, "Auntie, you're too kind. After all, awakening a soul skill is an extra charge." Dear Mom readily agreed, taking out a card. "Here's 10 million. Consider it the cost of awakening the soul skill." She thought for a moment, then felt that simply giving money wasn't enough of a sincere gesture. So she took out a yellowed book. Annie knows that it's difficult for ordinary soul masters to access cultivation techniques. "This is our Lu family's cultivation method, so I'll pass it on to you." Lin Mo looked at the words Chongchun breathing method in the book, and his face immediately turned somewhat embarrassed. Lu Mingming covered her face and said, "Mom, you should keep that trashy technique for yourself. My eldest has a better one." Chapter 25. At noon, the dining room was filled with the aroma of food. Lin Yakin, with a kind face, kept putting food into Lin Mo's bowl, saying, "Little Mo, eat more, you're so thin." They treated Lin Mo like their own son. Lin Mo didn't stand on ceremony, burying his head in his rice and eating as much as Aunt Lu put on his plate. After all, this treatment was something he had earned through his own hard work. While eating, Lin Yakin asked with a smile, "Xiao Mo, could you help Auntie take a look after we finish eating? Auntie still has 1 soul skill that hasn't been awakened yet." Lin Mo nodded. "No problem. I'll check it out later." He had just obtained Lu Ma's data. Lin Yakin, with an A-level martial soul, shadow cheetah, and a soul power level of 73, is a battalion commander in the Donghai City Defense Army, and currently has 1 empty soul skill slot. Lu Jinjia, Lu's father, opened his mouth, wanting Lin Mo to help, but remembering his previous attitude towards him, he couldn't bring himself to speak. He could only give Lin Yakin a look. Lin Yakin understood and said, "Lin Mo, your Uncle Lu has been stuck at level 69 for several years and would like you to help him figure out why." Lin and Mo glanced at the uneasy Lu Jianjia and said in a calm tone, "It's all right, as long as the money is in place." Lu Jianjia was speechless. This kid really only cared about money, and he held a grudge too. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, as long as the problem can be solved, you'll get your money back." Lin and Mo then asked him to explain the situation. Lu Jianjia frowned and explained that since his soul power reached level 60, he clearly had 3 soul skill slots. But after awakening one soul skill, he could not awaken the other 2, and his soul power could not break through level 70. Lin and Mo paused upon hearing this and immediately inquired in detail about his martial soul and soul skills. Lu Jianjia's martial soul is the 4-colored lucky clover, which grants him 4 fixed innate soul skills. In addition, the soul skills he awakens every 10 levels are almost all amplification abilities. In other words, he has a pure support martial soul with no offensive capabilities. It's a treasure to his teammates, but it's quite useless to him. Lin Mo transmitted Lu Jianjia's information to AI Xiao Bao. In just 2 minutes, Xiao Bao analyzed the problem. Lin Mo put down his chopsticks and tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. "Uncle Lu, your problem is that you're too innocent." Lu Jianjia was taken aback. "Too innocent?" Lin Mo nodded. "That's right. Your Lu family's ancestors must have all awakened various amplification soul skills, right?" Lu Jianjia immediately said, "That's right. Our Lu family's 4-colored lucky clover is a famous support martial soul in the Dragon Kingdom, relying on various amplification soul skills." "That's right." Lin Mo wiped his mouth. "If I'm not mistaken, your Lu family has never produced an 80th level soul master in all these years, right?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jianjia and Lin Yakin's expressions changed instantly. This is a secret of the Lu family. How could Lin Mo know it? The couple instinctively looked at Lu Mengmeng, and seeing her completely bewildered expression, they immediately dismissed their suspicions. Even Lu Mengmeng herself was unaware of this matter. Lin Mo interrupted their speculations directly. "Stop looking. This is my own analysis." Then, he dropped an even more astonishing statement. "Have you ever considered that the Lu family's 4-colored lucky clover martial soul is not a purely support martial soul?" Lu Jianjia's chopsticks clattered onto the table, his face turning pale. "What did you say? If it's not a support martial soul, then why does our Lu family always awaken buff soul skills?" Lin Yakin also became anxious. "Xiao Mo, you can't say things like that. The 4-colored lucky clover has 4 fixed soul skills: strength, speed, soul power, and recovery. They're all buffs and support skills, and even a Martial Soul Association has certified them." Lin Mo countered, "Just because it's been certified, does that mean it's definitely correct?" After saying that, he grabbed Lu Mengmeng by the back of the neck and pulled her in front of him. "Do you think Lu Mengmeng's martial soul mutation was without reason?" Lu Mengmeng let out a cry, but obediently didn't move, only blinking at him. Lin Mo instructed her to release her martial spirit. Lu Mengmeng complied, and 4-colored lucky clovers quickly appeared. Lin Mo pointed at her and said, "Why can her 4-colored lucky clover turn into a 4-clawed devil vine?" Because in addition to inheriting the Lu family's martial soul, she also inherited her aunt's dark attribute. I just fused the two together, which caused the martial soul to mutate. He turned to look at Lu Jianjia, whose face was pale. "Simply put, your 4-colored lucky clover is like a blank sheet of paper. Which direction it develops depends on the attributes it merges with. Your Lu family has always used spirit attribute soul crystals for awakening, so of course it can only awaken buff soul skills." Lu Jianjia's throat tightened. This was the first time he had heard such a statement. "You mean my Lu family ancestors were all misled by those 4 innate soul skills?" Lin Mo shrugged. "More or less." He continued, "However, I guess that someone in your Lu family must have tried different attribute soul crystals, but they all failed in the end. That's why they concluded that the 4-colored lucky clover can only be used as a support martial soul." This left everyone even more confused. Lin Mo just said that the 4-colored lucky clover can awaken different soul skills according to the attributes, but now he says that others have tried and failed. Isn't that a contradiction? Lin Mo noticed their confusion and said calmly, "That's the key point." Deer's parents and Lu Mengmeng all looked at him intently. Lin Mo smiled slightly. They missed the most crucial point. In addition to inheriting the Lu family's martial soul, Lu Mengmeng also inherited her aunt's dark attributes. As for the deeper special nature of the four-color lucky clover, Lin Mo did not elaborate further. But Lu Jinjia and Lin Yakin had already understood and were utterly shocked. In the afternoon, a roar suddenly came from the cultivation room behind the Lu family villa. My ancestors have misled me. My ancestors have misled me. Lu Jinjia stared at the four-colored wind blades spinning rapidly in his palm, his face filled with grief and indignation. This is a high-level Shin rank soul skill, Wind Whirlwind Slash. After lunch, following Lin Mo's advice, Lu Jinjia discarded those less useful buff soul skills. Because he inherited his grandmother Lu Mingming's wind attribute, his new awakening direction was precisely the wind attribute. Although his self-inflicted soul skill caused his soul power to drop to level 55, Lu Jinjia had no regrets whatsoever. Because now he not only possesses offensive soul skills, but also retains 4 talent-enhancing soul skills, making him the first assisting soul master who can both support and attack. Lu Jinjia unleashed the Wind Whirlwind Slash with tremendous force. The wind blade, carrying years of suppressed grief and indignation, emitted a piercing buzz as it hurtled towards the wooden stake 100 meters away. The next second, the wooden stake was cut in half by sharp wind attribute energy. Lin Mo watched this scene and fell in a deep thought. He vaguely sensed that the Lu family's 4-colored lucky clover martial soul was quite extraordinary. First, it can be stably inherited. Second, it has extremely high plasticity and can mutate by fusing different attributes. Third, even if the parent mutates, the next generation will still revert to the basic 4-leaf clover form when it awakens. This is no ordinary support martial soul. This is simply a super martial soul. Chapter 26. On this day, both the Lu family and Lin Mo made a fortune. Lu Mingming awakened 5 soul skills in one go. Her soul power soared to level 12, and her strength increased dramatically. Lu's mother also awakened her first Earth-rank soul skill, beaming from ear to ear and looking at Lin Mo with even more affection than she would her own son. The biggest beneficiary was Lu Jinjia, Lu's father. After awakening 10 soul skills, he transformed from a pure support soul master into a combat-oriented soul master. Although his soul power dropped from its peak back to level 60, his actual combat strength increased several times over. In the evening, Lin Mo, carrying a black card containing 500 million dragon soul coins and the property certificate for a villa in the heart of Donghai City, left the villa with a warm farewell from the Lu family. Reaching the fork in the road, Lin Mo stopped, took out his phone and fiddled with it for a bit, then said to Neo Dachuan, "Dachuan, I've transferred 10 million to you. Buy whatever you want, don't be stingy." Neo Dachuan stared wide-eyed at the payment notification, scratching his head and saying, "Brother Mo, isn't this too much?" Lin Mo patted him on the shoulder. "Here you go. I said I'd carry you when I made it big, and this is just the beginning. Now focus on improving your soul power so you don't hold back in the college entrance exam." Neo Dachuan nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Brother Mo, I will definitely practice hard." With the cultivation method Lin Mo gave him, he was confident he could reach level 5 or higher before the college entrance exam. Seeing this, Lin Mo waved his hand. "All right, go back now. I need to wash my feet." The next morning, Lin Mo threw the soul crystal, which had been drained of its soul power, into the trash can. The effects of the 5-time speed cultivation technique were indeed astonishing. It allowed him to advance to level 7 in just one night. Lin Mo was very satisfied with this and got up to stretch. Today he didn't plan to go to the secret realm, but instead intended to go to the market to buy some materials for refining the soul condensing pill. The 5-time speed boost was just a technique enhancement. If the soul condensing pill was successfully refined, his cultivation speed could continue to increase. Time flies, and it's already the day before the college entrance exam. On this day, the martial arts exam eligibility was to be tested, and all senior high school students returned to their respective classrooms. Anyone whose soul power reached level 5 or above was eligible to participate in the martial arts exam. Lin Mo swaggered into the classroom with 2 lackeys. The previously noisy class instantly fell silent, and dozens of eyes turned to the door. After sensing the fluctuations in soul power emanating from the 3 individuals, gasps of astonishment rang out one after another. How is that possible? It's only been a little over 10 days. Are those 3 bastards on drugs? Even if I drink soul power potions every day, I wouldn't get this fast. Zhao Lei and the others were utterly astonished. Qin Ran, sitting in the first seat of Group 3, also showed surprise in her eyes, her beautiful gaze sweeping over the three of them. Because her soul skill hasn't fully awakened, her soul power is temporarily stuck at level 10. However, her SS-level martial soul, Frost Phoenix, even at only level 10, is enough to make ordinary classmates wary. Lin Mo walked towards his seat, pausing briefly as he passed Qin Ran. The girl wore a simple white shirt, her long hair tied in a ponytail, her profile delicate and pretty, but her eyes were full of inquiry as she looked at them. Lin Mo greeted him with a smile. Class monitor, long time no see. Qin Ran looked up, seemingly surprised that Lin Mo would speak first. In the past, Lin Mo would usually avoid her whenever possible. She said calmly, Lin Mo's progress is quite surprising. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Lu Mingming. Especially Lu Mingming. She should be at least level 15, right? In Linjiang City this year, she would rank in the top 3. Lu Mingming proudly raised her chin. Of course. Seeing that Lin Mo dared to talk to Qin Ran, Zhao Lei's face turned pale and then red, and he cursed inwardly. So what if he has high soul power? He still has a useless martial soul. The school bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Liao Dafu, walked into the classroom with a beautiful woman in uniform carrying a testing device. He began, Students, today we will be testing your soul power. Only those who pass will be confirmed as qualified for the martial arts exam. Now, I will call out your names. Liao Dafu knew that this test was basically just a formality. Most people in his class would pass, except for Niu Dachuan, who was a little less likely to pass. But when he subconsciously glanced at the back of the classroom, he gasped in shock. The fluctuations in Niu Dachuan's soul power were clearly abnormal. How could an F-rank martial soul jump so many ranks in just over 10 days? Looking at Lin Mo and Lu Mingming, he was even more stunned. Could these three seemingly unremarkable talents be the hidden masters in the class? Liao Dafu coughed. First one, Su Xiaoxiao. Lin Mo looked up at the fox-like girl who always kept her head down and had a very low profile. If it weren't for her helping to add ice last time, Lin Mo would have almost forgotten that there was such a person in the class. Su Xiaoxiao walked up to the podium with her head down. The uniformed woman in charge of the testing smiled and comforted her. Don't be nervous. Just put your hand on it. The detector buzzed. The pointer jumped wildly and finally stopped steadily at level 10. Level 10, Liao Dafu was taken aback. He remembered that Su Xiaoxiao only had a B-grade B spirit and her innate soul power was only level 4. But he didn't expect her to have reached level 10 in such a short time. It seems his bonus this year is secure. The next round of testing did not disappoint Liao Dafu. Apart from Lin Mo and Lu Mingming's somewhat exaggerated levels, one being level 12 and the other level 15, the progress of the others was basically as expected. After seeing off the testing personnel, Liao Dafu turned to face the whole class and said calmly, Classmates, today is the last class of our year. The Liberal Arts College entrance examination starts tomorrow, and the martial arts exam is the day after tomorrow. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became subtle, a mixture of pre-exam tension and impending separation. Liao Dafu continued, Just do your best in the humanities subjects. As for the martial arts exam, it will be held in a special simulated secret realm, just like in previous years. For students with combat-type martial souls, killing alien beasts is the most direct way to score points. For support-type martial souls who want to score points quickly, it's best to team up with combat-type students. The scoring system will allocate a certain percentage of points based on real-time performance. Of course, combat students who team up will get fewer points when killing alien beasts than those who act alone. According to the college entrance examination rules of the Dragon Kingdom, the admission score for support-type martial souls is lower than that for combat-type martial souls in the same academy. Therefore, support-type martial soul masters are not completely without a chance to get into the 4 major martial soul academies. Lin Mo was well aware of this. But he is no longer an ordinary support soul master. He no longer has healing skills in his talent soul skills, and he has used the 2 soul skill slots that were activated when he advanced to level 10 without hesitation to awaken attack soul skills. Nowadays, Lin Mo is not only skilled in alchemy and pill refining, but he's also a true combat-type soul master. Chapter 27. After school, Lin Mo and the other 2 went back to Neo Air's food stall together. Chun's mother served them a steaming plate of stir-fried pork kidneys, smiling and urging them to eat more and do well on their exams tomorrow, hoping they would all get good grades. Watching her 3 children eat heartily, smile lines appeared at the corners of her eyes. Ever since she learned that Chun had reached level 7 in soul power with Lin Mo's help, she had been convinced that Lin Mo was a genius, and that her son would definitely have a bright future with him. Lin Mo, his mouth full of food, still praised Uncle Nyo's cooking. Lu Mingming nodded repeatedly, saying it tasted even better than what their family chef made. Nyo Dachuan chuckled to himself beside him. But just then, the television suddenly interrupted with a news broadcast. Dear citizens, I regret to inform you that just 3 hours ago, Yangshi Town in Nandu City was attacked by a horde of monstrous beasts and has fallen. The number of casualties is still being tallied. The lively atmosphere at the dinner table froze instantly. Lin Mo's hand, which was holding a chopstick, froze in midair. If it weren't for this news, he would have almost forgotten during this period of peace that the world is never safe. Yangshi Town is only 300 kilometers away from Linjiang City. It was breached by the horde of alien beasts. Chun's mother slammed the plate she was holding onto the table with a loud thud, her face turning pale. Yangshi Town has tens of thousands of people, and although the base city experiences beast tides every year, very few actually succumb. Lin Mo put down his chopsticks, picked up the remote, and turned up the volume, reassuring her not to panic. The news hadn't specified the level of the beast. Perhaps a high-level beast was leading the charge, which was why they broke through the defenses. The scene quickly cuts to an aerial view of Yangshi Town. The once small town is now a sea of fire, with several enormous beasts rampaging through the streets. One of them, a rhinoceros-like creature with a spiraling horn, casually rams into a building and overturns half of it. Judging from a horrific scene, there are probably very few survivors in the town. Only a handful of soul masters will likely escape. Everyone was in a somber mood, so Lin Mo simply turned off the TV. The only sounds in the food stall were the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. He poured a cup of hot water for Chun's mother and reassured her not to worry. Linjiang City's defenses were much stronger than Yangshi Town's, and with a high-level soul master stationed there, nothing would easily go wrong. Lu Mingming echoed in a low voice, saying that her mother had mentioned that the city's defense forces had recently deployed several battalions to Linjiang. Aunt Lon waved her hand, saying she was fine, but couldn't help but sigh, wondering what had become of the world. She had heard from the old man that before martial spirits, rift realms, and strange beasts existed, ordinary people could freely go out into the wild to explore and have picnics. As she said this, a hint of longing appeared in her eyes. Lin Mo was also somewhat moved. The world he lived in before he transmigrated was just like that, and he truly missed it, unlike now, where he had to cultivate and hunt strange beasts every day and couldn't relax for a moment. Entering Wuhan University after the college entrance examination is the real beginning of facing this cruel world. Nyo Dachuan suddenly put down his chopsticks, stood up, and said seriously that he wanted to buy some more soul crystals to see if he could reach level 8. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. This kid usually couldn't sit still without someone watching him, but today he took the initiative. He nodded in agreement, telling Chun to go after he finished eating. Chun's mother, seeing the earnestness in her son's eyes, sighed and told him to be careful and to ask for money if he needed it. Since their son had already embarked on the path of a soul master, all the couple could do was support him. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them went their separate ways. Lin Mo didn't return to his rented apartment. Instead, he took a taxi to Pei Luohan's villa. A few days ago, Pei Luohan called to say that a batch of rare books had been transferred from Jinghai, but he had been busy cultivating and exploring secret realms and hadn't had time to come over. He happened to have some free time today, so he decided to go and take a look. Upon arriving at the villa, the lights were off, indicating that Pei Luohan was not home. Lin Mo used his spare key to open the door, and the motion sensor light in the entryway immediately turned on. Under the warm yellow light, several cardboard boxes were neatly placed in the center of the living room, each box sealed with a special mark. Lin Mo walked over, tore off the seal, and lifted the lid of the box. Sure enough, it was full of books. He had thought they would be books on martial spirit theory or soul power cultivation, but when he picked up one at random, the title on the cover made him pause. On Ancient Martial Arts and Martial Spirit. The book's title sounded unfamiliar. He opened it and saw terms like internal strength and blood energy on the yellowed pages, completely different from the soul power system he was familiar with. He then pulled out a few more books from the box. Meridian System, The Mysteries of the Human Body Before Martial Soul Awakening, and the relationship between ancient body tempering methods and soul power capacity. As I flipped through the books, I discovered they were all exploring the relationship between ancient martial arts and martial spirits. The theories within were novel, yet each formed a coherent system. Because he didn't need to memorize anything, Lin Mo flipped through the books very quickly, finishing one in about 10 minutes. Only 2 hours had passed by the time he finished the entire box of books. He then realized that before the emergence of martial spirits, another cultivation system might have already existed in this world. As she was deep in thought, the door lock clicked softly, and Pei Luohan walked in from outside. She had seen a light on outside and guessed that Lin Mo had come, so she wasn't surprised to see him sitting on the living room floor. Pei Luohan took off her trench coat, still damp with night dew, looked at the books spread out on the floor, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Seeing these books, doesn't it brighten your day?" Lin Mo nodded. "Yes, that really surprised me." He wasn't lying. Once Xiao Bao has digested this knowledge, he'll definitely be able to go even further. Pei Luohan poured herself a glass of water, sat down on the sofa, and said calmly that these books were inaccessible to ordinary people, and she had faced considerable pressure to obtain them. Lin Mo chuckled, said thank you, and prepared to open the other box. Pei Luohan raised an eyebrow and said, "A verbal thank you is not as good as a practical expression of gratitude." Lin Mo paused, looked up at her, and his gaze became somewhat ambiguous. "Actual gratitude? What do you mean?" Pei Luohan frowned, immediately realizing that the boy had misunderstood. She reminded him irritably that Lin Mo had promised to be her martial spirit instructor, so naturally he should provide guidance on cultivation. Pei Luohan wasn't stupid. Lin Mo's martial spirit was clearly only C grade, yet he was able to advance from level 5 to level 12 in a short time, which meant he must have his own methods for cultivation. Hearing her say that, Lin Mo remembered that he did indeed promise to do so. He nodded. "That's true." Chapter 28. All right then. What aspect do you want me to guide you on? Lin Mo had no choice but to close the book in his hand. Seeing that he agreed, Pei Luohan's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Cultivating soul power. You've advanced so quickly, you must have your own methods, right?" Lin Mo had expected her to ask about soul skills, but it turned out she only wanted to talk about soul power cultivation, so he let her explain the situation first. He had many ways to improve his soul power, including the soul condensation breathing technique 1.0, body refining pills, and soul condensation pills, but he couldn't easily reveal the 2.0 version. Pei Luohan frowned and said that ever since she awakened her soul skill last time, no matter how she cultivated, she felt that her soul power had not increased, and she suspected that there was something wrong with her. Lin Mo had Xiao Bao analyze it, and quickly figured it out, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. This wasn't trouble at all. It was clearly business coming his way. He smiled knowingly and said, "It's a small problem. I happen to have something here that can solve it." As he spoke, Lin Mo pulled 2 pills, one red and one blue, from his pocket. The pills were round and smooth, with a subtle sheen on their surface. Pei Luohan's breath caught in her throat upon seeing them, her face filled with shock. "These are pills?" Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. "You also know about pills?" Pei Luohan stared intently at him, as if confirming something. Lin Mo, not bothering to keep him in suspense, waved the pill in his hand. Red pills are body refining pills, which enhance the strength of body refining. Blue pills are soul condensing pills, which can increase the speed and upper limit of soul power cultivation. 1 million pills each, limited quantity. The 500 million he received from the Liu family last time had already been half spent due to the failure to refine higher grade pills and daily expenses. Now, being able to sell some pills to recoup some losses is just right for Lin Mo. Pei Luohan was even more shocked after hearing about the effects. She finally understood why Lin Mo's soul power had increased so quickly. It turned out he was relying on the pills. She stared at the 2 pills, her voice tightening. "Do you know what this means?" Lin Mo said seriously, "It means it can help you break through your bottleneck, and it can also help me recoup some of my costs. 1 million per pill, no deception." Pei Luohan was speechless at his greedy look, but still said decisively, "Give me 10 of each. If they work, I'll order them regularly." "Don't worry, it's all covered." Lin Mo smiled and took out 2 glass bottles. Pei Luohan transferred the money directly. After receiving the money, Lin Mo asked her why she was so excited earlier and whether she had seen other pills. Pei Luohan didn't hide anything and mentioned Mo Chun, the owner of the SS-level Medicine King, called her Martial Soul. Mo Chun is the vice president of the Martial Soul Association, a level 90 support soul master, and almost everyone who has gone to school has heard of him. She explained that after Mo Chun reached level 90, he awakened a pill-refining soul skill, which allowed him to refine some special pills. One of them was the soul-gathering pill, which had a similar effect to Lin Mo's soul-condensing pill, but it was unknown which one was stronger. Not many people knew about this. Pei Luohan had only heard about it by chance from an elder. After speaking, she looked at Lin Mo suspiciously. "To be honest, your martial spirit wouldn't also be the Medicine King cauldron, would it?" Lin Mo then released his round furnace and laughed. "That's right, my martial soul is actually the mutant Medicine King cauldron." He had a ready-made excuse, which saved him the trouble of explaining. Pei Luohan leaned closer to take a look and commented seriously, "Although its appearance is a bit strange, it's chubby and quite cute." Lin Mo was speechless for a moment. The next day, at Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Upstairs in the office building, the bald principal watched the students heading to the exam hall and asked Liao Dafu with a smile, "Do you think Lin Mo from your class can give us a surprise?" Liao Dafu said confidently, "If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the top liberal arts student in China this year." The principal was pleased. "Very good. If he becomes the top liberal arts student in the country, I will give you 3 times the bonus." Lin Mo, whom they were talking about, had already entered the examination hall. He was still wondering if a perfect score in the humanities subject could earn him some extra points in the martial arts subject. With Xiao Bao as his cheat code, humanities exams were no different from open book exams for him. After the first subject started, he finished writing it almost as quickly as filling out a form. Not long after, Lin Mo raised his hand and said, "Teacher, I want to hand in my paper." Amidst the astonished gazes of the examinees and invigilators, he was the first to hand in his paper and leave. An invigilator from another school, skeptical, picked up the exam paper and was utterly astonished. Another proctor patted him on the shoulder. "Don't be surprised. This is the top liberal arts student in our school. He gets close to full marks in every exam." Throughout the day, with 5 subjects, Lin Mo spent less than 2 hours in the examination room in total. With Xiao Bao by his side, he wasn't afraid of any spot checks or questions. What he truly looked forward to was tomorrow's martial arts exam. That was the key to determining the course of his life, because much of the knowledge about martial spirits could only be learned after entering university. After school, Lin Mo walked with Lu Mengmeng and Niu Dachuan. Niu Dachuan suddenly said, "Boss, I heard that the top 3 in a martial arts exam get a spatial magic artifact as a reward from the municipal bureau. Do you want to give it a try?" Lin Mo was immediately tempted. He had been craving a storage artifact for a long time. It wasn't something that money could guarantee you could buy. Niu Dachuan said that his father had heard the news from a friend and specifically asked him to tell Lin Mo. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Because he had filled an F-grade auxiliary martial soul in his college entrance examination materials, he originally only planned to follow Lu Mengmeng and Niu Dachuan to reach the score required for the EC Vermilion Bird Academy. But now that he had a spatial magic artifact, he had to fight for it. Thinking of this, he asked Lu Mengmeng, "Have you found out about any other powerful martial spirits in middle schools?" Lu Mengmeng nodded. This year, Linjiang City has a total of 3 SS-level martial souls. Besides Qin Ran from their class, there's 1 each from No. 2 Middle School and No. 3 Middle School. In addition, there are more than a dozen formidable rivals with S-level martial souls that shouldn't be underestimated. The Liu family owns many businesses in Linjiang City, so it's not difficult for them to find out this information. After listening, Lin Mo frowned slightly, feeling the pressure. Although his soul power had caught up, his martial soul was still only C-grade. Standing out among a group of S-grade and SS-grade geniuses was by no means an easy task. Chapter 29. The following day, in the western district of Linjiang City, a huge building resembling a bird's nest stood quietly. This was the exclusive examination room for the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao. At this moment, the observation and spectator stands were already full. Official representatives and observation groups from various universities gathered together, while parents of examinees and people from all walks of life crowded into the stands, waiting for the martial arts exam to begin. As buses from various middle schools in Linjiang arrived one after another, the students lined up to get off, and the audience immediately stirred. Parents stood on tiptoe, searching for their children in the crowd. As soon as Lu Mengmeng stood firm, she excitedly pointed to the vortex emitting white light in the center of the arena. "Boss, look, that's the exclusive secret realm for the martial arts exam." Lin Mo followed his gaze. The vortex hung in mid-air, its light swirling, as if connecting to another world. That was the martial arts examination secret realm that this era was so proud of, said to be able to simulate real battlefields and strange beasts, providing the most direct test of candidates' combat abilities. Looking at the white light, Lin Mo thought to himself that the person who could create such a secret realm must be at least at the 9th level. At this moment, Lu Mengmeng looked up at the observation deck again, her expression changing. "Boss, is that old Deng up there master by?" Lin Mo looked over and quickly spotted a familiar figure. It was Bai Yuntian, who had lost face at the Lu family's place earlier. Lu Muming's face immediately fell. "Oh no, he's actually the representative of Vermilion Bird Academy. We're also applying to Vermilion Bird Academy. We be targeted." Suzaku Academy was her ideal school. It was not only a prestigious institution, but also close to home. Lin Mo also had concerns. Neither he nor Chun had high martial spirit aptitude, and they had originally hoped to gain an opportunity through their scores. If Bai Yuntian secretly sabotaged them, it would indeed be troublesome. However, Lin Mo quickly suppressed his emotions and said calmly, "We'll see when the time comes. If we really can't get in, we'll go to other universities in Donghai." For him, the most attractive thing about the 4 top universities is not their resources and teaching, but the information they possess. On the observation deck, Bai Yuntian was chatting with Li Guodong, the commander of the Linjiang City Defense Force. Li Guodong asked politely, "Master Bai, you've come to Linjiang City this year. Perhaps you've taken a liking to some student?" Bai Yuntian's expression became slightly unnatural, but he still smiled and replied, "Commander Li is joking. There are quite a few promising talents in Linjiang City this year." Li Guodong nodded. "Indeed, there are 3 SS-level martial souls this year alone, and 11 S-level ones. No, if you add that girl from the Lu family with a mutated martial soul, it should be 12. In Li Guodong's view, although Bai Yuntian was not among the top-tier martial soul masters in the Dragon Kingdom, he was firmly at the top of the 2nd tier. If a student from Linjiang City were to be chosen by him, it would naturally be a source of local glory. But he didn't notice that Bai Yuntian's expression darkened noticeably when the Lu family girl was mentioned. Bai Yuntian said indifferently, "A mutated S-level martial soul is ultimately a bit lacking, so let's not mention it." Li Guodong was somewhat surprised. Martial souls that could mutate after awakening were already rare, so why did Bai Yuntian treat them as if they were insignificant? Bai Yuntian picked up his teacup, suppressing the gloom in his eyes. Ever since he lost face at the Lu family, he had held a grudge against that family, especially Lin Mo, who had humiliated him. With his abilities, he had already thoroughly investigated Lin Mo's background. A useless F-rank martial soul, who only had slightly better grades in humanities subjects, actually wanted to pursue the path of a martial soul master. In his eyes, it was simply wishful thinking. Li Guodong suddenly remembered something and casually said, "I heard that there's a student at number 1 high school who has top grades in humanities and a solid foundation in theoretical subjects. I wonder if Master Ba would be interested in taking him on as a student." He didn't know Lin Mo personally. He had only heard the principal of number 1 middle school mention him once and thought he was a promising talent. If Bai Yuntian really took a liking to him, Linjiang City would benefit from his success in the future. But after hearing this, Bai Yuntian's face turned ashen. "I'm sorry, Commander Li. I have no plans to take on any disciples at the moment." Li Guodong never expected that a casual remark would cause the other party to change his attitude. He couldn't figure out what he had done to offend him, so he could only smile awkwardly and stop. Just then, the announcement for entry came over the loudspeaker. Li Guodong stood up and said, "Master Bai, I'll go take a look. Please excuse me." Bai Yuntian realized he had overreacted and quickly resumed his smile. "Please go ahead, Commander Li." Although he was a tutor at the Vermilion Bird Academy and held the title of Martial Soul Master, he had no need to offend an official representative who held military power. However, This little incident only deepened his hatred for Lin Mo. Soon, a dignified voice came over the loudspeaker. All candidates, please enter the preparation area using your scoring devices. You will begin entering the secret realm in 10 minutes. This martial arts exam uses a point system. Please earn points in various ways according to the college entrance examination rules. The audience erupted in cheers, with parents shouting encouragement for their children. Lin Mo followed the other test takers into the preparation area. Yesterday, there were more than 5,000 graduating high school students in Linjiang City, but only 500 to 600 people took the martial arts exam today. As the command to begin sounded, hundreds of examinees immediately surged into the secret realm. When Lin Mo opened his eyes again, he found himself standing with the others at the foot of a city gate square. Amidst the surrounding noise and chaos, someone quickly exclaimed, "Holy crap! This year's exam question is actually about the Battle of Yangshi Town." Another test taker realized, Yangshi Town? Isn't it the town that was reported on the news yesterday? The group chat for test takers was immediately filled with groans of despair. In previous years, the martial arts exams were mostly held in secluded environments such as forests, swamps, and mountains, but this year it was unexpectedly changed to a city defense battle. Those students who spent a lot of money on training classes have all become suckers. Chapter 30. Outside the secret realm, many parents' expressions changed upon seeing the situation inside. They usually spent a lot of money enrolling their children in various training classes, but only when faced with the attack of the alien beast did they realize that this was not a training ground. Looking at the screen, Li Guodong smiled and said to Mayor Lu Songren, "The people have been living in comfort for too long. They've almost forgotten that this is the true battlefield for soul masters." Lu Songren nodded. The higher-ups changed the subject at the last minute to make everyone understand that the beasts won't wait for humans to hunt them forever. They will also take the initiative to attack the city. Bai Yuntian remained silent. Martial soul instructors usually only taught students and didn't need to hunt beasts themselves. Observing the situation in the secret realm, he didn't say much. Within the secret realm, Lin Mo ignored the complaints of the surrounding examinees and first opened the scoring rules. Killing a Tier 1 alien beast earns 1 point, Tier 2 earns 5 points, and Tier 3 earns 20 points. In addition, there are tasks such as rescuing simulated citizens and escorting special targets. He quickly deduced that, according to the rules, killing the strange beast was the most worthwhile option. By this time, many examinees had already formed teams and were leaving the city gate square, dispersing towards various parts of the inner city. Just as Lin Mo was about to team up with Lu Mengmeng and Yo Dachuan, a clear, cold voice suddenly came from behind him. "Lin Mo, do you want to come with me?" He turned around and saw that the person who had come was none other than squad leader Qin Ran. She was wearing the uniform combat uniform, had a tall figure, and her expression remained calm. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people around her. Before Lin Mo could speak, Lu Mengmeng stepped in front of him, hands on her hips, chin raised. "Sorry, the boss is with me. You can find someone else." Lin Mo's forehead swelled with anger. He raised his hand and pushed her head away, glaring at her. "What are you saying? How rude." Then he looked at Qin Ran and smiled. "Class monitor, if you don't mind, you can join our 3-person team." His classmates thought he was ungrateful. In their eyes, Qin Ran clearly wanted to help Lin Mo, whose martial spirit was useless, but he went and dragged Lu Mengmeng and Yo Dachuan into it. Seeing this, Zhao Lei thought his chance had come and was about to step in to help. But Qin Ran glanced at Lu Mengmeng, then at the grinning Yo Dachuan, and finally looked at Lin Mo, shaking her head lightly. "Never mind then." As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of ethereal, ice-blue wings suddenly unfurled from her back, and she flew directly towards the city wall. Lin Mo watched her retreating figure, then glanced at the 2 people beside him, still unable to understand what she meant. Zhao Lei's smile froze. He was just about to make a move when he was ignored, and he felt like he had been hit hard in the heart. Only then did some of the examinees realize, she's going to defend the city wall alone. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The beasts attacking the city wall were almost all at least Tier 2, and she was only level 10. How could she dare? Soon someone recognized Qin Ran. She's Qin Ran, the school beauty for number 1 high school who awakened the SS-level martial soul, Frost Phoenix. Everyone then realized SS-level martial soul. No wonder she dared to climb the wall alone. Following Qin ran, two more figures leaped and rushed onto the city wall. Some recognized them as two SS-level geniuses from number 2 and number 3 middle schools. Then, the S-level dual spirit examinee from number 5 middle school also went up alone. Seeing this, the remaining examinees could only sigh. They couldn't compare to these geniuses. It was safer to find low-level beasts within the inner city. After forming a 4-person team, Zhao Lei glared angrily at Lin Mo and led his team onto the city wall. A fighting spirit ignited in Lu Mingming's eyes as she asked Lin Mo, "Boss, what should we do? Should we search for low-level beasts in the city, or go up to the city walls too?" Lin Mo didn't hesitate. "Let's go up to the city wall first. We can earn points there quickly. Once the city falls, we can move on to the urban area." He knew very well that with the current strength of soul masters in Yangshi town, the fall of the city was only a matter of time unless a miracle occurred. Neo-Dachuan picked up the frying pan and said in a gruff voice, "Wherever Brother Mo goes, I'll go." Lu Mingming also rolled up her sleeves, with devil vines wrapped around her fingertips. "It'll be a good opportunity to show those who look down on us who the real trash is." As soon as the three rushed to the top of the city wall, a foul stench hit them. A strange beast with a crocodile mouth climbed up, its saliva dripping from its fangs and corroding small pits in the ground. Lin Mo recognized it at a glance. A second-tier golden-armored crocodile, thick-skinned. Aim for its eyes. The Chun draws its aggro. Ming Ming controls it, and then stab its eyes. Neo-Dachuan immediately activated his soul skill, slamming the giant Sumeru cauldron down on the golden-armored crocodile's head. With a clang, the cauldron didn't cause any damage, but it successfully attracted the beast's attention. The golden-armored crocodile roared and swung its claws. Neo-Dachuan was prepared and raised his pot to block, but he was still sent flying by the immense force, pot and all. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Mingming unleashed her attack. Ghost vines sprouted from under the wall, quickly transforming into a cage to bind the golden-armored crocodile. Lin Mo immediately warned, "Ming Ming, now's the time." Knowing she couldn't hold a second-tier strength-type beast for long, the four-clawed demon, Vine, immediately sprouted a fork. The next second, black spikes shot out from the ground, precisely piercing the golden-armored crocodile's eyes. With a soft thud, the sharp spike pierced its skull through its eye socket. The golden-armored crocodile let out a mournful cry, thrashed a few times, and fell from the city wall. Fearing it wasn't quite dead, Lin Mo conjured another red alchemy furnace and threw it down like a grenade. With a loud bang, the scoreboards of the three players simultaneously went off. Team killed a Tier 2 golden-armored crocodile. Score increased by 5. Intelligent allocation results. Neo-Dachuan 1.5, Lu Mingming 3, Lin Mo 0.5. Lin Mo almost vomited blood after hearing this. "I commanded for so long, and I'm only worth 0.5? Lu Mingming covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Neo-Dachuan thought for a moment and said it might be because Lin Mo registered as a support soul master. Lin Mo knew the reason, of course. During the battle, he almost only used his mouth and did not actually provide any assistance, so the scoring system would not give him a high score. This was also to prevent candidates from hiring someone to cheat. Just then, Lu Mingming suddenly pointed to the other side of the city wall and exclaimed, "Wow, the class monitor is amazing." Chapter 31, Stinger, Boiler Cannon. Lin Mo and Neo-Dachuan looked in the direction Lu Mingming pointed, and saw Qin ran flapping her ice-blue wings, hovering in mid-air on the distant city wall. As the soul power surged, dozens of ice spikes fell like a torrential rain, precisely piercing the 3 second-tier unicorn windwolves. Neo-Dachuan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. This SS-level martial soul truly lives up to its reputation. Lin Mo shook his head, staring at Qin Ran's condition. No matter how strong the martial soul is, if the soul power level is too low, this kind of efficiency won't last long. As he spoke, he looked at the other 2 SS-level martial soul examinees. Those two were also quick at killing alien beasts, but they clearly couldn't maintain that pace for long. Lin Mo quickly guessed their plan: to accumulate as many points as possible while the city defense troops were still alive, and then find an opportunity to rebuild once the city walls were breached. "Quickly, we should get moving too." Lin Mo called out and raised his hand to lock onto a golden-armored crocodile that had just emerged not far away. Second soul skill, heavenly cauldron. The next second, a giant furnace with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters condensed above the golden armored crocodile's head and then slammed down. Bang! The giant furnace itself, combined with the gravity talent, weighed over 1,000 kilograms. It smashed into the golden armored crocodile's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere, and even the city wall trembled slightly. The golden armored crocodile didn't die, but it was half dead. Lu Mengmeng immediately attacked. Devil's Thrust. The devil vine's sharp thorns pierced through the golden armored crocodile's mouth, and before it fell off the city wall, they swung it back up. Lin Mo immediately called out, "Dachun." Neo Dachuan swung the massive Sumeru cauldron, which was over 10 meters long, and slammed it down heavily. Bang! The notification then appeared. The team killed a Tier 2 golden armor crocodile, gaining 5 points. Lin Mo 2 points, Lu Mengmeng 2 points, and Neo Dachuan 1 point. Seeing the score, Lin Mo finally felt a little better. The three of them then worked together on the city wall to hunt down the strange beasts. But half an hour later, a problem arose. Lin Mo frowned and said, "No, the score difference is too big. If Dachun continues like this, he might not even make it to the second-tier university cutoff. Neo Dachuan is only level 7 and has only 1 soul skill. His damage output is too low, so he gets either 0.5 or 1 point each time." Lu Mengmeng was also somewhat troubled, but it's difficult for us to deal with second-tier or higher beasts when we hunt alone. Neo Dachuan scratched his head and said self-reproachfully, "I've dragged you all down." Lin Mo immediately interrupted him. "Don't talk nonsense. Without you holding the line, Meng and I wouldn't be able to focus on our work." Lu Mengmeng quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Dachun, you're already very good." Neo Dachuan looked at Lin Mo again. "Boss, we still need to think of a way, preferably one that makes the scores fairer." "Be fair." Lin Mo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "How about we use a fusion technique of the three of us?" Lu Mengmeng was taken aback. "You mean that useless Stinger boiler cannon?" After Lin Mo and Neo Dachuan developed the fusion technique, the three of them, under Xiao Bao's simulation, researched and developed a poisonous sting boiler cannon. The method was simple. Lu Mengmeng injected the poisonous gas from the devil vine into Lin Mo's alchemy furnace, and then Neo Dachuan knocked the furnace out. However, the poison fog was not very effective against zombies and corruptors at the time, so they didn't use it much. Lin Mo said irritably, "That's because zombies and corruptors are immune to toxins. We're fighting living, breathing alien beasts now." Lu Mengmeng immediately realized. "That's right, strange beasts don't have poison immunity." Lin Mo's eyes lit up. "Let's begin. Maybe this move can really change the course of the battle." Lu Mengmeng immediately conjured a cloud of black poisonous mist. Lin Mo didn't waste any words, summoned a small alchemy furnace, and opened the lid. Lu Mengmeng poured the poisonous fog in. Lin Mo pointed to a section of the city wall that had been occupied by alien beasts. "Dachun, attack that side." Neo Dachuan struck a baseball stance. "All right, bro." Lin Mo suddenly threw the small alchemy furnace filled with poisonous mist at Neo Dachuan. The alchemy furnace traced an arc, and Neo Dachuan seized the opportunity, swinging the large Sumeru cauldron and striking it hard. Bang! The alchemy furnace shot out like a cannonball, crashing straight into the city wall. Boom! The moment it landed, the alchemy furnace exploded, and several second-tier beasts were instantly blown away by the flames. Black poisonous mist mixed with the alchemy fire spread, forming a poisonous fire zone more than 10 meters wide. The golden armored crocodile and the unicorn wind wolf, which were already injured by the explosion, were immediately engulfed in poisonous fire. Their fur and scales sizzled, and they quickly collapsed and convulsed. Even worse, the poisonous fire seeped into the body through the wound, causing even a third-tier armored beast to stagger and fall off the city wall, already lifeless upon landing. The scoreboard was pounding wildly. The team killed the Tier 2 golden armored crocodile, earning 5 points. Lin Mo 1.5 points, Lu Mengmeng 1.5 points, and Neo Dachuan 2 points. The team killed a Tier 2 unicorn wind wolf, earning 5 points. Lin Mo 2 points, Lu Mengmeng 1.5 points, and Neo Dachuan 1.5 points. Looking at the panel, Lin Mo couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, the score is almost there." Lu Mengmeng's eyes widened. "Brother Mo, this move is too powerful. It's even more efficient than our coordinated hunt just now. Linamo wiped away his sweat, finally feeling relieved. It seemed they had indeed underestimated this fusion technique. At this moment, Qin Ran and other top students, as well as those S-level martial soul examinees, had already prepared to retreat after seeing the breach in the city wall. But the sudden explosion stunned everyone. Whose soul skill is this? Could it have been created by an NPC soul master? No way. You can't unleash the kind of power unless you're at least level 40. The city's defense troops are only around level 30. Before the crowd could find the source of the noise, another loud bang rang out from another section of the city wall. Boom! Someone suddenly shouted, "Look, it was those 3 guys who did it." The candidates on the city wall all looked over. 2 men and 1 woman stood in a triangular formation. The petite Lu Mingming stuffed a ball of black energy into the strange jar in Lin Mo's hand. Linamo turned around and threw the jar at Niu Dachuan, who was holding a frying pan. The next second, Niu Dachuan swung the large wok and slammed it out like a baseball. Bang! The can flew towards the distant city wall with a whistling sound, then exploded with a bang, sending up a small mushroom cloud. A sea of black and red flames spread out, and the eerie, viscous black fire clung to the strange beasts that hadn't been killed by the explosion, burning them until they howled in agony. After rolling around in the fire a few times, they fell silent. All the test takers were stunned. This is a martial soul fusion technique. Chapter 32. The fusion technique of yarn. This is clearly a cannon. One candidate cursed on the spot, his eyes wide like saucers. On the city wall, Qin Ran also clearly sensed that 2 forces were hidden within that ball of black fire. The corrosive toxicity of the devil's vine was pushed to its limit by the alchemical fire, filling the air with a pungent, acrid smell. What shocked her even more was the coordination of the 3. From the moment the poisonous mist entered the furnace to the moment it was thrown and struck, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. One carried the ammunition, another loaded it, and a third fired. Their movements were so practiced, it was as if they had rehearsed it countless times. Calling them an artillery emplacement would be no exaggeration. Qin Ran's heart was in turmoil. Could this also be the result of Lin Mo's theories on martial souls? Having been classmates for so long, she had heard many of Lin Mo's seemingly nonsensical statements. But now she had personally witnessed the 3 of them roughly combining their soul skills and forcefully unleashing a power capable of killing a 3rd-tier alien beast. The booming sounds continued. Lin Mo and his 2 companions bombarded the city wall one after another, managing to hold it back from the brink of collapse. The remaining city guards were all stunned, their mouths slightly agape, staring blankly at the 3 of them as if they had seen some kind of monster. Outside the secret city, Mayor Lu Songrun looked at the screen and frowned, saying, based on the situation in Yangshi Town back then, the city walls should be about to fall by now. Li Guodong clenched his fist and said in a deep voice that the incident happened suddenly back then, and some people on the inside deliberately delayed, which is why the reinforcements could not arrive in time. The atmosphere in the observation box instantly turned heavy. The tragedy in Yangshi Town remained a thorn in everyone's heart. But as time ticked by, the city walls, which should have fallen by now, remained standing. From the test takers' perspectives, many were even still grinding for points on the walls, showing no intention of leaving. Someone finally realized something was wrong. The herd of beasts should have already stormed into the town by now. Logically speaking, even with the help of examinees, Yangshi Town shouldn't be able to hold out. Most of the city's defense forces are only level 30-something soul masters, not even level 50 experts, and their numbers are less than 500. Facing thousands of 2nd and 3rd-tier alien beasts, they simply couldn't hold out for long. Is there a problem with the dungeons program? Just as someone was about to investigate, a city guard staff officer suddenly pointed to one of the shots. Wait, look at those 3 examinees. Everyone in the observation deck looked over, and their expressions changed instantly. In the scene, a man and a woman continuously pass cannonballs to a boy wielding a frying pan. The boy slams the pan down, and the black fire cannonballs blast towards the horde of beasts. Explosions erupt one after another on the city wall, blasting away the monstrous beasts that climb up. With the help of the city's defense forces and other examinees, the momentum of the beast attack was actually suppressed. Everyone had seen fusion techniques before, But for a fusion technique to appear on a group of examinees whose soul power was less than level 20 was simply too outrageous. Damn it, how is this possible? Bai Yuntian recognized Lin Mo and the other two at first glance, his eyes filled with shock. He prided himself on being a master of martial spirit theory and knew all too well how difficult it was to fuse spirit skills. But now, 3 young examinees had actually used it, which both surprised and frightened him. Li Guodong became increasingly excited as he looked at the information and immediately ordered, "I need all the information about these 3 candidates within 1 minute." The adjutant quickly retrieved the information. "Sir, the 3 are Lin Mo, Lu Mingming, and Niu Dachuan." Li Guodong stared at the screen, then slapped his thigh. "Good lad. 2 F-rank martial souls plus 1 S-rank martial soul. And he can actually pull off something amazing." The information states that Lin Mo possesses an F-grade auxiliary weapon spirit, the Medicine Cauldron, with innate soul power level 3. Niu Dachuan possesses an F-grade weapon spirit, the Frying Pan, with innate soul power level 0. Lu Mingming possesses an acquired mutated S-grade plant spirit, the Devil Vine. Aside from Lu Mingming, the other 2 seem like complete wastes. Yet this very combination is rewriting the battle in the secret realm. Upon hearing Lu Mingming's name, Lu Songren also remembered. Isn't this the second daughter of the Lu family who mutated her martial soul because she took drugs recklessly? Li Guodong nodded, his eyes filled with surprise. "That's right, it's her. Quick, record all the images of them after they enter the secret realm. Maybe Linjiang City will become famous nationwide this time." This year's National Martial Arts exam for the entire Longhua region focused on the defense of Yangshi Town. According to the rules, the candidates were not supposed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. However, the original deadline for the town's fall has passed, and the candidates from Linjiang City are still holding their ground. This means they might actually be able to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Lu Songren also got excited and, together with the local official representatives, stared intently at the camera of Lin Mo and the other 2, their eyes full of anticipation. After the representatives from each college retrieved the data, they were somewhat disappointed. Lu Mingming was all right, but Lin Mo and Niu Dachuan's martial souls were really too poor. Some people sighed, "What a pity, such a good prospect, but his aptitude is too poor." But soon, someone noticed Lin Mo's grades. Wait, Lin Mo got full marks in martial spirit theory class. From elementary school to high school, he got full marks almost every year and even won scholarships. The representatives from each college immediately understood. No wonder the 3 of them could coordinate like that. It turned out there was a theoretical genius on the team. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. Only Bai Yuntian stared intently at the F-level martial soul and theoretical perfect score, markings on Lin Mo's information, and he was somewhat out of control. Impossible. No matter how good their grades are, without learning the system theory, they couldn't possibly think of a martial soul fusion technique. Someone must have taught them. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He muttered to himself, "No, how can an F-rank martial soul participate in soul skill fusion? This violates the theory of the competitiveness of the 10 martial souls." Hearing the commotion, Li Guodong glanced over. Seeing Bai Yuntian clutching his hair with a dazed expression, he couldn't help but smirk. It seems he's not the only one who can't figure it out. Even this so-called master can't understand it either. Chapter 33. Just when everyone thought Lin Mo and the other 2 could hold on, Niu Dachuan suddenly turned pale and gasped, "Brother Mo, I'm almost out of soul power." Lin Mo and Lu Mingming then realized that Niu Dachuan only had level 7 soul power, and his continuous high-intensity release of soul skills had already pushed him close to his limit. Lin Mo opened the scoring panel and found that he had just passed 400, still more than 200 short of the first-tier university admission line. Lu Mingming and Niu Dachuan were probably in the same boat. He looked up at the city walls. The beasts were still swarming towards them in dense numbers, and the NPC city guard around him were almost all dead or wounded. Reinforcements wouldn't arrive for another 10 minutes, and retreating now would be a real shame. More importantly, once the city walls fall, the civilians inside will be massacred. Even if it's just a simulated illusion, Lin Mo doesn't want to see that happen. So he turned to him and said, "Dachun, you and Mingming go down first." The 2 were taken aback and quickly asked him what to do. Lin Mo replied calmly, I still have a soul skill that should be able to stall for a while longer. Lu Mengmeng became anxious, worried that he would be eliminated if he was surrounded, since death in the illusion would result in forced teleportation and a freeze on his score. Lin Mo waved his hand to reassure them, saying he could handle the situation and run away. Lu Mengmeng gritted her teeth and nodded, deciding to escort the civilians with Niu Dachuan first, and also to recover her soul power before reuniting with him after he escaped. The two quickly jumped down from the city wall. Without the suppressive fire of the three, the pressure on the city wall increased dramatically. The other examinees, who were already struggling, panicked as soon as they saw the situation turn against them. Some shouted that the three had run away and that they should retreat too. Others saw that Lin Mo was still there and wanted to hold on a little longer. But the strange beasts had almost covered the city walls, and no one was willing to stay and die. So the examinees retreated one after another. Even Sheen ran, and her three top students with SS-level martial souls turned and left after sensing the danger. At this moment, the tall, thin Wang Hao looked at Zhao Lei and whispered, "Should we run?" He noticed that Lin Mo was still fighting alone and guessed that the other party might still be holding back some tricks. Seeing Lin Mo alone, Zhao Lei's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He sneered, "No rush, let's give him some treasures first before we leave." Lu Dagan, Wang Hao, and Song Wenwan immediately understood, and the group let out a strange laugh, deliberately drawing the beasts aggro. Soon, dozens of strange beasts were lured towards Lin Mo's location. Lin Mo had just smashed away a few of the beasts that had climbed up to him and was preparing to unleash his third soul skill when Zhao Lei's arrogant roar suddenly came from behind him. "Lin Mo, your good luck is over." He turned around and saw Zhao Lei and his three companions charging towards them, pursued relentlessly by a swarm of strange beasts. Lin Mo instantly understood their plan and couldn't help but curse. "You guys are real beasts." Zhao Lei and his group brushed past him, deliberately turning back to mock him before disappearing around the corner of the city wall. The next second, dozens of strange beasts pounced on Lin Mo, their stench overwhelming him. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his eyes turning icy. He wouldn't die so easily. Third soul skill, Furnace Chariot. A crimson cauldron, 4 or 5 meters in diameter, instantly enveloped him before rapidly solidifying. The cauldron abruptly tilted like a giant, burning wheel of fire and crushed towards the horde of strange beasts. Gravity bestowed. The alchemy furnace, originally weighing 2 tons, instantly increased in weight with the enhancement of its innate soul skill. With a thunderous roar, the furnace chariot crushed through the city wall bricks and stones, crashing into the horde of beasts with terrifying force. The second-tier golden-armored crocodile's hard shell was crushed on the spot, and the unicorn wind wolf's sharp claws scraped against the furnace wall, sending sparks flying, but not even leaving a mark. Lin Mo forcibly controlled the direction inside the furnace, veins bulging on his forehead. The gravity boost made the chariot incredibly powerful, but the soul power consumption was also terrifying. Fortunately, the scoring machine kept beeping, and his kill points were skyrocketing, which only fueled his fighting spirit. Outside the illusion, everyone in the observation and audience seats stared at the projection. On the section of the city wall that had almost fallen, a huge metal furnace rolled and crushed back and forth, each impact shattering the claws and scales of the monsters and breaking the bones of those that had just climbed onto the city wall. The mentors were dumbfounded. Some couldn't believe it was an F-rank medicine cauldron martial soul, while others exclaimed that its explosive power was unlike that of a support-type soul master. Some even marveled that that single strike had smashed at least 7 or 8 exotic beasts, making it more powerful than many S-rank martial souls. Bai Yuntian, who had been observing coldly, frowned, staring intently at the furnace projected on the screen. He couldn't understand how an F-rank medicine cauldron martial soul could possess such a domineering attack soul skill. Could the data be incorrect? Was it actually a mutated martial soul, or even an SS-rank medicine king cauldron? The thought that Lin Mo might be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived made Bai Yuntian's face grow even more gloomy. Amidst the constant chatter from the outside world, Lin Mo, trapped within the illusion, paid no heed. He manipulated the furnace to crush another one-horned wind wolf, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his soul power rapidly drained away. For more minutes, just hang in there a little longer. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and persevered, using the power of his furnace to hold back the hordes of strange beasts surging up the city walls. 2 minutes passed, and his soul power was almost depleted. Another minute passed, and the speed of the alchemy furnace chariot slowed down significantly. The crimson furnace body gradually dimmed, like embers that had burned out. A second-tier armored beast seized the opportunity and suddenly hooked its sharp claws onto the edge of the furnace. Creak! The sharp toenail pierced the gap, bringing the chariot to a complete stop. Chapitre 34 Mutuelle Destruction. Lin Mo was trapped inside the alchemy furnace, gritting his teeth as he tried to channel his soul power again, but all he felt was a sharp, needle-like pain in his meridians. His last bit of strength was completely exhausted. More and more strange beasts surrounded him outside, their claws and fangs slamming against the furnace, producing a series of ear-piercing cracks, and the patterns on the furnace walls were rapidly splitting open. The scoreboard had long since stopped displaying his score, which was now frozen at 580, just 20 points shy of the cutoff score for top-tier universities. But right at that crucial juncture, his soul power was exhausted, his vision blurred, and his consciousness began to fade. Just then, a familiar shout suddenly came from below the city wall. "Boss! Brother Mo! We're here!" Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes and looked out through the crack in the furnace wall. He saw Lu Mingming and Niu Dachuan climbing up the city wall. Niu Dachuan was holding a frying pan, and there was a strip of cloth wrapped around his forehead, clearly indicating that he hadn't had a smooth recovery of his soul power. Lu Mingming's netherworld vine was covered in blood, but it was lashing out at the beasts like a serpent, its speed terrifying. "Why are you back? Hurry up and leave." Lin Mo shouted urgently. "I'm not leaving." Lu Mingming's voice was trembling with tears. The soul power of the devil vine surged suddenly, and she lashed out fiercely at the strange beasts besieging the alchemy furnace. "We agreed to rank up together. Do you want to abandon us and go it alone?" Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and his almost extinguished soul power miraculously recovered somewhat, as if in a final burst of energy. Taking advantage of the situation, the alchemy furnace slammed into the ground, sending several strange beasts flying. He stopped trying to dissuade them and directly lifted the furnace lid. "Come in quickly. Let's all die here today." Since they were going to risk their lives anyway, they might as well give it one last shot. Lu Mingming wiped away her tears, and with the devil vine wrapped around Niu Dachuan, they leaped into the furnace with precision. Lin Mo used his last bit of soul power to slam the furnace lid shut. The three of them were crammed into the narrow furnace, and even their breathing could be heard clearly. The vibrations from the beasts crashing into the furnace outside sent shivers down everyone's spines. Lin Mo lowered his voice and quickly ordered, "Don't speak, listen to me." In a moment, Ming spread the poisonous mist as much as possible inside the furnace, and Dachuan, transfer all the remaining soul power to me. Lu Mingming was stunned. "Fill the furnace with poisonous fog? Then you and Dachuan will suffer too." Niu Dachuan also got anxious. "Yeah, Brother Mo, if I give you my soul power, isn't that almost the same as killing you?" "Stop talking nonsense. Just do it." Lin Mo's voice was deep. "Don't worry. If we succeed, even if we die and are eliminated, we'll still have enough points to get into a top university." The two exchanged a glance and nodded. Following Lin Mo was the right thing to do. With only 10 seconds left before reinforcements arrived, Lin Mo shouted, "Begin." Outside, everyone was stunned to see Lu Mingming and Niu Dachuan turn back. No one had expected that these three teenagers could actually live and die together. On the observation platform, Li Guodong suddenly stood up, staring intently at the constantly shaking alchemy furnace. Have these three little ones given up? Probably. The entire city wall is teeming with strange beasts. Even if they manage to break through, they'll be torn to shreds. The discussions continued, but the alchemy furnace in the camera's view fell silent. Lu Mingming's nether vine frantically spewed out poisonous mist, the black fog rapidly spreading within the cramped furnace, even corroding the furnace walls with fine marks. Niu Dachuan gritted his teeth, placed his palm on Lin Mo's back, and poured all his remaining soul power into it. The power was terrifyingly hot, and Lin Mo's meridians felt like they were on fire. He forced himself to stay upright and growled, 5 seconds. The next moment, the alchemy furnace trembled violently, and the strange beasts surrounding it were so frightened that they took several steps back. Then, crimson energy emanated from the furnace, slowly rising into the air. However, The soul power was ultimately insufficient, and the furnace only rose 5 or 6 meters before stopping. "Come on, you beasts, let me show you what art is." A near-mad roar erupted from within the furnace. The beast froze, and so did the onlookers. Meanwhile, from the horizon, a faint, engine-like rumble could be heard from within the secret realm. Finally, a harsh statement exploded from the alchemy furnace. "Art is Patrick's star." The next second, a blinding red light erupted from the furnace. A deafening roar, more than 10 times stronger than before, seemed to freeze the entire secret realm in time. Black poisonous mist and crimson flames entwined in midair, like a wildly blooming flower of death. The shockwave swept outwards from the furnace, knocking second-tier beasts off their feet and shattering the rock armor of third-tier ironclad beasts. A large hole was blasted open in the entire city wall, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. This scene stunned everyone. Everyone understood that the three had perished alongside a group of strange beasts. Amidst the shock, many couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Li Guodong's eyes reddened slightly, because the figures of Lin Mo and the other two reminded him of his old sergeant from years ago. Just then, a notification sound echoed throughout the scene. "Ding! Congratulations to the Linjiang City Examination Center for successfully completing the special achievement, holding firm. All examinees receive plus 20 points, and the examinee who held firm on the city wall until the last second receives plus 50 points. Upon hearing this voice, the entire examination hall trembled once more. Li Guodong stared sharply at the screen, his voice shaking. Those 3 children who held on until the very last second. On the screen, the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, revealing the huge gap in the city wall, but the 3 figures had already vanished. Everyone turned to look at the entrance to the secret realm. The next second, the 3 figures seemed to be thrown out of there and crashed heavily to the ground. Oops! Holy crap! The 3 of them fell, covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled. But this time, no one in the room laughed. They coughed for a long time, still sprawled on the ground. Lin Mo was the first to raise his head, his face still smeared with soot. Seeing his surroundings, he could only manage a bitter smile. They really were blown out. Neo Dachuan clutched his arm and groaned. "Boss, look at the scoreboard." Lin Mo and Chun disregarded everything else and immediately opened their personal information. On the light blue screen, Lin Mo's score had changed to 710 points. He was stunned when he saw this number. Wow, that's enough for a first-tier university. Lu Mingming immediately laughed. "Haha, boss, I got 670. Neo Dachuan scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "Hee, brother Mo, even with the special bonus, I still have 652. Soon, the results list was updated. First place, Lin Mo, 710 points. Second place, Lu Mingming, 670 points. Third place, Neo Dachuan, 652 points. Upon seeing this, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although the 3 had come out early, their scores were by no means low. They had not only secured a top 3 finish, but had also easily passed the admission requirements for the 4 major colleges. Chapter 35. My daughter has the potential to become a soul emperor. In the front row of the audience, Lu Jinjie couldn't stop smiling. Several business partners around him congratulated him, saying that with Lu Mingming's score, she could choose any of the 4 top academies. Someone even casually mentioned Lin Mo, asking why he only used offensive soul skills when his stats showed an F-level auxiliary weapon spirit. Lu Jinjie couldn't answer for a moment. He had only heard from his daughter that Lin Mo's martial soul seemed to have mutated, but he didn't know the specifics. In the middle of the scene, Lin Mo suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and cursed, "Who's talking about me?" Lu Mingming laughed and punched him, saying that it must be her husband holding a grudge, since Lin Mo had dragged her into committing suicide with him. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow and replied, "This is called heroic sacrifice. Besides, doesn't this make them feel like great heroes?" The 3 exchanged glances and laughed. The soot on their faces only added to their heroic spirit. Because Lin Mo and his 2 companions held out until reinforcements arrived, the other candidates could only continue to improve their scores in the city until the martial arts exam ended. Once everyone was teleported out, the rankings were finalized. Qin Ran took the top spot with 725 points. Lin Mo came in second, and Lu Mingming and Yo Dachuan were pushed out of the third tier. The third and fourth places were taken by two other SS-level martial soul examinees, with Lu Mingming ultimately ranking 5th citywide and Yo Dachuan 11th. For them, this far exceeded their expectations. The National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, has now come to an end. Back at school, in Class 7 of Senior 3, all the students and their homeroom teacher, Liao Dafu, stared at Lin Mo and his two companions as if they were monsters. Liao Dafu adjusted his glasses, marveling that his small Class 7 had managed to secure 3 spots in the top 10 in the city. He first congratulated Qin Ran on taking first place in the city, then turned to Lin Mo and said frankly that the most surprising thing about this year's college entrance examination was him, along with Lu Mingming and Yo Dachuan. These 3 used to be problem students, but now they have become the face of Class 7, making even him, their homeroom teacher, feel proud. Lu Mingming stuck out her tongue and said it was all thanks to the boss's help. Yo Dachuan grinned foolishly beside her. In the back row of the classroom, Zhao Lei and his friends packed their bags with grim faces. They ended up ranking outside the top 20s. If it weren't for the extra points brought by Lin Mo and his 2 friends, they wouldn't even be in the top tier. Liao Dafu quickly suppressed his smile, and his tone became serious. He said that today was the last time Class 7 of Senior 3 would sit in this classroom. Tomorrow, everyone would go their separate ways to pursue higher goals. As he finished speaking, he took off his glasses, wiped the lenses, and his voice trembled slightly. He had nothing to give, only a heartfelt message. On the path of cultivation, talent is important, temperament is important, but life is even more important. Always put your life first. Otherwise, no matter how good your martial soul aptitude is, it's useless. The whole class burst into laughter. After the laughter subsided, Lin Mo suddenly stood up, bowed to Liao Dafu, and thanked him for not kicking him out of the classroom for the past 3 years. Over the past 3 years, this old man, who always talked about bonuses, has indeed made things very convenient for him. Otherwise, given his habit of always making teachers so angry they would vomit blood, he should have been kicked out of the school long ago. Liao Dafu waved his hand, but his eyes reddened even more. He wanted to say that Lin Mo was no ordinary person, but he stopped himself. He was present when Lin Mo awakened his martial soul, and the changes in Lin Mo were too great. He had already guessed that there was a secret behind it, but he didn't say it. That evening, Nioer's food stall was bustling with activity. Lin Mo, Lu Jinjia and his daughter, and Yo Dachuan's family sat around a table laden with hot dishes. Nioer raised his glass and first toasted Lin Mo, saying that if he hadn't given Dachuan a hand, the kid would probably be washing dishes in the kitchen for the rest of his life. Lin Mo quickly declined, saying that if it weren't for Nioer and Aunt Lan taking care of him all these years, he would be starving somewhere long ago, and that he should be the one to offer respect to the 2 elders. Aunt Lan's eyes reddened as she listened, and she patted the back of his hand, telling him not to be so polite, that they were all family. At this moment, Lu Jinjia put down his chopsticks and asked the 3 of them if they all planned to go to the Vermilion Bird Academy in the East China Sea. Lin Mo nodded and said that they had already discussed it. Lu Jinjia pondered for a moment, then reminded them that he had some connections in the East China Sea, and if they encountered any problems they couldn't solve, they could always ask Aunt Lin for help. Lin Mo, however, felt he was making a mountain out of a molehill. It was just going to school. What could possibly happen? Upon hearing this, Lu Jinjia frowned, his expression immediately turning serious. He told Lin Mo directly that from the moment he stepped into the Martial Soul Academy, he would no longer face just classrooms and teachers, but endless missions and killings. The academy would regularly issue missions to hunt alien beasts and explore secret realms, some of which required venturing into dangerous areas. To put it bluntly, entering university was like having 1 foot in the military. Only those who survived to graduation were truly capable. Lin Mo and Yo Dachuan were both stunned, and even Lu Mingming put down her chopsticks and looked at her father. Only then did Lin Mo truly realize that the official opening of the secret realm before the college entrance examination, allowing candidates to risk their lives for training, was not a coincidence at all. It turns out that danger is the norm for awakened beings. This world is far more perilous than he imagined. Chapter 36. Dad, don't scare me. Lu Mingming gripped her chopsticks tightly, her voice trembling. Isn't an academy a place for teaching and nurturing? Why does it sound like a military camp? Lu Jinjia placed a piece of braised pork into her bowl and replied, "That's about right. These days, there are more and more alien beasts, and new secret realms are constantly appearing. Blue Star is leaking everywhere. The army alone can't hold it up. The Martial Soul Academy isn't training hothouse flowers. It's training warriors who can stand on the front lines." Neo Air took a sip of wine in silence and sighed. Speaking of which, De Chun's mother was injured while doing a mission at the academy and was forced to drop out. Lin Mo was taken aback, not expecting that Aunt Lon had also been a soul master. Aunt Lon glared at Neo Air and said that it was all over 20 years ago, nothing to mention. If she hadn't been injured and her strength completely destroyed, how could Neo Air, that damned ox, have ever married her? Neo Air chuckled, repeatedly saying that he, a useless cook, had gotten a great deal. Lin Mosen agreed. Aunt Lon, regardless of her figure or appearance, was like a school beauty, and he had never been able to understand why she married Neo Air. Lin Mo casually asked Aunt Lon what her martial soul was. A trace of sadness flashed across Aunt Lan's eyes as she said it was an A-grade weapon martial soul called Golden Overlord Spear. Years ago, her foundation was damaged, and even her martial soul was ruined. Lin Mo then understood why Neo Dachuan's frying pan had mutated into a gilded frying pan. It was most likely because he had inherited Aunt Lan's martial soul attribute. Aunt Lan solemnly reminded them to be careful at the academy, especially regarding the strange beasts and the human heart. Lu Jinjin nodded in agreement, saying that sometimes the human heart is more terrifying than the strange beasts. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but think of Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei was clearly a cute child, but Zhao Lei had become unrecognizable because of jealousy of Lin Mo's talent. The next day, instead of waiting at home for his liberal arts grades to be released, Lin Mo invited Lu Mingming and Neo Dachuan to continue their adventure into the wasteland. Before the college entrance examination, the three had already traveled more than 100 kilometers from the camp. Lin Mo remained curious about this wasteland world, which resembled Earth, and planned to continue exploring deeper into it. Coincidentally, the Wasteland Secret Realm officially opened to the public that day. When the three drove to the entrance base, it was already packed with people. The Wasteland Secret Realm isn't very attractive to high-level awakened, but it's very tempting to low-level awakened. The monsters inside are less dangerous, and the drop rate of Tier 1 soul crystals is high. Even awakened players of level 10 or 20 can make a fortune by going in as a team, and it's much safer than the open world. Lin Mo was stunned when he saw the newly posted ticket price list. 1,000 Dragon Soul coins per person per day. They were actually starting to charge a fee. Lu Mingming thought it was normal. Charging for access to secret realms was common. Lin Mo thought about it and agreed. Being able to enter for free before the college entrance exam was just an official perk. Neo Dachuan asked them why they had prepared so many supplies and whether they planned to stay for several days. Lin Mo, who had won second place in the city, was rewarded with a storage belt, and this time he had indeed brought enough supplies. Lin Mo decided to buy a 3-day ticket first, and pay the difference if he exceeded the time limit. He planned to travel within a 600-kilometer radius, and if he didn't find anything special, he would return. In a wasteland 100 kilometers away from the camp, yellow sand filled the sky. The sun was scorching, and you could feel the burning heat when you stepped on the sand. The three of them rested under a withered tree. Lu Mingming swallowed a handful of motion sickness pills and gulped down mineral water, then couldn't help but complain, didn't Lin Mo make the furnace fly? Why do you have to roll it? Lin Mo explained that the alchemy furnace could indeed fly, but not very far, and it consumed a lot of soul power. It was best to use it sparingly unless absolutely necessary. Even though he cultivated with soul condensation pills and his soul power was much higher than others of the same level, controlling the alchemy furnace to fly was still difficult. At this moment, Neo Dachuan squatted on the sand and pointed to something blue, calling Lin Mo over to take a look. The thing emerged from the sand, its lower end about the thickness of an adult's finger, its head pointed, resembling grass, but not quite. Just as Neo Dachuan was about to reach out and poke it, Lin Mo immediately stopped him. Then he quickly went over, pulled Neo Dachuan back, and made him stay away from that thing. Lu Mingming was puzzled and asked if this thing was dangerous. Lin Mo said irritably, "Isn't it strange that such a blue plant suddenly grows in a desolate desert?" Lu Mingming realized what was happening and asked if they should leave immediately. Lin Mo shook his head, saying that this was a new discovery and they needed to figure out what it was. After he finished speaking, he took out an entrenching tool from his storage belt and carefully began digging around the blue plant. The yellow sand fell in a rustling sound, and the stems below grew longer and longer, their color an eerie blue, as if they had been quenched with fluorescence, even tinging the nearby sand with a faint blue hue. The digging lasted for half an hour, and a pit more than a meter deep was dug out. Lin Mo wiped his sweat and found that the diameter of the root was already as thick as an arm, but he still hadn't dug to the bottom, and he didn't know how much longer it was hidden under the sand. Lu Mingming, who was lying on the edge of the pit, suddenly cried out in surprise, saying that the thing seemed to move. Lin Mo immediately looked over, and sure enough, he saw the pointed end wriggle occasionally. Neo Dachuan swallowed hard and asked if the thing might suddenly bite. Lin Mo couldn't say for sure either, so he picked up his entrenching tool and prepared to dig up more of the sand around the roots. But as soon as the shovel touched the root, with a whoosh, the more than 1 meter long blue root instantly shrank into the sand and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The three looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. The next second, Lin Mo suddenly threw down the entrenching tool, scrambled out of the pit on all fours, grabbed Lu Mingming and Neo Dachuan, and ran away into the distance. The thing shrank so quickly that it didn't resemble a plant at all, but rather the tentacles of some kind of creature. After running for over 100 meters, the three of them turned back to look at the sandpit next to the dead tree. Lu Mingming looked terrified and asked in a trembling voice, "That thing wasn't the claw of a strange beast, was it?" Lin Mo patted his chest and replied with lingering fear, "How would I know?" Chapter 37: Horrifying Ruins. People are naturally afraid of the unknown. Lin Mo and his two companions were no exception, but they did not stop and continued to head deeper into the ruins. As dusk fell, the three pitched their tent amidst the ruins and sat down around a campfire. The flickering firelight barely dispelled the surrounding darkness, but the occasional wails emanating from the depths of the ruins still sent a chill down their spines. "That sound doesn't sound like something a corrupted walker or a corpse could make," Lu Mingming said in a low voice, snuggling closer to Lin Mo. Lin Mo stared at the flames and nodded, saying, "Yes, the monsters in this wasteland secret realm are probably more than just the two we've seen. Those blue plants during the day might be the form of some kind of strange beast." As he looked out into the darkness of the night, he added softly, "Perhaps there are still humans here." "What?" Lu Mingming's eyes widened. "Boss, are you saying that this secret realm is actually another complete world?" Neo Dachuan was also dumbfounded. "No way. My mom said last night that the secret realms are fragments of a certain world, which the gods specially threw onto Earth to train us." Lin Mo smiled, not ruling out the possibility entirely. Lu Jianjie had mentioned something similar last night, and the official stance had always been that most secret realms had boundaries and could only be considered fragments of a broken world. But Lin Mo was a transmigrator, and he felt that things weren't so simple. In his view, the secret realm may not just be fragments, but may also hide a more complex truth, such as a civilization that actually existed or a corner that was swallowed up by the distortion of space and time. The campfire crackled, casting long shadows of the three men. The distant wails continued, as if whispering some untold secret. After a quick meal, they retreated to their tents to cultivate until late into the night. Lin Mo crushed the last soul crystal, stood up, and said, "That's enough for today. Time to rest." "Yay!" Lu Mingming had no desire to practice anymore, so she immediately crawled into her sleeping bag, arching her back like a caterpillar. Lin Mo glanced at the alarm and was about to rest when a very faint cry for help suddenly rang out outside the tent. "Help! Someone please save me." The sound was intermittent and so weak that it was almost inaudible, but in the dead of night, it still clearly penetrated into the ears of the three people. Lin Mo and the other two sat up abruptly, their expressions instantly tense. Lu Mingming was about to pull up the tent zipper when Lin Mo grabbed her and said, "Wait, this sound is wrong." "What's wrong?" The alarm outside didn't go off. Lu Mingming and Neo Dachuan were taken aback, then realized what was happening. The sound seemed to be coming from outside the tent, but the alarm should have gone off long ago if someone had approached. "This could be a ghost." Neo Dachuan's voice changed. "Don't scare yourself. Lin Mo lowered his voice and peeked out through a crack in the tent. It was pitch black outside. The campfire had long since gone out, but the cries for help continued, sounding as if they were coming from outside the ruins. The three carefully climbed out of the tent, their voices becoming clearer. "Help me, my leg is trapped. Pull me out. Don't leave me behind." Neo Dachuan gripped the frying pan tightly and asked in a low voice, "Brother Imo, should we go out and take a look? What if it's true?" Lin Imo shook his head, his face growing even more serious. "Something's not right. Listen to that breathing. It's too rhythmic, like it's being deliberately imitated." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingming immediately held her breath. Lin Mo's gaze swept across the surrounding darkness, his voice extremely low. Some things mimic human voices to lure people over and then take advantage of the opportunity to strike. "Then what should we do?" Neo Dachuan asked. "Of course we can't let it go." Lin Mo's eyes turned cold. "I want to see what this thing is." After saying that, he waved to the two of them. "Go, be on guard." The three of them crouched low and made their way towards the sandy ground outside the ruins. But after walking only 5 or 6 meters, the cries for help suddenly changed. "Hey, boss, this thing can move." Lin Mo and Neo Dachuan were both startled and looked sharply at Lu Mingming in the middle. Her face was deathly pale and her eyes were wide open, because the voice and tone were clearly her own. I'm not." Lu Mingming waved her hands frantically, unable to speak coherently. Lin Mo's mind flashed back to what Lu Mingming had said when they were digging the hole earlier that day, and he immediately realized, could it be that thing from today? "Hurry back, get out of the sand." Before he finished speaking, he had already pulled the two of them back. Just as they left their original spot, a blue tentacle suddenly pierced out of the sand. Holy crap! The three of them rolled over and jumped back into the ruins. Lu Mingming's face turned pale. "Boss, this really is that thing from earlier today." If he had been half a second slower, that attack would have left a hole in him. Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat, finally realizing that the reason there were no corrupted walkers or zombies in this ruin was probably because this thing had hunted them all down. No wonder there are no other monsters here. They've all been eaten by it. Neo Dachuan swallowed hard. Not only can it mimic human voices, but it can also chase us this far. Lin Mo shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps it's not just one, but one that can share information." Lu Mingming's face turned bitter. "Boss, what do we do now? It seems like we're trapped." "Let's change locations." Lin Mo decided immediately. "Let's go to the rooftop of the abandoned building. It's easier to defend there." Before they could even pack their things, 3 or 4 blue tentacles emerged from the sand at the edge of the ruins, slowly creeping into them. "Oh no, that thing has gotten in." Chapter 38, Strange Gray Mist. Get to the roof. Lin Mo made a decisive move, ignoring the need to pack up the tent, and rushed towards the dilapidated stairs, while calling to Neo Dachuan and Lu Mingming to follow. Neo Dachuan picked up the backpack from the ground, swung the gilded frying pan, and casually swatted away a blue tentacle that had been wrapped around him. With his snap, the tentacle was bent, and the dark green sap splattered onto the wall, instantly corroding a small pit. A foul stench assaulted Lin Mo's nostrils. Lin Mo's heart tightened. This thing's blood was poisonous, and if it got on his skin, the consequences would be unimaginable. The three of them scrambled up to the second floor. Lu Mingming turned around and released the devil vine. The black vines quickly wrapped around the steel bars at the stairwell, blocking the passage. "It can hold out for a while." She leaned against the wall, panting heavily, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Lin Mo rushed to the window, pushed open the creaking wooden window, looked down, and immediately gasped. Like boiling water, more and more tentacles kept emerging from the sand. Dense blue tides were climbing over the ruins and up the walls, gleaming eerily cold in the moonlight, making people's scalps tingle. "There's a whole bunch of them." Lin Mo no longer hesitated, raised his hand to gather soul power, and directly unleashed his soul skill. Soul skill, Vairasel. A colossal furnace covered in golden patterns took shape in midair and crashed down with an overwhelming sense of oppression. With a dull thud, more than a dozen tentacles that had just climbed to the bottom of the wall were instantly severed, and dark green sap splattered everywhere. But this damage was no match for the onslaught that followed. More tentacles frantically pounded and entangled the walls, causing the entire building to tremble as if it might be torn apart at any moment. Lin Mo continuously used the Vajra seal, rapidly depleting his soul power, while Lu Mengmeng and Yo Dachuan were completely unable to lend a hand. After smashing it for a while, Lin Mo found that the effect was limited, so he had to switch to the furnace explosion soul skill. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another, and flames burst open like scarlet flowers in the darkness. Scorching blasts of air sent up tendrils of smoke, and dark green sap evaporated into acrid smoke under the intense heat. The explosion brought only a brief silence. Before the smoke had even cleared, new tentacles emerged from the sand, like sharks that had caught the scent of blood and pounced on the second floor like madmen. No, my soul power is being depleted too quickly. Lin Mo clutched his chest, which felt tight, and his face had turned pale. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on until they climb up. The exploding furnace skill was, after all, only a low-level Xian rank soul skill with limited power, and it couldn't possibly wipe out this swarm of tentacles. Lu Mengmeng paced anxiously, her voice trembling. What do we do? Are we really going to die here today? Lin Mo glanced outside, his expression turning calm. There were too many of them. Continuing to hold out was definitely not an option. To survive, he had to run. Coming quickly. He released a pill furnace, and the three of them immediately crawled inside. After the furnace lid was closed, Lin Mo directly activated a high-level Xian rank soul skill. Furnace Chariot. The alchemy furnace instantly expanded, its body bursting into blazing flames. Like a fiery wheel, it crashed out of the second-floor window, slamming heavily into the sand and leaving a trail of charred black smoke. The tentacles that lunged at him immediately curled up like burning cotton threads upon touching the flames of the furnace, their dark green sap sizzling and emitting a foul, acrid smell. Lin Mo dared not stop, charging forward relentlessly, while the swarm of blue tentacles surged and chased after him like a tidal wave, their shrieks echoing relentlessly behind him. After running for an unknown amount of time, Lin Mo suddenly sensed a layer of hazy, gray mist ahead. The pale gray mist, like a flowing veil, obscured the path ahead, but the fire wheels still charged straight into it. As soon as he entered, Lin Mo felt his soul power being sucked in by something, and the rate of consumption suddenly accelerated. His originally abundant soul power rapidly dissipated, and even the light of the fire wheel dimmed a bit. He gritted his teeth and persevered, finally breaking through the fog. The moment he stepped out, the abnormal drain disappeared, and his soul power returned to normal. However, he had just suffered too much damage, and only about 70 to 80% of his energy remained. The fire wheel's rotation slowed down more and more, and finally, with a clang, it crashed into a lump of iron and came to a complete stop. The alchemy furnace turned into starlight and dissipated. Lin Mo and the other two collapsed to the ground as if their bodies had fallen apart, panting heavily, their chests heaving like bellows. After a long while, Lin Mo finally recovered, propped himself up to stand, and looked up ahead. In the darkness, a black silhouette lay silently, looking like some kind of humanoid behemoth. He took out his flashlight and shone it over, and when he could see the general shape, his pupils suddenly contracted. This is a mecha? Lu Mengmeng and Yo Dachuan, after a moment's hesitation, also came closer. Lin Mo looked at the dilapidated mecha before him, his expression still betraying his shock. Mecha, those were high-tech killing weapons, something countless men dreamed of. However, it was too dark for him to see the whole picture. Lin Mo suppressed his excitement and decided to find a place to spend the night. Let's go see if we can stay there for the night and decide what to do next at dawn. He climbed onto the mech with his bare hands, found the hatch in the dark, and with a forceful pry, the rusty hatch slowly slid open with a click, revealing the dark cockpit inside. The smell of engine oil and dust wafted out, and when the flashlight beam swept across it, he could see the cracked display screen and scattered control sticks. Lin Mo jumped in first. The driver's seat was already weathered, crumbling as soon as he sat down. He sighed, but didn't get up. At least the metal shell could block the wind and sand, making it much safer than camping outside. We'll spend the night here. Yo Dachuan and Lu Mengmeng squeezed in as well, and the three of them huddled together in the cramped space, each finding a corner to rest. Having just survived a life-or-death escape, everyone was exhausted. Lin Mo leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, but his mind kept replaying the gray fog that had stretched for more than 10 kilometers. Entering it would have caused their soul power to be consumed at an alarming rate. If the fog hadn't been relatively small, the three of them would probably have died inside long ago. Chapter 39. The next morning, the first rays of light pierced through the clouds and fell on the rusty hatch. With a creak, the hatch was pushed open, and 3 heads cautiously peeked out, 6 eyes warily scanning the outside. As soon as Lin Mo saw the scene before him, his brows furrowed. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless sea of sand, with countless wrecks half buried in the sand. Rusty mechs lay askew, tanks with broken tracks were reduced to half-body parts, and the white bones of some unknown behemoths looked particularly eerie in the morning light. The wind howled through the gaps in the wreckage, as if telling the story of a fierce battle that had once taken place here. Lu Mengmeng instinctively shrank behind Lin Mo, her voice trembling slightly. Where is this place? Why is it all ruins? Lin Mo scanned the surroundings and quickly determined that this was likely a battlefield left behind from a long-ago war between humans and alien beasts. Judging from the degree of decay of the remains, the war had ended many years ago. He warned the two to be careful not to touch anything on the ground, then climbed out of the hatch first. The 3 walked out onto the soft sand, the surroundings eerily quiet except for the sound of the wind. The silent remains lay scattered in the sand, like pairs of silent eyes. Watching them, the intruders. Lin Mo looked up into the distance. The sea of sand merged with the horizon, and there was no sign of life. Just then, he suddenly remembered the gray fog he had passed through last night. His expression changed, and he abruptly turned around to look behind him. A kilometer away, a wall of gray fog, like a curtain of sky, stood blocking his path. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. What is that? Lu Mengmeng and Niu Dachuan also turned around. Upon seeing the wall of gray mist, they immediately remembered what their parents had told them about the boundary of the secret realm and blurted out. Could this be the boundary? Lin Mo's expression became even more serious upon hearing the word boundary. The furnace chariot was his sole skill. Last night, his vision was obscured by the alchemy furnace, but his spiritual power could still clearly perceive the outside world. If this really was the boundary, then hadn't they already crossed it last night? Lu Mengmeng, however, looked relaxed, even raising her chin, as if to say that the fact they had reached the edge of the secret realm so quickly meant that this place was nothing special. She was unaware that they had actually already reached the other side of the boundary. Lin Mo didn't have time to explain and headed directly towards the gray mist wall, with Lu Mengmeng and Niu Dachuan quickly following. Soon, the 3 stopped half a meter in front of the gray fog. The fog was hazy and indistinct, making it impossible to see anything inside. Lu Mengmeng quickly warned Lin Mo not to touch it. She had heard her parents say that the boundary fog wall could even melt a level 90 soul saint. Lin Mo had been somewhat skeptical, but hearing this made him feel even more uneasy. How had he managed to pass through something that even a level 9 soul saint couldn't touch last night? To verify, Lin Mo asked Lu Mengmeng to try inserting her martial soul into the mist first. Without much thought, Lu Mengmeng released a devil vine and probed it into the gray mist. But as soon as the vine touched the edge of the mist, it sizzled, and Lu Mengmeng screamed and collapsed to the ground, clutching her head and stomach, trembling with pain. Lin Mo quickly helped her up and fed her a soul-gathering pill. After she recovered, she realized that the gray mist could indeed damage a martial soul. Then, Lin Mo released his alchemy furnace martial spirit and threw it into the gray mist. The moment the furnace made contact, a piercing, corrosive sound rang out, and a sharp pain surged through his spiritual sea and dantian, causing him to groan in pain. Lin Mo didn't dare delay and immediately shouted, "Explode," causing the furnace to explode within the gray mist. The excruciating pain subsided, but he was still covered in cold sweat and quickly swallowed another soul-gathering pill. After recovering, Lin Mo began to ponder the difference. Last night, when he rode the furnace chariot through, he only experienced rapid depletion of his soul power, without the pain of his soul being devoured. He quickly grasped the key. Last night, he was using the furnace chariot's soul skill form. While his martial soul and physical body were connected, they were more like independent vessels. But just now, he directly released his martial soul, effectively connecting it completely with his physical body, allowing the gray mist erosion to directly affect his sea of consciousness and dantian. Thinking this through, Lin Mo continued to speculate that his lucky passage might be related to a certain innate soul skill. Understanding this dispelled much of the gloom in his heart. Lu Mingming, however, was quite frightened by the gray fog and quickly suggested that they avoid the border for now and instead find some spoils to exchange for merit points at the official base. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Although he already knew he might have the ability to cross the border wall, he had no intention of revealing it. The consequences of exposing this secret would be unpredictable. Moreover, none of them knew what lay beyond the border. With their current strength, venturing in recklessly would be tantamount to suicide. Rather than taking the risk, it was better to gather some useful items while it was still relatively safe, and then retreat when the time was right. Chapter 40. The three exchanged a glance, then turned and walked towards the area where the wreckage of the mecha lay scattered not far away, without looking at the eerie gray fog again. Lin Mo quickly assigned tasks. Ming, Dachuan, you two go check if there are any usable materials in the alien bee skeletons. I'll go disassemble the electronic components in the mecha. The two responded and went their separate ways. Lin Mo crawled into the cockpit of the mecha he had spent the night in. It was filled with the smell of rust and dust. He took out a small knife and carefully pried at the motherboard in the control panel. If these motherboards and chips hadn't been completely corroded, they could definitely fetch a good price if taken back to someone knowledgeable. Now that the entire planet has awakened, some technologies have stagnated, and a complete motherboard might be highly sought after by research institutions. Just as the motherboard was pried off, Lu Mingming's surprise shout came from outside. "Boss, come out and see." Lin Mo immediately wrapped the motherboard in a cloth, stuffed it into his storage belt, dusted off his hands, and climbed out of the cockpit. Lu Mingming squatted beside a huge skeleton, poking at the gleaming white bone surface. These strange bee skeletons have been there for who knows how many years, yet there isn't a single trace of weathering. The skeleton was 7 or 8 meters long, with ribs spread out like a fan. The bones had no cracks or mottled marks, and were as clear as if they were carved from jade. Lin Mo walked over and tapped it with a wrench, discovering that the bone was harder than steel. He then touched the bone's surface, finding it cold and solid, with what seemed to be residual, faint energy within. He raised an eyebrow. This thing is not simple. It's at least a 5th tier or higher beast. Lu Mingming's eyes lit up immediately. A 5th tier exotic beast? That's incredibly valuable. Although Earth's technology lags behind, it has developed a soul tool system, and soul tools require materials from exotic beasts. High-level exotic beast bones, in particular, are excellent for crafting weapons and armor. Lin Mo was very clear-headed. No matter how valuable it is, we have limited storage space and can't take it all with us. Lu Mingming was somewhat unwilling. Then what should we do? It would be such a waste to just leave it here like this. Lin Mo glanced at her sideways. How come you, the second young lady of the Lu family, are even more greedy than us? Lu Mingming pouted. There's nothing I can do. According to the Lu family rules, all the money in the Lu family will belong to my sister in the future. I'll save as much money as I can now to avoid being homeless in the future. Lin Mo laughed and cursed, not believing her explanation at all. Lu's parents clearly weren't the kind of people who were old-fashioned. He was too lazy to listen to Lu Mingming's nonsense. After looking her over for a moment, he said, just take off the horns and teeth. These are the only things that are really valuable. These words immediately jolted Lu Mingming and Neo Dachuan awake. The two of them promptly took out their tools, climbed onto the skeleton, and began carefully prying open the teeth and horns. Lin Mo then walked to a dilapidated war machine and continued to dismantle the still usable motherboards and electronic components. 2 hours later, Lin Mo looked at the storage belt that was almost full and finally called out to the two of them. That's enough. It's time to leave. Lu Mingming and Neo Dachuan ran back happily, their expressions showing they had made quite a haul. The three of them quickly heated up some food and ate a little, then carefully packed away their spoils, not daring to linger there. Lin Mo released the fiery red alchemy furnace, and the three of them entered one after another. Before closing the lid, he took one last look at the desert battlefield. If nothing unexpected happens, this place will become his treasure trove. Furnace chariot. Lin Mo gave a low shout, and the fire wheel rumbled as it carried the three of them into the gray mist of the border wall, quickly disappearing at the edge of the desert. However, not long after they left, a dark shadow suddenly swept across the sky. It was a strangely shaped aircraft, its silver-gray fuselage covered in wear and tear. It hovered 300 meters in the air, and with a whoosh, the bottom hatch opened, and more than a dozen dilapidated mechs slid down the ropes, crashing heavily onto the sand. Bang, bang, bang. The mech landed, kicking up dust, its over 3-meter-tall body gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen in the morning light. However, the armor was covered in scratches and dents, indicating it had seen much of the battlefield. The lead mech activated its communicator, and a steady male voice came through. Sky City, this is Noah's Ark team. We have arrived at the outer battlefield ruins of Manga ruins and are commencing our landing mission. Please provide instructions. A cool female voice came through the communicator. Sky City received. Noah's Ark team, be on your safety and be alert for unknown energy reactions. Ark team received. As soon as the communication was cut off, someone in the mech group whispered jokingly, "The captain's old habit has relapsed. He has to hear Ms. Z's voice for a couple of minutes every time there's a mission." Another mech chimed in, "I heard that during the last breeding mission, the captain was matched with Miss Z. Maybe he's developed feelings for her." Suddenly, a crackling sound came from the communicator, and a stern voice interrupted them. "Shut up. The surveillance team's listening system isn't just for show. If you want me dead, keep talking." The whispers vanished instantly, and the mechs fell silent. After a moment, the captain regained his seriousness, spread out in search, collect usable parts and energy crystals, and regroup in half an hour. Be vigilant. The energy here is very unstable. "Yes, Captain." A dozen or so mechs immediately dispersed, marching heavily towards the wreckage area. The creaking of their metal joints mingled with the scraping of sand, adding a touch of life to this otherwise deathly, silent battlefield. Just then, a mech searching the left wing arrived at the spot where Lin M.O. and his companions had just rested. The metal detector suddenly emitted a rapid beeping sound. The driver glanced down, and his gaze fell on several conspicuous instant noodle wrappers and empty cans on the sand. He immediately exclaimed, "Captain, come quick. There's something going on here." The shout was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. The previously scattered mechs instantly became alert, grabbing their energy rifles and alloy swords and converging as quickly as possible. The captain's mech strode over, its heavy feet carving deep craters in the sand. When he saw the still warm packaging bags, cans, and a piece of luncheon meat with a bite taken out of it, his eyes widened in shock behind the cockpit. "These things are fresh." The captain's voice came through the loudspeaker, trembling uncontrollably. The packaging bag was just torn open, and there are fingerprints on the can. These are traces of human activity on the ground. The mechs fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 41. Hello, I need to submit the information I've collected. In a wasteland secret camp, in front of the temporary office, Lin M.O. and his two companions handed over the form recording their encounter. The receptionist in her uniform smiled and flipped through it, but when she saw entries like silent during the day, active at night with blue tentacles, and able to mimic human voices to hunt humans, her expression immediately changed. She looked up to confirm. "Are you sure it's all true?" Lin M.O. deliberately feigned a look of lingering fear and nodded. "Absolutely true. You can send someone to verify it. We almost couldn't get out of that area last night." This morning, when the three of them crossed the border back to the sandy area, Lin M.O. was still worried that the tentacles would follow them. But strangely, the blue tentacles that had surged like a tide last night had completely disappeared during the day, leaving no trace, which allowed them to return to the camp safely. The uniformed woman quickly explained that she wasn't doubting anything, but rather that the information was too important. She lowered her voice and said, "To be honest, 5 squads have already gone missing in that area, and now it seems very likely that it's related to what you encountered." Lin M.O. and the other two felt a chill run down their spines. Lin M.O. pressed for details about the missing team's strength, and the other party replied with a grim expression that they were all part of the Academy's holiday mission team, led by teachers of level 4 or higher, with team members of level 2 or higher, and had been out of contact for 3 days. Thinking of the monsters that mimicked cries for help last night, Lin M.O., Lu Meng Meng, and Yo Dachuan exchanged glances, all seeing horror in each other's eyes. Could those sounds have been left behind by the missing team? Lin Mo's expression was serious. He suggested that the authorities immediately send high-level soul masters to investigate and temporarily designate that area as a restricted zone, prohibiting awaken from entering. The uniformed beauty nodded in agreement, indicating that she would report back immediately. As for the information they submitted, it cannot be rated yet. The reward will be determined after the investigation results are available. If it's urgently needed, they can be given 500 merit points as a grade B. Lin Mo shook his head, saying that merit points weren't urgent. It was enough to warn others to avoid danger. The uniformed woman thanked them gratefully, saying that if the result was true, the authorities would offer an additional reward. The three of them didn't linger and turned to leave the office. The campsite was blindingly sunny. Lin Mo stretched and said it was time to go back and check if the acceptance letter had arrived. If nothing unexpected happened, he wouldn't be coming to the secret realm tomorrow. Lu Mingming also stretched and said she was going to the East Sea with her husband the day after tomorrow. Lin Mo coughed lightly, trying to change the subject. We'll sell the materials we brought back later, and the three of us will split the money. Starting tomorrow, we can all have fun and go on trips. Lu Mingming immediately cheered. After leaving the secret realm, the three returned to the city and headed straight for the East District Market. Deep within the market, in a shop called Yizhengshuan, the air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood. An elderly man with white hair and a tang suit was examining the animal teeth and horns they had brought, exclaiming in amazement. The old man said these items had good hardness and luster, indicating they came from at least a 6th-tier beast. Lin Mo and his companions, who had initially thought they were only 5th-tier materials, were immediately intrigued upon hearing 6th tier and urged the old man to name his price. But after taking off his glasses, the old man shook his head regretfully, saying that the item was good, but not fresh, and had lost too much energy. It could only be accepted as 4th-tier exotic beast material at most. Lu Mingming got anxious and was about to argue when the old man explained that exotic beast materials were all about vitality. He pointed to the cracks on the horn and said that these things had been buried for at least 100 years, and they were already worth a decent 4th-tier price. Lin Mo thought about it and agreed that it made sense. After all, they had picked these up for free from the desert battlefield, and no one knew how long they had been there. He readily agreed to sell at that price. Just as the old man was about to call someone to weigh and calculate the money, Lin Mo and Lu Mingming took out a bunch of materials. Here, there are more than 10 here. Let's take them all. The old man in the tang suit twitched at the corner of his eye, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. He wondered if these 3 kids had gone off to dig up some strange beast grave. Soon, a notification popped up indicating a total of 65 million had been deposited into their accounts. After splitting the money, the 3 of them did some shopping at the market. Lu Mingming and Niu Dachun only bought soul crystals and potions for cultivation, but Lin Mo wanted to buy much more, stuffing his backpack full of various exotic beast blood essences and medicinal herbs. This trip to the secret realm made him realize a fatal weakness. His soul power endurance was too poor. To make up for this problem, he decided to refine a pill that could quickly restore soul power, and soon he'd spent all his money on it. As evening fell, the 3 of them emerged from Yizhengshuan carrying bulging bags. Lin Mo waved. Come on, let's get something good to eat tonight. The 3 chatted and laughed as they merged into the bustling market. That evening, Lin Mo returned to his rented apartment. Xiao Bao, help me generate a pill formula that can instantly restore soul power. Received prompt. Restore soul power elixir recipe. The system will generate a suitable elixir recipe for you based on existing pharmacological knowledge. Estimated time, 1 minute. Lin Mo had learned a lot about pharmacology over the years, so the result came out in less than a minute. According to pharmacological knowledge, the following pills currently meet the requirements: basic rejuvenation pill, intermediate rejuvenation pill, and advanced rejuvenation pill. Note, the pill formulas generated this time have not been verified. Lin Mo was taken aback. Huh? Xiao Bao, have you changed your ways? You've even learned to add notes now. Chapter 42. Lin Mo originally intended to refine a high-grade rejuvenation pill in one go. However, after only 1 minute of concentration, his soul power was drained as if a dam had burst, forcing him to stop immediately. He rubbed his throbbing temples, understanding that he couldn't force pills that exceeded his current strength. Xiao Bao had generated many pill formulas, but many couldn't be refined due to insufficient soul power, clearly related to his cultivation level. Left with no other choice, Lin Mo had to settle for second best and began trying the basic rejuvenation pill. He manipulated the medicinal cauldron spirit according to the pill formula, and the first batch of 6 pills was refined in just 10 minutes. 2 of them were dull in color and covered in cracks, clearly indicating they were defective pills. Lin Mo wasn't disappointed, though. After all, it would be abnormal to succeed on the first try. He picked up an ice blue pill. The pill was round and shiny, emitting a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then swallowed it directly. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, transforming into a cool, warm current that spread throughout the body in just 2 or 3 seconds. A warm sensation rose in the dantian, and even the head, heavy from the depletion of soul power, became much clearer. It's done. Lin Mo clearly felt that his soul power instantly recovered by 30%, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. According to Pei Luohan's martial arts books, martial arts cultivate internal strength. After reaching the innate stage, internal strength transforms into true qi, and further on, true qi transforms into primordial energy. Soul power, on the other hand, is like the energy resulting from the combination of internal strength and spiritual power. This rejuvenation pill was mostly deduced by Xiao Bao by combining that knowledge with the pharmacology of this world. Without Pei Luohan's book, Xiao Bao might not have been able to generate this pill formula. Xiao Bao, you're really reliable. Lin Mo happily put the remaining 3 intact rejuvenation pills into a glass bottle, then threw the waste pills into a jar in the corner, and continued refining. That night, he spent almost the entire time refining pills. Body-refining pills, soul-condensing pills, and basic-level rejuvenating pills were produced one batch after another, and the aroma of the medicine filled the room more and more intensely. He had been taking the body-refining pill for a long time, and his physique was already far beyond that of ordinary people, at least comparable to a second-tier awakener. The soul-condensing pill was equally effective, making his soul power as profound as that of an SS-tier awakener. With these 3 kinds of pills as a foundation, Lin Mo felt much more at ease. At least among those of the same level, he was confident that he was no less capable than any other prodigy. He didn't stop until the sky began to lighten, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips as he looked at the rows of jade bottles filled with pills on the table. Next, all he has to do is wait for the acceptance letter to arrive, and then everything will be settled. But Lin Mo didn't know that his acceptance letter to Suzaku Academy would never arrive. EC, the office of the dean of Suzaku Academy. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Bai Yintian sat on the sofa, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, his tone carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible, provocative quality. Dean, I think Lin Mo's score is suspiciously high. Neither his martial spirit aptitude nor his character meets our academy standards. The long-haired middle-aged dean behind the desk was flipping through Lin Mo's files when he heard this, and frowned slightly. Indeed, apart from outstanding performance in humanities and theoretical subjects, there are no other highlights. After he finished speaking, he looked at the middle-aged man with a buzz cut standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The man was wearing a gray-brown trench coat, his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the training field, and he remained silent. The dean held him in high esteem. After all, this was a top-tier martial spirit master from the Dragon Kingdom, whom he had recruited at great expense. Brother Yu, what do you think of Yun Tian's intentions? The middle-aged man with the buzz cut turned around, his expression calm, but his tone carried an undeniable weight. Yin Tian's words make sense. Lin Mo's academic performance is indeed outstanding, but no matter how his martial soul mutated, it is still only a C level, which is not enough to meet the admission requirements of the Vermilion Bird Academy. He paused, then added, the Vermilion Bird Academy cannot admit students simply because they meet the passing score. Otherwise, it would damage its century-old reputation. The dean nodded, understood. In that case, let's also eliminate Niu Dachuan, who has a D-level martial soul. Bai Yuntian felt a surge of satisfaction, but his face remained impassive. This was the consequence of daring to offend him, Bai Yuntian. As for Lu Mengming, he'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with her and her mother once she enrolls in school. The 3 of them casually crossed Lin Mo and Niu Dachuan off the list, as if they were merely dusting off 2 specks of dust. After all, their martial spirits weren't even at the B-grade level. "Brother, you're getting a call from home." Ring, ring, ring. A jarring ringtone jolted Lin Mo awake. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he answered the phone. "Hello? Ming Ming, what's up?" On the other end of the phone, Lu Mingming's voice was excited. "Boss, my acceptance letter arrived. What about yours? Did you receive it?" Lin Mo sat up, ran his fingers through his messy hair, and glanced at his phone. The notification bar was empty, with no messages. "No, it's probably still on its way." Lu Mingming's voice immediately rose. "No way? Zhao Lei from our class got it. You're second in the whole city. How come you haven't gotten it yet?" Lin Mo was also a little hesitant, but still said, "Let's wait a bit longer. There might be a system delay." After hanging up the phone, he stared at the ceiling, completely wide awake. Not long after, Neo-Dachun also called, asking immediately, "Brother Mo, has your acceptance letter arrived yet?" Lin Mo repeated what he had just said, only to learn to his surprise that there was no news from Neo-Dachun either. He was starting to feel uneasy and was about to call his homeroom teacher, Liao Dafu, when Liao called first. "Old Liao, what's going on?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before someone said in a low voice, "Lin Mo, I have some bad news for you." Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. "Sure enough," Liao Dafu continued, "because of your and Neo-Dachun's martial spirit aptitude, the 4 major academies have both crossed you out." "What do you mean?" Lin Mo's face darkened. "That means all 4 academies felt that your martial spirits did not meet the admission requirements and disqualified you." After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo lit a cigarette and stood in front of the balcony. So, it really comes down to talent after all? He wasn't too surprised. After all, he had a vague premonition about this before the college entrance exam. Chapter 43. The Neo Air food stall was much quieter than usual in the afternoon. Neo Air and Aunt Lon already knew that Lin Mo and Neo-Dachun had been disqualified from admission, so the atmosphere was inevitably a bit somber. Neo Air rubbed his hands together to comfort him. "Xiao Mo, don't take it to heart. At worst, we can enroll in a regular academy again. With your abilities, you can make a name for yourself anywhere." He had never attended a martial soul academy and was not familiar with its intricacies. Aunt Lon sighed softly. "Old Neo, who don't understand. The 4 great martial spirit academies are worlds apart from ordinary academies in terms of teachers and resources." Having graduated from the Vermilion Bird Academy herself, she knew best what this meant. "What else can we do? All 4 academies have rejected them." Neo Air's voice lowered. "How about we ask the Liu family for help?" Aunt Lon looked at Lin Mo again, still unwilling to give up. Lin Mo, who had been standing by the window, finally turned around, his expression calm. "No need. Dachun and I are planning to find an ordinary college in Donghai." Seeing that he had made up his mind, Aunt Lon could only nod. "All right, since you've decided, your Uncle Neo and I both support you." She paused, then suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, I have a classmate who's an instructor at the Eastern Martial Soul Academy. How about I ask him for you?" Lin Mo repeated, "Eastern Martial Soul Academy?" "Yes, she was just promoted to the 2nd tier," Aunt Lon explained. "I was originally thinking that if Dachun's grades weren't good, I would ask her to help him get in, but it turned out to be perfect now." Neo-Dachun immediately chimed in. "As long as I can be with Brother Mo, I'm willing to go anywhere." Lin Mo glanced at him and said calmly, "Then I'll have to trouble Aunt Lon." He knew very well that the fact that the 4 major academies didn't want him didn't mean his path was closed. If the Vermilion Bird Academy wouldn't accept him, there would always be other places that would. One day, he would make those academies understand the price they would pay for missing out on Lin Mo. Aunt Lon immediately took out her phone and contacted her classmate. Not long after, she returned with a smile. "It's done. My classmate knew that you and Dachun were the 2 who achieved special college entrance examination results this year, and immediately agreed to help you get benefits." Neo-Dachun slammed his hand on the table, making even the enamel bowl jump. "I'll go too, I'll see. Brother Mo will definitely have someone who knows his stuff." Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly, and the weight on his heart finally eased a little. But he didn't expect that his performance in the college entrance examination would be far more exaggerated than they imagined. During this dinner, Lin Mo received several phone calls, all from admissions offices of colleges in various places. "Lin Mo, I am the admissions director of Southern Martial Soul Academy. Northern Academy is willing to give you a full scholarship and even provide you with a private training room. Come to our Western Academy, and you'll be directly recommended for a military position upon graduation. The phone kept ringing, the enthusiasm was ridiculous, and Lin Mo was a little dumbfounded. It turned out that he was so sought after in a second or third-tier college. Neo leaned over and listened for a couple of minutes, then couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Goodness, this is like they're fighting over cabbages. Go away, can't you talk? Aunt Lon rolled her eyes at him. Even if Xiao Mo is a cabbage, she's still a golden cabbage. She feigned disdain, but inwardly she was equally shocked and delighted. She quickly advised, Xiao Mo, why don't you reconsider and choose one with better benefits? Yeah, Brother Mo, let's pick the best one. Neo Dachuan's eyes also lit up. Northern Academy just said they'd give you a personal spirit mentor. Lin Mo glanced at him. Do you think I need a martial spirit instructor? He was nominally Pei Ling Shuang, Lu Mengmeng, and her parents' mentor, so the tutors assigned by the academy were useless to him. In the end, he decided not to put Aunt Lon in a difficult position, since Aunt Lon has already found her classmate, then choose the Eastern Martial Soul Academy. Aunt Lon nodded, agreeing that this was the safest approach. Lin Mo then took out 2 glass bottles and handed them over. Aunt Lon, take one of these pills each day to help regulate your body. Aunt Lon glanced at it and didn't take it seriously. I'm not sick. Why would I take medicine? Lin Mo said calmly. Haven't you been unable to condense your martial spirit? These 2 pills might be able to restore your martial spirit. As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Lan's chopsticks fell to the table with a thud. She looked up sharply at the 2 bottles, her calm expression shattering instantly, replaced by a suppressed shock and hope. What did you say? Her voice trembled. This medicine can really repair a martial soul. That evening, Lin Mo told Lu Mengmeng about his situation with Neo Dachuan. Without a word, Lu Mengmeng tore up the Vermilion Bird Academy's admission notice and insisted on going to the Eastern Academy with him. Deer's father couldn't stop her, so he could only let her go to Donghai first and then let Deer's mother make the decision. The 2 agreed to meet again in Donghai a month later, and then the phone call ended. The next morning, Lin Mo declined Neo Dachuan's family's invitation to go on a trip, and after a phone call with Lu Mengmeng, he began his secluded cultivation. Strength was fundamental. Even with a 5-time speed cultivation technique, he wouldn't slack off. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In Pei Lohan's villa living room, Lin Mo was instructing her while helping her adjust her breathing. Awakened individuals can not only pursue soul power, their physical strength must also be improved. Otherwise, no matter how high their soul power is, they may still be ambushed and killed by minor monsters. Pei Luohan, dressed in her training clothes, sat cross-legged on the sofa, her forehead and back covered in sweat. After a month, her soul power had reached level 57, but the most significant improvement was in her physique, which was now more than 3 times stronger than before. Previously, even with her 5th-tier physique, she might not have been able to withstand a single claw strike from a 4th-tier beast. But now, she can withstand even attacks from peak 5th-tier beasts. Seeing that she was in stable condition, Lin Mo stopped, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. All right, that's enough for today. I'm going to East Sea tomorrow. Before you reach level 60, just absorb more ice attribute soul crystals and continue to strengthen your martial soul. Pei Luohan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, opened her eyes, and felt the surge of power within her body. A look of surprise immediately appeared in her eyes. She quickly stood up and solemnly bowed to Lin Mo. Thank you for your guidance this month, Master Lin. I'll transfer 100 million Dragon Soul coins to your account later. Chapter 44. Pei Luohan used to be serious and rarely smiled, but in the past month, she could clearly feel her strength improving every day, and the joy on her face was almost constant. Lin Mo accidentally saw something he shouldn't have, and quickly coughed lightly to cover it up. Ahem, it's nothing, it's not free. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Pei Luohan smiled slightly. She had witnessed Lin Mo's talent firsthand, and was also keen to maintain the relationship, so she said earnestly, that's another matter. This month of guidance cannot be measured in money. If you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Lin Mo said half-jokingly, Okay, then don't refuse when I come to you in the future. Pei Luohan nodded in agreement, then remembered the matter her subordinate had asked her to handle and asked, By the way, how's the matter I asked you to do a few days ago? Lin Mo took out a few sheets of paper from his pocket. No need for in-person guidance, but I'm interested in selling soul skills. These are soul skills selected based on their data and requirements. If anyone wants to buy soul skills in the future, they can contact me, but they can't reveal my identity. Pei Luohan excitedly accepted the order. Since awakening her soul skills last time, she hadn't experienced the feeling of personally choosing soul skills. Even if these soul skills weren't meant for her, she could still feast her eyes on them. Lin Mo pointed to one of the cards and said, "This young Lan wants a flight soul skill, but her martial soul doesn't have the relevant attribute. I can only give her the Earth rank low-level soul skill Meteor Falling Cloud Step as a short-term experience of flight." After reading the description, Pei Luohan immediately concluded, no, she will definitely like it. This is simply a divine skill. The Meteor Falling Cloud Step allows for continuous dashes on the ground or in the air like a meteor, combining the functions of breaking through defenses, displacement, and escape. Coincidentally, Yang Lan's martial soul is a flexible and offensive type, making this soul skill perfect for her. Lin Mo stretched and said, "Okay, remember to collect the money for me." For the past month, he has spent almost all his time cultivating, refining pills, guiding Pei Luohan, and studying martial arts and martial soul theories. He has now reached level 20 and has opened 3 new soul skill slots at an astonishing speed, but he has not yet awakened any new soul skills. Pei Luohan asked him if he wanted to take Yang Lan as a student. Lin Mo decisively refused. "Forget it. One should be honest. If I say I won't take her, I don't mean it. After all, he already has several students in name only. If he takes on another one, where will he find time to cultivate and refine pills?" After leaving Pei Luohan's house, Lin Mo went to the Linjiang City Martial Soul Association to update his martial soul information. This was a notification from the Eastern Academy, and since his martial soul was no longer a simple auxiliary martial soul, updating it in advance would prevent any future misunderstandings. The information ultimately provided by the staff is Lin Mo, Sea-Level Furnace Martial Soul, Strong Attack Type. Looking at this record, Lin Mo almost laughed. There was nothing he could do. Nobody in this world had ever heard of a pill furnace, nor did they know its function. They could only classify it as a fire furnace after a simple assessment. The next day, at the station, Lin Mo and Yo Dachuan, each carrying a large bag, boarded the armored bus bound for Donghai, watched by Nyo's parents. It's only about 100 kilometers from Linjiang to the East China Sea, but you have to cross the wilderness. If you're lucky, it only takes 2 hours. If you're unlucky, it will take much longer, since the wilderness is never safe. The armored bus engine roared low, tires churning over the gravel road, the city outside the window gradually giving way to wilderness. Lin Mo leaned against the window, gazing absently at the dense forests on either side. After the awakening of the entire population, the world mutated, teeming with life, yet fraught with peril. Upon arriving in Donghai, Lin Mo and Yo Dachuan were immediately struck by the bustling cityscape before them. As expected of one of the 4 major base cities of the Dragon Kingdom, it was far superior to a small city like Linjiang. Yo Dachuan said, "Let's go, let's see if the academy has a car to pick us up." The two exited the station, circled around the exit, and finally spotted the welcome sign for the Eastern Martial Soul Academy in a corner. Lin Mo walked up to the girl holding the sign and greeted her with a smile. "Hello. We are freshmen here to register." The girl looked up and saw him clearly. Her eyes widened instantly. Lin Montak, it's you." Lin Mo was also stunned. "Huh? Little fox, it's you." The girl in front of him was actually Su Xiaoxiao from Class 7 of his senior year. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed red instantly, and she corrected herself in a low voice. "My name is Su Xiaoxiao, no, not Little Fox." Lin Mo smiled and apologized, then pointed to the sign in her hand. Logically, welcoming new students should be the responsibility of the senior students. The freshmen shouldn't be standing here. Su Xiaoxiao explained in a soft voice that the teacher and her senior had gone to the restroom and asked her to help her check the sign. Lin Mo nodded, picked up the bottled water on the table, and took a couple of sips, then asked her how many points she got on the exam and why she also came to the Eastern Martial Soul Academy. Su Xiaoxiao's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. 610 points. "My aunt works here, so I applied here." Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. 610 points? Not bad, Little Fox. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned even redder. She secretly glanced at him and then lowered her head. It's all thanks to the 20 special achievement points you added. Seeing her shy expression, Lin Mo suddenly felt like teasing her. He deliberately took a step closer, bent down, and leaned in front of her, teasingly saying, "Little fox, has anyone ever told you that your eyes are very beautiful?" Before the words were finished, a furious shout rang out. "You beast! Let go of that girl!" Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind struck the back of Lin Mo's neck. He reacted extremely quickly, crouching down abruptly and narrowly dodging a sweeping kick. With a bang, the man lost control and kicked the sign that Su Xiao was holding, shattering it into pieces instantly. Lin Mo's eyes twitched. If this kick landed, it probably wouldn't be aimed at smashing his head. He looked up and saw a girl wearing the uniform of the Eastern Martial Soul Academy, with short hair glaring at him, her face full of indignation at witnessing injustice. The short-haired girl had a very loud voice. "In broad daylight, how dare you harass a girl from my Eastern Martial Soul Academy? Are you looking for death?" Students from other colleges nearby all turned to look. Su Xiao, recovering from her shock, blushed and explained, No, senior, he's our classmate too." The short-haired girl clearly didn't believe him, looking Lin Mo up and down. "Classmate? I think he's clearly here to harass me." Lin Mo stood up, dusted off his pants, and said helplessly, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I really am a freshman." Just then, a mature and elegant woman with long, wavy hair walked over with several girls who were also wearing the uniforms of the Eastern Martial Soul Academy. She glanced around the scene, frowned, and asked what happened. Chapter 45. Xiao, no. Teacher in, these are my high school classmates Lin Mo and Yo Dachuan. They are also freshmen who have come to register. Upon hearing those two names, Anualin immediately looked at Lin Mo, her eyes filled with surprise. Lin Mo and Yo Dachuan were both somewhat bewildered and could only nod in agreement. Anualin smiled and introduced herself, saying that she was Wang Xiulan's classmate. Lin Mo then realized what she meant and casually complimented her on her youth, which made Anualin's lips curl into a slight smile. Lin Mo explained that they had just arrived at the station and happened to meet Su Xiao, so they chatted for a while. They didn't expect that the short-haired senior would mistake them for a hooligan. Anualin quickly smoothed things over, introducing the senior student as Yi, saying she had a bit of a temper but wasn't a bad person. Lin Mo waved his hand and greeted her with a smile. Yi snorted coldly, calling him a pretty boy and saying he didn't look like a good person at all. Lin Mo secretly gasped. This girl really had a good eye for people. Anualin felt a little embarrassed, and then introduced several of the senior female students beside her to them. Lin Mo then realized that although the Eastern Martial Soul Academy wasn't very famous, the quality of its senior female students was ridiculously high. Anualin then led them to a small table, took out the enrollment file she had prepared beforehand, and only needed to be signed. After Lin Mo and Nyo Dachin signed, she visibly breathed a sigh of relief, as if afraid that other colleges would snatch them away. We'd have to wait another hour. Lin Mo and Nyo Dachin leaned against one side, chatting with Su Xiao, while Yi and the others huddled together nearby, whispering amongst themselves. Some of the senior students were curious as to why instructor and valued them so much. Yi impatiently reminded them to watch the news and mentioned Yangshi Town, which was breached by a beast tide last month. Then everyone remembered that this year's National College Entrance Examination question was about defending Yangshi Town, and the Linjiang City Examination Center even received bonus points for holding out until reinforcements arrived. Yi gestured towards Lin Mo and Yo Dachuan, saying that of the three candidates who persevered to the end, two were right in front of them, and the other had already registered at the academy that morning. The senior students were all stunned. No one expected that the three famous freshmen would all come to the Eastern Martial Soul Academy. Lin Mo noticed their curious and admiring gazes, immediately straightened his posture, and whispered to Nyo Dachuan, "Ordinary colleges aren't that bad. He's already becoming famous and gaining fans before even entering the school." Nyo Dachuan nodded with a silly grin, then whispered that maybe he could actually complete the task his mother had given him. Lin Mo became interested and pressed him to tell her what the task was. Nyo Dachuan blushed instantly and stammered that his mother wanted him to find a girlfriend at the college and have a relationship. Lin Mo almost burst out laughing, thinking that these parents were too open-minded. But then I thought about it again. Nyo Dachuan is too simple-minded. If he doesn't find a girlfriend in college and then serve 3 more years after graduation, it will probably be even harder for him to enter society. Lin Mo patted his shoulder, indicating that he would take care of it. Su Xiao, who hadn't said much until now, suddenly whispered a reminder that the male-to-female ratio at the Eastern Martial Soul Academy was 1:8. Lin Mo and Niu Dachuan both widened their eyes. Su Xiao explained earnestly that the academy was originally a third-class girls' school and only began admitting boys after it was upgraded to a second-class school last year. Both of them were stunned after hearing this. So they had indirectly entered an all-girls school? This was too shocking. In the next hour, 3 more trains arrived at the station, but only 7 new students came to register at the Eastern Martial Soul Academy, and all of them were girls, each of them quite attractive. Lin Mo nudged Niu Dachuan's arm and whispered, "So many female demons. It's like entering a spider's web cave. Tell him to hold on." Niu Dachuan solemnly patted his chest, declaring he would shield Lin Mo from everything unless they drained him dry first. Lin Mo laughed and cursed, then pushed him away. After confirming that no new students would be arriving that day, Nguyen led everyone onto the academy bus. The Eastern Martial Soul Academy wasn't located in the city center, but rather in the heart of the Cloud Sea Forest on the eastern outskirts of the East Sea. After the car left Donghai City, the tall buildings outside the window were gradually replaced by trees, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees. Half an hour later, a cluster of buildings nestled in the greenery appeared ahead. White walls and black tiles are interspersed with modern teaching buildings, appearing and disappearing in the mist. And Nguyen pointed ahead and smiled. "That's the academy. Don't underestimate it just because it is second-tier school. The environment is absolutely first class." Looking at the campus surrounded by forest, Lin Mo suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. This place resembled another kind of military camp. Presumably, other colleges were also situated around the East China Sea. The bus slowly drove into the academy gate. 2 lifelike stone bee sculptures stood at the entrance, their claws resting on faintly glowing soul crystals. And Nguyen explained that these were soul-suppressing bee sculptures, used for early warning. The school bus finally stopped in the parking lot. As soon as Lin Mo got off, a little girl in a pink dress rushed over like the wind, excitedly shouting, "Boss!" Lin Mo looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Lu Mengmeng. Chapter 46. Lin Mo instinctively caught Lu Mengmeng as she pounced on him. The girl had a faint floral scent, and her twin ponytails were still swaying behind her. Lu Mengmeng tilted her little face up, her eyes sparkling, and said, "That's right. I'll go wherever the boss goes." No sooner had she finished speaking than a sharp shout came from behind her. "Lu Mengmeng, what are you doing? This is in public." Lin Mo looked up and saw a beautiful woman carrying a suitcase standing behind Lu Mengmeng. She was wearing a red combat uniform with a red trench coat over it. She was tall and slender, and the words Vermilion Bird Academy were embroidered on the front of the trench coat. At this moment, she was glaring at the two of them with a face full of annoyance. Lu Mengmeng introduced with an awkward smile, "Boss, this is my older sister Lu Qingqing, a sophomore at Juke Academy. Sister, this is my boss Lin Mo." Lin Mo greeted her politely. "Hello, Sister Lu." He had thought the Lu family members were all easy to get along with, but Lu Qingqing glared at him angrily as soon as she arrived. "You're Lin Mo? What kind of bewitching potion did you give Lu Mengmeng that made her refuse to go to the Vermilion Bird Academy and insist on coming here?" Lin Mo frowned, but Lu Mengmeng had already blocked his way. "Lu Qingqing, that's enough. If you dare to disrespect my boss again, believe me, I'll slap you. My parents didn't say anything when I came here, so what right do you have to tell me what to do?" Lu Qingqing's face turned red with anger. She used to be able to teach Lu Mengmeng a lesson, but now that Lu Mengmeng's martial soul had mutated, even if she was of a higher cultivation level, she might not be able to beat her. Lu Mengmeng deliberately raised her chin and said, "Humph, go back to your Vermilion Bird Academy." Lu Qingqing stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do. She could only throw her suitcase on the ground, glare at Lin Mo, and turn to leave. Lin Mo was somewhat speechless. You sisters really have a unique way of getting along. Lu Mengmeng kicked her suitcase, looking nonchalant. "That's just how my sister is. She's always been jealous of my excellence since I was little, and she's always going against me. Never mind her. Boss, you go and get the paperwork done. I'll take you peach picking later." She said there was an orchard on the back hill, and the peaches looked big and sweet. And Newlin, who was standing nearby, froze upon hearing this. She immediately stepped forward, first welcoming Lu Mingming to the Eastern Martial Soul Academy, then reminding her, the orchard on the back mountain is the Academy's experimental garden where improved spiritual plants are grown. You can't just pick them. If you get caught by a patrolling teacher, you'll be punished by cleaning the toilets. Lu Mingming's face instantly fell. But upon hearing that it was just cleaning toilets, Lin Mo, Lu Mingming, and Yo Dachuan's ears twitched simultaneously. It turns out it was just cleaning toilets. They were familiar with that. In their 3 years of high school, which toilet hadn't they cleaned? After arranging to meet Lu Mingming later, Lin Mo and Yo Dachuan followed a senior student to the dormitory. The person leading the way was Yiji. On the way, Lin Mo started to get closer to her. Senior Yiji, what is your martial spirit? Your legs are so white. No, your leg techniques look amazing. Yiji glanced at him, Berank's shadow leopard. Lin Mo immediately praised. No wonder your movements are so agile. Junior, I admire you. By the way, who is the most powerful senior in the academy? What's her figure like, and how strong is she? Lin Mo kept chattering away the whole way, which annoyed Yiji so much that she almost hit him several times, but she held back in the end. More than 10 minutes later, she led the two of them to the gate of a small courtyard, gave them a few brief instructions, and then quickly left. Perhaps because there are few male students in the college, the male dormitories are all laid out in small courtyards. Each courtyard has 8 single rooms, each with a kitchen and a bathroom, and all facilities are complete. Lin Mo and Yo Dachuan live next door. After putting their luggage away, the two quickly returned to the school gate parking lot. Lu Mingming and Su Xiaoxiao were already waiting there. Lu Mingming said, Boss, Xiaoxiao and I live next door, so I invited her over too. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, secretly watching Lin Mo's reaction. Lin Mo didn't seem to mind, waving his hand and saying, It's okay, we're all classmates. We can look out for each other when we play together. Su Xiaoxiao is just a little timid and has a low profile, but she's a good person. Yo Dachuan asked where to go now, since it was far from the city center. Lin Mo immediately decided, let's wander around and get familiar with the area first. At the same time, Annalyn walked into the dean's office with a new student's information. Behind the desk sat a woman with long, straight black hair, dressed in a smart office lady outfit. She appeared to be around 30 years old, and her gaze behind her black-rimmed glasses was intellectual and gentle. She was Zhou Qingyuan, the dean of the Eastern Martial Soul Academy. And Newlin handed over the documents. Dean Zhou, these are the information of the new students who registered today. Zhou Qingyuan smiled and accepted the file, flipping through it. When she saw Lu Mingming's name, she smiled gently. I didn't expect that girl from the Lu family would actually come to our academy. And Newlin was also somewhat surprised. What surprised me even more was that her mother, Lin Yakin, didn't stop her. Zhou Qingyuan pushed up her glasses. It's most likely related to that kid named Lin Mo. I've seen the video of the exam site in Linjiang City. The three of them teamed up to get through it, so their friendship is extraordinary. She paused her fingertip on Lin Mo's information, then looked up and said, How about this? Let Lin Mo, Lu Mingming, and Yo Dachuan continue as a team, and then pick 2 more promising freshmen to form a 5-person team. You will be the team leader. Chapter 47. Honoran was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately straightened her back. I'll listen to the dean. Zhou Qingyuan nodded, but a hint of weariness flashed in her eyes. She simply instructed her to finalize the team roster as soon as possible. And Newlin agreed and left the office, closing the door behind her. Zhou Qingyuan was the only one left in the room. She gazed at the dense forest outside the window, took off her glasses, and rubbed her temples. While the Eastern Martial Soul Academy appeared calm on the surface, many were secretly watching her position, and a moment's carelessness could stir up trouble. On the other side, Lin Mo and his 3 companions strolled along the academy's stone path. Cherry blossoms were in full bloom along the roadside, their petals scattered on the ground. Occasionally, they could see senior female students cultivating on the lawn, their soul energy gently rippling outwards, creating a peaceful atmosphere. As they walked, Lu Mingming suddenly pointed to an enclosed garden behind the mountain and exclaimed excitedly, Boss, look, that's the orchard. Lin Mo looked up and saw that the peach tree was lush and leafy, with plump, pink peaches hanging from the branches, looking so full they seemed about to drip with juice. He swallowed hard, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and lowered his voice to say, "These peaches are destined for me. Let's go, let's do it." Su Xiaoxiao was startled and quickly advised them not to do anything reckless. Teacher and had clearly stated that this was a nurturing garden, and that picking random notes would be punished. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, "You're being narrow-minded. What's there to be afraid of if I get punished? I'm happy. No amount of money can buy that." Lu Mingming nodded in agreement, saying that since she was going to be working with Lin Mo from now on, she would have to adapt gradually. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated upon hearing this. Although she felt it wasn't a good idea, Lin Mo didn't give her a chance to refuse and directly assign her a task. Su Xiaoxiao and Yo Dachuan were in charge of keeping watch, while he and Lu Mingming went in to pick peaches. If anyone came, they were to meow 3 times like cats. The group moved with an almost unbelievable level of skill. Lin Mo carried Lu Mingming over the wall into the orchard, and the two of them weaved among the trees, specifically targeting the largest and reddest peaches. Before long, they emerged with 2 full bags of peaches, clearly seasoned criminals who had been working together for years. Su Xiaoxiao stood outside watching, her heart pounding with fear. Her fingers gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, and her heart was pounding in her chest. The 4 of them quickly slipped under a tree, and Lin Mo gave each of them 2 peaches. The peaches were big and round, with fuzz and water droplets on their skin, looking very tempting. Lu Mingming wiped it off casually, took a big bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. Sweet. Much sweeter than the ones you buy outside. Lin Mo also took a bite, juice dripping down his chin. Not bad, can actually restore a little soul power. Neo Dachuan immediately chimed in. Brother Mo is right. Free food is always the best. Watching the 3 of them eat with relish, Su Xiaoxiao glanced down at the peach in her arms, her cheeks slightly flushed. She carefully wiped off the fuzz, took a small bite, and couldn't help but whisper, "So sweet." The 4 of them squatted under the shade of a tree, wary of their surroundings as they munched on the peaches they had stolen. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, falling on their faces, carrying with it the smug satisfaction of their adventure and the mischievousness of youth. The next day, the annual school season officially began. Hundreds of new students gathered in the spacious auditorium. Neo Dachuan looked around and found himself as if he had fallen into a flower garden. Of the hundreds of new students, there were only 70 or 80 boys, and the rest were all girls. The whole hall was filled with a girlish atmosphere. Lin Mo was also overwhelmed by the sights, remarking on the severe imbalance of female and male populations here. Su Xiaoxiao whispered that it was even more exaggerated last year, with only 20 boys out of 400 freshmen. As the group whispered among themselves, the school leaders took their seats on the podium one by one. Soon, a sophisticated and mature woman sat in the dean's seat, instantly attracting the attention of all the new students. Some people whispered in amazement at her youth, while others recognized her as Zhou Qingyuan, the dean of the Eastern Martial Soul Academy, an 82-level soul master. With her strength exceeding the 6th rank, her youthful appearance was not surprising. Lin Mo was equally amazed. Lu Mingming, however, pouted and said that Zhou Qingyuan was clearly several years older than her mother, yet she looked so young. Lin Mo explained that with each major developmental stage, the body's cells evolve, making it normal to look younger. Lu Mingming, noticing his persistent staring at the stage, became annoyed and asked if he liked older women like that. Lin Mo replied seriously, "Where's she old? Look how radiant her skin is. She looks like a filial daughter." Lu Mingming snorted angrily, calling him a pervert. She'd never seen him so attentive to any of her many beautiful female classmates. Lin Mo simply told her to go away and not to misunderstand. Once the hall was mostly filled with leaders, Zhou Qingyuan tapped the microphone lightly, and the hall fell silent instantly. Her voice carried clearly throughout the room. "Welcome, everyone, to the Eastern Martial Soul Academy. I am Dean Zhou Qingyuan." Next came the introduction of the college. 2 vice deans also spoke, their remarks mostly consisting of encouragement and platitudes. After more than 2 hours, Lin Mo and the others were starting to doze off. Finally, the microphone returned to Zhou Qingyuan's hands. She announced the end of the orientation meeting and that class assignments would follow. If anyone had any questions, they could ask their respective mentors later. After several deans and directors left, a middle-aged female teacher walked onto the podium and solemnly told everyone that from the moment they entered the academy, they were no longer just ordinary students, but warriors in the process of growing. To help them adapt to the harsh realities of the world, the academy divides freshmen into teams of 5, where they undergo training and complete various tasks. Then, the female teacher picked up the list and began to read it aloud. Now we will begin the group formation. Students whose names are called, please follow your assigned mentors. Team 001, Li Shuafeng, Li Shua, Zhang Yo. Chapter 48. In the auditorium of the Annalyn team, every time the teacher read out a team's name, a mentor would come forward and lead the students away. Some mentors led several teams at once, and Lin Mo couldn't immediately figure out the allocation rules. Nearly 100 teams had been divided up for over an hour, and almost everyone in the hall had left, but it still hadn't been their turn. Lu Mingming pouted and said, "The 4 of us are so excellent. Why are we ranked last?" Her words weren't an exaggeration. Among the hundreds of freshmen, S-rank martial souls were few and far between, and Lu Mingming was an outstanding one. If there were anyone stronger than her, they would have been snatched up by the top-tier academies long ago. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair and said slowly, "What's the rush? Good things are always saved for last." Sure enough, when only a dozen or so students remained in the hall, the teacher finally announced, "Number 099, a Newland team. Lin Mo, Lu Mingming, Niu Dachuan, Su Xiaoxiao, Mu Liuli." Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Aunt Lon to be right. Aunt Lon had mentioned before that if they came to the Eastern Martial Soul Academy, they would most likely be led by her classmate. Even more unexpectedly, they were all assigned to the same team, with Mu Liuli joining them. At this moment, Annalyn walked out from backstage. She was wearing the blue and white combat uniform and trench coat that mentors wore, and she had a slender figure with a friendly smile on her face. "Let's go, my students." Lin Mo greeted her with a smile. "Hello, teacher," and he was quite satisfied. Putting everything else aside, Annalyn's mature demeanor was very pleasing to the eye. The group followed her out, and as soon as they reached the entrance of the hall, they saw a girl standing there wearing a light purple top and hot pants. She was slender, with fair skin, long hair that cascaded down her back, and a cool and aloof air about her. Annalyn introduced, "This is Mu Liuli, and these are Lin Mo, Lu Mingming, Niu Dachuan, and Su Xiaoxiao." Mu Liuli nodded slightly, her voice clear and crisp. "Hello." Lin Mo glanced at her, thinking to himself, "Wow, is this some kind of school perk? This girl is definitely a campus beauty." The others quickly returned the greeting, and a new team was thus assembled. No one knew what kind of storm this seemingly ordinary combination would stir up in the academy in the future. Annalyn led the 5 people into a quiet grove. The ground was covered with fallen leaves, and sunlight filtered through the branches, creating a peaceful and comfortable atmosphere. She sat down on the bluestone and said with a smile, "Everyone, please sit down and get to know each other again. I am your team leader, Annalyn. My martial soul is the A-grade weapon martial soul, the Fire Kirin Blade, and I am currently a level 52 Soul Emperor." After saying that, she looked at Lin Mo with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Lin Mo cleared his throat and sat down cross-legged. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Mo. My martial soul is a C-grade weapon martial soul, the Furnace, and I am a level 20 Soul Master." Lu Mingming and Niu Dachuan immediately clapped enthusiastically, and Su Xiaoxiao also clapped along, blushing. Only Mu Liuli frowned slightly when she heard about the C-level martial soul, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Such teammates seemed to be dragging down the team's overall level. Annalyn wasn't surprised at all. She had watched the video of the Linjiang City examination site and knew very well that Lin Mo couldn't be judged by appearances alone. That Furnace Chariot soul skill, which could transport people and had amazing defense, was enough to make up for the shortcomings in their martial soul level. Not to mention that the 3 of them also had a mysterious fusion skill. She looked at the others. Who's next? Lu Mingming immediately raised her hand, like an excited little rabbit. Me. My name is Lu Mingming. I'm the boss's little brother. My martial soul is an S-rank Devil Vine, and I'm a level 20 Soul Master. She counted on her fingers, speaking rapidly. Currently, I have 4 innate soul skills, 1 earth-rank soul skill, and 4 profound-rank soul skills, for a total of 5 soul skills. There are also 3 soul skills waiting to be awakened. Lin Mo and Nyo Dachuan were already used to her boastful manner and simply clapped calmly. But in Newlin, Su Xiaoxiao and Mu Liuli were stunned by the string of numbers. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, completely surprised that this little girl who always followed Lin Mo was so incredibly strong. Mu Liuli also re-examined Lu Mengmeng, her eyes now filled with a hint of inquiry. It took Newlin a while to come to her senses, her voice trembling slightly. Lu Mengmeng, are you kidding me? 5 soul skills, all of them at the Xian rank or higher. A level 20 soul master is usually considered quite good if they have 1 or 2 Xian rank or higher soul skills. But Lu Mengmeng is different. Not only does she have them all, but their quality is also ridiculously high. Lu Mengmeng proudly raised her chin. Of course it's true. Don't believe me? I'll show you what I can do now. And Newlin quickly waved her hand. No, I know you're amazing. Next, Dachun. Nyo Dachuan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. My name is Nyo Dachuan. My martial soul is a D-grade weapon martial soul called the Gilded Frying Pan, and I am a level 16 soul master. He only had 3 soul skills in total, and he was too embarrassed to continue reporting them. Upon hearing D-rank, Mu Liuli's disappointment deepened. She couldn't understand why a D-rank martial soul could be admitted to a second-class academy. But Newlin nodded and said, that's right. Being able to cultivate a D-level martial soul to level 16 shows that your talent is not bad. She knew a little about Wang Xiulan's family background. Nyo Dachuan didn't have many resources, yet he was able to reach level 16 in a short time. His talent was no less than that of some A-level students. These words also made Mu Liuli realize something. She had only focused on the martial soul level, but had overlooked Lin Mo and Nyo Dachuan's soul power levels. Now that she thought about it, it was indeed not that simple. Annalyn continued. Next, Su Xiaoxiao stood up shyly. Hello everyone. My name is Su Xiaoxiao. My martial soul is Snow Fox, rank B, and my soul power is level 14. Lin Mo, Lu Mengmeng, and Nyo Dachuan immediately applauded in support. Good. Not bad. Awesome. Su Xiaoxiao's lips curled up slightly as they amused her. She found that being with Lin Mo and the others always made her feel relaxed and happy. And Newlin simply nodded without saying anything more. After all, she had her own reasons for letting Su Xiaoxiao join the team, since Su Xiaoxiao was her niece. Finally, it was Mu Liuli's turn. She stood up, her voice still cold. My name is Mu Liuli. My A-level martial soul is the 7-colored glazed butterfly, and I am a level 15 soul master. If she had been somewhat arrogant before, she had now lost all confidence. After all, in this team, an A-grade martial soul was ranked last. Lin Mo and the other 2 applauded enthusiastically, as usual. Wow, not bad. Awesome. Whoa. This made Mu Liuli's ears turn slightly red, as she felt that they were mocking her. And Newlin looked at the group, her smile fading slightly. Very good. Everyone has gotten to know each other. Now, let's begin our first training session. Chapter 49. And Newlin stood up, brushed the fallen leaves off her clothes, and suddenly became serious. The first lesson is training teamwork. She looked at Lin Mo and the other 4 and continued. Next, you will work together to hold out against me for 3 minutes. Now I'll give you 1 minute to discuss your strategy. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand to start the count, giving no one a chance to react. Lin Mo and his companions were stunned. A 2nd-tier soul master facing a 5th-tier soul emperor? Let alone 5 people. Even several more would be like easy prey. Lu Mengmeng immediately protested. Teacher, and you're cheating. Lin Mo grabbed her shoulder and said in a deep voice, all right, let's discuss this first. He could tell that Newlin wanted to use this test to find out their true strength. Apart from Mu Liuli, the other 3 naturally listened to him, and Mu Liuli could only come closer when she saw this. Lin Mo spoke very quickly. Dachun should confront them head-on and try to buy time. Mengmeng and Xiaoxiao will be responsible for holding them off. After saying that, he looked at Mu Liuli, paused, and asked, you should have a flight soul skill, right? Mu Liuli was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. How did you know? Lu Mengmeng and the others were also shocked, as the innate flying soul skill is an extremely rare ability. Lin Mo simply replied, just guessing. You'll be providing air support for them later. Mu Yuli nodded reluctantly. That's settled then. It's only a minute. I can handle it. Lin Mo made the decision immediately. Mu Yuli frowned. And what about you? Lu Mingming and the other two also looked at him. Lin Mo said confidently, of course I'm a backup plan. With me here, we can definitely get through this minute. The expressions on their faces were somewhat strange, but time was running out, so they had no choice but to follow his instructions. Time's up. As Newlin finished speaking, her soul power surged, and a red tang, sword burning with flames, appeared in her hand. That was her 11 martial soul, the fire Kirin blade. A wave of scorching heat spread out, and she warned, be careful. The next second, she transformed into a red lightning bolt and charged forward. Neo Dachuan was the first to unleash his martial spirit, wielding a gilded frying pan as he charged forward. He poured his spirit power into the pan, causing it to glow brilliantly with golden light. The Great Sumeru Cauldron, a giant, blurry image of frying pan, shot down toward Honoran. With a clang, the fire scale blade collided with the shadow of the pot. Neo Dachuan was jolted back several steps, his hands and feet going numb. Lin Mo shouted in a low voice, now. Lu Mingming immediately activated the devil vine, and the black vines shot out from the ground like snakes, wrapping around in Newlin's feet. Su Xiaoxiao also completed the martial soul possession. Her fox ears twitched slightly, and she nimbly circled to the side, condensing ice spikes at her fingertips, which shot towards Newlin with a whoosh. Newlin calmly stepped aside, twirled her fire scale blade, and shouted, Fire whirl! 2 rings of fire swept out, instantly severing the demonic vines. The ice spikes, upon striking the flames, turned into vapor. With a flick of her blade, she forced Su Xiaoxiao to retreat hastily. The response is good. Honoran spoke with a smile, but her offensive was in no way slow. Suddenly, countless wind blades rained down from the sky. Butterfly love wind blade. Mu Yuli made her move while suspended in midair, and the wind blades blocked Newlin's pursuit of Su Xiaoxiao, forcing her to dodge. Annalyn nodded. To have such good teamwork on the first try is really impressive. But she also knew in her heart that the last person had not yet moved. She glanced at Lin Mo's location out of the corner of her eye, but the next moment she almost stumbled from anger. Lin Mo was huddled inside the alchemy furnace, his head pressed against the lid, only his guilty yet cunning eyes showing. And Newlin was so angry she laughed. You little brat, you're going to be a coward, aren't you? She immediately shifted her target, charging towards Lin Mo with the fire scale blade in hand. A playful glint flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he waved to her bye-bye. With a bang, the stove lid slammed shut. Immediately afterwards, the alchemy furnace shot into the sky like a black rocket, flying away in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo now possesses level 20 soul power, and after a month of training, he has gained a deeper understanding of his innate soul skill, gravity granting, allowing him to easily control his martial soul to fly. This move completely stunned Newlin. At that height, her soul skills simply couldn't reach. Su Xiaoxiao and Mu Yuli were also dumbfounded. Who would have thought that his broken furnace could actually fly? Only Neo Dachuan and Lu Mingming's eyes lit up. Lu Mingming exclaimed excitedly, wow, I don't need to bring motion sickness medicine when I travel anymore. And Newlin looked up at the black dot in the sky, gritting her teeth in anger. Lin Mo, you come down here. She understood perfectly well that Lin Mo was trying to stall for time by flying through the air. Not long after, the alchemy furnace landed with a thud. The lid creaked open, and Lin Mo poked his head out, looking completely innocent. What's wrong, teacher? And Newlin laughed in exasperation. What do you mean? How can you betray your teammates like this? If we really encounter danger in the future, are you going to abandon your teammates and run away by yourself too? Lin Mobling, no. You only told us to hold on for 1 minute. You didn't say that everyone had to hold on until the end. Shut up. Anarin's anger surged. She took a deep breath, put her hands on her hips, and glared at him. What a load of nonsense. Teamwork is about protecting each other, not about sacrificing your teammates to complete the mission. Lin Mo climbed out of the stove and said with a grin, Teacher, you should have said so earlier. I thought I could just hold out for a minute. That was a strategy too. Lu Mingming immediately chimed in. That's right, boss. This is called outsmarting us. Honoran was taken aback, then looked at the others. You all think he did the right thing? Neo Dachuan scratched his head. I think Brother Mo was right. Didn't he really stick to it? Su Xiaoxiao blushed and whispered, I also think Lin Mo is right. Only Mu Lioli remained silent. Her lips pursed. She clearly did not agree with this strategy of betraying teammates. And Newlin was exasperated. Are you all pigs? If we're really in danger, and he abandons you and runs away, what will you do? Everyone fell silent. And Newlin rubbed her temples to suppress her anger. All right, let's start again. This time, you must guarantee no casualties and hold out for 1 minute. Chapter 50. You have 1 minute to discuss tactics. As soon as Newlin finished speaking, Lin Mo and the other 4 huddled together again. But this time, less than 10 seconds later, Lin Mo looked up and called out, Teacher, and we've discussed it. Let's begin. And Newlin was slightly taken aback, not expecting them to have a plan so quickly. Since the other party said they were ready, she didn't ask any more questions, gripped her martial spirit, and decided to directly attack Lin Mo this time. But as soon as she said begin, she saw the 5 people suddenly huddle together. The next second, a furnace phantom appeared on them, enveloping the 5 of them, and then quickly solidified. It was the alchemy furnace that had just carried Lin Mo into the sky. And Newlin's expression changed, and she knew something was wrong. Sure enough, with a whoosh, the alchemy furnace carrying the 5 people shot straight into the sky. And Newlin's forehead veins throbbed, her fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and she roared, Lin Mo! This shout startled all the small animals in the forest, causing them to huddle together in fear. A minute later, with a thud, the alchemy furnace landed back on the ground. The lid was lifted and 5 heads poked out, 5 innocent faces staring at Newlin. Lin Mo cautiously asked, Teacher, did we pass this time? Qualified my ass. And Newlin cursed on the spot in anger, and almost couldn't help but push Lin Mo to the ground and beat him up. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger, and said coldly, Come here, all of you. The 5 men then timidly climbed out of the furnace and lined up in front of her. And Newlin reprimanded with a stern face. Teamwork training is to enable you to cooperate with each other when you encounter danger in the future, not to make you run away at the first sign of trouble. Lin Mo blinked, his face serious. But teacher, we know we can't win, so why do we stay and die? Lu Mengmeng immediately nodded. Boss is right. If we encounter a 9th-tier beast in the future, we can't just stand there and wait to die, can we? Niu Dachuan scratched his head and agreed. Yeah, we're not stupid. Mu Lioli and Su Xiaoxiao nodded silently. After all, their opponent was a 5th-tier Soul Emperor, and it seemed pointless for them to stay and get beaten up. And Newlin clutched her chest, feeling a sharp pain in her heart from anger. She took 3 deep breaths to refrain from exploding on the spot, then pointed at Lin Mo's nose and said, This is called avoiding battle. This is called cowardice. A true team knows that even if they can't win, they will still try to cover each other's retreat, not huddle together and run away like turtles. Lin Mo looked even more innocent. But didn't we successfully retreat? And everyone was unharmed. And Newlin was speechless with anger, tears welling up in her eyes. After holding back for a while, she suddenly turned around, and the fire Kirin blade flashed, cleaving a giant tree a meter thick in half. That's it for today. You can work things out on your own. Come back here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying that, Annalyn turned and left angrily. Lin Mo watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but pout. What do we do wrong? Is it really necessary to be so angry? Lu Mengmeng muttered under her breath. Teacher and is so stingy. Su Xiaoxiao only felt sorry for her aunt for 3 seconds. After all, Lin Mo and his 2 friends had often angered their teachers so much in high school that they had to take nitroglycerin pills every day. Niu Dachuan quickly waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Today is the day our team was founded. So Meng and I will treat everyone to peaches. Upon hearing the word peach, Su Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She inwardly scoffed at the idea of treating someone, yet also felt a surge of excitement. So she nodded slightly to indicate she had no objection. Mu Liuli frowned. Where would peaches come from this season? However, she didn't press the matter. Although she wasn't entirely satisfied with her teammates, since they were already a team, there was no need to undermine them on the spot. The 5 of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the back of the mountain. On the other side, Newlin pushed open the door to the dean's office with a bang, her chest still heaving. Zhou Qingyuan put down her work and looked up at her. Didn't you go to build rapport with the team? Why are you here with me again? And Newlin plopped down on the sofa, grabbed a cup of tea, and gulped it down, gritting her teeth as she said, "Those 5 little brats are really infuriating." Zhou Qingyuan immediately became interested. This team included Lin Mo and 2 others, Su Xiaoxiao and Mu Liuli, this year's top prospect. They didn't seem like hopeless cases at all. "Tell me, what made you so angry?" And Newlin immediately recounted what had just happened during the team training session, then poured herself another cup of tea. "Dean, look at this. This isn't teamwork at all. It's clearly a bunch of opportunistic, sly people spouting nonsense." Unexpectedly, Zhou Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. "You know what? I think they did a good job. Knowing they couldn't win, why did they stay to die?" Dean, when Newlin was speechless. Zhou Qingyuan smiled and said, "Newlin, I know you're anxious, but don't be. Without pressure, they'll naturally try to cheat and shirk their duties. In that case, why not try a different approach and use real combat to toughen them up?" Anarin's eyes lit up. Real combat? That's right, the EC arena would be perfect. Annalyn slapped her thigh and immediately understood. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao and Mu Liuli were chatting idly in the bushes behind the mountain. Mu Liuli glanced at the time and realized that Lin Mo and the other 2 had been gone for more than 10 minutes. "Xiao, where did they go to buy peaches? Why did it take them so long?" Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stammered, I don't know, it should be nearby." Before leaving, Lin Mo told her to keep a close eye on Mu Liuli and not to let the other party know that the 3 of them had gone to the orchard behind the mountain to pick peaches. Mu Liuli sighed softly. "Xiao, what do you think of those 3? I always feel like they're a bit unreliable." She could have entered one of the 4 major academies, but she knew in her heart that while her talent was top-notch in the second-tier academies, she might not stand out in the 4 major academies. Choosing the Eastern Martial Soul Academy, besides the benefits, also meant having a dedicated martial soul instructor. However, apart from Lu Mengmeng, the rest of the team members aren't particularly outstanding. The competition for the top freshman title in 3 weeks is already uncertain, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom East District High School Sports Cup in the middle of the term. Su Xiaoxiao looked at her seriously. "Liuli, you shouldn't underestimate Lin Mo and his classmates. You know that this year's college entrance exam only had 1 exam hall that gave extra points, right?" Mu Liuli was taken aback. "The examination site in Linjiang City? I heard that 3 candidates held out on the city wall until reinforcements arrived." At this point, she suddenly realized something, and her expression changed. 3 examinees? She looked at Su Xiaoxiao in shock. "You don't mean to say that those 3 people are Lin Mo and his group, do you?" Chapter 51. After confirming with Su Xiaoxiao, Mu Liuli realized that Lin Mo and the other 2 were actually the most famous figures in this year's college entrance examination. When she first heard about their deeds, she was filled with admiration, but she never imagined that these 3 legendary candidates would become her teammates. Just as she was lost in thought, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from afar. Su Xiaoxiao and Mu Liuli stood up at the same time and saw Lin Mo and the other 2 carrying bulging pockets, running frantically toward them in a disheveled state. "Little fox, run!" Lin Mo shouted from afar. Su Xiaoxiao instantly realized that her theft of peaches had probably been exposed. Her face turned pale, and without thinking, she turned and ran, not even caring about Mu Liuli. Mu Liuli was still standing there, stunned, not knowing what had happened. Lin Mo rushed to her side, and, seeing her still standing there dumbfounded, shouted anxiously, "Run! What are you standing there for?" After saying that, he led Lu Mengmeng and Niu Dachuan and continued to flee without looking back. The next second, a furious shout came from behind. "You little thief, stop right there!" Before Mu Liuli could react, a bespectacled woman in a white coat, wielding a large sledgehammer, rushed up to her, looked her up and down, and sneered, "Oh, you have accomplices, and you're not even running away. You've got some nerve." Before Mu Liuli could explain, the other party had already taken out shackles and locked her wrists with a click. "Don't try to deny it. I heard that thief calling you. Let's talk in the office." Mu Liuli wanted to resist, but she could only give up struggling when she felt the soul power fluctuations of the other party that far exceeded her own. She was half pulled and half dragged away. On the other side, Lin Mo and his 3 companions plunged into the grassy area by the lake at the academy, panting heavily from exhaustion. Su Xiaoxiao clutched her chest, her voice trembling. Lin Mo, what exactly happened? Lin Mo wiped his sweat. What else could it be? We were being staked out. Lu Mingming quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid. We ran fast. They definitely didn't see our faces clearly. Lin Mo waved his hand. Stop talking. Hurry up and share the peaches. I'm dying of thirst. But Su Xiaoxiao suddenly counted the number of people, and her expression changed. Oh no! Mu Yoli is missing! Lin Mo and the other two gasped simultaneously. At this moment, Anualin stood outside the professor's office at the Spirit Plant Garden with a dark expression. She had been writing the team's training plan when she suddenly received a call from the Spirit Plant Garden, asking her to come and pick up the team. At first, she was puzzled, wondering why she was being asked to lead people when she had no connection with the Spirit Plant Garden. But halfway there, she suddenly remembered that Lu Mingming had mentioned picking fruit in the orchard behind the mountain yesterday. Could those little rascals really dare to steal fruit from the plantation? And Nualin rubbed her temples and raised her hand to knock on the door. A stern female voice came from inside. Come in. She pushed open the door and immediately saw Mu Liuli sitting on the sofa with her wrists still shackled, and Professor E with a gloomy face behind his desk. Not seeing Lin Mo and the other three, and Nualin's heart sank. Had she guessed wrong? But why was Mu Liuli here? She forced a smile. Professor E, this is... Professor E pointed at Mu Liuli, furious. Professorin, look at your student. She stole the Academy's sacred peach in broad daylight, and now she's trying to deny it after being caught. Mu Liuli looked up at Nualin, her eyes filled with grievance and confusion. Teacherin, I didn't. And Nualin quickly tried to smooth things over. Professor, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding here. Mu Liuli wouldn't do such a thing. In her heart, she was already cursing which despicable thief had tricked the innocent Mu Liuli into this mess. Professor E scoffed. Misunderstanding? I saw those three, no, for petty thieves yelling at her to run away with my own eyes. How could that be a lie? 4? And Nualin's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be Lin Mo and his gang of rascals? Even Su Xiaoxiao was involved. She suppressed her anger and looked at Mu Liuli. Liuli, tell the teacher what happened. Mu Liuli had no choice but to tell the story of Lin Mo inviting her to eat peaches, her eyes welling up with tears. Teacher, I really don't know what happened. Professor E was so angry he laughed. Good heavens, he stole peaches from my Spirit Plant Garden to treat his classmates? Who is this Lin Mo? I've never seen such a shameless person. And Nualin just wanted to disappear into the ground. Her face flushed, and she could only cough and say, Professor E, I will definitely teach that kid Lin Mo a lesson later. She subtly winked at Mu Liuli, signaling her to stop talking. Mu Liuli pursed her lips and swallowed the rest of her words. After all, they were teammates. She couldn't just completely betray them. Professor E snorted again. Professor, and do you think this is a first offense? And Nualin was taken aback. Not a first offense? 7 or 8 were picked yesterday. So, I personally staked out the spot today. I didn't expect these little rascals to get so addicted to them. And Nualin thought to herself, wow, Lin Mo and the others really treat the Spirit Plant Garden like their own orchard. Professor E continued his lecture. You dare to trespass into the Spirit Plant Garden right at the start of the semester? What kind of trouble will you cause in the future? And Nualin nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll punish them by making them do a week of voluntary labor at the Spirit Plant Garden, watering and fertilizing. Not one of them will be allowed to escape. Meanwhile, in the grass by the lake, Lin Mo and his 3 companions were fretting over the last peach. Lu Mingming was a little reluctant. How about we share it? Su Xiaoxiao said softly, let's save it for Lioli. Lin Mo nodded. Forget it, she's a teammate after all. Let's leave it to her. Lu Mingming patted her belly and exclaimed, I didn't expect that peaches could increase soul power. If I work hard tonight, I think I can reach level 21. Neo Dacha nodded with satisfaction. I feel like I'm not far from level 17. Lin Mo sighed. It's a pity, we probably won't be able to eat it again in the future. No sooner had he finished speaking than Anualin's angry shout came from behind. Lin Mo, you 4 come out here. The 4 of them shuddered in fright, and the peach rolled directly onto the ground. They turned around and saw Nualin standing behind them with her hands on her hips, and Mu Liuli beside her, looking at them with complicated expressions. Lin Mo quickly crawled out of the bushes, forcing a smile. Teacherin, what brings you here? And Nualin kicked him in the butt. angrily saying, "You brat. You stole peaches and abandoned your teammates. Don't you have any conscience?" Chapter 52. With a livid face, Anulin dragged Lin Mo and the other three back to the professor's office at the Spirit Plant Garden, as if picking up chicks. As soon as they entered, the bespectacled, mature woman wielding a large sledgehammer, who was also Professor E from the Spirit Plant Garden, swept her gaze over the four of them. Lu Mingming looked adorably silly. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head shyly. Niu Dachuan looked honest and simple. And finally Professor Yi's gaze fell on Lin Mo, who was the most shrewd and seemed to be the mastermind. She asked coldly, "You're that shameless little thief, Lin Mo?" Lin Mo was held up by the back of his collar by Newland, his neck almost tilted back like a swan, but he still forced a smile. "Hello, Professor. My name is Lin Mo. We were just passing by the orchard and thought we'd taste the peaches to see if they were sweet enough to give you some suggestions for improvement." "Huh, how shameless." Professor E slammed his hammer on ground. "You stole my spirit peach and dare to argue? Those are Jade peaches that I cultivated for 3 years. The soul power contained in one peach is equivalent to 2 doses of basic soul condensation potion. They are important materials for my research on advanced soul condensation potion. And you just picked half a tree." Lu Mingming shrank her neck and muttered softly, "Who can blame her for looking so tempting? You still dare to talk back?" And Newland turned around and glared at her, then smiled apologetically at Professor. "Professor E, it's my fault for not managing them well. We'll compensate you for the losses, and we'll also have them volunteer for you for a month to help manage the orchard. How does that sound?" Professor E was about to agree, but a glimpse of the sudden gleam in Lin Mo and Lu Mengming's eyes made him wary. Their expressions didn't seem like remorse at all. They looked more like they were eyeing a new target. However, she was indeed short-handed. The previous batch of students who helped look after the orchard had graduated, and those delicate spiritual plants also needed someone to take care of them. After a moment of silence, she finally relented. "Okay, but I have one condition." Honorin quickly replied, "Please, go ahead and speak." Professor E adjusted his glasses and said sternly, "Within this month, not a single spiritual plant or fruit can be missing from the orchard. If any is missing, I will apply directly to the academy to expel them." And Newland frowned. Lin Mo's team was one that Dean Zhou had personally instructed to focus on developing. If they were really dismissed because of this, she would have no way to explain it. Before she could speak, Lin Mo stepped forward, patting his chest and assuring her, "Professor E, don't worry. We'll definitely keep a close eye on the orchard. Not a single spiritual plant will be missing, not even a single leaf. If anything is missing, you don't need to tell us. We'll pack our bags and leave." He actually had other plans in mind. These spiritual plants were clearly not simple. Since Professor E was using them to research potions, keeping them might allow him to learn something about cultivating spiritual plants, or more accurately, to let Xiao Bao learn something. Lu Mingming quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, we're sure we can do it." Professor E snorted coldly. "That would be for the best. Starting tomorrow, the 5 of you will report to the orchard morning and evening, and I will teach you how to care for the spiritual plants." Lin Mo and the other 3 responded in unison, their demeanor as if they had received some glorious mission. Only Mu Liuli looked aggrieved. She hadn't done anything, yet she was being counted. Looking at these little guys who had forgotten the pain once their wounds had healed, and Newland could only sigh helplessly and pray that they wouldn't cause any more trouble. After leaving the office, the 6 walked along the academy path. Lu Mingming looked at Lin Mo with admiration. "Boss, that was a brilliant move. Once we get in, we won't even need to climb over the wall anymore." And Newland immediately scolded. "Lu Mingming, I advise you not to have such dangerous thoughts. Do you know what Professor Yi's status is in the academy? If you really offend her, you won't have a good time." Lin Mo quickly assured him, "Don't worry, teacher, we will never do such a thing again." He truly had no intention of stealing peaches again. He only wanted to learn some knowledge about spiritual plants and pharmacology. Judging from Newland's words, Professor, he wasn't just a professor of the cultivation garden, but also had extensive knowledge of medicine. Learning some of that might even help his alchemy skills. And Newland snorted coldly. "That's for the best. Now go back to your dorms and cultivate. Not one of you is easy to deal with." Lin Mo grinned and agreed, not daring to provoke her any further. After Newland left, Lu Mingming stuck out her tongue. "Wasn't teacher quite gentle yesterday? Why is she so fierce today? Lin and Mo shrugged. Who knows? Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes inwardly. You two have the nerve to ask. Don't you know what you've done? Even your gentle aunt is furious with you. Before leaving, Lin and Mo handed the last peach to Mu Liuli, who was full of resentment. Liuli, please have this peach. We're leaving now. After saying that, he and Yo Dachuan went back to the dormitory arm in arm. Lu Mingming stared at the peach in Mu Liuli's hand and swallowed hard. Eat it quickly. This peach is not only sweet, but it can also increase soul power. If you don't want it, give it to me. Mu Liuli thought to herself. I've already taken the blame for this, so I might as well eat it. She wiped it off casually and took a bite. So sweet. After parting ways with the three girls, Lin and Mo told Nyo Dachuan to go back to his dormitory first, while he went straight to the library. This was the real reason he wanted to go to university. The library at Martial Soul Academy was definitely rarer and more comprehensive than those outside. My first day of university passed by quietly. The next morning, Lin and Mo and his group of 5 arrived at the Spirit Plant Garden on time. Professor E personally led them in, his expression serious. This Spirit Plant Garden is the culmination of decades of hard work by the Eastern Martial Soul Academy. I hope you will take it seriously. She gave the group a brief introduction to the park and the various types of spiritual plants, then focused on the fruiting jade dew peach. Currently, only 2,000 jade dew peach trees are bearing fruit, and you are mainly responsible for taking care of these peaches. Watering and fertilizing are automated, requiring only the control of switches, so it's not difficult. However, in addition to operating the morning and evening, they must also count the number of fruits on each tree to prevent further errors. Professor E gave a final warning. From now on, water for 5 minutes in the morning and fertilize for 5 minutes in the evening, while also counting the fruit. If even one peach is missing, I guarantee you'll be fired. Lin and Mo and the others immediately replied, Yes, Professor, we guarantee to complete the mission. Professor E glanced at Lin and Mo with her beautiful eyes, clearly having a very bad impression of him, and even suspecting that the others had been led astray by him. She coldly warned, You better not try anything funny, or you won't be able to get any potions from the academy in the future. Upon hearing about the medicine, Lin and Mo immediately perked up. Professor, he didn't say anything more and turned ahead to the laboratory. Lin and Mo watched her departing figure, already pondering how to learn something truly valuable from this professor. Chapter 53, Who is the Teacher? As soon as Professor E left the lab, Lu Mingming ran to the peach tree and stood on tiptoe to count the fruit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boss, this little tree actually has 123 peaches. Lin and Mo didn't respond to her words. Instead, he squatted down and stared at the soil at the base of the peach tree. The surface was covered with a layer of silvery gray powder. He picked up a little and immediately felt a subtle fluctuation of soul power. What kind of fertilizer is this? He asked in a low voice. Su Xiaoxiao leaned closer and glanced at the metal plaque next to her. It says Soul Gathering Soil, which is made from the bone powder of exotic beasts and the crystallization of soul power. It's specially used to grow high-level medicinal herbs. I've seen it in a book. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, and he looked at her with a smile. Little fox, you know this? Su Xiaoxiao blushed, lowered her head, and whispered, I was just looking around. Mu Yuli stood aside, watching Lin and Mo study the soil and flip through the cultivation records, so serious that he was completely different from the unreliable guy from yesterday. She couldn't help but ask, Hey, Professor, he said that we only need to water and fertilize and count the quantities, and we don't need to study these things, right? Lin and Mo looked up and smiled at her. It can't hurt to look around more. He pointed to a slightly wrinkled peach. This one is almost ripe, but its soul power is a bit scattered, probably due to the rain a couple of days ago. Mu Yuli was taken aback. She had noticed it earlier, but hadn't thought about it deeply. This guy seemed casual, but his observation skills were quite impressive. After counting the fruit, Lu Mingming ran back and nudged his arm. Boss, don't be fooled by how dirty it is. Professor E is gone. Let's sneak a bite of one, just one. You dare. Lin and Mo smacked her. Have you forgotten what Professor E said? Do you want to be kicked out? Lu Mingming covered her head and muttered softly. I was just saying. Nyo Dachuan chuckled sheepishly. I think Brother Mo is right. Let's just get back to work and not make any more mistakes. The group quickly divided the tasks. Nyo Dachuan was in charge of turning on the switch to water the plants. Lu Mingming and Su Xiaoxiao counted the number of fruits, Mu Liuli recorded any abnormalities, and Lin Mo kept flipping through the basic cultivation of spirit plants, book given to him by Professor, occasionally squatting down to check the soil and leaves. At 8:30, Lu Mingming looked up and urged him, "Boss, isn't it about time? It's almost time for teacher and to meet us." Lin Mo closed the book and nodded. "Let's go see what teacher and his plan for today." That morning, he learned more about spiritual plants and planned to go to the library to find some related books when he had time. When the five of them strolled to the grove of trees from yesterday, and Newlin and a female mentor of similar age were already waiting there. "Hey, gentlemen, you finally arrived?" And Newlin greeted them with a smile as soon as she saw them. "Hey, good morning, teacher," and the group quickly greeted. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the unfamiliar female instructor beside him. He was taken aback by her aura after just one glance. And Newlin then introduced, "This is instructor Shun Yao, whose martial soul is the A-level Wind Whisper Bow, and who is a level 48 soul master. She is also the exclusive martial soul instructor assigned to your team by the academy, and she will be guiding you with me from now on." Shun Yao was dressed in a neat and tidy outfit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, and her eyes and brows exuded a touch of heroism. Having a dedicated martial spirit instructor was a privilege not afforded to ordinary teams, demonstrating the academy's high regard for them. "Greetings, Instructor Shun Yao." The five greeted her hastily. Shun Yao smiled and glanced at them. "I heard that you made teacher and Newlin so angry yesterday that she almost flipped the table." Lu Mingming stuck out her tongue and quickly shrank behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo quickly cupped his hands in greeting. "Teacher, you're joking. We're just a bit lively." "A lively atmosphere is good." Shun Yao raised an eyebrow. "A lifeless team won't go far." And Newlin glanced at Lin Mo, who was staring at Shun Yao with a lovesick expression, and cut straight to the point. "Stop flattering me. Tell me about your soul skills and strengths, and let Instructor Shun Yao see how to guide you." As she spoke, she pointed to Lin Mo and said, "You go first." "Oh, my martial soul is the fire furnace. I'm a level 20 soul master, and I have 2 innate soul skills, gravity imbuement and psychic soul control." Lin Mo didn't hide anything and told him everything directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Newlin and Shun Yao's expressions changed. And Newlin immediately understood. No wonder this kid could fly into the sky like a rocket yesterday. It turned out he was relying on those 2 freakishly talented soul skills. Without either one, he couldn't fly. But Shun Yao frowned. "Are you sure your martial soul is only C grade?" "Yes, it was authenticated by the Spirit Association." "Is there a problem?" "This is a huge problem." Shun Yao shook her head repeatedly. "These 2 innate soul skills shouldn't appear on a C-level martial soul. And your acquired soul skills, how come they're all at the Xian level or above? It's too strange." In all her years as a mentor, this was the first time she had ever seen anything like it. Lin Mo disagreed with her assessment. "Teacher Shun, your line of thinking is wrong. You know that my martial soul, like Lu Mengming's, has undergone acquired mutations, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Shun Yao tilted her head to look at him. "That's the problem. Acquired mutations are not determined by the rank of the martial soul, but by the proportion of attributes at the time of mutation." "There's such a saying?" Shun Yao was clearly intrigued. Lin Mo began to explain his theory, and the more he spoke, the smoother it became, completely changing the atmosphere. Originally, Shun Yao was supposed to be giving them a lesson, but in the end, Lin Mo stood there lecturing while the other 6 people all took out their notebooks and took notes diligently. Now that we've discussed the relationship between martial soul rank and innate soul skill, let's talk about the relationship between martial soul rank and soul skill rank. Lin Mo paused. "You'd better remember this part, as it's related to awakening soul skills later." Oh. And Newlin and Shun Yao also took out their notebooks. Lin Mo continued. "Actually, the grade of a soul skill is related to the grade of the martial soul, but it's not absolute. It mainly depends on the strength of the martial soul, the physical body's endurance, and the upper limit that the soul skill's whole can withstand." The group listened more and more attentively, their eyes growing brighter and brighter, completely forgetting that Lin Mo was just a student. After he finished explaining the basics of soul skills, he clapped his hands and said, "That's about it. Figure out yourselves. You might need it when you awaken your soul skills in the future. This lesson is over. Get out of class dismissed." "Goodbye, teacher, Almost instinctively, everyone shouted it out, and then the air suddenly fell silent. "No, who is the teacher?" Chapter 54. The pens in Shun Yao's and in Newland's hands fell to the ground with a thud at the same time. The two of them then came to their senses, exchanged a glance, and both saw a hint of embarrassment in each other's eyes. Looking at Lin Mo's matter-of-fact expression, they were both annoyed and amused. And Newland couldn't help but say, "You really think you're a mentor, kid? You actually gave us a lesson." Lin Mo chuckled. "I couldn't stop myself for a moment. I've been holding these thoughts in for too long, and I don't usually have anyone to talk to about them." And Newland sighed, feeling that things had completely gone off topic today. She quickly explained to Shun Yao, "Professor Shun, please don't take it to heart. He's just like that. He always has some strange and unusual things on his mind." Unexpectedly, Shun Yao picked up the pen and her eyes lit up. "No, I think he makes a lot of sense, especially the part about the upper limit of the soul skill hole's tolerance. I always thought there were a lot of things wrong in Master Yu's book, The 10 Major Martial Soul Competitiveness Theories. The more she thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Some people clearly possess S-rank martial souls, yet they can't awaken Earth-rank soul skills no matter what they do. Perhaps it really is related to their physique and martial soul strength not being up to par." Shen Yao's gaze towards Lin Mo completely changed, now filled with inquiry and appreciation. "These theories, you figured them out all by yourself?" Lin Mo nodded vaguely, just random thoughts. He can't very well say that this was compiled by the AI in his brain. Lu Mingming immediately stepped forward and patted her chest. "My boss is amazing. In high school, he used these twisted theories to drive all the teachers crazy." Lin Mo tapped her on the head, annoyed. "What kind of twisted logic is this?" "This is called theoretical insight." Xin Yao smiled and said, "No matter what it's called, I think it's worth organizing. It might provide new ideas for the Academy's research on martial spirits." And Newland flipped through the notes she had just taken down, her brows furrowing slightly. Upon closer examination, Lin Mo's statement did indeed hold water, especially since none of the three of them had awakened any yellow-rank soul skills, which meant that each awakening was stuck near the limit that the soul skill slot could withstand. She finally understood why Lin Mo could get full marks in humanities and theory. This young man truly had his own unique insights. Xin Yao carefully put away her notebook, and when she looked at Lin Mo again, her eyes held a hint of anticipation. This kid might really have the potential to become a top master. Then, Shun Yao continued to write, "Okay, next one, Lu Mingming." As soon as she heard it was her turn to perform, Lu Mingming immediately straightened her little body, her eyes sparkling. Clearly she couldn't wait any longer. After the five introduced themselves, Su Xiaoxiao's performance was average. She had 2 soul skills, 1 high-level yellow rank and the other mid-level profound rank, and 2 soul skill slots that had not yet been awakened. Mu Yili felt somewhat embarrassed. Her A-rank martial soul was considered quite good outside, but in this team, it was practically at the bottom. Of her 3 soul skills, 2 were mid-level yellow rank, and 1 was mid-level profound rank. The wind blade she used yesterday was already her highest rank skill. In the past, she would have considered herself a little genius. But now, compared to Lin Mo and the other 2, the gap was immediately apparent, and a hint of unease appeared on her usually cool face. Xin Yao closed her notebook and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I have noted down your situation. When I get back, I will conduct a positioning analysis based on your strengths and weaknesses and start arranging practical training for the team tomorrow." She handed the notebook to Newland and then gave Lin Mo a deep look. And Newland turned 2 pages and said to the 5 of them, "Teacher Shun has a good eye. She should be able to make good use of your respective strengths." The group responded in unison. Xin Yao then looked at Lin Mo and the other 2. "I heard you have 2 combined soul skills. Can you show them to me?" Lin Mo and the other 2 readily agreed. "No problem." While Lin Mo and his 5 teammates were refining their tactics in the training hall, a special lesson was taking place at the Vermilion Bird Academy in the Vermilion Bird Mountains, far away in the western suburbs of Donghai City. In a corner of the training ground, Yugduin, the top master of the Dragon Kingdom, stood with his hands behind his back. His black martial attire accentuated his tall and straight figure, and his sharp gaze swept over the 3 men and 2 women in front of him. These 5 individuals are among the best freshmen of this year's Vermilion Bird Academy. They possess a calm demeanor and an air of arrogance in their eyes. Yudaruin slowly spoke. "From today onwards, the team of 5 of you will be called the Vermilion Bird 5 Monsters. At the same time, you will also be the last disciple's eye Yudaruin will ever take in. The 5 men were all taken aback upon hearing this, their faces filled with barely concealed excitement. To become the last disciple of this legendary master would be an incredible opportunity for anyone. The short-haired youth on the far left stepped forward first and respectfully said, "Disciple Tangshan will certainly live up to Master's expectations." Yudaruin nodded in satisfaction. Tangshan possessed twin martial souls. One was the S-rank plant martial soul, Purple Jade Lonely Bamboo, and the other was the SSS rank weapon martial soul, Overlord Soul Devouring Spear. He had innate soul power at level 10, and now his soul power had reached level 28. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, Yudaruin had him conceal his SSS level martial soul early on, registering only the Purple Jade Lonely Bamboo as his true identity. He brought him along when they came to the Vermilion Bird Academy. The other 4 responded in unison. Besides Tangshan, the team included 3 SSS-level martial soul geniuses and a girl with an SS-level martial soul. If Lin Mo were present, he would definitely recognize her as Qin Ran, the high school class monitor, who possessed an SS-level beast martial soul. Yudaruin's gaze fell on the stone tablet in the center of the training ground, which was covered with runes, and he continued to arrange the training. From today onwards, training will begin at 7 o'clock every day with sparring of soul skills. At noon, we will study tactical simulations, and in the afternoon, we will climb Vermilion Bird Peak with heavy loads. At this point, his gaze fell on the girl in green on his right. Especially you, Qin Ran. Among the 5 of you, your martial soul aptitude is not the worst, but your progress is the slowest. You must work twice as hard in the future. Qin Ran blushed slightly when called out in public, her fingers clenching her sleeves, though she felt a little resentful. In her opinion, the boy named Tangshan should have been at the bottom, only getting the honor because of his S-rank martial soul. Yudaruin seemed to see through her thoughts and snorted coldly. "Do you think Tangshan is the one who should be scolded?" Qin Ran stubbornly protested. "Teacher, this disciple did not." "No need to argue." Yudaruin's voice suddenly became stern. "In my eyes, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Tangshan possesses an S-level martial soul and has already cultivated to level 28 in just a few months." He stared at Qin Ran. "You possess an SS-level martial soul, yet you're only at level 21. Tell me yourself, where does the difference lie?" These words struck Qin Ran like a hammer blow. Her face flushed red, and her lips moved, but she could not utter a word. The 2 men and 1 woman beside them also looked embarrassed. They were all proud talents with SSS-level martial souls, but they were only around level 21 now. Compared to Tangshan, they were indeed overshadowed. Only Tangshan's lips curled slightly, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. Yudaruin withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to calm. "All right, there's no point in saying more. Let's begin training. In 3 days, I will take you to the arena for practical combat. I hope you won't disappoint me." The 5 of them shouted in unison, "Yes, we promise not to let the teacher down." Chapter 55. This move is called the Poison Sting Boiler Cannon. The small alchemy furnace instantly transformed into a streak of light and shot out like a cannonball. The next second, a deafening explosion resounded across the training ground. Flames carrying acrid poisonous fumes surged forth, the shockwave causing the leaves on the trees along the edge of the field to tremble and the ground to shake slightly. Lin Mo clapped his hands, turned to look at Shun Yao and Anulan and smiled. "How about it, Teacher Shun? How's our fusion technique? Its power is almost equivalent to a 5th-tier soul emperor's Earth-rank soul technique." Shun Yao and Anulan exchanged a glance, both stunned. But Shun Yao quickly frowned. "No, fusion techniques require complementary martial souls and compatible attributes. Otherwise, it's easy for them to backfire. The 3 of you have a furnace, a devil vine, and a frying pan, with such vastly different attributes. How could you possibly fuse them to produce such power?" Lin Mo had already had Xiao Bao analyze this problem before he dared to let Lu Mengmeng add the poison gas. He explained with a smile, "It wouldn't work under normal circumstances, but Teacher Shun forgot about my innate soul skill, psychic soul control." Shun Yao was taken aback. Then her eyes lit up. "Your mental power can forcibly regulate the balance of different martial soul energies?" Lin Mo shrugged. "Otherwise what?" Without this backup plan, our reckless combination of the three of us would have blown up everywhere long ago. And Newlin was shocked. She had thought that psychic soul control was only an auxiliary method, but she never expected that it could forcibly combine three completely different martial soul energies and then unleash such power. Shen Yao's gaze towards Lin and Mo completely changed. This talent is simply made for the team. Lu Mingming immediately became smug. Of course. Look who's the boss. Niu Dachuan also chuckled. I'm just responsible for messing things up. The rest is up to Brother Mo. Suddenly, Shen Yao thought of something and quickly said, in that case, the five of you might be able to research a 5-person fusion technique, preferably one that combines offense and defense. Lin Mo stroked his chin. I have thought about it, but I've never been able to figure it out. A tall, imaginary figure vaguely appeared in his mind, but he still couldn't grasp the key point. Shen Yao immediately became interested. Leave this to me. As your instructor, I need to study the characteristics of the 5 of you carefully. She led the 5 to the edge of the training ground, spread out a huge martial soul attribute chart, and began to label them. Lin Mo's main attribute is spirit, with fire and metal as secondary attributes. Mengming's main attribute is darkness, with wood and poison as secondary attributes. Dachuan's main attribute is metal, with strength and earth as secondary attributes. The pen moved swiftly across the paper, and after more than 10 minutes, Shen Yao stared at the full array of attributes, her expression gradually freezing. Wow, these attributes are way too mixed up. Lin Mo almost burst out laughing. If it weren't for the mess, the 3 of them wouldn't have used their martial spirit energy so recklessly. Seeing that it was already noon, and Newlin was also getting a headache. Lin Mo then said, Teacher Shun, it's getting late. Let's call it a day. Although unwilling, Shen Yao could only nod. Okay, I'll go back and study it again. Lin Mo stretched and casually asked, what are your plans for the afternoon? If not, I need to help Ming awaken her soul skill. He spoke so naturally that Newlin was about to agree when she suddenly realized, wait, what did you say? You're helping Lu Mingming awaken her soul skill? Lin Mo realized he had let something slip and was about to try to cover it up when Lu Mingming put her hands on her hips and looked up. That's right, boss is not only my boss, but also the martial spirit instructor that my parents hired. What? Lin Mo is your mentor. Shen Yao and Newlin looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Niu Dachuan chuckled and said, it's mine too. The 2 mentors then realized that the strange soul skills of the 3 people were probably all due to Lin Mo. After lunch, Lin Mo and his group arrived at the west campus of the academy. This was the academy's material market, where they could buy almost any medicinal herbs, materials, and soul crystals below the 5th rank. And Newlin and Shen Yao explained as they walked. Shen Yao added, the prices here are 20 to 30% higher than outside, but you can save 40% by using academic credits. Today, I can use my teaching credits to settle your payment for the materials. Lin Mo inwardly rolled his eyes. She wasn't being generous at all. She clearly wanted to see with her own eyes how he would help Lu Mingming awaken her soul skill. He stopped and looked at the group seriously. The 2 mentors, Xiao Xiao and Lioli, you may watch, but you're not allowed to spread a single word about it without my permission. Shen Yao immediately stopped smiling and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I just want to confirm if you can really help people awaken the soul skill they want with 100% success rate. Normally, soul masters awaken soul skills by continuously absorbing soul crystals of the corresponding attribute, ultimately obtaining them randomly. Whether a high-level skill is obtained depends entirely on luck. But if Lin Manhwa can truly avoid low-level skills and accurately awaken the target soul skill, it would overturn her understanding of the past 20 years. And Newlin nodded in understanding. Su Xiao Xiao and Mu Lioli exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with curiosity. They had heard of Lin Mo's abilities, but had always been skeptical. After all, the ability to awaken a soul skill 100% of the time and choose it himself sounded like a fantasy. Lin Mo didn't explain much and led Lu Mingming straight to the material shop at the deepest part of the market. Like an old Chinese medicine doctor picking out medicine, he went back and forth in front of the counter, and soon his arms were full of various materials. Even after deducting credits, it still cost several million. Shen Yao and Newlin watched in astonishment. This wasn't buying materials. It was practically concocting a massive medicine. And Newlin couldn't help but ask, do we need all of these? Lin Mo smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, each one has its own unique use. Let's go. I heard that Teacher Shun lives in a detached dormitory. Shin Yao rolled her eyes, but could only lead the way. A detached dormitory was a perk reserved for martial spear instructors, so it wasn't unusual. The 7 of them then left the academy market in a grand procession. Chapter 56. Upon arriving at Shun Yao's detached dormitory, Lin Mo immediately began arranging for everyone to move tables and clear the area, even calling on Nuolin and Shin Yao to help. He then laid out all the materials he had bought, categorizing the soul crystals and medicinal herbs neatly, which looked quite impressive. Meng Meng, come and sit down. Lin Mo patted the cushion on the ground. Lu Mingming's face flushed red as she excitedly sat cross-legged, her eyes full of anticipation. If she could really awaken a high-level Earth-rank soul skill and bring it home, her parents would probably be astonished. The others brought small stools and sat not far away, watching in suspense, no one daring to make sound. Lin Mo glanced at Shun Yao, as if deliberately letting her hear clearly, and said, Next, I'm going to awaken a soul skill from Meng Meng called Demon Realm Descent, high-level Earth rank. He continued to explain, this is a domain-type soul skill that can turn an area into a devilish vine forest. Meng Meng can control the vines inside to attack enemies, making it impossible for them to defend against. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. A high-level Earth-rank soul skill? That's incredibly audacious. Lin Mo added, however, it also has its drawbacks. It consumes a lot of soul power. With Mengming's current strength, she can only expand to 12 square meters at most, and she will run out of soul power after maintaining it for 12 seconds. Nuolin and Shun Yao, however, felt that this was hardly a drawback. A soul skill of this level, even if used for only a few seconds, was enough to be a life-saving trump card. But they were still worried. They had all learned the reliable methods summarized by their predecessors, and the awakening of soul skills always required a gradual process. They had never seen Lin Mo's approach before. It looked like he was risking his life. And Nuolin couldn't help but advise, Lin Mo, why don't you just forget about it? Your things are too messy. I'm afraid they'll hurt Meng Meng. Lu Mingming immediately panicked. No. Teacher in, just watch. I trust our leader. Lin Mo didn't explain much, but only said to Lu Mingming, follow the method I taught you. Concentrate your mind and guide your martial spirit. Lu Mingming took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and slowly raised her hands, a faint black light emanating from her palms. Her soul power began to fluctuate at a specific frequency. 1 hour. 2 hours. After waiting anxiously for 3 whole hours, one of the soul skill holes on Lu Mingming's martial soul phantom finally lit up. With a hum, the soul energy in the living room vibrated. The next second, Lu Mingming was so excited she almost jumped up. High-level Earth-rank soul skill, Demon Realm Descent. If it succeeded. Nuolin and Shun Yao were instantly shocked and quickly stepped forward. It really worked? The 2 mentors looked like they had seen a ghost. A high-level Earth-rank soul skill awakened right before their eyes, and the awakener was a freshman. With trembling hands, Shun Yao touched the illusory image of the netherworld vine behind Lu Mingming. The moment her fingertips touched it, she felt a soul power several times stronger than before. A rustling sound could be faintly heard from deep within the vines, as if a dark vine forest truly lay hidden there. This is the high-level Earth-rank soul skill recorded in the book. It's too powerful. Shun Yao's voice trembled. She had studied soul skills for over 20 years and had never seen such a perfect awakening process before. There was no energy leakage, and the compatibility between the soul skill and the martial soul was almost 100%. And Nuolin also probed in a wisp of soul power, only to be instantly entangled by countless tiny vines, startling her into quickly withdrawing her hand. The domain hasn't even been released yet, and it's already aggressive? Of course. Lin Mo proudly raised his chin. Shun Yao suddenly grabbed his arm, her eyes burning. Lin Mo, how did you do that? The ingredient ratios, the soul power frequency. Is there some special inheritance involved? Lin Mo shook his hand. Teacher Shun, don't rush. After saying that, he took out a small bottle of soul-gathering pills from his pocket and threw it to Lu Mingming. Quickly eat one to solidify the foundation of your soul skills. Lu Mingming poured out a blue pill and popped it in her mouth like a candy. The flush on her face gradually faded, but she was still excitedly waving her arms and legs. Boss, can I take a break now? Just for a second. No way. Linimo said sternly. Let's talk about it after my soul power recovers to 30%. This soul skill is a life-saving trump card, not something for you to show off. Before Shun Yao and Anualin could recover from their shock, they saw the pill again, and their whole bodies went numb. What are you doing? Soul condensation pill, Lin Mo said casually. It can increase the speed of soul power cultivation and solidify the martial soul. Want one? 1 million per pill. He had originally planned to sell pills, but he didn't have time to find customers. Now, he could conveniently advertise them. Anualin frowned. Soul gathering pill? Isn't that the Medicine King's soul concentrating pill? That piece of trash, does it even deserve to be compared to my soul condensation pill? Lin Mo sneered. Half an hour later, Lu Mingming was studying her new soul skill in the courtyard, while Nyodichin awkwardly stood by her side to protect her. In the living room, Shun Yao and Nualin, Mu Lioli, and Su Xiaoxiao all stared at Lin Mo, their eyes looking at him as if he were a monster. Shun Yao suddenly smiled bitterly. To be honest, I don't even feel qualified to be your mentor. Whether it's theory or practice, you are far superior to me. Anualin also sighed. The 4 academies have probably really missed out on a prodigy this time. You two are too modest. Lin Mo waved his hand. What I value most about the academy is its collection of books, especially those rare books that are not open to the public. As for which academy I attend, I don't care. Anualin raised an eyebrow. That's true. A C-level martial soul. Yet its cultivation speed is comparable to that of an SS-level genius, which already speaks volumes. She changed the subject, her eyes filled with anticipation. By the way, Lin Mo, if you can help Lu Mingming awaken her soul skill, can't we do the same? She's over level 50 and still has 1 soul skill slot empty. How could she possibly let this opportunity slip by? Mu Lioli and Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly. Hiring a top master to guide the awakening of a soul skill is not only incredibly expensive, but also not guaranteed. Now, such a master is right before their eyes. Who wouldn't be tempted? Lin Mo seemed to have been prepared, taking out a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it over with a smile. No problem. This is the price list for soul skill awakening. Since we're acquaintances, I'll give you a 50% discount, just like Lu Mingming. Chapter 57. Anualin and Shun Yao huddled together in front of the price list and looked through it line by line. The prices for Xin rank, low level, to Xin rank, high level, skills range from 2 million to 10 million. The prices for D rank, low level, to D rank, high level, skills range from 15 million to 100 million. As for Tian rank soul skills, they're only listed as to be determined. After reading it, the two of them gasped in shock. It's not actually expensive. If you were to release this information, it wouldn't be expensive at all, and countless people would probably be scrambling to get their hands on it. But for these junior mentors, the price is indeed a bit of a strain. Anualin's finger hovered over the heavenly rank soul skill section, and she couldn't help but ask, can you really awaken a heavenly rank soul skill? All awakened ones know that even with an SSS martial soul, the success rate of awakening a heaven-ranked soul skill is less than 1 in 10,000. A single acquired heaven-ranked soul skill is enough to change a person's destiny. Linimo nodded knowingly. Ahem, of course. In fact, he didn't have any information on heaven-ranked soul skills. He only included them to make the price list look complete. Besides, he didn't think any of his current customers had a martial soul capable of withstanding heaven-ranked soul skills. But Anualin seemed to have made up her mind and asked seriously, if I want to awaken a heaven-ranked soul skill, what price or cost would I need? Linimo was speechless. He coughed and said seriously, Teacher, and I'm not trying to discourage you. The requirements for heaven-ranked soul skills are very strict. We need to check your soul skill slot limit and your martial soul compatibility first. Anualin immediately straightened up. Okay, then you can see. Lin Mo nodded and said, then tell me your data first, including your measurements. Anualin had just mentioned that she was 37 years old and that her martial soul was the Fire Kirin blade when she suddenly realized, wait, do I need her measurements too? Lin Mo explained without changing his expression. Of course I need it. This is also part of your physical attributes. I'll also need to examine your bones later to determine the maximum number of slots you can fill in your soul skills. And Newlin blushed instantly and took a step back warily. You're not trying to be a pervert, are you? Lin Mo immediately raised his hand. Heaven and earth bear witness. The energy nodes of the soul skill holes are hidden deep in the meridians. How can you judge the upper limit without sensing the flow of soul power by touch? Didn't we have the saying of touching one's bone structure before? If you don't believe me, ask Teacher Shun. Shen Yao paused for a moment, then hesitated and said, It seems there is indeed such a record. And Newlin frowned and thought for a moment. Lin Mo could help people accurately awaken their soul skills, so he must have his methods. Even a little girl like Lu Ming could accept it. So what was there for them to be coy about? Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, but if you dare touch me, I'll chop off your paws. Lin Mo said earnestly, Don't worry, I'm a professional. Just treat me like a doctor. But just as he was about to start, and Newlin suddenly shouted, Wait! Lin Mo looked at her questioningly, and Newlin's ears turned bright red, and she whispered, Let's go into the restroom, shall we? Lin Mo then noticed that Shun Yao, Su Xiao Xiao, and Mu Yuli were staring at them with wide eyes. He coughed lightly, All right. Anyway, everyone who comes to me to awaken their soul skills will need to go through this process. After these words were spoken, none of the others dared to make fun of anyone else. 5 minutes later, the toilet door opened, and Newlin hurried out while straightening her clothes. Although her ears were still a little red, she was over 30 years old after all, and quickly regained her composure. Shen Yao immediately asked, Is it done? And Newlin shook her head. I don't know. He said my soul skill gauge is pretty good, but I don't understand what that means. The girls all looked at Lin Mo, who came out next. Lin Mo was frowning, as if he had just completed an extremely serious examination. He slowly began. After carefully examining and observing the bones, I've determined that Teacher N's maximum number of soul skill slots is... He paused deliberately, and the others immediately held their breath. Lin Mo then announced, Congratulations, instructor, and your maximum soul skill slot is now at the initial heaven rank. A collective gasp filled the living room, and Newlin trembled with excitement, while Shun Yao looked on in disbelief. She has an A-level martial soul, yet she can awaken a heaven-level soul skill? Since the advent of the era of martial spirits for all, I have never heard of an A-level martial spirit being able to awaken a heaven-level soul skill. Lin Mo calmly said, I've said it before, the rank of a martial soul and the rank of a soul skill are not absolutely bound together. It can only be said that Teacher N has a very solid foundation. And Newlin couldn't wait to ask, Then can I awaken a heaven-ranked soul skill? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lin Mo's face as he coughed lightly and said, Although your potential has reached the initial stage of the heavenly rank, it's only barely there. The risk is considerable, so I don't recommend that you forcefully awaken a heavenly rank soul skill. And Newlin said with some resentment, Even you can't do anything about it? Lin Mo immediately shifted the focus. The best one is the one that suits you. I happen to have a high-level earth rank soul skill here called Mountain Crushing Earth Splitting Slash, which is perfect for your fire scale blade. And Newlin's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing the name. Lin Mo continued, Your Fire Kirin blade has an explosive attribute, which is a perfect match for this soul skill in terms of both attribute and power. When the blade energy is unleashed, it can draw upon earth-type energy, making its power comparable to half a celestial rank. Annalyn immediately made a decision. Okay, then I'll awaken this. High-level earth rank is strong enough. At least she can scrape together what she can get. Lin Mo wrote down a list of the required materials and handed it to her. After receiving the prescription, Newlin didn't delay and immediately went to the West District to purchase the materials. In the living room, Shun Yao frowned, looking troubled, while Su Xiao Xiao lowered her head, her face flushed. Mu Yuli's expression shifted, glancing at Lin Mo one moment and then lost in thought the next. Lin Mo didn't urge him, but just drank his tea. After a few minutes, Shun Yao finally spoke as if she had made up her mind. Lin Mo, why don't you take a look at me too? Lin Mo nodded seriously and said, Okay, come with me. A few minutes later, the toilet door opened again. As Shun Yao straightened the crooked shoulder strap inside her combat suit, she walked out thoughtfully. It was the first time she had ever heard of this kind of examination that involved touching the entire skeleton, and Lin Mo's evaluation of her soul skill gauge was also not bad. As she was wondering if she also had a heavenly rank limit, Lin Mo spoke up. Teacher Shun, the limits of your 2 soul skill slots are advanced profound rank and intermediate earth rank, respectively. Shen Yao was taken aback. Lin Mo continued, considering your martial soul and attributes, I suggest you awaken the earth rank intermediate level area of effect attack soul skill. Arrow rainstorm. Shen Yao suddenly looked up. How did you know I lack area of effect? AoE? Soul skills? Lin Mo shrugged. What do you think? You think I was just trying to take advantage of you by feeling your bones? The women exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. It seems Lin Mo's bone reading technique is quite skillful. Shen Yao's voice trembled slightly. Then help me get a bill. She was already level 47, but she didn't have a single earth rank soul skill yet. Now that the opportunity was right in front of her, she naturally didn't want to miss it. Lin Mo quickly wrote down the prescription. Shen Yao took it and hurriedly left to prepare the ingredients. After the 2 mentors left, Lin Mo turned to Su Xiao and Mu Liuli and asked, what about you two? Do you want to get checked out too and awaken a soul skill? Su Xiao's face turned bright red, and she quickly waved her hand. No, let's do it another day. Mu Liuli blushed slightly. She was indeed tempted, but she was always cautious. Lu Mingming's success wasn't enough. If both mentors also succeeded, she could make a decision later. She said softly, let's do it another day. Lin Mo didn't press the matter, and simply smiled and said, we're all teammates, so if you need anything, just ask me. I'll give you a 50% discount too. The young girl was shy, so he naturally wouldn't force her. As for the 2 mentors, given their age, they might not have actually felt they were at a disadvantage just now. Chapter 58. 2 hours later, 2 muffled hums suddenly rang out in the living room, and the soul power fluctuations instantly became scorching and sharp. Behind Nuolin, the fire scale blade erupted with flames 10 feet high. A soul skill gauge lit up, and earth yellow cracks appeared on the blade, as if it were imbued with the power of the earth. Shen Yao's wind whisper, Bao, also changed, with dozens of cyan green wind arrow phantoms swirling around her, humming and vibrating. It's done. Both women gasped simultaneously, feeling the new power surging from the soul skill slots, their fingertips trembling with excitement. This was the feeling of an earth rank soul skill. Lin Mo sat on the sofa, looking utterly bored. It's all sorted out. Now you should believe me, right? Shen Yao immediately handed over a black card and solemnly said, there are 20 million in it, and I will give you the remaining 5 million later. Lin Mo was taken aback for a moment, then casually waved his hand. Okay, I'll give it to you when I have it. And Newland handed over a card, somewhat embarrassed. I have 35 million here, but I still owe 15 million. I'll pay you back first. Lin Mo looked at the 2 of them and couldn't help but mutter to himself. These 2 mentors look respectable, but how come they're both poorer than the other? However, he didn't care and just waved his hand to indicate that he didn't mind. At this moment, the way everyone in the living room looked at him had completely changed. The initial contempt had vanished, replaced only by shock and awe. This was no ordinary student. He was clearly a master capable of changing the landscape of soul master cultivation. Nuolin and Shen Yao exchanged a glance, and the same thought popped into their minds at the same time. They must keep Lin Mo firmly in the academy and never let other forces poach him. In the evening, after Lin Mo led the 4 of them to the cultivation garden for labor, Nuolin and Shen Yao rushed to the dean's office. As soon as the door opened, Nuolin couldn't contain her excitement. Dean, our academy is about to take off. Zhou Qingyun put down the documents, adjusted her glasses, and looked at their flushed faces, asking, what's wrong? Did you strike it rich? Shen Yao immediately recounted what had happened that afternoon, including the details of Lin Mo helping them precisely awaken their high-level soul skills. They dared to report this because they had Lin Mo's permission, since he still wanted a detached dormitory. Zhou Qingyuan's brows furrowed more and more as she listened. Only after Shen Yao finished speaking did she slowly ask, you mean Lin Mo can not only help people awaken high-level soul skills, but he can do it with such precision? And Nuolin nodded repeatedly. It's absolutely true. He helped us choose the soul skills we just awakened, and their power is even stronger than we expected. Zhou Qingyan remained silent for a moment, then lightly tapped the table with her fingertips, her eyes gradually sharpening. If this were true, Lin Mo's value far exceeded expectations, perhaps even enough to secure a place for the Eastern Martial Soul Academy among all the major universities. She whispered, "It seems we need to think carefully about how to keep this master here." On the other side, in the plantation, Professor E, wearing a white lab coat and carrying a large iron hammer on his shoulder, followed behind Lin Mo. Seeing him looking at the soil and spiritual plants like an old scholar, he couldn't help but become interested. "What? You're interested in cultivation?" Lin Mo nodded without turning his head. "I guess so. If he didn't act this way, how could he lure Professor E over?" Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the other party took the bait. Professor E pressed further. "Then tell me, what did you see?" Lin Mo chuckled inwardly, but kept a straight face. Pointing to a jade dew peach with wilted leaves, he said, "The soul-condensing soil around the roots of this tree is too thick. Soul-condensing soil has a high density of soul power, which can ripen the fruit in the short term, but keeping it covered for a long time will cause the roots to lack oxygen." As he spoke, he squatted down and picked up a bit of soil. Moreover, the bone powder of the strange beasts mixed in the soil was not fully decomposed and carried a cold and yin energy, which perfectly countered the yang fire soul power needed by the jade dew peach. No wonder there were so few results. Professor Yi's pupils contracted, and the large iron hammer in his hand slammed to the ground with a clang. "You discovered all of this yourself?" Lin Mo said calmly. "I read the book you gave me this morning and just figured it out myself. If it's wrong, just pretend I didn't say anything." "No, absolutely right." Professor E grabbed his arm, his eyes shining brightly. "Good lad, you really are a talent." Lin Mo winced in pain. "Professor E, be gentle." Professor E then released his grip, smiled apologetically, and asked with intense gaze, "Lin Mo, would you be interested in joining my research lab?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Research lab? What does it do?" Professor E then introduced himself. "I am Enan, a special grade professor at the Eastern Martial Soul Academy, and also the head of the Soul Power Research Lab. The potions and soul tools in the academy are basically all made in our research lab." Lin Mo was secretly surprised. So young and already in charge? It seems this labor service was worthwhile. He deliberately dragged out his words. "Soul Power Research. That sounds quite interesting." Enan immediately perked up. "Of course, the cultivation garden is just a little thing I started doing on a whim. There are plenty of interesting things in the research lab." Lin Mo's eyes grew brighter as he listened. If he joined the research lab, he might be able to access a lot of knowledge that wasn't available outside. So he simply said, "Young man Lin Mo, I'm willing to join." Enan was surprised by his tact and immediately smiled broadly. "Welcome, Lin Montak." Chapter 59. The next morning, Nguyen and Shun Yao went to find Lin Mo, who had just gotten up. Lin Mo was still not fully awake and couldn't help but complain, "Teachers, testing your students so early in the morning is a bit much for me." And Nguyen was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and simply raised the magnetic card in her hand. "Stop talking nonsense. The dean has agreed to your request. Your team will be assigned a separate dormitory, and you'll have full access to the library, including the Ancient Martial Arts Classic section on the 8th floor. Lin Mo instantly perked up, his eyes lighting up. "Really? Thank you so much, teachers." He only found out the day before yesterday, when he went to the library, that freshmen without credits could only wander around on the first floor and couldn't go upstairs at all. So he specifically mentioned it to Nguyen before leaving yesterday, and he didn't expect it to be done so quickly. Nguyen smiled slyly. However, the dean also made a small request. Lin Mo patted his chest and said, "Just tell me what you want. Even if you asked me to warm the dean's bed tonight, I would agree." "Huh?" And Nguyen glared at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. "You can't expect anything good to come out of a dog's mouth. The dean means that no matter how knowledgeable you are, you still have to follow the academy's rules and practical training." Lin Mo immediately nodded. "No problem. I will definitely follow the training arrangements." He also knew that no matter how strong the theory was, when it came to a real head-on confrontation, practical skills were still the most important thing. Shun Yao then reminded everyone, "The books on the 8th floor are very old, and some are even unique copies. After reading them, you must put them back in their original place. You cannot take them out of the library or make copies without permission." Lin Mo took the magnetic card, carefully running his fingers over the pattern, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Don't worry, I know the rules. Shall we go to the library now?" What's the rush? Anulin stopped him. Let's go to the training ground first. Today is the freshman exchange day. Lin Mo had no choice but to put the magnetic card away, wash up and change his clothes, and then follow the two instructors out. They didn't rush him and just waited for him at the door. After assembling their team, the group headed towards the public training ground. Along the way, Lin Mo began promoting his medicinal pills again. Teachers, wouldn't you consider buying some soul-gathering pills and body-refining pills? He's really short of money. Lately, he's been researching a mind-controlling pill that can enhance mental power, but the ingredients are ridiculously expensive. Shenyao tilted her head to look at him. Can I buy on credit? Lin Mo immediately looked up at the sky. The weather is really nice today. Anulin rolled her eyes at him. You stingy guy. It's not that I don't want to buy it. It's that I really don't have the money. Do you think a teacher's salary is enough to easily come up with $1 million? Shenyao smiled bitterly. The card I gave you yesterday was originally saved up to buy a house, but now it's all gone to you, and we still owe $5 million. Lin Mo looked at him with disdain. Tell me, are the soul skills I helped you awaken any good? The two fell silent immediately. Yesterday, they tested their soul skills at the dean's private training ground and realized just how overpowered those two moves were. Anulin's mountain-shattering slash turned a large area into a lava inferno with a single strike. Shenyao's arrow rain storm riddled a group of targets with bullets, leaving even the dean stunned. Anulin muttered under her breath. It's useful, but it's a bit expensive. Lin Mo was almost speechless. They were complaining about the price even with a 50% discount. He had originally planned to have Xiao Bao generate 1 or 2 soul power cultivation methods to sell to them, but now it seemed hopeless. In his view, these teachers were too poor. But he didn't know that it was already very difficult for ordinary teachers with no background or fame to come up with tens of millions of yuan. Shen Yao nodded in agreement. It is indeed expensive. I've spent all my savings over the years on this soul skill. Lin Mo chose to ignore the complaints of the two penniless individuals. It was only a few tens of millions. He had already spent hundreds of millions of Dragon Soul coins since his college entrance exams. Had he said anything? At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao timidly asked, Lin Mo, can I buy one? Lin Mo found her pleasing to the eye and, being his teammate, generously said, Little fox, you're loyal. I'll give you another one. Anyway, the cost per unit is only 20,000 to 30,000, so he won't lose much. Mu Yoli, who was behind her, was already tempted. When she heard about the buy one get one free offer, she immediately said, Lin Mo, I want 5 soul condensing pills and 5 body refining pills. The group chatted as they walked, and soon arrived outside the public training ground. Before they even went inside, they could hear a commotion. The field was already packed with freshmen, each team dressed in uniform, chatting in small groups. The restlessness and undercurrent of competition among the teenagers were almost palpable. Anulin suddenly moved closer to Lin Mo and lowered her voice to remind him. Lin Mo, after our academy was promoted to the 2nd tier, many people from other forces were planted within the school. Remember, you are now on the dean's side. Lin Mo blinked, his heart sinking slightly. It seemed that this seemingly peaceful academy was not without its hidden dangers. Just then, a sarcastic voice chimed in. Oh, teacher and teacher Shun are here pretty early. Lin Mo looked in the direction of the voice and saw a slightly overweight middle-aged man leading 5 students over. The man was wearing a professor's robe with a smile on his face, but his eyes were scrutinizing. Anulin nodded slightly. Good morning, Teacher Lu. Shen Yao leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, his name is Lu Mugong. He's Vice Dean Lu's nephew and also the team leader. His team consists entirely of the top freshmen selected by the academy this year. She paused, then lowered her voice. Besides, he pursued teacher in last year, and after being rejected, he's been trying to pick a fight with you. If he targets you later, you'd better watch out. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, already understanding. As Lu Mu walked up to the group, his gaze swept over Lin Mo and his group of 5, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. Teacher, and is this the team you've been leading this year? They don't look very impressive. He deliberately emphasized not very good, his disdain almost written on his face. Anulin remained calm. There's no need for Teacher Lu to trouble herself with that. Lu Mu was taken aback, not expecting her to be so composed today, and then smiled and said, I didn't mean anything by it. I just feel that Teacher An's eye for people seems to be not as good as before. Anulin took a step forward, her tone indifferent. Teacher Lu should worry more about her own team. Lu Magong was momentarily speechless. He snorted coldly and turned to leave with his students. Lu Mingming pouted. That old man is really annoying. Anualin rubbed her temples. Ignore him. His team has 3 S-rank martial souls, so he certainly has the right to be arrogant. Be careful when you talk to him later, and don't let them find a chance to provoke you. Lin Mo watched Lun Yugang's departing figure, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Top notch. One Lu Mingming can solve it. Chapter 60. Nyodachuan's Spring Freshman Exchange Day is basically just a way for each team to get to know each other, and if they feel like it, they can go up on the stage to compete. The teachers in charge can also exchange teaching experiences. Lin Mo wasn't interested in any of that, so he simply lay on his side on the grass and watched his female classmates, his eyes darting around. Dachuan, look at that one. If you marry her, your children will definitely not go hungry. And that one, she looks like she'll give birth to a son. Neo Dachuan nodded repeatedly, grinning broadly. Yeah, Emoji is right. My mom also said that when looking for a girlfriend, you have to find one with a big butt. Lin Mo glanced around the crowd a few more times, and finally patted Lu Mingming, who was chewing on grass roots. Mingming, go for it for Dachuan's happiness. Okay, I'm off. Lu Mingming immediately scrambled to her feet and ran excitedly towards a spirited girl with a high ponytail and tan skin not far away. A short while later, she returned, followed by 5 pretty but clearly powerfully muscular girls. Sister Kylie, that's Nyo Dachuan. Lu Mingming pointed at Nyo Dachuan with an innocent look on her face. When Nyo Dachuan saw this scene, he became very reserved and his face turned red. Lin Mo was about to get up and say a few words on his behalf when a girl named Kylie spoke first. I heard from Mingming that you want to have a competition with my 5 sisters. Lin Mo was stunned on the spot, and Nyo Dachuan was even more confused. A competition? What is all this nonsense? He clearly just wants to find a girlfriend. But Lu Mingming added fuel to the fire. That's right, Sister Kylie. Brother Dachuan said he'll beat you all into submission and then take you as his wives. Lin Mo almost choked. One was already tough enough. 5? What grudge did this little girl have against the Chun? Kylie sneered after hearing this. Very good. You've got guts, kid. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Nyo Dachuan waved his hands anxiously. Lu Mingming continued to deliver the final blow. Sister Kylie said that if you can beat just one of them, she'll date you. If you can beat all 5 of them, she'll. Lin Mo rubbed his forehead. This wasn't matchmaking. It was clearly pushing Chun into a fire pit. 5 girls stood together on the stage, each about 1.7 meters tall, dressed in combat gear, their muscles clearly defined. They looked beautiful, but also intimidating. Kylie, in particular, had a chest that bounced so loudly it made people dizzy, but the oppressive aura she exuded was even more frightening. She dragged Nyo Dachuan onto the ring and got into a fighting stance. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 moves. If you can beat me down, I'll let you hit a home run tonight. Nyo Dachuan, clutching the gilded frying pan, was almost in tears. I won't hit you. I just like you and want to get to know you. Kylie actually quite liked his honest and simple physique. She grinned and said, stop dawdling. Beat me and I'll be your girlfriend. You can pose however you want. But if you back down, you'll be my 5 sisters' gigolo. The audience burst into laughter, with the other 4 girls laughing so hard they were doubled over, and the surrounding students joined in the cheering and whistling. Lin Mo was furious and shouted directly at the stage. Chun, show some manly spirit. Don't forget what your mother said. When looking for a wife, you have to find one who can fight. This is your chance. Beat her, and she'll give you 10 sons in the future. Nyo Dachuan was startled and suddenly looked up. Yes, Mom said that a wife who can fight can work, protect the family, and give birth to sons. Thinking of this, his timidity vanished instantly. He stood up straight, picked up the frying pan, and exclaimed, Me too. That's more like it. Kylie's eyes lit up, and she instantly released her martial spirit, with a phantom of a giant bull covered in rock armor attaching itself to her. Yao, Kylie, A-grade B-spirit rock armored bull, level 15 strong attack type. Take this. She stomped her foot, cracking the stone slab of the arena, and shot out like a cannonball, her fist flying straight at Nyo Dachuan. Ah, great Sumeru cauldron! Nyo Dachuan roared, swinging the cauldron as a massive energy phantom slammed down in his face. Kylie's expression hardened, and after her martial spirit was activated, she faced the attack head-on, throwing a punch. Clang! A loud bang rang out, and the two were simultaneously thrown back. Kylie grew increasingly excited as the fight progressed, raining down punches that shook the ring with each blow. Although Nyodachuan was only level 16, he wielded the gilded pot with remarkable stability, using his defense and strength to deflect the attacks time and again. The audience gradually quieted down. No one had expected this kind-looking big guy to be so resilient. Rock armor charge. Kylie suddenly leaped up, her entire body covered in rock armor, and charged towards Nyodachuan like a small tank. Phantom pot dance. This time, Nyodachuan did not retreat. Instead, he took the attack head-on. The gilded frying pan in his hand instantly turned into afterimages, weaving into an impenetrable defensive net. This is one of the 2 soul skills he awakened after reaching level 10. Chapter 61. Jingle Bells. The phantom of the rock-armored bull and the shadow of the pot collided violently, and the dense attack slammed into Kylie's rock armor. The shockwaves spread out layer by layer, forcing the students below the stage to take a half-step back. Kylie felt as if her fist had struck a red-hot iron wall. Her entire arm went numb, and cracks appeared in her rock armor. The next second, with a loud bang, she and Nyodachuan were both blasted away. Nyodachuan finally managed to steady himself, panting heavily as he clutched the frying pan. I haven't lost yet. I still have one more move. But Kylie put away her fist, and a hearty smile appeared on her lips. You won. Nyodachuan froze, forgetting to put the pot down. What? Kylie brushed the dust off her body, and the rock armor slowly faded away, revealing her wheat-colored arms. Your soul power is 1 level lower than mine. That move just now was my strongest attack. If you could withstand it, you win this round. She walked up to Nyodachuan, her eyes sparkling, and said, Nyodachuan, right? I acknowledge you. After saying that, she touched her red lips with her finger and kissed them, then pressed her finger to Nyodachuan's face. Here's a reward for you. The audience erupted in laughter. Kylie's 4 sisters were doubled over with laughter, and some even shouted for her to back down. Kylie turned around and glared at them, but couldn't hide her smile. That's called having a discerning eye. From now on, Dachun will be our boyfriend. Then, she leaned close to Nyodachuan's ear and whispered, See you at the training ground tonight. I'll teach you how to hit a home run. Nyodachuan's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. He was both excited and shy, and he was completely dumbfounded. Lin Mo, watching from below the stage, was dumbfounded and couldn't help but nudge Lu Mingming. It actually worked? Lu Mingming proudly raised her chin. That's right. Look who's in charge. Su Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and chuckled, while Mu Yuli also smiled, a rare occurrence. Kylie jumped off the stage, giving Nyodachuan a flirtatious wink before leaving. Nyodachuan stood there stunned for a long time until Lin Mo called him, at which point he snapped out of his daze, picked up the frying pan, and ran downstairs with a red face. Brother Mo, he scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. I have a girlfriend? Lin Mo felt a little envious. Yeah, we have 5. Kylie and the other 5 girls are all good-looking, but because of their martial spirits, they need to work out, so their figures are all exaggerated, enough to give Nyodachuan a hard time. Nyodachuan was so frightened that he quickly waved his hands. No, I only need Sister Kylie. Lin Mo teased him deliberately. You're so useless. Wouldn't it be better to have someone else do your laundry and cook for you? Nyodachuan blushed and whispered, My mother said that it's best to be single-minded. But the anticipation in his eyes was impossible to hide. Brother Mo, am I really going to the training ground tonight? Lin Mo patted him with a smile. Go ahead, why not? Go home run sooner and become a dad sooner. Lu Mingming also came over and winked. Sister Kylie said she'd teach you how to hit home run. It would be such a waste not to go. Nyodachuan looked completely bewildered. What's a home run? Lin Mo almost choked and could only make up a lie with a straight face. It's a very powerful combination of soul skills. If you learn it, you can take on 5 people at once. Nyodachuan immediately perked up. Really? Then I definitely have to learn it. Just then, Kylie's voice came from afar. Dachun, it's 10 p.m. Don't be late. Nyodachuan looked up abruptly and saw her waving at him. His face turned red again, and he nodded vigorously. Lin Mo gave him a push. Go ahead, have a chat with your future wife. Nyodachuan walked over slowly, and the two quickly exchanged a few words. Kylie was occasionally amused by him, and even patted his arm, creating an unexpectedly harmonious scene. Su Xiaoxiao sighed softly. I never thought Dachun would be so lucky. Mu Yuli glanced at Lin Mo. Someone just said it was sour. Lin Mo coughed lightly. I was just happy for Dachun. He was about to change the subject when he suddenly saw Lu Mugang's team walking towards them. The leader, a tall, short-haired boy, directly challenged Lin Mo. Hey kid, wanna spar? Lin Mo calmly pulled Lu Mingming to the front. Forget it. I'm just a support player. Let my team's main player handle it. The man with the buzz cut looked down at Lu Mingming, who only reached his chest, and said speechlessly, She's your main force? Lu Mingming instantly became displeased. What kind of look is that? Are you looking down on me? The man with the buzz cut sneered, and his martial spirit was suddenly released. A phantom of a giant gray-blue wolf appeared behind him, its fierce aura overwhelming. With your small frame, you'd be lucky to withstand even one of my moves. Lu Mingming's eyes widened, and her demon vine martial soul manifested, its black vines swaying like serpents. Enough with the nonsense. Let's fight and see. The man with the buzz cut leaped onto the stage like a wolf. Come on up. Lu Mingming gave a soft hum, and two vines braced themselves against the ground. Pole vault. With a whoosh, the vines launched her high into the air, landing her steadily on the arena. And Newlin and Shun Yao, who were talking with their teacher in the distance, saw the tense situation and quickly came over. And Newlin frowned and asked, Lin Mo, what's going on? Why is Lu Mingming clashing with Shi Taixiang? Lin Mo almost burst out laughing when he heard this. What the heck? Does shit smell too good? And Newlin glared at him. It's Shi Taixiang. Lin Mo stopped laughing. Oh, this person is very capable. And Newlin said solemnly, he is considered one of the top freshmen this year. His martial soul is the S-level beast martial soul, the fiery Wolverine. He was originally qualified to enter the Azure Dragon Academy, but I don't know how he was recruited by Vice Dean Liu. Lin Mo didn't take it seriously. It's just an S rank. Mingming will beat it up later, and it'll behave. And Newlin angrily reminded him, don't be careless. There are two more like this in Lu Mugang's team. The guy with the tousled hair is called Luo Yu, with an S-level weapon spirit, the Frost Whitebone Fan, and his soul power is close to level 20. The girl next to him is called Ning Kai Kai, with an S-level weapon spirit, the Hurricane Pipa, and she is good at control and long-range attacks. She said in a serious tone, these three are your formidable rivals in the competition for the top freshman position a month from now. Lin Mo looked in the direction he was looking and saw Luo Yu leaning against the railing with an arrogant look in his eyes. Ning Kai Kai looked like a lady, but her eyebrows and eyes also revealed her pride. A formidable new rival? That's all. Lin Mo was too lazy to explain, and simply said, 3S ranks. Huh? Looks like that will satisfy Lu Mingming. After all, Lu Mingming's strength had reached level 23 after awakening her soul skill yesterday. In addition, with a long-term consumption of soul condensation pills and body refining pills, her soul power and physique were simply incomparable to those of the same level. On the arena, Lu Mingming and Shi Taixiang were already engaged in combat. The phantom of the fiery Wolverine pounced out with a scorching heat wave, while the devil vine shot up like black lightning, colliding fiercely with the claws and producing a crackling sound. Chapter 62. Who are these two? How can they be so strong? I heard that several new students with S-rank martial souls came to the academy this year, and these might be two of them. Their soul power is probably level 20, right? The fight between Lu Mingming and Shi Taixiang quickly attracted a large number of freshmen to watch. Shi Taixiang grinned maliciously and suddenly accelerated, his sharp claws aimed straight at Lu Mingming's face. Little girl, surrender now, or I'll tear this tattered vine of yours to shreds. Instead of retreating, Lu Mingming advanced, her eyes turning cold. Underestimating me will lead to a terrible death. The next second, the phantom of the devil vine in her hand swelled up, and the black vines cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly trapping Shi Taixiang in a black cage. Shi Taixiang's expression changed, and his soul power erupted wildly, attempting to burn the vines with flames. However, as soon as the flames touched them, the vines not only did not break, but instead emitted a ghostly blue glow, and venom seeped out. When scorched by the fire, they immediately emitted sizzling, poisonous smoke. Is this poison ivy? By the time Shi Taixiang realized something was wrong, It was too late. The poisonous fumes inhaled into his mouth and nose, and his strength was immediately reduced by most of it. His head also began to spin. Lu Mengmeng sneered, her fingertips twitching. You only realize it now? Too late. Devil's thrust. Sure, Taishan's pupils contracted sharply. The fluctuation of soul power was several times stronger than before, and he even felt a chill of death. But the poison had already entered his body, and the numbness quickly spread throughout his entire body. With a loud thud, the phantom of the fiery wolverine faded away, and Sure Taishan groaned as he collapsed to the ground, his body enveloped in a dark aura. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence, which then erupted instantly. Sure Taishan, with his S-rank martial soul, actually lost. That girl's poison vines are too strange. Even flames can't burn them. Is her name Lu Mengmeng? We'd better stay away from her in the future. Behind a crowd, Lu Mugang's face was ashen as he stared intently at Lu Mengmeng, who remained calm on the stage, his fists clenched tightly. Sure Taishan was a promising player that his uncle had gone to great lengths to recruit from Qinglong Academy, yet he was defeated by an unknown freshman. Because Lu Mengmeng was a temporary transferee, and Zhou Qingyuan intentionally concealed her background, Lu Magong had no idea about her details. He muttered useless under his breath, then turned to Luo Yu and Ning Kaikai. You too. Are you confident you can beat her? Luo Yu frowned. He had thought that even if Sure Taishan couldn't win, he could at least hold out for a few dozen moves, but he hadn't expected that he couldn't even withstand the poisonous vine. Ning Kaikai also looked serious. Sure Taishan must have suffered a loss in close combat. Lu Magong nodded. Sure Taishan had indeed had difficulty even getting close. He then looked at Ning Kaikai. Your soul skills are all ranged attacks. Why don't you go up and give it a try? Ning Kaikai responded and lightly leaped onto the arena. Lu Mengmeng was enjoying the admiring gazes from the audience when she saw her come up. She immediately turned around and said, Miss, do you want to challenge me too? Ning Kaikai introduced herself. Ning Kaikai, S-level weapon spirit Hurricane Pipa, level 18 soul master. Lu Mengmeng said with a grin. Lu Mengmeng, a level 23 soul master, with an S-rank plant martial soul, the four-clawed devil vine. As soon as the 23rd grader spoke, the teachers and students present gasped in shock. Level 23? That talent wouldn't be bad, even among the top 4 academies, right? Last year, the highest level among the freshmen at Azure Dragon Academy was only level 20. I didn't expect our academy to have such a genius hidden away. Ning Caicai's expression changed slightly. She finally understood why Sure Taishan had suffered such a crushing defeat. The difference in their cultivation levels had left her momentarily speechless. At this moment, Lu Magong appeared behind Lin Mo and Newlin without them noticing, and said sarcastically, Teacher, you have some tricks up your sleeve. I didn't expect your team to have such a hidden move. And Newlin replied calmly, Teacher Lu, we're in the same boat. All 3 S-rank individuals were assigned to Lu Mugang's team. And Newlin naturally didn't believe there wasn't something fishy going on. Lu Magong sneered. It's just a competition between classmates. Why do you have to be so insidious? These words seemed to imply that Newlin had deliberately set a trap, which immediately angered her so much that her face darkened. Lu Magong, watch your words. Did I send your team to challenge my team? The 2 instructors started arguing in front of the students, forcing the competition on the stage to stop. Other teachers, seeing this, quickly stepped forward to mediate. A middle-aged teacher wearing glasses stepped in between them, smiling apologetically. Please calm down. It's a good thing for students to compete. Winning or losing is normal. Lu Magong, however, refused to give up. He glanced at Lu Mengmeng and said, Teacher, your team is well hidden. Freshmen from the class of 23. They're hard to find in the entire eastern region, aren't they? This sounds like a compliment, but it actually implies that Lu Mengmeng's soul power came from an illegitimate source. And Newlin retorted coldly, My students cultivate through their own abilities, openly and honestly, unlike some people who have no shame at all. Lu Mugang's face darkened. Who are you calling shameless? Whoever responds is the one being addressed. And Newlin retorted firmly. The students below the stage were dumbfounded, never expecting their mentors to argue like this. Lin Mo, on the other hand, watched with great interest. Lu Mengmeng on the stage also lost interest in the competition, crossing her arms and watching the excitement, even winking at Ning Kaikai. Your teacher seems to be getting anxious. Ning Saitsai's face flushed, and she could only whisper, Lu, how about we cancel the competition today? Lu Mingming shrugged. I have no objection. Anyway, she's already won one game and had her fill of the limelight. The farce came to an end. After Lu Mugang's team left, Lin Imo laughed and said, Lu Mugong really went all out to stop the competition. And Newlin sighed softly. Of course, she could see it too, but she had just been angered by the other party. Let's go. That concludes our discussion for today. Lin Imo was too lazy to stay any longer. He'd already seen enough excitement and beautiful women. After leaving the public training ground, Anarin's team went into the woods to continue their daily training. New students can only stay at the academy for the first 3 days, after which they can go out for training, and only after a month can they go to the mission hall to accept missions and earn credits. On the other side, Lu Magong led his team back to the training ground, his face still ashen. Damn it, the dean and Newlin were hiding their true intentions well. They managed to take care of an S-level martial soul student just like that. At this moment, a girl in the group suddenly spoke up. Lu Mingming, teacher, I remember now. She is the second young lady of the Lu family whose martial soul mutated. Chapter 63 was the Wasteland's secret realm closed? Training days always pass quietly in repetition, and the evening glow paints half the sky red. Annalyn clapped her hands to stop everyone. We'll have another day of intensive training tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, I'll take you somewhere to practice teamwork. Okay, teacher, the 5 replied in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. That's all for today. Let's call it a day. And Newlin waved her hand, a hint of a smile hidden in her eyes. After the 5 people left, Shunyao immediately came over and asked in a low voice, Nualan, if I work a little harder, I should be able to raise 5 million. What about you? I'm about the same. I asked a few friends, and 5 million isn't a problem, Honoran said casually. Shunyao was still a little worried. Are you really confident that these 5 little guys can help us make a lot of money? And Newlin glanced at her and said calmly, Don't worry, I've inquired. Among the second-class teams, ours has the highest odds. Lin Imo and his group of 5 were unaware that their mentors had already begun planning to make money out of them. After fertilizing the plantation, they rushed back to their dormitory to pack their things. By the time they moved into their new dormitory, it was already completely dark. After a day of training, everyone was exhausted. After washing up, they went back to their rooms to rest. Lin Imo was lying in bed scrolling through his phone when a news article from Linjiang City suddenly popped up. Following unanimous approval from all departments, the Wasteland's secret realm site, No. T031, in Linjiang City requires a reassessment and will be temporarily closed to the public starting tomorrow. Lin Imo was taken aback. What's going on? Does a small secret realm need to be reevaluated? More than a month ago, after they returned from there, they stopped paying attention to the news and had no idea what was happening outside. He casually searched for information about the Wasteland secret realm, and the more he read, the more alarmed he became. Announcements kept popping up on the screen. 2 teams from the Southwest Martial Soul Academy had lost contact, 37 members of the Gale Mercenary Group had lost contact, and several official assessment teams and expedition teams had also disappeared without a trace. Lin Imo frowned more and more deeply. Is this secret realm really that strange? He immediately recalled the countless blue tentacles he had seen that night, and a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that all these people were killed by those tentacles? He quickly scrolled down, trying to find any news mentioning the blue tentacles. Scrolling to the very end, I found a simple report. 3 recent graduates claimed that blue tentacles exist in the T031 secret realm, capable of making human-like sounds, silent during the day and active at night. Lin Imo was completely dumbfounded. Damn, isn't this what we reported? Moreover, the time and date match up. Strangely, only their report was submitted. Others either didn't encounter it but didn't survive. Thinking about this, Lin Imo finally realized that the official sudden closure of the secret realm must mean that they had discovered a big problem. Scrolling down, he saw many more announcements from tech companies. LinkedIn Technology issued a notice to acquire a large number of electronic components from the T031 secret realm. The value of these components will be determined based on their condition and intended use, and may be for military or civilian purposes, with a maximum value of up to 1 billion yuan. There has been more than one similar announcement from both official and private companies. Electronic components? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't had time to deal with the things he brought back from the Wasteland's secret realm last time. Lin Mo immediately sat up, lifted the pillow, and took out his storage belt from underneath. With a thought, a pile of circuit boards and components fell to the ground with a whoosh. These items still have charred and corroded edges, but are generally intact. 10,000 to a billion. Lin Mo picked up a diamond-shaped component, a slight numbness spreading through his fingertips. Is this thing really worth that much? He had only vaguely felt that these circuit boards and components could be sold for money, but he never expected them to be this expensive. After all, the martial spirit system in this world is advanced, but electronic technology has long stagnated. Mobile phone functions are still at a very low level, and people usually just chat, transfer money, browse news, and play Tetris. If you calculate it that way, the pile of scrap metal in his hands could probably really be exchanged for a large sum of money. If we dispose of them all, they'd be worth at least several billion. Lin Mo became more and more excited as he thought about it. He thought of that desert again, where there were still many aircraft and robots that hadn't been dismantled. Just thinking about it made his heart race. If we work harder and dig out more, it's not impossible to reach tens of billions. Lin Mo tapped his fingertips on the phone case, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Those electronic remnants forgotten by the world may be his unique treasure in this world where martial spirits reign supreme. Looks like I'll have to go again when I have the chance. He secretly made up his mind that he would go and collect money when he was stronger. Just as Lin Mo was pondering the electronic debris, the atmosphere in the conference room of the Linjiang City Defense Bureau was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Everyone, please speak up. The white-haired, middle-aged man at the head of the table tapped the table, his tone authoritative. We've received a strict order from above. We must find out the situation in the Wasteland secret realm within a month. There's still no news from the 2 fifth-tier Soul Emperor teams we sent in. He picked up the documents on the table and continued. The strategy department suggests forming another squad, with all members possessing flight soul skills, to conduct another reconnaissance mission. Silence fell over the meeting room. Even 2 fifth-tier Soul Emperor squads perished inside. Who would dare to easily accept this mission? In a corner, Pei Luohan sat quietly, her brows furrowed. The white-haired middle-aged man's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on her. Captain Pei, I heard that you awakened a flight soul skill some time ago. Pei Luohan immediately stood up, saluted, and said, Yes, sir, I have indeed awakened a flying soul skill. To awaken a flight soul skill before even reaching the 6th rank, not bad luck. The white-haired middle-aged man nodded, his tone full of approval. People around them cast envious glances. Flying soul skills are rare, almost like a trump card that can only be encountered by chance. The white-haired middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject, his eyes sharpening sharply. Then are you confident enough to lead a team in and investigate? Pei Luohan didn't hesitate for a moment, her voice crisp. Sir, I will follow the organization's arrangements. There were no extravagant words, but they conveyed an unwavering determination. The white-haired middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. All right, I'll give you 3 days to prepare. I'll have all the departments coordinate to give you priority in choosing anyone with flight soul skills, and equipment will also be allocated to them on a priority basis. Remember, this mission is primarily for reconnaissance. If any unavoidable risks are discovered, retreat immediately. Yes, Pei Luohan saluted again, but secretly clenched her fingers as she turned around. She knew very well that this mission was far more dangerous than she had imagined. But as city defense team members, some responsibilities must ultimately be shouldered by someone. The conference room lights cast shadows on everyone's faces, creating a play of light and shadow. Chapter 64, Unlucky Chin ran. The moon rose above the willow branches, and the night, like ink-stained silk, enveloped the dormitory building. Lin Mo scrolled through his phone for a while, then felt bored, so he went to the balcony and lit a cigarette. After taking a couple of puffs, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark figure slipping out of the gate. He recognized Neo Dachuan at a glance, and remembering his agreement with Kylie during the day, he glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. Worried that his brother might be taken advantage of, Lin Mo stubbed out his cigarette, climbed onto the balcony, and quietly followed him, using the shadows of the trees as cover. The night breeze was a bit chilly. Neo Dachuan walked quickly ahead, glancing back every now and then, looking like a guilty thief. Lin Mo followed closely, keeping a distance, until they reached the small lake. Dachuan, why are you so late? A tall figure emerged from behind the flower bushes. It was Kylie, dressed in a black yoga outfit. Neo Dachuan scratched his head and chuckled, saying that he had waited until everyone was asleep before coming. But Kylie didn't waste any words with him, and directly pulled him into the flower bushes, leaving behind the words, "I'm already so thirsty." Neo Dachuan seemed a little awkward and stammered, suggesting they chat first to deepen their relationship. Kylie, however, gave him a reproachful look and insisted that developing feelings over time was the right thing to do. Lin Mo, hiding behind the tree, felt a chill run down his spine. Just as he was about to slip away, quietly, a crisp sound suddenly rang out from the flower bushes. Immediately afterward, Kylie's laughing voice came through. "You little rascal, you really dare to touch me? Weren't you so shy just now?" Neo Dachuan hurriedly explained that he only wanted to help her pick a leaf. Kylie chuckled and simply told him to lie down, saying she would do the rest herself. Lin Mo's mind was about to explode when he heard this. He had initially worried about his brother being single, but now he was about to start harem. But then he thought, Neo Dachuan might seem simple-minded, but he wasn't necessarily stupid. He might actually know a lot about these things. Lin Mo shook his head helplessly and simply turned to leave. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, but Qin Rant's mood was terrible. Last night, under Master Yu's guidance, she had spent the entire night working on it, consuming 22 first-tier ice attribute soul crystals, and in the end, she had only awakened one high-level yellow-tier soul skill. This result was even worse than the several soul skills she had awakened herself some time ago. The more Qin Ran thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, and she became somewhat absent-minded during training. Master Yu stood in the shade, hand behind his back, watching the two girls do frog jumps. He had already noticed that Qin Ran was not in a good state. In order to cover up his mistake in giving instructions, he simply pushed all the blame on Qin Ran and seized the opportunity to reprimand her with a cold face. "Qin Ran, what are you doing? Don't you want to cultivate seriously anymore?" Qin Ran stumbled from the shout, her knees hitting the ground hard, causing her to gasp in pain. She gritted her teeth and stood up, her bangs damp with sweat and clinging to her pale face, but she still forced herself to apologize. Master Yu, however, was relentless. He tapped her lightly with a rattan cane and said coldly that she hadn't taken her training seriously at all, which was why she had only awakened a yellow-rank soul skill. After saying that, he punished her by making her run 50 laps around the academy before noon, and she wouldn't be allowed to eat if she didn't finish. The other girl next to her shrank back in fear, not daring to speak up for Qin Ran. Qin Ran suppressed her anger, responded softly, and readjusted her posture. Master Yu watched her retreating figure, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes. Not far away, Tang Shan, wiping his sweat, came over and deliberately chimed in, saying that this was not the teacher's fault, but Qin Ran's fault for not training as required and for being in a hurry to awaken her soul skill. Awakening to the yellow rank was just her bad luck. Master Yu was pleased to hear this and immediately praised Tang Shan for understanding his good intentions, adding that the next phase of training would begin the next day. Tang Shan nodded repeatedly in agreement, his posture extremely respectful. Every word of these remarks reached Qin Ran's ears. She found the two men disgustingly hypocritical, and her fists clenched tightly. Just then, she suddenly remembered that a childhood friend from Kyoto had once reminded her that Master Yu had likely been dismissed from the Martial Soul Academic Research Institute. On the other side, a soft sound suddenly came from the research room. Sizzle. A wisp of purple smoke rose from the test tube in Lin Mo's hand, and a basic soul-gathering potion was successfully prepared. Inan and several other doctors in white coats were completely stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Lin Mo only read the book for a while before writing out a new prescription. Then, in front of Inan and several senior students, he tried to prepare the medicine for the first time and succeeded in one go. He shook the test tube and smiled smugly. This was a new prescription simplified by AI based on the pharmacology of soul-gathering potion and soul-gathering pill. Its effects would only be better. Inan hurriedly asked her assistant to test the drug's potency and side effects, while she stared at Lin Mo as if he were a monster. After a long while, she finally managed to stammer out, You really surprised me." He became more and more excited as he thought about it. The cost of his prescription was only 1/10 of the old version of the basic soul-gathering medicine. Even if the potency was only 30% of the old version, the research lab would still make a huge profit. Chapter 65. On the new soul-gathering potion formula detector, the indicator lights flashed wildly, and the numbers on the screen soared, finally settling on an astonishing value. The senior student in the white coat said in a trembling voice, "The potency of the medicine is 0.5 times higher than the old version. The purity reaches 60%, and no side effects were detected." Inan snatched the report, her black-rimmed glasses slipping down to the tip of her nose. She checked the data repeatedly, then slapped her thigh so hard that the beaker next to her jumped. 60% purity? The old model was only 45%. How is that possible? It's important to know that basic soul-gathering potions on the market are expensive and can at most double the cultivation speed. But Lin Mo's seemingly casually concocted potion costs only 1/10 of the old version, yet its effect is 1.5 times stronger. Once it's implemented, it will inevitably affect the interests of many people. Thinking of this, Inan broke out in a cold sweat. "No, we must talk to the dean about this immediately." She had just turned around when she suddenly stopped, turned back to look at everyone in the lab, and said in a serious tone, "No one is allowed to talk about what happened today. If word gets out, not only Lin and Mo, but you could all get into trouble." Everyone responded quickly, their faces showing shock followed by seriousness. Inan didn't delay any longer, pulling Lin and Mo along and walking out, her eyes still filled with undisguised worry. The laboratory door was gently closed. In the cultivation garden, Dechun was watering the spirit plants while shaking his legs, and Su Xiaoxiao and Mu Liuli were also busy with their own things. Only Lu Mengmeng was darting in and out among the spirit plants, seemingly doing something again. Seeing Lin Mo and Inan hurrying by from afar, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Isn't that Lin Mo and Professor E? Where are they going?" Mu Liuli also looked up. Lu Mengmeng, however, muttered with a peach in her mouth, "What else could it be? That vixen is definitely trying to drag my boss into the woods." Mu Liuli turned around and saw that she was still holding a peach in her hand and immediately bristled. "Lu Mengmeng, why are you stealing food again?" Lu Mengmeng said calmly, "It's all right, I've taken care of it." Mu Liuli looked at the peach tree and, sure enough, an ordinary peach was hanging there. She almost laughed in exasperation. Lu Mengmeng argued that the tree had many fruits, so it was normal for one or two to be missing. She was just helping to thin the fruit. The group was speechless, choked by her twisted logic. On the other side, Inan led Lin and Mo to the door of the dean's office. Just as they were about to knock, they heard arguing coming from inside. "Zhou Qingyuan, don't be so stubborn," a sharp voice rang out. "For the future of the academy, we must organize all S-level martial soul students into one team. Only then will we have any hope in the East District High School tournament 3 months from now." Inan's hand froze in midair, her face immediately darkening. She gestured for Lin and Mo to be quiet, and the two of them took a half-step back, pressing their ears against the door to listen. In the office, Vice Dean Liu was still excitedly saying, "It's a joke to put those scattered rabble together. Liu Mugang's team already has 3 S-level martial souls. Only by transferring Lu Mengmeng over will they have a chance to break into the top 3. Zhou Qingyuan's voice remained calm. "Vice Dean Liu, please watch your tone. Don't forget, I'm the Dean of the Eastern Martial Soul Academy." Vice Dean Liu sneered. "The competition 3 months from now is crucial to the college's resource allocation next year. If we lose, we won't even be able to keep our second-class college status. How will you explain that to the college association then?" Zhou Qingyuan said calmly, "That's my business. No need for Vice Dean Liu to worry about it." Vice Dean Liu slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Stubborn fools. I've already submitted an application to the student union requesting a reorganization of the teams. Even if you're the dean, you still have to follow the rules." Immediately afterwards, hurried footsteps came from inside. Inan immediately pulled Lin and Mo aside, pretending that they had just arrived. The door opened and a bald, middle-aged man walked out. It was Vice Dean Liu. He saw Inan, paused for a moment, then forced a smile. "Professor E, so early? Do you need to see the dean?" A hint of disdain flashed in Inan's eyes, but he remained businesslike on the surface. "Yes, there's something to discuss." Vice Dean Liu glanced at Lin and Mo again and said with a smile, If the research lab needs any cooperation from the college in the future, you can come to me. You don't need to trouble the dean all the time. Enan replied in a nonchalant tone. Thank you for your concern, but it's just a personal matter, so I won't trouble you. Vice Dean Liu's smile froze for a moment. Then he turned and left without saying anything more. Enan breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Lin Mo, let's talk inside. She knocked on the door, and Zhou Qingyuan's slightly tired voice came from inside. Please come in. After the two entered, Zhou Qingyuan was visibly surprised to see Lin Mo and Enan standing together. What's going on with you two? Without wasting any words, Enan directly told everyone about Lin Mo's new soul-gathering potion. After hearing this, Zhou Qingyuan's mouth gaped open, her eyes filled with disbelief. A new formula for the soul-gathering potion? You're not kidding me, are you? As the dean, she knew all too well the dosage of the basic soul-condensing potion. For ordinary awakened ones without any background, this stuff was practically the lifeblood of their cultivation. Currently, a basic soul-gathering potion costs 15,000 dragon soul coins on the market, which only doubles the cultivation speed of an awakened for 2 hours. Even if the Academy gets it at a low price, it still costs 8,000. In order to reduce costs, they have to set up their own research institute to formulate it. However, the formula used by the Academy is a version that has been circulating outside, and they have to pay copyright fees every year. The medicine they make can only be used internally and cannot be sold to outsiders. Even so, the credits students work so hard-earned may not be enough to buy 10 vials a month, and many can only save the medicine as a last resort when they break through a bottleneck. Zhou Qingyuan's gaze toward Enan and Lin Mo grew increasingly profound. If Lin Mo's new formula can truly improve efficacy and reduce costs, it will not only reduce the Academy's expenses, but may even allow the establishment of a completely new medicine brand. Chapter 66. Lin Mo, this is our first official meeting, isn't it? Zhou Qingyuan smiled at him, her tone gentle. She stated frankly that she had started paying attention to Lin Mo since the martial arts exam ended. Lin Mo glanced at her. Zhou Qingyuan looked to be only around 30 years old, yet she was able to sit in the position of dean, which meant that she had broken through to level 60 a long time ago and was definitely not an ordinary person. He smiled and agreed. Zhou Qingyuan continued, explaining that she had checked Lin Mo's resume and knew that he was not only outstanding in martial arts exams, but also a top student. She wasn't surprised that he could concoct a new soul-gathering potion formula, as Lin Mo naturally possessed a talent for research. Lin Mo modestly said that he had just happened to change his approach. Zhou Qingyuan, however, believed that being able to break out of the mold and find a new direction was a skill in itself. She gestured for Lin Mo to sit down and asked him directly what his plans were for the new formula. Lin Mo sensed that she probably already had a plan, so he simply said, Dean, if it's suitable, I'll listen to you. Zhou Qingyuan nodded and offered 2 solutions. First, register the copyright in Lin Mo's name, and then publish the formula. This way, he can receive royalties every year, and it's more secure. Second, the formula is licensed to the college's research institute, which then produces and sells it, with profits shared proportionally. Lin Mo was unsure and asked about the difference between the 2 options. Enan took over, reminding him seriously that the first option was safe and stable and would also earn him official merit points, while the second option, although it could earn him a huge fortune, would infringe on the interests of domestic and international pharmaceutical giants, and might even attract targeting and assassination attempts. Lin Mo immediately understood that the second option was tantamount to stealing someone's job. Even with Zhou Qingyuan protecting him, he might not be able to withstand the hidden attacks. He chose the first one without hesitation. Zhou Qingyuan visibly breathed a sigh of relief, praising him for not being blinded by money. She actually hoped Lin Mo would make the same choice, since the Eastern Martial Soul Academy might not be able to protect that potentially lucrative interest. She then explained that because the formula was developed in the college's research lab, according to regulations, 20% of the copyright fee should go to the college. Lin Mo didn't care and readily agreed. To him, it was just an ordinary potion formula. Once Xiao Bao had absorbed all the knowledge from the books in the lab, he might be able to create something even better. Zhou Qingyuan handed him the documents to sign and said the academy would handle the follow-up matters. He just needed to wait to receive the money. Lin Mo picked up his pen and signed his name. The soft sound of the pen tip gliding across the paper seemed to seal the decision. At that moment, remembering what had just happened, he asked, "Dean, you and that bald man just now?" If it were anyone else, he wouldn't bother asking any more questions, but since this involved Lu Mengmeng, he had to find out the truth. When Zhou Qingyuan heard the word bald, she couldn't help but laugh. She then reminded him not to let Vice President Lu hear this, or he would be in trouble. She then explained that the Eastern Martial Soul Academy was originally an all-girls school, but after being promoted to a second-class academy last year, the Martial Soul Association demanded that its all-girls status be revoked and it be converted into a regular institution. That Vice Dean Lu was sent by the Martial Soul Association. He had always wanted to seize power in the academy and had caused Zhou Qingyuan no small amount of trouble. Zhou Qingyuan spoke calmly, but there was still a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Lin Mo then realized that the power struggles within the academy were more complex than he had imagined. Vice Dean Lu's targeting of Lu Mengmeng was likely not just for the sake of a so-called strong team, but also to use the student situation to humiliate Zhou Qingyuan. Zhou Qingyuan also directly admitted that Vice Dean Lu wanted to transfer Lu Mengmeng to Lu Mugang's team in order to undermine her. Lu Mengmeng was brought by Lin Mo. If the other party were to poach her, it would not only strengthen their side, but also embarrass Zhou Qingyuan. However, Zhou Qingyuan reassured Lin Mo that as long as she remained the dean, she wouldn't allow Vice Dean Lu to cause trouble. She hoped Lin Mo's team would train hard and produce results in the university competition 3 months later, letting those people see what was going on. Lin Mo nodded, understanding the situation. It seemed that the competition within the academy wasn't just between students. Even teachers and higher-ups were secretly clashing. Seeing that it was already past 9 o'clock, he prepared to leave to train with the 2 beautiful female instructors. Zhou Qingyuan nodded to let them pass, but then suddenly remembered something and asked, "Lin Mo, I heard you can guide the awakening of soul skills?" Lin Mo immediately perked up and quickly admitted that teacher and the others had already proven it. Zhou Qingyuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately suggested that she ask Lin Mo to come and give her some guidance that evening. Lin Mo immediately agreed, saying he would come to see her after school. He was naturally excited to be able to provide bone analysis and guidance to this still attractive dean. Zhou Qingyuan smiled and nodded, indicating that she would wait for him after school. After Lin Mo left, Yinan finally came to her senses and looked at Zhou Qingyuan with a puzzled expression. "Senior, did you really let this kid guide you in awakening your soul skill?" Zhou Qingyuan chuckled, telling her not to underestimate Lin Mo. If this kid weren't so exceptionally talented, she wouldn't have been so polite to him. Yinan then realized that Zhou Qingyuan had been very approachable to Lin Mo from beginning to end, completely unlike her usual dean-like demeanor. She couldn't help but press Lin Mo to reveal what was so special about him. As the sun gradually climbed overhead, dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell onto the ground, dazzling the eyes. In the woods, students were resting cross-legged, but their eyes were all wandering, glancing at something not far away. Over there, the 2 mentors were being guided by Lin Mo. Mu Yuli frowned slightly, finding the whole thing increasingly absurd. Why do I feel like Lin Mo is the one who should be our team's teacher? Lu Mengmeng, however, took it for granted and said without looking up, "What's so strange about that? My parents are willing to be students when they meet the eldest." Neo Dachuan chuckled and muttered under his breath, "I think Brother Mo is taking advantage of the teacher." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Mengmeng slapped him on the back of the head. Neo Dachuan cried out in pain and asked her, feeling wronged, why she hit him. Lu Mengmeng raised her little fist, warning him that if he dared to slander their boss again, she would hit him again. Mu Liuli and Su Xiaoxiao exchange a glance, both seeing the speechlessness in each other's eyes. Lu Mengmeng is practically Lin Mo's loyal dog, but the problem is what Neo Dachuan just said doesn't seem to be wrong either. Not far away, Lin Mo seemed to be seriously instructing the 2 instructors to adjust their stretching postures and exercise their bodies, but to the 4 students, there was something wrong with it no matter how they looked at it. Chapter 67. In the afternoon, at the dean's villa, Zhou Qingyuan straightened the clothes that Lin Mo had messed up, glanced at him sideways as he was still savoring the memory, and asked in a cold voice, "How did it feel?" Lin Mo blushed immediately and said seriously, "Congratulations, Dean. After my careful examination, the upper limit of your soul skill slot has reached the mid-stage of the heaven rank." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyuan immediately forgot about his groping and exclaimed in surprise, "Mid-level heaven rank? You're not kidding." Lin Mo sat up straight, his expression serious. "I have no reason to lie to you. Actually, the upper limit of your first soul skill slot in the 7th rank is still high-level heaven rank, but unfortunately you only awakened one mid-level earth rank soul skill." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyuan was completely convinced. After all, she had never shown her martial soul or soul skills to Lin Mo, yet he could speak so accurately. Her voice became urgent. "So, according to you, can I awaken a heaven rank soul skill?" She's been stuck at level 78 for a long time, her soul power unable to advance even an inch. If she could awaken a heaven rank soul skill, not only would her combat power increase dramatically, but she might even be able to break through to level 80 directly. But Lin Mo shook his head and said, "Dean, to be honest, I don't have any information on heaven rank soul skills right now, so I can't guide you in awakening them for the time being." Zhou Qingyuan frowned, and Lin Mo quickly added, "Of course, if you can give me some information about the heavenly rank, even just a description of a heavenly rank soul skill, I can give it a try." Zhou Qingyuan fell silent. Heavenly rank soul skills are extremely rare, almost unheard of in the entire history of martial souls. As far as she knows, only the deans of the 4 academies and the president of the Martial Soul Association possess them. As for official bodies and ancient martial arts families, she is not at her level to access them. After a moment, she finally spoke, "Give me a few days, and I'll go collect them." For the sake of a heaven-rank soul skill, she decided to give it a try. Then she reminded Lin Mo, "The 8th floor of the library has some ancient martial arts techniques. You can go and take a look when you have time." A 9th-rank soul saint once said that soul skills and martial arts techniques have similar effects. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Ancient martial arts techniques were an unexpected bonus for him. He had always felt that while the soul skill system was powerful, it seemed to be missing something, and perhaps he could find inspiration from ancient martial arts. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look when I have time, so I can prepare you for your awakening." After finishing their business, Lin Mo got up to take his leave. As he reached the door, Zhou Qingyuan suddenly called out to him, a playful look on her face. "By the way, Lin Mo, let's let it go this time, but there won't be a next time. As far as I know, that area is made of fat, and there are no meridians through which soul power flows." Lin Mo fled on the spot. The next day, the group of 7 drove to Donghai City. This was Lin Mo's first time entering the city center since arriving in Donghai. Honoran announced solemnly, "Your training task today is to win 2 team matches in a row in the arena." This was crucial to her ability to earn money to pay off her debts and buy elixirs for cultivation, so she took it very seriously. Lu Mingming immediately patted her chest and assured, "Don't worry, teacher, I guarantee we'll win." When it comes to fighting, she and Lin Mo have always been professionals. Before awakening their martial souls, they and Yo Dachuan were the 3 bullies of the school, and even a passing dog would get slapped twice. It was only after awakening their martial souls that their power was temporarily weakened, and they restrained themselves a bit. Lin Mo closed his eyes to rest. Last night, he awakened another mid-level Earth-rank group defensive soul skill, precisely to prepare for today's competitive training. The Donghai City Martial Soul Arena is located in the city center. It is made entirely of a blue glowing alloy and looks like a lurking behemoth from a distance. As soon as you arrive at the entrance, deafening cheers and the sounds of clashing soul power come from inside. Honoran led them to the bronze zone with practiced ease. She had led several teams before, but usually it took more than a year of training before they were brought to the arena. This was the first time she had seen a team like Lin Mo's, who had only trained for a few days before going into battle. She took out 5 bronze cards. Team competitions are divided into levels, so we'll start with the bronze level. These are your competitive identity cards. There's no penalty for losing, but you get points for winning. Points can be exchanged for money, soul crystals, soul tools, and cultivation resources. Lu Mingming's eyes lit up. There's a reward for winning? Lin Mo was also pleasantly surprised. Linjiang City was only a 3rd-tier bay city and didn't have an arena at all, so this was his first time experiencing such a place. Mu Yili flipped through the competition handbook and frowned, saying, "Although the bronze level is the lowest, the teams vary in strength. Some are just trying to get points, while others are veterans hiding their true strength. They're not easy to deal with." Annalyn nodded. "That's right. Bronze is just divided by points. 0 to 1,000 is bronze, and 1,001 to 5,000 is silver. Your opponents may be Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3. However, according to the rules, the highest they can reach is Tier 4. Lin and Mo and the other four felt a sudden tightness in their chests. They originally thought that the bronze level was at most 1 or 2 tiers, but they didn't expect to encounter a third tier. And Newlin raised an eyebrow and asked, scared? Lin and Mo said calmly, afraid? How could that be? Lu Mingming chimed in. As long as it doesn't exceed the 4th rank, we're not afraid. Neo Dachuan added in a simple voice, I'm not afraid. Anyway, Brother Mo is here. Seeing the three so confident, Mu Yoli and Su Xiaoxiao were also inspired to fight. Annalyn smiled and said, okay, let's give her team a name first, and I'll go register it. Upon hearing the name suggestion, Lu Mingming immediately became excited. I think Troublemaker Squad would be great. Lin Mo stroked his chin and pondered seriously. The troublemaker part does have a certain artistic conception. Don't want. Mu Yoli and Su Xiaoxiao glared at Lu Mingming simultaneously. They already had a premonition that if they really let these people come up with random names, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Su Xiaoxiao quickly suggested in a low voice, how about calling it the Mo Su Squad? Mu Yoli retorted, the Lioli team is pretty good too. Lu Mingming immediately objected. Pa, it has no depth at all, and it's shameless. Neo Dachuan couldn't stand it anymore. Exactly, I think we should just call it Boiler Assembly. And Newlin and Shun Yao sighed helplessly. This was the consequence of too little time to get to know each other. At this moment, Linimo suddenly spoke up, don't make a sound. Everyone immediately fell silent. He said in a serious tone, the team name is related to our reputation. It must be, so that people can immediately tell that we are from our college. It also needs to be domineering, low-key, yet profound. And Newlin and Shun Yao raised their eyebrows simultaneously. So, Lin and Mo chuckled. I think we should call it Eastern Bully, what do you guys think? All 6 people gasped simultaneously. With such a villainous name, isn't he afraid of getting beaten to a pulp on stage? However, in the end, the Eastern Bully Squad's application was successfully approved. Chapter 68. The registration process was completed quickly, and Annalyn handed the team card to Lin and Mo. The matching application has been submitted, just wait for the results. The position of captain of the Bully Squad was now tacitly assigned to Lin and Mo, and no one else objected. Not long after, Lu Mingming suddenly pointed to the display screen ahead and shouted, matchmaking is complete. The opponent displayed on the screen was Bronze 3-star, the Iron Blade Squad. Lin and Mo raised an eyebrow, and Newlin explained that Bronze 3-star had won at least 3 official matches, so they had some experience. Lin and Mo nodded, his gaze lingering on the words, Iron Blade Squad. Neo Dachuan was already itching to get started, and Lu Mingming was also excited, eager to test the teamwork they had developed over the past few days. Mu Yoli and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance. Their eyes also filled with anticipation. After all, this was their team's first official match since its formation. The announcement soon came over the loudspeaker. Eastern Bully Squad, Iron Blade Squad, please proceed to battle arena number 3 in 10 minutes. Lin and Mo beckoned to the 4 of them, waved to the 2 instructors, and led the group towards the dueling arena. As soon as they left, the loudspeaker announced the odds again. The odds for the 3rd duel are out. The Eastern Bully team is 2.5 to 1, and the Iron Blade team is 1.9 to 1. Betting is now open. Upon hearing the odds, Annalyn's eyes lit up. She had long predicted that the new team had high odds, and now it was indeed true. Shen Yao was still hesitant. To raise this money, she had even mortgaged her equipment and vehicle. And Newlin, however, reassured her not to be afraid, saying that Lin Mo and his team had withstood even 2nd and 3rd tier beast tides, so how could they possibly lose in a mere bronze-level battle? The phrase, if you win, it's 25 million, finally convinced Shen Yao. After Lin Mo and the others had gone some distance, the 2 of them immediately went quietly to the betting point. 10 minutes later, the alloy gate of the 3rd battle arena slowly rose, a deep hum echoing throughout the arena. The 5 members of the Iron Blade Squad were already standing on the opposite side, each one burly and with oil stains on their uniforms. As soon as Lin Mo and his group of 5 entered the arena, the audience erupted in boos. Many people, upon seeing that the Eastern Bully Squad was actually a group of students, immediately felt that they had made the right bet. On the dueling platform, the bearded captain of the Iron Blade squad sized up Lin Mo and his companions, his mockery growing even more pronounced when he saw that there were several girls in the team. He scoffed, "Eastern bully? Is that all?" The team members behind him also burst into laughter, feeling that the 4-star promotion was already a sure thing. They certainly had the confidence to be arrogant. The 5 members of the Iron Blade squad had an average soul power level of 27, with the lowest being 25. On the other hand, Lin Mo's side had a soul power level of 22, Lu Mingming's level 23, and the other 3 were only around level 10, averaging less than 20. The disparity was so great that anyone could see the Iron Blade squad completely dominating. But Lin Mo and his 4 companions simply stood in formation, their expressions calm, and didn't utter a single word. Nyodachuan lowered his voice and whispered in Lin Mo's ear, "Boss, I think it would be more appropriate to call them the farm tool team." Lin Mo looked at the martial spirits of the people opposite him and wholeheartedly agreed. Axes, hoes, sickles, machetes, and rakes. Aside from their cold metallic sheen, they were practically indistinguishable from farm tools. Seeing their silence, the bearded man assumed they were intimidated and became even more smug. "If you know what's good for you, admit defeat now and you'll suffer less." Lin Mo simply replied, "We'll talk after we've finished fighting." The referee's countdown began, and the atmosphere in the arena instantly tensed. The lights went out, revealing the eager Iron Blade team on one side and the student team, whom everyone else considered doomed, on the other. "Start." No sooner had the referee finished speaking than the bearded man struck first, his giant axe spirit slashing down with tremendous force, the gust of wind rushing straight towards Nyodachuan. Soul skill, mighty mountain splitting slash. Nyodachuan advanced instead of retreating, instantly activating his first soul skill, Great Sumeru, Cauldron. The enormous, gilded frying pan phantom slammed into the giant axe. With a crisp clang, the bearded man was forced back half a step, his smug expression instantly freezing. He stared in disbelief at his numb hand. This young lad's strength and defense were actually stronger than his own, a level 28 soul master. In the instant he was stunned, Lu Mingming's devil vine darted out like a serpent, directly binding the 2 men in the back row of the Iron Blade squad. The 2 men didn't even have time to unleash their soul skills before they were bound and unable to move. The scythe-wielding soul master roared and circled around to Lu Mingming from the flank, his gleaming blade slashing straight at her. But the next second, Lin Mo's voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Your opponent is me." The scythe-wielding soul master turned around abruptly and saw Lin Mo holding a round, chubby stove in both hands, slapping it down on his head. This fighting style was too brutal, and the scythe-wielding soul master was stunned for a moment, only able to subconsciously raise his sword to block. But with a loud bang, the heavy force directly disrupted his soul power, and his scythe martial soul shattered on the spot. He was about to speak in terror when Lin Mo's stove smashed down on his head, knocking him to the ground and causing him to foam at the mouth. This happened so fast that the boos from the audience stopped abruptly, and everyone was stunned. That martial spirit, resembling both a medicine cauldron and a furnace, was actually used like that? And Nuolin and Xunyao were also completely bewildered. They had never seen Lin Mo use his martial soul like this before. But then they realized that Lin Mo was deliberately hiding his true abilities. Seeing his teammate instantly killed, the bearded man roared in fury and immediately rallied the remaining members to attack, their target being Lu Mingming. Control-type martial souls posed the greatest threat in close combat. Eliminating her would free their 2 entangled teammates. The rake-wielding soul master and the bearded man flanked from both sides, their martial souls gleaming brightly, clearly intending to finish off Lu Mingming in one blow. Lin Mo immediately shouted, "Little fox, slow them down." Su Xiaoxiao responded by activating her martial soul, unleashing her only Shin rank, low-level soul skill. A thin layer of ice instantly formed on the ground, causing the rake's soul master to slip and fall on the spot. Lin Mo and Nyodachuan seized the opportunity, one holding a stove and the other a frying pan, and rushed up to smash it. The sounds of bang 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 rang out continuously. The scene didn't resemble a duel between soul masters, but rather a group of people grabbing stools and randomly hitting each other, leaving the spectators outside the arena dumbfounded. Seeing his teammates fall one after another, The bearded man was so enraged that he shattered the ice with an axe, gripped the axe handle with both hands, and spun it wildly, activating his soul skill. Raging Axe Whirlwind. Lin Mo looked at the whirlwind-like attack and simply shook his head. It's over. The next moment, the enormous phantom of the alchemy furnace crashed down. Thump! The bearded man was pressed directly under the alchemy furnace, with only his limbs still trembling. The two team members, entangled in Lu Mengming's vines, turned pale with fright and immediately shouted at the top of their lungs, "We surrender! We surrender!" Chapter 69. The stands where the dung beetle team was located were completely silent. It took a full 3 seconds before the referee came to his senses and loudly announced, "The Eastern Bully team wins." The next second, the stands erupted in cheers that nearly lifted the roof off. Those who had been mocking them were now flushed and clapping furiously, forcing themselves to keep quiet. No one had expected that this team, which looked like a student team, was actually a group of incredibly ruthless individuals. Anulan gripped the betting slip tightly, her nails almost digging in her flesh, but her face was already beaming with joy. "See, Shunyao, what did I tell you?" Shunyao clutched her chest, her heart pounding wildly, her eyes brimming with excitement. In less than a minute, 10 million had turned into 25 million, a speed that even made her dizzy. If she won the next round, the number would only be more staggering. Just then, the dung beetle team, who had just registered and entered, also witnessed this almost one-sided duel. Qin Ran, who had been holding her breath because of the strange name, immediately exclaimed when she saw the figures on the field. "That's Lin Mo and his team." Tang Shan immediately looked at her, his tone unfriendly. "You know them?" Qin Ran turned her head away coldly and replied directly, "It's none of your business." When Master Yu suggested the name Dung Beetle Squad, Tang Shan was the first to raise his hand in agreement, and the others followed suit under pressure. Only Qin Ran objected. In the end, the minority obeyed the majority, and not only did she fail to stop him, but Master Yu also took note of it, looking at her with displeasure. Seeing her attitude, Tang Shan's face darkened further, and he began to feel displeased. Just then, Master Yu, who had been wearing a mask the whole time, suddenly spoke up. So it was them. Tang Shan immediately changed his attitude and asked respectfully, "Teacher, do you recognize this team?" Master Yu chuckled through his mask, his voice muffled. Just a few students rejected by the 4 major academies. He recognized Lin Mo and the others because Bai Yuntian had mentioned this group from the Eastern Martial Soul Academy when he came to the dean to ask about Lu Mengming a while ago, and that's how he came to remember them. Oh, so it's just a third-rate student team. Tang Shan breathed a sigh of relief. A girl next to her also laughed out loud. No wonder the fighting style is so rough. The guy who was swinging the stove at people is really funny. Another teammate chimed in, "Exactly, it's completely disorganized. You can tell no one taught us." Qin Ran frowned more and more as she listened to these words, but she didn't argue anymore. She just looked at Lin Mo on the field with a complicated expression. She had seen Lin Mo's abilities with her own eyes, so of course she didn't believe what these people were saying. "You guys keep an eye on things. I'll go register you for matching." Master Yu put his hands behind his back, turned around, and walked towards the registration desk. Lin Mo and his group had just returned to the waiting area and were about to look for Anulan and Shunyao when their team's information popped up on the screen again. Immediately afterward, the loudspeaker blared throughout the arena. "Eastern Bully Team and Dung Beetle Team, please proceed to the 5th arena for the competition in 20 minutes. The scene was quiet for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Dung Beetle? There's such a name. This team name is so outrageous, it's hilarious." Lin Mo and the others were also taken aback. Lu Mengming was the first to object, muttering, "If we had known, we should have called it the Troublemaker Squad. At least we wouldn't have been overshadowed." Su Xiao and Mu Liuli were speechless, but Lin Mo just clicked his tongue twice and said, "This name is indeed profound." Meanwhile, the Dung Beetle team was also in an uproar. "Eastern Bully? That name alone makes you want to punch him. Yeah, nothing sounds as good as our Dung Beetle song." Upon hearing this, Qin Ran's expression suddenly changed. She suddenly realized that the team that had just played seemed to be the one that had won the game. Could it be such a coincidence? At the same time, at the betting point, Anulan and Shunyao had just redeemed their prize and were waiting for the odds to be released before placing another bet. Upon hearing the announcement, the two immediately checked the information and discovered that the dung beetle team was also a newly registered team that day. Unfortunately, the team members' information was hidden and could only be seen inside the arena. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's wait for the odds to come out. Just then, a deep voice came from behind them. Ladies, are you the team leaders? And Newlin and Shun Yao turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a mask and a long black coat standing behind them, his hands behind his back, with a somewhat strange demeanor. And Newlin was already wary, and her tone was not polite. Is there something you need? Master Yu had only seen the two figures from behind and found them quite charming. Now that he saw their faces, he discovered that they were two still beautiful women, and his heart warmed even more. I overheard you talking about betting, so I wanted to offer a word of advice. He spoke gently, as if he were trying to help. Annalyn frowned. How we place our bets is none of your business. Master Yu wasn't annoyed. Instead, he smiled and advised, if you want to win money, bet on the dung beetle team. Even if the odds are lower, you can still make a profit. Both women were stunned for a moment. Just as Newlin was about to ask further questions, the announcement came over the loudspeaker, along with the odds. The Easter Bully team was 3.5 to 1, and the Dung Beetle team was 1.5 to 1, officially accepting bets. And Newlin and Shun Yao exchanged a glance, then immediately turned and rushed towards the betting point. Master Yu raised his hand, but before he could finish speaking, he had already disappeared. Well, it's good to teach them a lesson first, so they'll be easier to control later. He smiled slightly. Not long after. Chapter 70, The Desperate Squad. Master Yu spoke with absolute certainty, asserting that the Eastern Bully squad wouldn't last a minute against the Dung Beetle squad. Xin Yao scoffed on the spot, and Newlin couldn't help but step forward to question him, finding his arrogance outrageous. To everyone's surprise, Master Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing the words, Master Yu, and he slowly and deliberately removed his mask, revealing a face that was almost identical to the rumored portrait. And Newlin and Shun Yao froze instantly, unable to even utter a word. He casually admitted that he was indeed Yu, and even told the two women to place bets on the Dung Beetle team, so they wouldn't lose too badly later. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. The two women, who had just bet all 25 million on their team, immediately turned pale. They then realized that they had been so focused on the odds that they had bet their entire fortune. It was too late to change their minds. Master Yu, seeing this, assumed they were ordinary gamblers and offered to help them recoup their losses, saying he had just placed a bet of 200 million with the Dung Beetle team. And Newlin reluctantly declined, but he led her back to the spectator area under the pretext of fate bringing us together. The two women were restless and had no choice but to follow him, their hearts already beginning to race. Both teams had already arrived at the waiting area. Lu Mingming was still complaining that the teachers hadn't even brought water, but Su Xiaoxiao whispered to her that the teachers seemed to have gone to the betting station. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo instantly felt like he had lost hundreds of millions and mentally ranted about both of his mentors. On the other side, Qin Ran, with a serious expression, reminded her teammates not to underestimate their opponent, saying that Lin Mo, though young, was no pushover. But no one took her words seriously. Her three teammates, all possessing SSS-level martial souls, felt that a team from a second-rate academy wasn't worthy of their attention. Qin Ran was already ostracized in the group, and this feeling of not being trusted made her even more frustrated. She even thought that Lin Mo had deliberately not applied to the four major academies. Soon, the gates to the dueling arena rose, and the two teams officially entered. Lin Mo spotted Qin Ran at a glance, and the other high school classmates also recognized her. Both sides were momentarily stunned. Mu Yoli was even more shocked to hear that they were classmates, and upon learning that Qin Ran was the only SS-rank martial soul in the school, she felt a chill run down her spine. Seeing them exchange pleasantries, Tang Shan frowned, confirming their relationship. Qin Ran nodded coldly, secretly envying the relaxed and harmonious atmosphere among Lin Mo and the others. Tang Shan then warned her not to hold back, to which Qin Ran retorted coldly that she took every battle seriously. Tang Shan, however, only felt her attitude was too forceful, and his dissatisfaction grew. In the stands, Master Yu began to show off his knowledge. While commenting on the positioning of both sides, he asserted that the Eastern Bully team was crammed together and lacked any tactics, and would collapse in 10 seconds at most. His confident demeanor made the two women beside him turn even darker. But when the dung beetle squad truly revealed their martial souls, Inulan and Shun Yao were utterly devastated. With the bloodthirsty mantis, the Vajra bursting bear, the seven-star red lotus, the frost phoenix, and the purple jade lonely bamboo, the entire team's configuration was almost ridiculously strong. The stands erupted in cheers. Some were shocked by the impressive lineup of 3 SSS-level martial souls. Some regretted not betting more, and others exclaimed that this wasn't just a bronze-level team, but a seeded team from the 4 major academies. Xin Yao's face was deathly pale, and the bills in her hands were crumpled. She knew how rare SSS-level martial souls were in the Dragon Kingdom, and for a team to have 3 of them at the same time meant it was a battle on a completely different level. That 25 million was practically a death sentence. Master Yu became more and more excited as he spoke, pointing to the arena and analyzing. Bloodthirsty Mantis was responsible for speed, Golden Bear was responsible for defense, 7-star Red Lotus was responsible for support, Frost Phoenix made up for the lack of aerial combat, and finally Purple Jade Bamboo controlled the field. This combination was simply impeccable. Chapter 71. Beat. The referee's whistle blew suddenly, and the duel officially began. Tang Shan stood in the center of the dung beetle squad and coldly ordered, Luo Bei Bei, get into battle mode and finish this in 10 seconds. Thanks to Master Yu's arrangement, he is now the captain of this team. The girl with the 7-star Red Lotus martial soul immediately nodded, raising the Red Lotus high in her palm, its petals flashing with light. The next second, the aura of the 5 members of the dung beetle team surged simultaneously, and their soul power fluctuations were 2 levels stronger than before. Lin Mo immediately recognized it as a support soul skill that amplified all attributes. An SSS-level support martial soul was indeed extraordinary, far superior to Lu Mingming's 4-leaf clover from back then. He immediately warned everyone to be careful. At the same time, he raised his hands, causing the martial spirit of the alchemy furnace to appear, and shouted in a low voice, Furnace Shield. 5 golden illusory alchemy furnaces appeared out of thin air, each enveloping Lin Mo and his group of 5 like a faint halo, yet carrying a steady defensive aura. This was a low-ranked defensive soul skill he had specially chosen last night, perfect for team battles. Lu Mingming curiously reached out to poke it, but passed right through the phantom. Lin Mo only said that this was for external defense and wouldn't affect their actions. The burly boy opposite him, who possessed the Vajra Burst Bear martial soul, sneered, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. Just adding a layer of tortoise shell? Useless. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his feet on the ground. His dark golden soul power surged throughout his body. His body swelled up again, and his whole body was covered with fine fur. He charged towards Niu Dachuan like a heavy tank. Niu Dachuan refused to back down. He raised both hands, and a phantom image of a gilded frying pan unfolded in front of him, slamming down hard against the opponent's giant claw. Ah, the great Sumeru cauldron. Bang! A muffled thud exploded, instantly revealing the difference between Niu Dachuan's soul power and the quality of his martial soul. The illusory frying pan was shattered on the spot by the golden bear claw, and the giant claw, undiminished in its power, headed straight for his chest. Lin Mo and Lu Mingming exclaimed at the same time, "Dachun, watch out." But just then, a dark figure flashed behind Lu Mingming. The boy with the bloodthirsty mantis martial spirit raised his scythe and aimed it at her neck, bringing it down. Lin Mo's heart sank, and only then did he truly feel the pressure of an SSS-level martial soul. From the giant bear's attack to the mantis's flank, it all happened in almost an instant. Everyone thought that the furnace shadows on Niu Dachuan and Lu Mingming would be shattered like a frying pan. But the next moment, 2 sounds, dong and clang, rang out at the same time. Their attacks were actually blocked by the illusory image of the alchemy furnace. However, the impact was too strong, and Niu Dachuan was still sent flying backward like a broken sack, while Lu Mingming was also knocked to the ground by the shock of the blow. Even Lin Mo was shaken so badly that he staggered and almost lost his balance. Both sides were stunned. That furnace shadow actually blocked the attack of the SSS martial soul. Lin Mo reacted the fastest, shouting in a deep voice, "What are you all standing there for?" Su Xiaoxiao immediately threw an ice ball behind Lu Mingming, but the mantis boy sneered, "Too slow." Instant step. His figure blurred into a streak as he instantly dodged the ice puck, rushed in front of Su Xiao, and kicked her. Bang! Furnace Shadow blocked the attack again, but Su Xiao was still kicked backward. Mu Liuli was so frightened that she flapped her colorful wings and hurriedly flew into the air. In just a few breaths, the Eastern Bully Squad's formation was shattered, while only 2 members of the Dung Beetle Squad actually made a move. The audience erupted in cheers, marveling at the power of an SSS level of martial soul. Master Yu looked at the 2 female instructors who were cowering and silent beside him, and said smugly, "See? Their formation broke down in one move. They can only be slaughtered from now on." And Newlin and Shun Yao, however, felt no relief whatsoever. Instead, they were secretly relieved. If it weren't for Lin Mo's defensive soul skill, Niu Dachuan and the others would probably have been more than just knocked away. They just hoped Lin Mo could see the situation clearly and admit defeat sooner rather than later. Losing to such a top-tier martial spirit team wasn't shameful. On the arena, the boy with the bare martial soul lunged at Niu Dachuan again, as if determined to shatter the layer of Furnace Shadow. The Mantis boy glanced at Mu Liuli in the air, smiled disdainfully, and turned to charge at Lin Mo, who was still standing. Still standing there? Get out of there! He instantly appeared in front of Lin Mo and kicked out with a powerful kick. Everyone thought that Lin Mo would be kicked away like the others before him. But after a bang, the screens seemed to freeze. Lin Mo stood firmly in place, and the Mantis boy's kick landed squarely on the Furnace Shadow, but it didn't budge him an inch. The entire audience was stunned. The next second, the Mantis boy's face turned red. He screamed and pulled his leg back, hugging his ankle and hopping around on one foot, howling in pain. Lin Mo glanced down at the slightly swaying Furnace Shadow, then looked at the other person, raising an eyebrow. After stumbling just now, he had already applied full gravity enhancement to himself, and the weight of over 10 tons pinned him to the spot. A Mantis martial spirit of level 20, or so, kicking him is no different from kicking a block of iron weighing over 10 tons. Lin Mo didn't waste the opportunity. He raised his hand and conjured a pill furnace the size of a volleyball, which he then threw at the Mantis boy who was jumping around with his legs tucked in. "Here's a reward for you, brother." The praying Mantis boy instinctively reached out to catch it. Boom! A burst of fire erupted. The alchemy furnace shattered in his hand, and golden red soul power, accompanied by scorching heat waves, spread out and engulfed him entirely. This happened so suddenly that no one had time to react. When the smoke cleared, everyone could see that the Mantis boy who had been so arrogantly kicking people was now lying stiffly on the ground. His eyes rolled back, foam coming out his mouth, his combat suit torn to shreds, and his exposed skin charred black and smelling burnt. Holy crap! Master Yu, who was still analyzing the battle situation, suddenly stopped talking, froze on the spot, and his face, which was covered with bewilderment, was revealed when he took off his mask. Anualin and Shun Yao were so shocked they almost lost their balance and quickly grabbed the railing. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the same shock in each other's eyes. Was Lin Mo really the one who did that just now? Chapter 72. The audience erupted in cheers, which had been overwhelmingly positive moments before, but instantly turned into gasps of shock. What was that? I didn't see it clearly, just a flash of golden light, and the Mantis boy was lying down. That plot twist was too fast. On the arena, Lin Mo conjured another alchemy furnace in his hand. He glanced at his unconscious opponent on the ground, then looked up at the remaining 4, his eyes innocent, as if he had just casually swatted away an insect. The 4 opponents were caught off guard. Their teammate, who had been dominating just moments before, was suddenly wiped out in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Mingming got up from the ground and suddenly laughed. "Ha, boss is awesome." The fall just now only made her fall flat on her face. She wasn't hurt at all, and she's in great spirits. Tang Shan's face turned ashen. He secretly glanced at Master Yu outside the arena. Seeing that Master Yu's face was also alternating between red and green, and that he was about to lose his composure, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Stop holding back. Attack together." With a burst of soul power, Tang Shan immediately locked onto Lin Mo and ordered, "Qin Ran, you take care of that one in the sky. Bei Bei, help Li Xiong take down those 3. I'll hold this kid back." Qin Ran and Luo Bei Bei immediately sprang into action. Lin Mo quickly adjusted his strategy as well. The opponent is too strong. One-on-one combat won't work. Ming Ming and Xiao Xiao, go help Dachuan. I'll hold off the one playing with the bamboo. As for Mu Yoli, he glanced up at Mu Yoli, who was being chased and beaten by Qin Ran. Anyway, she won't die, so let her be. Without a word, the two women rushed towards Nyo Dachuan. Both sides moved simultaneously. Lin Mo and Tang Shan exchanged a glance. One found the other's ugliness glaring, while the other was annoyed by the other's handsomeness. Their tempers flared up instantly. Tang Shan produced a meter-long section of purple jade bamboo in his hand and casually twirled it a few times. Lin Mo thought he was going to smash someone at close range, but unexpectedly, Tang Shan smirked and shouted, "Bamboo entanglement." The next second, countless purple bamboo shoots sprouted from beneath Lin Mo's feet and frantically coiled around him. Lin Mo immediately retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Why aren't you using a stick properly? Why are you trying to control me?" In his view, the strength and power of the purple jade bamboo were clearly well suited for an offensive style, but Tang Shan insisted on taking the control route. Despite the cursing, Lin Mo didn't slow down. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, instantly maximizing the gravity he received, making him feel like a block of iron weighing over 10 tons, nailed to the spot. At the same time, the furnace shield burst forth with golden light, keeping the wildly growing purple bamboo at least half a foot away. Crack! Crack! The bamboo struck the golden light as if hitting steel, snapping one after another. Tang Shan's face darkened. It's quite tough. His hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals. Suddenly, the broken bamboo stubs burst open, transforming into countless bamboo needles, their tips gleaming with a poisonous, eerie light, which rained down on Lin Mo. With a thought, Lin Mo's furnace shield solidified instantly. Clang, clang, clang. The bamboo needles struck the golden furnace shadow, producing a series of crisp sounds, and were all blocked. Tang Shan suddenly slammed the half-bamboo stick into the ground, using the momentum to spring up and rush towards Lin Mo like an arrow. He then swung the purple jade bamboo stick down and shouted, "Take this!" Thump! A muffled thud resounded, and the ground beneath Lin Mo's feet trembled. He didn't pay much attention at first, but then he noticed out of the corner of his eye that several fine cracks were spreading across the furnace. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He knew his own soul power level very well. Even an attack from an SSS-level martial soul hadn't broken through his shield. How could Tang Shan, with only an S-level martial soul, possibly crack it? He immediately realized something was wrong. "You bastard, you don't have an S-rank martial soul at all." Tang Shan's eyes instantly turned cold. This secret was known only to him and Master Yu. He never expected Lin Mo to see through it. This child must not be allowed to live. A fierce glint flashed in Tang Shan's eyes as he roared. "Soul skill, lone bamboo deadly staff. Break it!" The purple jade bamboo suddenly swelled, emitting an eerie purple light, and instantly unleashed countless staff shadows, raining down on the already cracked furnace shield. Bang, bang, bang! The sounds of impact merged, and the golden furnace shadow cracked more and more, clearly on the verge of collapse. Lin Mo's pupils contracted, and just before the shield shattered, he suddenly did a backflip. Bang! The shield shattered, and he managed to create some distance. But as soon as his furnace shield shattered, the shields of the other four also became ineffective. Almost instantly, the enemy seized the opening and launched a powerful attack. "Aha, get out of my way!" Bang, bang, bang! Two dark figures flew back and crashed beside Lin Mo. They were Nyo Dachuan and Su Xiao Xiao. Lu Mengmeng had created 3 clones, still struggling to hold on. Lin Mo realized something was wrong and was about to re-enhance his shield when, in the next second, little butterfly Mu Yuli fell from the sky and crashed behind him. During the brief window when the shields failed, apart from Lu Mengmeng, who possessed special survival abilities, the other 3 were simply no match for the opponent. Nyo Dachuan and Su Xiao Xiao, who had previously been able to coordinate with Lu Mengmeng using their shields, were able to hold their own against Li Xiong and Luo Beibei. Viewers even felt that even if Dongfang EBA couldn't win, he wouldn't lose too badly. The moment their shields were gone, the two were sent flying by their opponent. Fortunately, the time was too short, and their opponent didn't have time to use a powerful move. They only suffered minor injuries and were able to get up. Tang Shan smirked, and he and Qin Ran surrounded them from above and below, sneering, "Kid, your turtle shell isn't all that great either." Neo Dachun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face full of remorse. Brother Imo, I'm sorry, we've dragged you down. Su Xiao Xiao and Mu Liuli also got up, their faces pale. Mu Liuli, in particular, had been constantly suppressed and beaten by Qin Ran in the air. Lin Imo re-protected his teammates and called out to Lu Mengmeng. Mengmeng, come back. Lu Mengmeng controlled 3 clones to cover the rear, then darted back, panting, Boss, let me unleash my ultimate move. That big oaf is too troublesome. Not only is he strong, but my poison doesn't work on him. Lin Imo nodded. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. It's just a high-level Earth rank soul skill. So what if it's exposed? As long as we can win the match, it's not a loss. After Li Xiong and Luo Beibei defeated Lu Mengmeng's clones, they returned to Tang Shan's side. Li Xiong sneered. What? Are you ready to admit defeat? Lin Imo scoffed. Admit defeat? Not a chance. His soul power surged, and a huge phantom of an alchemy furnace appeared, enveloping all 4 people except Lu Mengmeng. Then the phantom solidified, and the 4 of them hid inside the furnace. Li Xiong was taken aback. What kind of tortoise tactic is this now? Tang Shan frowned, unable to fathom Lin Mo's intentions. Only Qin Ran in the air had a grim expression. She knew very well how absurd the furnace's defenses were. If they remained hidden inside, they wouldn't be able to do anything for the time being. The next second, the stove lid was pushed open by 4 heads. Lin Imo grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth, and said, From now on, Mengmeng alone is enough. Lu Mengmeng laughed loudly, hands on her hips. Ha! Let me show you that I, Lu Mengmeng, am not someone to be trifled with. She had long wanted to experience what it felt like to unleash her ultimate move at full power. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Mengmeng raised her chin and said smugly, Watch closely. My move is called Demon Realm Descent. Chapter 73. We won. The moment Lu Mengmeng finished speaking, her soul power surged dramatically. Her black ahogue, cowlick, moved without wind. An eerie purple light shone in her eyes, and demonic vines spread wildly beneath her feet. In just a few breaths, the black vines covered half the arena, their barbs chilling, and their oppressive aura permeated the entire area. Outside the arena, Master Yu's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the railing, his eyes wide with shock. This is a high-level Earth rank soul skill? How could a level 23 soul master possibly have this? In his theory, a high-level Earth rank soul skill could only be awakened at least at level 60. But the power contained within the vines before him had clearly reached that level. On the arena, Qin Ran hovered alone in mid-air, gazing at the black vine forest below, her face grim. Deep within the vine forest, Tang Shan and his 2 companions stood back to back, surrounded by thick, devilish vines, making it impossible to see anything outside. Tang Shan warned in a deep voice, Be careful, this is a high-level domain soul skill. Li Xiong, however, refused to believe it. The Vajra burst bear possessed him once more, its dark golden fur standing on end. He roared and charged at the thickest main vine, slamming down with a claw. There was no snapping sound, and the main vine remained motionless. Instead, Li Xiong's claws were scratched by the barbs, and the numbness spread along the wounds, instantly freezing his movements. From the shadows came Lu Mengmeng's teasing laughter. Ha! You're going to lose. Within this domain, her mental power had become one with the demonic vines, and no location could escape her perception. The next second, the vines on the arena stood up in unison, transforming into countless black spears that pierced the air with a whooshing sound as they hurtled towards Tang Shan and his companions. While defending, Tang Shan shouted into the air, Qin Ran, why don't you make a move? Qin Ran's expression darkened, and she immediately activated her strongest soul skill. Dense ice spikes cascaded down like a waterfall, attempting to sever the vine forest. However, the vines were so agile as to seem alive, not only avoiding the ice, but also attacking her instead. Tang Shan formed a hand seal and uttered a low shout. Guju barrier. Countless purple bamboo stalks rose from the ground, intertwining to form a wall in front of him. Black vine spears struck the bamboo wall with resounding crashes, causing the wall to shake violently and quickly become covered in cracks. Tang Shan groaned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked. Was this the power of a low-level soul skill? His strongest soul skill was only mid-level Xin rank, not even in the same league. Luo Beibei's 7-star Red Lotus shone brightly, simultaneously enhancing the bamboo wall's defense and releasing petals to attack the vines. Although the 7-star Red Lotus is a top-tier support plant martial soul, it also possesses considerable offensive capabilities. But faced with the overwhelming swarm of devil vines, she quickly revealed a weakness. A vine broke through her defenses, wrapped around her wrist, and suddenly lifted her into the air. Luo Beibei screamed, and the Crimson Lotus's light dimmed instantly. The next moment, a devilish vine lashed down on her back. Lu Mingming's angry voice rang out. "I'll beat you to death." Luo Beibei was both ashamed and furious, crying out that she wanted to kill her. Lu Mingming showed no mercy, lashing out with her vine again, which frightened her so much that she immediately changed her mind and admitted defeat. Because Luo Beibei was suspended in midair, the audience outside the venue could see this scene clearly, and they were both surprised and excited, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The group from Tangshan were too preoccupied to help her. The bamboo wall shattered completely under the onslaught of the devil vines, and black tendrils surged in like a tide. Li Xiong was tightly bound, and no matter how strong he was, he couldn't break free. Tang Shan's legs were locked by the vines, and he fell heavily to the ground, only able to flank haphazardly with his purple jade bamboo staff. Qin Ran's Frost Phoenix dodged left and right, but was eventually also entangled at the ankles and fell from the sky. In less than 10 seconds, the entire Dung Beetle team was subdued. If the praying mantis boy hadn't fainted, he might have been able to break the deadlock with his speed and scythe, but now that chance was gone. Lu Mingming gasped for breath, the purple light in her eyes gradually fading, her soul power almost completely depleted. She said, barely able to hold on, "I can't hold on much longer." Lin Mo, with the stove lid on his head, reminded him speechlessly, "Then why don't you just throw them off the stage and wait to eat at the banquet?" Lu Mingming then realized what was happening and quickly squeezed out the last bit of her soul power to throw the 4 people, along with the unconscious mantis man, off the stage. Bang, bang, bang. 5 figures crashed outside the arena, and the ring fell silent instantly. Everyone in the stands was stunned. The Eastern Bully team, who had just been on the defensive, had actually turned the tide with just one of Lu Mingming's soul skills. And Newlin and Shun Yao were so excited that they grabbed each other's arms, tears welling up in their eyes. Shun Yao came to her senses, quickly unfolded the betting ticket in her hand, and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that it hadn't been crushed. Master Yu's face turned deathly pale as he stared intently at Lu Mingming, his lips trembling. High-level Earth rank. A student in her 20s, an S-rank martial soul. How could she possess such a soul skill? He swayed precariously, which frightened Newlin and Shun Yao so much that they quickly retreated, fearing that the master would collapse from anger and they would be held responsible. On the arena, the demonic vines slowly retreated, dissipating into specks of soul power and starlight. Linamo pushed open the furnace lid and climbed out, immediately supporting the exhausted Lu Mingming, and laughed. "Mingming, well done." Lu Mingming chuckled and leaned against him, saying, "Don't you even know whose underling you are?" Niu Datran, Su Xiao, and Mu Liuli also gathered around, all of them wearing smiles of relief. The referee was stunned for a long time before announcing in a trembling voice, "The Eastern Bully team wins." The entire audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, with some people so excited that they threw their hats into the air. The Eastern Bully is awesome. That Big Thunder Loli is too powerful. What level is that move? This team is definitely a dark horse. I'm betting on them to reach the silver rank in a month. Lin Mo and his 5 companions stood in the center of the arena, facing a chorus of cheers. Below the arena, the remaining members of the Dung Beetle squad who were still able to move gradually got up. Tang Shan stared at Lin Mo and Lu Mingming, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Qin Ran also stood up dejectedly, looked at Lin Mo and the others on the stage, and murmured, "That soul skill, it must also be your masterpiece. It seems that tonight, it's time to talk to my family." After saying that, she didn't look at her teammates or Master Yu again, and turned to walk towards the door. Chapter 74. Master Yu finally recovered from his shock. Looking at the disheveled state of his dung beetle team, his face darkened to the point of being almost dripping with water. Just as he was thinking about how to scold them later, Lin Mo and the other four came over, supporting each other. Lu Mengmeng, shielded in the middle, was still a little pale and her voice was weak. But as soon as she saw Newlin and Shun Yao, she immediately raised her chin and shouted, Teacher Shun, we won." That sound pierced Master Yu's heart like a needle. He abruptly turned to look at the two mentors, suppressing his anger as he asked, "Is this your student?" The smiles on Newlin and Shun Yao's faces froze instantly, and they stammered, "Yes, yes." The two then realized that Lin Mo and his team had won against the team personally led by Master Yu. They immediately felt uneasy and subconsciously shrank back. Master Yu almost couldn't catch his breath. "Today, I completely lost face." He coughed twice, said, "I'm going to check on my teammates. You guys do as you please," and then turned and walked away quickly, his back view looking like he was fleeing. Lu Mingming blinked and asked curiously, "Who is this sleazy-looking middle-aged man with a buzz cut?" And Newlin and Shun Yao exchanged a glance. Shin Yao ruffled her hair and said with a smile, "Someone who isn't very important. You two are the best. Come on, let's have something delicious." She paused, then added, "By the way, you guys wait here for a bit. Teacher and I are going to buy some oranges." In an inconspicuous corner of the arena, several discreet gazes were fixed on Lin Mo and his companions as they left. A deep voice rang out. S-rank martial soul awakened a high-level Earth-rank soul skill at the 2nd rank. I need all the information about this Eastern bully squad within 1 minute. Someone immediately responded from behind, "Yes." Unbeknownst to Lin Mo and the others, the news of their victory over the top-tier martial spirit team had already spread rapidly throughout the arena. Looking at Master Yu's side, he originally had a very ambitious plan to first get the Dung Beetle squad to reach Bronze 4, and then to Silver within 3 days. This way, they can both earn a legendary reputation in the arena and make a fortune with their top-tier team. But he never expected to suffer such a crushing defeat in the very first round. Not only was his entire plan ruined, but he also lost all the 200 million yuan he had painstakingly scraped together for the bet. For Master Yu, losing money wasn't the worst thing. What truly humiliated him was losing face. His carefully selected elite team actually lost to a group of students from a second-rate college. At this moment, the atmosphere in the dean's office of Suzaku Academy was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The dean stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, his back to everyone, a cigarette burning with a scarlet flame between his fingers, smoke slowly rising. The college's senior executives and several masters in the office all held their breath. This old man is not only the leader of the Vermilion Bird Academy, but also a 9th-order soul saint who has mastered heaven-ranked soul skills. He is one of the top experts in the Dragon Kingdom. "Xiao Yu, Yin Tian, I need an explanation for this." Master Yu tried to remain calm, but his fingertips were already clenching the hem of his clothes. Bai Yin Tian was even more flustered, his eyes darting around. He had only just learned that Lu Mingming could use a high-level Earth-rank soul skill, and he was now filled with deep regret. If he had known that girl had such potential, he shouldn't have acted so high and mighty, and he shouldn't have had those messy thoughts. Now look what happened. He didn't get the opportunity, and he even angered the dean. He really tried to steal a chicken, but lost the rice instead. As the cigarette burned out, the dean stubbed it out, slowly turned around, and finally fixed his gaze on Master Yu and Bai Yintian. A top-tier martial spirit team lost to a student team from a second-rate academy, and it became common knowledge. "Tell me about it yourself." Master Yu's Adam's apple bobbed, and he was about to speak when the dean raised his hand to interrupt him. "I want to hear the truth. Stop with the nonsense." His attitude had lost the respect he had shown when he first hired Master Yu. Master Yu said in a low voice, "Dean, I admit that I underestimated my opponent this time." "Underestimating the enemy?" The dean sneered. "If I remember correctly, there was a little guy in that team whom you suggested refusing to accept. Wasn't that the one?" His voice wasn't loud, but every word carried weight. A rejected S-rank martial soul using a Earth-rank group defense soul skill that even an SSS-rank martial soul cannot break is a huge joke. This is what the dean cares about most. A C-rank martial soul with a second-stage awakened Earth-rank soul skill is already unprecedented. What's even more outrageous is that even an SSS-rank martial soul cannot break through its defenses. Master Yu's face turned deathly pale instantly. His lips trembled, and he was unable to speak. He then realized that the biggest highlight of this match might not be Lu Mengmeng, who cleared the field with a high-level Earth-rank soul skill, but rather the seemingly inconspicuous furnace boy, Lin Mo. A C-rank martial soul can actually unleash such a powerful defensive soul skill. Bai Yuntian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. It was his suggestion to refuse Lin Mo in the first place. The dean snorted coldly. I have carefully examined his soul skill, and it is similar in principle to a defensive martial art called Golden Bell Shield in ancient martial arts. He was, after all, a 9th-level soul saint, and he could see through the trick at a glance. Lin Mo was indeed inspired by the ancient martial arts texts on the 8th floor of the academy, and then had the AI Xiao Bao combine them with martial arts theories from his previous life to generate that soul skill. Ancient martial arts? Master Yu looked up abruptly, a look of panic flashing in his eyes. He has studied martial spirit theory for many years, but he has always looked down on ancient martial arts, which have long since declined, believing them to be outdated and out of touch with the times. But the dean's words were like a heavy hammer blow that woke him up. Lin Mo's soul skills may have truly transcended his understanding. The dean was silent for a moment, then finally sighed, Fine, let's leave it at that. But your team must not disappoint me again at the East District University tournament 3 months from now. He decided to give Master Yu another chance. After all, the student named Tang Shan did not use another martial soul, which means that the Dung Beetle team has not yet used its full strength. Master Yu quickly stood up and assured, Don't worry, Dean. He knew in his heart that if he couldn't prove himself next, the Dean's attitude towards him would only get worse. Moreover, there are still 3 months left. He doesn't believe that with Tang Shan's talent, he can't awaken a low-level soul skill. After everyone left the office, the dean walked to his desk and picked up a photocopy of a yellowed ancient book. The image depicts a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. He picked up another picture. That was Lin Mo's alchemy furnace. When placed side by side, the two bear a striking resemblance, especially the twisted patterns on the furnace body, which are almost identical, only the shapes are very different. Lin Mo's alchemy furnace was round and chubby, like a cute little furnace. However, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron described in ancient books is more like the legendary Medicine King cauldron. The dean narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, A divine-level weapon spirit, the Chinkoan cauldron. Chapter 75. The atmosphere in the conference room of the Eastern Martial Soul Academy grew increasingly tense. A member of the college association spoke first. Dean Zhou, for the future of the college, Vice Dean Lu suggested transferring Lu Mengmeng to a stronger team. I think we can consider it. Someone immediately chimed in. Judging from the arena videos, Lu Mengmeng's strength is almost comparable to an SSS-level martial soul. Giving her even better teammates will allow her to unleash her potential and bring glory to the academy. The third person continued. Lu Mugang's team would be a good fit. They already have 3 S-level martial souls. If Lu Mengmeng joins, the academy can concentrate its resources to build a top-tier team, which is crucial for the university competition 3 months from now. After everyone learned that a team called Eastern Bully had defeated a top team from Suzaku Academy in the arena, they immediately investigated the source. They discovered that the team was actually just an ordinary team from their own academy. So the association immediately convened a meeting, their focus shifting to who Lu Mengmeng would end up with. Zhou Qingyuan sat in the main seat, tapping her fingertips lightly on the table, but remained silent. At this moment, Vice Dean Lu, whom Lin Mo privately referred to as Bald Old Man, looked at Zhou Qingyuan with a hint of smugness in his voice. Dean Zhou, everyone's points are valid. The team that teacher and is leading has too many different martial spirits and attributes. They're not really combat-oriented, they're not really control-oriented, and they don't even have a proper support role. Their teamwork is also chaotic, which is really a waste of a good talent like Lu Mengmeng. He paused deliberately and emphasized, in my opinion, it would be better to reorganize the teams. A more reasonable team composition would be more conducive to the competition. Lu Magong is very experienced, and Lu Mengmeng would be a perfect complement to him. If we also bring in Luo Xueqing, a third-year student, to provide theoretical guidance, it won't be difficult to achieve a good ranking. At this point, he added, as for the title Eastern Bully, it's already well known, so Lu Mugang's team can inherit it. The meeting room fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at Zhou Qingyuan. Zhou Qingyuan's eyes flickered slightly, but she sneered inwardly. This old bald man's scheme was actually quite clever. Luo Xueqing was a major contributor to the college's promotion to a second-tier institution. 2 years ago, she led the team all the way into the top 10 of the national college competition, which earned the college the qualification for promotion. Now she is leading a seeded team of third-year students on an overseas training trip, making her the college's most sought-after gold medal mentor. Vice Dean Lu's interest in Luo Xueqing was clearly not solely for Lu Mingming's sake. If Luo Xueqing took over the team restructuring, resources would naturally flow to her, and his nephew Lu Magong would gain a powerful teammate, thus increasing his own prestige as the proposer. Zhou Qingyuan picked up her water glass, gently rubbed the inside of the glass, and didn't say anything. The others also understood Vice Dean Lu's meaning. Some agreed, while others frowned. Luo Xueqing's team was at a crucial stage of development, and transfer her now would inevitably disrupt the original plan. Seeing Zhou Qingyuan remain silent, Vice Dean Lu continued. Everyone has witnessed instructor Luo's abilities. If she were to lead Lu Mingming's group, they might achieve even greater success. At that time, the academy could advance further, and there might even be a chance to become a first-class academy. Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. Upgrading the academy to a higher level is the goal of everyone in the academy. Everyone looked at Zhou Qingyuan, waiting for her to make a decision. Zhou Qingyuan calmly took a sip of water, then looked up and said, "I have no objection to your suggestion, and I fully agree with it." Everyone was taken aback by these words. When did Zhou Qingyuan become so easy to talk to? Vice President Lu was overjoyed, thinking that the pressure from everyone had worked. But the next second, Zhou Qingyuan said, "Of course, the premise is that you can get Lu Mingming herself to agree." Some people immediately disagreed. She's just a student. How could she not listen to the college's arrangements? That's right. If we arrange a better team for her, do you think she would refuse? I think this matter is settled. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In their view, as long as Zhou Qingyuan didn't stop them, it wouldn't be difficult to control a student. But soon, someone noticed something was wrong. "Wait, have you forgotten something?" Vice President Lu frowned and looked at him. "Director Li, what do you mean?" The middle-aged woman flipped through Lu Mingming's file, looking puzzled. Lu Mingming was originally admitted to the Vermilion Bird Academy, so why did she suddenly transfer to our Eastern Academy? Upon hearing this, and seeing Zhou Qingyuan's meaningful expression, everyone was stunned. "Yes, why is that?" Zhou Qingyuan scoffed, too lazy to argue with them anymore, and stood up directly. "I'll say it again. As long as Lu Mingming agrees, I have no problem." After saying that, she pushed open the door and left, leaving a room full of people looking at each other in bewilderment. When he returned to the dean's office, Anualin and Shun Yao were already waiting there, both of them looking uneasy. As soon as Anualin saw her enter, she immediately asked anxiously, "Dean, how is it? Is the college association really going to break up my team?" Zhou Qingyuan sat down, her tone calm. "Don't worry, the Eastern Bully Squad can't be dismantled." She then briefly recounted the arguments that took place during the meeting. Upon hearing this, Anualin became even more nervous. Is it all up to Lu Mingming's wishes? What if she's persuaded? Seeing her so anxious and restless, Zhou Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh. "You underestimate Lu Mingming too much. According to the information I found, that girl is Lin Mo's loyal follower. What others say may not be of any use." She added, "Besides, although the Lu family's business momentum has weakened in recent years, Lu Mingming's mother, Lin Yakin, is no ordinary person. She was recently promoted from battalion level to regimental level. With this connection, others may not dare to mess with her." After hearing this, Anualin finally felt relieved and let out a long sigh of relief. Zhou Qingyuan waved her hand. "All right, go back and make a good plan. In a couple of days, I'll take them to receive missions for training outside the region." "Yes, Dean." Anualin replied immediately. Zhou Qingyuan then looked at Shun Yao. "Shun Yao, during this time you should learn more theory from Lin and Mo. When their team goes out for training, you should prepare to take the Intermediate Theory Instructor Qualification exam." Shun Yao nodded, a warm feeling rising in her heart. "I understand. Thank you, Dean." She knew very well that Lin Mo's team didn't actually lack theoretical guidance. The opportunity for her to stay and provide dedicated guidance was specially arranged by Zhou Qingyuan. If she can learn real skills from Lin Mo, perhaps one day she can become a senior theoretical mentor who can stand on her own, just like Luo Xueqing. Zhou Qingyuan looked at the determination in her eyes and nodded slightly. The future of the academy can never rely on just one or two people. Cultivating more people who can hold the fort is the long-term solution. Chapter 76 Wilderness Training begins. As Nuolin and Shun Yao walked out of the dean's office, the setting sun slanted into the corridor, casting long shadows on the ground. Nuolin patted her chest, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The aggressive Dean Lu's face still made her shudder when she thought about it. She mentioned that Vice Dean Lu even dared to mess with Instructor Luo to poach students for his nephew, to which Shun Yao simply smiled and said that was all he could see. Then, remembering Dean Zhou's words, Shun Yao decided to invite Lin Mo and the others over for dinner that evening, hoping to get to know Lin Mo better and learn something from him. Nuolin told her that Lu Mingming and the others had most likely gone to the cultivation garden, while Lin Mo should be at the library. Shun Yao nodded and told her to go and inform Lu Mingming and the others, while she went to find Lin Mo. On the 8th floor of the college library, Lin Mo was engrossed in flipping through a book, his movements incredibly fast, pausing for only a second or two on each page, as if he were searching for some information. Shun Yao tiptoed over, placed a cup of hot tea beside him, and asked with a smile if he needed any help. Lin Mo looked up and saw it was her, slightly taken aback. Shun Yao simply stated her purpose, saying that she had come to learn from him and see if Master Lin would be willing to give her some guidance, or even take her as his disciple. Lin Mo suddenly asked her if she had a son. Shun Yao didn't react at first, but when he uttered that ambiguous question, she understood his meaning, and her face instantly turned red. She raised her hand and tapped Lin Mo, scolding him for having a head full of nonsense. Lin Mo quickly explained that he was just joking, adding that her lustful appearance had startled him. Despite the teasing, he still made her sit down, indicating that they could discuss things together, but that she shouldn't become his apprentice, as he couldn't bear the responsibility. Next, he casually shared his new understanding of soul skills with Shun Yao. Lin Mo never held back from those who were serious about learning, and the two chatted until Nuolin called before reluctantly leaving the library. For the past 2 days, the bully squad had been riding high, and instead of causing trouble at the arena, they had been training diligently. On the 3rd day, Nuolin and the 5 members of her squad, each carrying a bag, arrived at the academy's mission hall, officially welcoming their first mission and field training for the new students. The hall was already bustling with people, and the notice boards on the walls were covered with missions, ranging from gathering herbs to hunting soul beasts, all with the same reward: half academic credits and half dragon soul coins. As soon as Lin Mo and his group appeared, they were recognized by many people, and a discussion immediately arose around them, saying that they had actually defeated the top team of Vermilion Bird Academy, making even the bottom-tier second-class academies proud. The boys were both envious and jealous, especially when they saw Nuolin, the team leader. They couldn't help but sigh. Lin Mo patted Nyo Dachuan on the shoulder, jokingly telling him he should be grateful to the 4 academies for confiscating his talent back then, otherwise he wouldn't be in his current glory. And Nuolin immediately retorted, asking him what right he had to talk about others when he was still single. Lin Mo forced a rebuttal, saying he was just focused on his research and finding a partner would be a piece of cake. And Nuolin then brought up how he'd been inseparable from Professor Shun these past few days, making Lin Mo's face flush. He quickly emphasized that it was just theoretical exchange and told him not to overthink it. Nyo Dachuan then solemnly approached, urging him to give up Professor Shun to him, which made Lin Mo so angry he almost lost his balance. He repeatedly denied that he and Shun Yao had anything going on. Lu Mingming joined in the teasing, saying that if he really had no one to marry, he would go home with her next week and tie her sister to his bed. Lin Mo was speechless and could only tell her get lost. After the noisy chatter of receiving their missions, the group left the academy and headed towards their training expedition. Meanwhile, in a wasteland secret realm 100 miles away, a special expedition team was also ready to set off. The team consisted of 7 people, whose strength ranged from 4th-tier Soul King to 5th-tier Soul Emperor. They were not top tier, but they all had one thing in common. They all possessed the talent for flight. The team leader was none other than Lin Mo's first student, Pei Luohan, a level 59 Soul Emperor. She stood at the front of the group, her expression calm. A middle-aged man in a researcher's uniform stepped forward and handed them a map, instructing them to mainly explore along the boundary wall, record the activity range of those tentacles, and if possible, bring back a sample. Pei Luohan took the map, scanned the dangerous areas on it, and nodded in agreement. She turned to look at her team members and specifically instructed Yang Lan that her flight technique was not stable enough and that she should not stray too far from her during operations. After all, this kind of flight soul skill was extremely rare, and Yang Lan was only temporarily brought in to make up the numbers. She relied on Meteor Dash, which she bought from Lin Mo, to barely qualify as half a flight soul skill. After checking their equipment, the group set off on time 10 minutes later. Outside the camp, the wasteland wind howled, carrying sand and gravel, the air thick with a sense of desolation and danger. The seven drove their pickup truck, arriving at the location where Lin Mo had discovered the tentacles during the day in just 2 hours. Pei Luohan stood under a dead tree, turned on her recorder, and confirmed that this was the place where the student team had first discovered the tentacles. At her command, everyone immediately dispersed to search, except for Yang Lan, who remained nearby. Pei Luohan examined the dead tree and quickly discovered a pit not far away, half buried in sand, clearly dug by someone. Just as she was about to take a closer look, Yang Lan suddenly exclaimed with sharp eyes, saying that there seemed to be something at the bottom of the pit. Pei Luohan looked down and saw a strange blade of grass sticking out from the bottom of the sand pit. Chapter 77. Yang Lan's exclamation immediately drew the attention of the other 6 people. Pei Luohan walked to the edge of the sandpit and immediately recognized it as the blue plant the student team had mentioned, the one with the moving tentacles. Several people crouched down around the sandpit to observe. A tall, thin young man peered out, thinking the thing didn't look scary, but Pei Luohan warned them not to let their guard down. Since the intelligence report specifically mentioned it, it meant it was definitely not simple. She told the team members to take shovels and continue digging, but not to touch it directly. Everyone immediately got to work, digging deeper and deeper into the sand pit, until the blue tentacle slowly emerged, extending more than half a meter. Yang Lan stared at the slippery blue body and couldn't help but mutter that it looked like an octopus's tentacles. Pei Luohan had someone bring the box over, then jumped into the sand pit, her soul power surging in her palm, condensing into an ice blue longsword. She planned to cut off a section and take it back, and specifically instructed the others to spread out and evacuate immediately if there was any unusual movement. A flash of cold light, and the longsword cleanly severed the tentacle. Almost simultaneously, the half-sword retracted into the sand with a whoosh, causing the entire sandy area to tremble slightly. Pei Luohan's heart tightened, and she immediately leaped out of the sandpit, while the other team members also took to the air to prepare. A moment later, with silence still surrounding them, the group landed again. The severed tentacle was still writhing on the sand, its blue sap splattered everywhere. The team members quickly put the sample into petri dishes and breathed a sigh of relief. But Pei Luohan's brow remained furrowed. She knew these creatures were more active at night, and the most important thing now was to pinpoint its location as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, after accepting several missions to Black Wind Canyon, Lin Mo led his team northward. Since they were on a training mission, the 6 of them had to proceed on foot. After walking for a while, Lu Mingming started complaining and casually asked Anualin why she wasn't accepting missions from the secret realm. Anualin told her that there were no suitable missions for them in the secret realm at the moment, and that the Wasteland secret realm had been temporarily closed, so they couldn't take any orders. She also bluntly stated that the place was very eerie, and that several second-year teams for various colleges had already gone missing shortly after it opened. Lu Mingming brought up the blue tentacles, saying they had seen them right after graduation and there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, thinking that when he was being chased like a dog back then, no one had said such sarcastic things. Anualin then realized what was happening and asked if they were the team that reported the tentacles. Lu Mingming immediately recounted how she had been chased by the blue tentacles that night, looking terrified. Anualin was also surprised after hearing this. She was even more curious about how Lin Mo had managed to bring everyone out back then. After all, they were only at the first rank at the time, while none of the teams led by 4th or 5th rank members had returned. Seeing that the topic had gone off topic, Anualin decided to clarify the mission. She first explained that the missions in the academy were actually resources allocated by the official organization and the Martial Soul Association through a bounty system. After the teachers guided the students to complete the missions, they would exchange them for academic credits and resources. Only then did Lin Mo and the others understand that there was this layer behind the university's mission system. Anualin accepted 3 collection missions, all within the Black Wind Canyon. The difficulty wasn't too outrageous, perfect for their training. Lu Mingming perked up immediately upon hearing about hunting exotic beasts. Lin Mo also wanted to know the details, as Anualin had gone alone when accepting the missions, and they didn't know the specifics yet. Anualin unfolded the map and pointed out the first task. Collect 100 caddies of wisteria flowers, which mainly grow on the shady slope of the west side of the canyon, where there are a large number of Tier 2 ironback spiders. Upon hearing the name of the flower, Lu Mingming immediately thought of the expensive perfumes her sister often bought, but Anualin reminded her that how the task items were used was the employer's business. They were only responsible for collecting them and handing them in, and should not concern themselves with anything else. Next, she pointed to the second location, where she needed to collect 50 black wind bull python skins. Finally, she stopped her hand on Moonlight Lake at the northernmost point of the map, saying that the third task was the simplest but also the most dangerous. She needed to go there to collect lake water. There were quite a few 4th tier or higher beasts in that area, so she had to be extra careful. Lin Mo was stunned when he heard carry lake water, completely unexpected that there was such a task. Lu Mingming immediately explained to him that this lake water was very valuable in wealthy circles. It could not only moisturize and whiten skin, but also delay aging. Many people used it to make tea and bathe, and it was already sold by weight. Lin Mo was dumbfounded and couldn't help but think to himself, this wasn't training at all. It was clearly just hard labor, carrying bathwater for rich people. Chapter 78, No Need to Roll Anymore when traveling. Never mind what those rich people do. Anualin put away the map, her tone decisive. This lake water has a nourishing effect on soul power. If you have storage soul tools, you better pack some back with you. Lu Mingming's eyes lit up. Yes, I want to dress up too and take a bath. We'll see when the time comes. Lin Mo flicked her head. Anualin calculated the workload. 100 caddies of wisteria and lavender flowers, 50 pieces of python skin, plus the lake water. Collecting them would take a lot of time, not to mention the travel time. There are no decent roads now, so the only way to get around is on foot. What? It's just traveling. My boss is an expert at that. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately realized what was going on. Oh yeah, how could I forget? You can fly too. Anualin looked at Lin Mo with surprise. You can carry 6 people without any problem, right? Lin Mo patted his chest. Don't worry, it's only 100 kilometers or so, no big deal. After mastering the 2 innate soul skills, he had no problem carrying 6 people while flying. However, his mental strength was not strong enough, so his speed was not too exaggerated, at most around 150 yards. Before long, a golden red alchemy furnace shot into the sky and flew north like a shooting star. On the ground, many people looked up and saw the long trail of flame, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, thinking that a real meteor had streaked across the sky. Inside the alchemy furnace, 6 people poked their heads out, facing the wind and looking at the scenery outside. After leading teams for so many years, this is the first time I've traveled by plane. Anualin's face showed a rare relaxed smile. Lu Mingming was even more excited. Flying is more comfortable than rolling, and it saves me a lot of motion sickness medicine. In the past, when they traveled with Lin Mo, they would roll all the way. She even secretly gave Lin Mo's soul skill a nickname, Rolling Washing Machine. Now it's all good. I finally don't have to suffer that pain anymore. As we got further and further away from the town, the terrain below gradually changed. The trees became denser, and the environment became more and more primitive. Several tens of minutes later, the alchemy furnace landed steadily on a slope. The surrounding area was filled with dense ancient trees, and sunlight filtered through the layers of branches and leaves, leaving only dappled spots of light. The air was also filled with the smell of damp, decaying leaves. The 6 people stepped out of the furnace, and as soon as they stepped on the ground, there was a thick layer of fallen leaves under their feet. Watch your step. There's spider silk here. As soon as Honorin landed, she saw several thick spider silk threads wrapped around her. Lin Mo had taken them directly to the first mission point this time. When they looked down, they saw that the grass was indeed covered with fine white silk threads, which were extremely tough and had bits of animal hair stuck to them. This is where ironback spiders are active. Annalyn immediately signaled everyone to spread out and be on guard. These spiders are only second tier, and their venom is not very strong, but they are the best at spinning webs. Getting entangled in them is very troublesome. She conjured a fire scale blade, walked at the front, glanced around, and pointed ahead. The mission point is on the slope ahead. After walking about 100 meters, the group soon caught a faint scent of flowers. It smells like wisteria and laurel flowers. Everyone, please be aware of your surroundings. Annalyn had been here before and knew that the closer one got to the wisteria flowers, the more likely one was to encounter ironback spiders, because these spiders like to wait for prey under the flowers. Before long, they entered a forest full of purple vines, which were covered with purple flowers the size of basketballs, looking very valuable. Xiao Xiao, Liu Li, and Lin Mo, the three of you are in charge of picking them. Meng Meng, Dachuan, and I will keep watch. And Newland took out a special plastic bag. Be gentle and don't break the petals. These flowers will wither if they are taken away from the soil for 2 hours. Su Xiao Xiao nodded, then carefully cut off the flowers and stems, her movements as gentle as if she were protecting a fragile treasure. Lin Mo and Mu Liuli followed suit, collecting the flowers quickly. Annalyn and Lu Mengmeng kept an eye on their surroundings, remaining vigilant against any strange beasts. Just as Su Xiao Xiao touched a flower, the decaying leaves beneath her feet suddenly rustled. Before she could retreat, a black spider the size of an adult suddenly emerged, its carapace gleaming coldly, its 8 hooked legs lunging straight at her face. Su Xiao Xiao, watch out! Lu Mengmeng reacted quickly, and the devil vine instantly wrapped around the spider's abdomen, violently throwing it onto the tree trunk. With a crack, the spider's carapace split open, and several devil vines pierced its body, pinning it firmly to the tree. It emitted a piercing squeak, and green blood splattered everywhere. How disgusting! Lu Mengmeng wrinkled her nose in disgust. With a twist of her vines, the ironback spider was immediately torn into pieces, dead beyond any doubt. Thank you so much, Mengmeng. Su Xiao Xiao patted her chest, her face still a little pale. This thing is really well hidden. Lin Mo frowned as he looked at the thick layer of decaying leaves. Everyone, don't just look around. Keep an eye on your feet, too. He casually poked the side with a twig, startling out 2 more ironback spiders. Annalyn gripped the fire scale blade tightly, her expression grave. These spiders are social creatures, but as long as we're careful, they're not too dangerous. Speed up the harvesting. Once we have 50 gene, we'll leave immediately. No longer wasting time, everyone moved much faster. And Newland also helped pick the flowers from time to time. The purple flowers in the plastic bag piled higher and higher, and the fragrance in the air became stronger and stronger, but also had a strangely sweet and cloying smell. Something's not right. Honorin suddenly uttered a low shout, and orange-red flames rose from the fire scale blade. What's wrong? The group looked at her at the same time. It's too quiet. Lu Mengmeng didn't take it seriously. So what if it's quiet? It's no big deal. And Newland's expression didn't relax at all. Instead, it furrowed even more. It's so quiet. There's only one possibility. There might be a king-level alien beast here. She has led the team for many years and has far more experience than most people. A king-level beast? Could we be that unlucky? The group paused for a moment. The next second, the ground shook violently. Suddenly, a large bulge appeared in the layer of decaying leaves, and then a huge spider web sprang up from the ground, covered with sticky silk threads, and slammed down on the 6 people. It's the Ironback Spider King. Honoran roared and swung his sword at the spider web, the flames instantly slicing through the threads. Just as the flames exploded, a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the forest, its carapace covered with dark red patterns, and its body was as big as an elephant. The 4th-tier mutated Ironback Spider King has finally made its appearance. Chapter 79. 4th tier. Everyone's pupils contracted, and almost instinctively they summoned their martial souls. Lin Mo reacted extremely quickly, immediately casting a furnace shield on the 6 of them, a golden halo protecting them like an eggshell. And Newland glanced at him, secretly praising him. His reaction speed was faster than many veteran instructors. The ironback Spider King before them was a size larger than its ordinary counterparts, its glossy carapace covered in dark red patterns. When its 8 massive limbs stomped on the ground, the earth trembled. Dark green venom dripped from its mouthparts, sizzling and rotting into small pits on the decaying leaves. Lin Mo quickly reminded everyone that this thing was not only troublesome, but also could spit poison. He immediately told Lu Mengmeng to entangle the spider's legs, while he focused all his soul power on making the shield more stable. The Spider King let out a hiss and pounced. Lu Mengmeng's devil vines coiled around it like madmen, but the strength of a 4th-tier beast was too great. The vines were immediately stretched taut, and even she was pulled and trembled. "This monster is incredibly strong," she shouted through gritted teeth. "The Chun, push forward," Lin Mo shouted. Neo Dachuan swung his gilded frying pan and charged forward, only to be blasted away by the Spider King's front claw, landing in a sorry state. Lin Mo cursed under his breath and immediately ordered Inuolin to find an opportunity to attack it, while the others focused on targeting its eyes. Honoran nodded, and the fire scale blade slid out with flames, slashing fiercely at the Spider King's abdomen. But the blade only left a scorch mark, failing to even cleave the shell. Even the Soul Emperor's attack couldn't break through its defenses, and everyone's hearts sank. Immediately afterward, Neo Dachuan roared and leaped up again, slamming the giant Sumeru cauldron down on the Spider King's head, making it dizzy. Su Xiaoxiao's ice balls also hit the spider's legs one after another, instantly freezing a section, while Mu Liuli unleashed a dense barrage of wind blades in the air, specifically designed to disrupt its compound eyes. Lu Mengmeng further wrapped layers of vines around the spider, weaving a giant net. The group coordinated even better than they had in the arena. Just then, Anilon noticed the Spider King's mouth bulging and immediately warned it to spray venom. Lin Mo, however, had been staring intently at the mouth parts, waiting for this very moment. The next second, he poured all his soul power into the alchemy furnace, and just as the Spider King opened its mouth, he threw the furnace inside. Boom! An explosion erupted from inside the Spider King's body, followed by a piercing scream as green blood mixed with bits of flesh sprayed onto the ground. The Spider King frantically swung its massive limbs, but due to the excruciating pain and impaired vision, it repeatedly missed its targets, only managing to dig large craters into the ground. Meng, control it, give teacher a chance. Lin Mo pressed on while the iron was hot. Lu Mengmeng immediately activated her soul power, and the vines burrowed into its abdomen. Inuolin seized the opening, and her fire scale blade precisely cleaved open a gash. The devil vine immediately entered through the wound, stirring inside. Soon, the ironback Spider King finally collapsed unwillingly and remained motionless. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Yay! We took down a 4th-tier king beast. Neo Dachuan shouted excitedly. Anilin smiled as well. 4th-tier king beasts are inherently difficult to deal with, but she hadn't expected these students to take them down so easily, working together so decisively. Then, she called everyone to the corpse and began to teach them how to extract materials from the alien beast. The 6 of them did as instructed and quickly removed all the valuable materials from the ironback Spider King. Lu Mengmeng picked up a soul crystal, her eyes lighting up. A 4th-tier strength attribute soul crystal. Anilin glanced at it and smiled as well. 4th-tier attribute soul crystals were valuable to begin with, so this trip was a small profit. All right, let's continue picking. We need to hurry to the next spot after we finish this one. In the afternoon, another giant python, over 10 meters long, lay dead in the damp rainforest. Lin Mo and his 6 companions sat down to rest beside the corpse. After searching for 2 hours, they had only managed to capture 4, which was already quite efficient. Anilin explained that the skin of this python could be used to make high-end combat suits, so it was frequently targeted by mercenaries, and its numbers were naturally decreasing. Lin Mo, however, became increasingly annoyed as he listened. First, picking wisteria and orchids was for making high-end perfumes for capitalists. Now, hunting snake skins was for making combat suits for the rich, and the third task was to carry foot bath water for the rich. It all sounded like he was working for capitalists. And Newland found it amusing and directly called him out. What you're saying sounds like you're resentful of the rich. Don't forget, you're actually a rich person too. Lin Mo quickly denied it, saying he wasn't. But Inualin immediately reminded him that he had received tens of millions in reward for helping her and teacher Shun awaken a soul skill, which was all the savings she and teacher Shun had accumulated over many years. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo fell silent. He realized he'd already used all his savings to test new pills, leaving him with very little. Everyone looked at him with disdain, so he had no choice but to shut up. Annalyn clapped her hands, signaling everyone not to dawdle. It was getting late, and they needed to find a safe place to camp. Without further ado, the group grabbed knives and began skinning the snakes. With practice, the 6 of them could process a single snake skin in no time. Wait, is the probability of a snake producing a soul crystal really that low? After breaking open the snake's head, Lin Mo didn't find the soul crystal and couldn't help but complain. Chapter 80. As dusk fell, a thin mist rose in the dense forest, and the occasional low growls of strange beasts could be heard in the distance. And Newlin looked ahead and said, "There's a cave a kilometer ahead, suitable for setting up camp." "Okay, let's go there." Everyone immediately followed. When the 6 of them arrived at the cave entrance with their packs, Lin Mo suddenly stopped and frowned. "Wait, there are people inside." Honoran didn't seem to care much. Squads or mercenaries often stay overnight in this area, so it's normal for there to be people here. In Colleen Ma's spiritual perception, there are clearly more than a dozen auras inside the cave, far more than a number of ordinary camping teams. Before they could observe any further, footsteps came from inside the cave, and then 2 figures appeared at the cave entrance. "Who?" the other person asked warily. Annalyn calmly explained her purpose. "I'm a teacher leading a group from the Oriental Academy, and I would like to ask my students to stay here for one night." Hearing that it was an academy team, the 2 visibly relaxed their guard and slowly emerged. In the dim light of the cave entrance, a man and a woman could be made out. The man was in his 40s, and the woman was in her late 20s. Their combat uniforms were made of high-quality material, clearly not something an ordinary mercenary could afford. The 2 men glanced at Lin Mo and his group, and seeing that most of them were just young students, their expressions softened considerably. The man smiled and said, "So you are teachers and students from the Eastern Academy. Please come in." And Newlin didn't stand on ceremony and led everyone inside. Lin Mo and his teammates exchanged glances, became more alert, and silently followed. After walking a dozen steps, the cave suddenly opened up, as large as a basketball court. Several glow sticks were stuck in the cave walls, illuminating the inside. In one corner, there were piles of luggage, and a dozen or so people wearing the same combat uniforms were either sitting or lying down, staring at them. The air was filled with the smells of campfire and food, but there was also a faint metallic odor mixed in, which made Lin Mo frown even more. "Young Master Lee, it's an academy squad," the middle-aged man reported to a young man beside the tent. The young man and the people around him relaxed slightly, but their eyes still couldn't help but linger on Newlin and the other girls. And Newlin led Lin Mo and the others to a corner and instructed, "Put up the tents first. I'll go get some water." As she put down her backpack, she secretly sized up the group of people opposite her. Although these people were dressed in uniform combat gear, they exuded a bandit-like aura, clearly professional mercenaries. As for the so-called young Master Lee, he was wearing a diamond-encrusted soul guide ring on his finger, indicating that his identity was obviously not simple. She had just taken out the kettle when young Master Lee approached with 2 of his men, a smile on his face, and said in broken long Mandarin, "Miss, I have plenty of meat here. Would you like to try some?" Lin Mo and the others were stunned for a moment, then instantly understood. It was a foreigner. Annalyn smiled slightly. "Thank you, but no need. We brought our own food." Young Master Lee's smile froze for a moment, then immediately warmed up again. "Miss, please don't be shy. It's only right to look after each other when we're traveling." As he spoke, he gestured, "Bring over the roasted black wind goat leg so that the teachers and students can have a taste." A hot female subordinate immediately brought over some grilled meat, and the aroma filled the air. Lu Mingming swallowed hard, and just as she was about to get up, Lin Mo smacked her on the head and sent her back to her feet. Lu Mingming covered her head, looking aggrieved, and Newlin's smile faded slightly. Really, it's not necessary. Knowing that the other party was not from China, her patience waned. Li Xiao then dropped his obsequious manner and introduced himself with a smile. "My name is Lian, the second young master of the #1 conglomerate in South Korea. May I ask how I should address you, miss? And Newlin, the instructor leading the team from the Eastern Academy. She said calmly, if young Master Lee is nothing else, I'm going to fetch some water. No need to trouble yourself. I have purified water here, Li Xiao quickly replied. Lu Mingming couldn't help but mutter. Are you kidding me? We have our own purified water if we want to drink it. Isn't the point of coming to the wilderness to get spring water? The atmosphere in the cave suddenly became a little awkward. Li Xiao coughed and forced a smile. All right, you guys go ahead with your work. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. After saying that, he turned and left, his back view clearly showing some embarrassment. Lu Mingming curled her lip. Tisich, clumsy pickup line. Can't you be quiet for once? Lin Mo glared at her. After Li Xiao had gone some distance, and Newlin picked up her water bottle and continued walking inside. Lin Mo and the others set up their tents while secretly keeping an eye on the other group. Not long after, and Newlin returned carrying several water bottles. As soon as he sat down, Lin Mo asked in a low voice, Teacher, and what is this young master from South Korea doing here in our dragon country? And Newlin rolled her eyes at him. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Why bother with all that? Hurry up and get something to eat, then go back to your cultivation. On the other side, Li Xiao's gaze never left Newlin and the other girls. A middle-aged man leaned closer to him and chuckled. Li Xiao, have you taken fancy to those girls? No, I prefer the female teacher. Li Xiao's lips curled up slightly. The middle-aged man immediately chimed in. Young Master Li certainly has unique tastes. A female teacher is nothing to you. With your abilities, isn't it just a matter of snapping your fingers? Li Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, from what you're saying, you have a way. It's very simple. The middle-aged man lowered his voice. First, spend some money to invite her to go to Moonlight Lake with us. After that, it's up to her to know what's good for her. If she doesn't, then it's not up to her. After all, it's quite normal for a small team to lose contact in the wild. Li Xiao's eyes lit up. Great. We're short-handed too. Go talk to her, give her team a price, and let her name her price. Don't worry. Leave this to me, the middle-aged man assured him, patting his chest. Not long after, Lin Mo and his friends had just finished dinner and were chatting together when the middle-aged man walked over. Hello, teacher, and I am Sure Hu, the leader of the Iron Wolf mercenary group. He introduced himself with a smile. Hello, Commander Sure. Is there anything I can help you with? Sure Hu coughed lightly. Young Master Lee is interested in hiring your team to help with a mission. I wonder if Teacher would be interested. Hiring my team for a mission? Honorin immediately became wary. They just came knocking on our door out of nowhere. It's not that simple. Sorry, we don't have time.